On the rooftop, a cold wind swept by as a handsome young boy confessed to a shy youthful girl, an image of bright, unspoiled adolescence. Yet above them clouds drifted across a dull, hazy sky, and a sun streaked with black and red hung overhead, stripping the scene of its gentle beauty. Even so, the hearts of the two remained alight with excitement. Wang Qianxue, her features still childlike, blushed as she answered the boy before her, Zhao Hua, confessing that she had liked him for a long time as well. "That's wonderful," Zhao Hua said with a gentle smile, pressing his palms together in delight. "Then from now on we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend." He stepped forward and gave Wang Qianxue a brief, respectful hug. Wang Qianxue's mind suddenly went blank. A peculiar fragrance drifted from Zhao Hua, making her nose twitch uncontrollably until a faintly dazed, contented look crept over her face. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a main road, her whole body feeling hazy and light. She walked unsteadily along the road home, a silly, vacant smile on her face that drew curious glances from passers-by. Onlookers merely found it odd that this seemingly foolish girl hadn't been taken advantage of. Wang Qianxue herself was buoyant with joy. Earlier that day, she had discovered she had awakened a sequence, and now her longtime crush had confessed to her. She felt light as air. Her sequence was warm spirit, a rare healing-type sequence. Although she had only just awakened it, she was already qualified to receive invitations to work from official institutions. Thinking of how Zhao Hua would come find her that evening to celebrate her awakening, Wang Qianxue's smile grew even sillier. Just then, a heavy voice called her name, pulling her back to reality. Puzzled, she looked to the side. When she saw who had spoken, Wang Qianxue stiffened and quickly offered a greeting. She called out to him, addressing him as Brother Tu. The man she called Brother Tu was in his early 20s. He wore a filter over his mouth and a dark red coat with plain glasses over his eyes. Behind the lenses, his black pupils watched her steadily. Wang Qianxue shrank her neck slightly and nervously straightened her faded clothes. He was her neighbor tubuan, who had moved next door 2 months earlier. Though he seemed difficult to approach, he was in fact kind-hearted. Moreover, Brother Tu was a hunter of the strange, a member of an official institution tasked with hunting dangerous anomalies known as the most forceful of law enforcement groups. Tubuan looked Wang Qianxue up and down, without speaking, making her feel immense pressure. "Brother Tu, is something wrong?" she managed to ask. She felt as though he were examining her like something laid out on a chopping board, an uncomfortable feeling. "It's nothing," Tubuan replied, then asked, "Would you like an apple?" Tubuan took out an apple still tinged with green and yellow from the black bag in his hand. "Really? I can have it." Wang Qianxue asked. Fruit was a rarity within the shelter. Some anomalies had harmed the environment, making many plants difficult to cultivate, so fruit could only be grown in greenhouses with the aid of sequence users. Because of this, fruit was an expensive luxury for people with low or middle incomes. Normally, they could only rely on unpleasant vitamin gels or concentrated liquids to meet basic nutritional needs. The last time Wang Qianxue had eaten fruit was on her birthday the previous year, when her mother gave her a single small slice of watermelon as a gift. She still vividly remembered its sweetness. "You awakened a sequence, didn't you? Consider this my congratulations," Tubuan said as he lightly tossed the apple into her arms. "Come to my place later. I'll cook a celebratory meal for you." Flustered, Wang Qianxue caught the apple and hurriedly waved her hands. "You don't have to. This is too much," she protested. Tubuan explained that it was actually her mother's request. Her mother would be working late and had asked him to prepare the meal for Wang Qianxue. "In fact, your mother has already paid," Tubuan added. "You don't need to feel like you're eating for free." "All right, I'll come," Wang Qianxue replied, no longer refusing. Tubuan told her to come knock on his door around dinner time. He still needed to buy ingredients. With that, Tubuan headed toward the marketplace. Suddenly, he stopped, frowning slightly as he glanced toward a shadowed corner. "Wait, Brother Tu," Wang Qianxue called out, stretching out her hand. He turned his head slightly to look at her. Through the lenses of his glasses, she thought she saw a faint glimmer of red. Nervously, Wang Qianxue asked if her boyfriend could join the meal that evening, afraid Tubuan might refuse. Tubuan repeated the words, "boyfriend," with a hint of surprise, letting his gaze sweep over Wang Qianxue, her slicked-down hair hiding her eyes and her thin frame, before answering, "Of course. It's only an extra pair of chopsticks." Overjoyed, Wang Qianxue thanked Brother Tu and pulled a photograph from her pocket to show him. "This is Zhao Hua," she said proudly. "He's the most admired boy in our class." Tubuan glanced at the smiling, gentle-faced boy in the photo and raised his eyebrows slightly. A trace of something strange flickered deep in his gaze as he looked back at Wang Qianxue. "Qianxue, would you like to eat meat?" Tubuan suddenly asked. "Really? Is that possible?" Wang Qianxue replied, hardly daring to believe it. She fretted that her mother's money wouldn't be enough. Though livestock was easier to raise than fruit, it was still costly. "It's fine," Tubuan said. "I happen to know a source of affordable meat. Just go home and wait for dinner." The corner of his eyes lifted with a faint smile. Grateful, Wang Qianxue said she would head home first and look for him later. She waved happily and ran off toward her home. After she left, Tubuan looked down the street behind him and let out a low, quiet chuckle. After running some distance toward home, Wang Qinxue finally calmed down. As she prepared to put the photo away in her bag, she froze. She had forgotten to bring it back from school. Her bag was still at school along with many of her belongings. Wang Qinxue quickly turned around to retrace her steps. As she passed an alley, her nose twitched. She caught a strange smell. Curiosity stirred, and she leaned in, stepping into the alley's dimness where she saw a familiar back. "Brother two," she called softly. The figure in the pitch-black alley stirred. A sharp sound cut through the air, and a chill crept up Wang Qinxue's spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. She knew that sound. It was the unmistakable noise of flesh being chopped. "You mean, the 4 infamous Calamity sequences, each said to be monstrously vicious beyond measure, are all gathered in a single person. And that person has turned their very flesh into a living scourge more terrifying than any eldritch horror, able to chase down monsters and pummel them. And he's supposed to be some man who crossed 100 years carrying an unknown mission into this era. Ridiculous. At least make the story entertaining if you're going to spin a tale. Why not claim he's humanity's ultimate weapon, able to slay gods and erase horrors to suppress the borders of reality? Why did you all go quiet?" High above the sky tore open a wound of emptiness yawning across the heavens. From that rift, eldritch horrors descended, bringing calamity upon the world. Above them hung a false god suspended in the air, dispassionately erasing everything. Tubuan came from the darkest era 5 centuries ago, bearing a fury that would never be extinguished. The 4 fiends roared at the false god, voices like the wrath of the world itself. They were the evil of this age, and the only evil it would tolerate, unwilling to let any grotesque monsters be compared with them. When the chains that bound him finally shatter, he will set foot upon the far shore of the void and hurl a mad declaration at the darkness that covets the human world. "I am the butcher's blade, and the gods are but meat upon the block. You are the prey." Huh. Wang Qinxue stood dazed by the side of the road, scratching her head in puzzlement. A dull ache throbbed in her temples, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she had forgotten something important. What was it? She took a bite of her apple, racking her brains. Lifting her head, Wang Qinxue glanced at the sky. The sun, blackened and tinged a deep red, had already sunk more than halfway. Feeling the emptiness at her back, her expression changed. "Oh no, my bag." She broke into a run toward the direction of the school. Calling it a school was generous. This place of study was merely a dilapidated office building. In this era, study was no longer the most important thing. Everyone was focused on how to survive and on the awakening of sequences. Awakening a sequence was far more useful than reading books. Several centuries ago, the world underwent a colossal upheaval. A vast crack appeared in the sky, stretching from one end of the heavens to the other. Countless monsters called eldritch fiends fell from above and slaughtered every living thing in their path. At first, humanity's modern weapons could barely hold the fiends at bay. No one expected that these horrors bent on exterminating the world were merely probes. When those higher beings descended, the world fell into despair. They were called outer gods, entities of a higher order than the fiends, impossible to look upon directly. Each one wielded power that transcended the very rules of this world. They could ignore the laws of nature, even conjure disasters. When just one of them acted, all of humanity's modern weapons ceased to function. Their final trump card, nuclear arms, fell silent as well. Humanity had no strength to fight back and was slaughtered without mercy by the fiends, while the outer gods watched in silence from the sky, gazing coldly at the extermination of life. Just as humanity was being pushed back step by step, teetering on the brink of annihilation, the consciousness of the world let 2 human beings awaken a power called sequence. Sequence was the world's last trump card, granting 2 great authorities into human hands. One was called Pangu, who possessed the power to break all things. With his lone strength burning everything he had, he swept across the world and felled more than half of the fiends, buying humanity a sliver of time to survive. The immense will of the world manifested upon him. Alone, he battled all 17 outer gods in the sky. Pangu slew 10 of them. The remaining 7, grievously wounded, fled and hid. 1 in the sun and 6 in the dark side of the moon. The other was called Niwa. She offered herself up in sacrifice, granting every surviving human the ability to awaken a sequence. In the end, Pangu used the last of his strength to shatter the rift in the sky. His own body scattered and became countless points of light across the heavens. Even shattered fragments of the rift still remained scattered across the world, and fiends continued to pour out from them without end. Yet no beings on the scale of the outer gods could appear again. Had the rift not been broken, the number of outer gods would not have stopped at 17. The surviving humans, empowered by Niwa's sacrifice, began a difficult counterattack with the strength of sequences. Over the course of centuries, humanity rebuilt 3 great fortresses and numerous shelter zones across the world. Though the outer world was still overrun by fiends, and ordinary people could not survive beyond the walls, no matter how dark the world became, humanity's flame did not go out. Aside from that first generation from centuries ago, the later humans found it hard to awaken sequences. Often only 1 person in 100 would awaken, and even then it was usually a low-level sequence. Even an unremarkable sequence could earn a decent job. By the time Wang Qinxue returned to the rundown housing block with her recovered bag, night had completely fallen. Now a rosy red moon hung in the sky, taking the place of the sun. Unlike the sun, which had turned entirely blood red and was veined with spiderweb-like black patterns, this moon was pure scarlet, shedding a ghostly red glow. Back home, Wang Qinxue glanced at the clock on the wall. Seeing that dinner time was still a while away, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. On the table lay a note from her mother. It told her to wash up when she got back and not to go visiting others while still a mess. There were a few complaints that she had run out early in the morning without eating breakfast. Had she really gone out without breakfast? She frowned, slightly unsure. Maybe her mother was just too tired and remembered wrong. She couldn't let her mother work herself to exhaustion anymore. Clenching her fists in resolve, Wang Qinxue indulged in the luxury of a proper bath, then happily dragged a chair to the doorway to sit and wait for Zhao Hua to come find her. She waited all the way until dinner time. Aromas from Brother Tu's apartment next door drifted out in waves, yet that handsome figure still did not appear. Maybe something had come up, or perhaps he would come by later. After offering herself that small comfort, Wang Qinxue went upstairs and knocked on Tu Buin's door. Tu Buin removed his filter mask and his cold, stern features appeared behind the door. Seeing Wang Qinxue, he stepped aside to make room. "Come in." Wang Qinxue stepped inside, greeted at once by aromas that made her mouth water. She couldn't help swallowing. It smelled so good. Tu Buin led her to a seat beside the dining table. Wang Qinxue sat a bit stiffly, her gaze wandering in a daze over the surroundings. Tu Buin's apartment was just like hers, one bedroom and one living room with a narrow little kitchen. It was clean with very few possessions and felt rather empty. Wang Qinxue had no father. Before she was old enough to remember, he had run off to escape his debts, leaving her mother to raise her alone. Although they still carried debts, life was steadily improving. She had awakened a sequence and even found herself a handsome boyfriend. She would make sure her mother lived a good life. Wang Qinxue's expression hardened with determination as she clenched her fists, her gaze seeming to ignite with fire. Beside her, Tu Buin watched puzzled as she stared so intensely at the dishes on the table. Had the girl gone silly? The thought flickered through Tu Buin's mind and vanished. No, she had always been a bit silly. You start with these. There's still one dish that isn't ready yet. Tu Buin placed a bowl of rice in front of Wang Qinxue. Wang Qinxue came back to herself and looked at the dishes on the table. It was just two simple plates of food and a soup, yet the aroma was something she could hardly resist. "Brother Tu, aren't you going to eat?" she asked, staring fixedly at the food even as she spoke. "I'll wait until the last dish is done. You go ahead." Tu Buin said this and walked into the kitchen. With that, Wang Qinxue stopped hesitating and swiftly devoured the meal. In just a short while, everything had been eaten. Tap! Just as Wang Qinxue was shoveling rice down, a crisp sound came from the tabletop before her. She lifted her head from the bowl in puzzlement. A plate of carefully arranged slices of meat giving off an unusual fragrance had been placed in front of her. The meat was drizzled with a special sauce that made the slices look even more enticing. Yet Wang Qinxue froze for a moment. There was something familiar about that scent. "Try it." Tu Buin's voice sounded at her side. "Okay." Almost without thinking, Wang Qinxue picked up a slice. The faintly pink meat dipped in the reddish sauce looked almost dreamlike under the... As Wang Qinxue brought the slice to her mouth and chewed twice, her movements suddenly halted. The meat was tender and fragrant, and with the sauce it became a flavor she had never tasted before. But Wang Qinxue's senses were keen, especially after awakening. Her perception had become unlike that of ordinary people, with a nose and tongue sharp enough to rival a dog's. When the familiar scent hidden beneath the rich sauce finally burst forth on her tongue, her whole body went rigid. "Brother Tu, what kind of meat is this?" Her voice trembled as it left her lips. Behind her there was nothing but silence. Wang Qinxue's face turned deathly pale. Even before he answered, she already knew whose flesh this was. She opened her mouth to spit it out, but the moment her lips parted, a clatter of sound broke the air. She realized with terror that something had bound her. She could no longer move. "You figured it out." Tu Buin's flat voice sounded from behind her, utterly devoid of emotion. "It's just as you think. This is Zhao Hua's meat." Wang Qiangshu's pupils trembled. She sat utterly still, her body as rigid as stone. She could not control herself. "Don't be so tense." Tu Buin pulled out the chair before her and sat casually, plucked a slice of meat with his chopsticks, popped it into his mouth, chewed twice, and his brow eased. He seemed pleased with the taste. Wang Qinxue watched Tu Buin chew what had been Zhao Hua's flesh. Her stomach roiled, and her eyes swam red with blood. For some reason, an inexplicable, furious heat flooded her mind. Yet no matter how enraged her thoughts grew, her body remained immobile, as if bound by some unseen force. Seeing her like that made it plain she had been affected by Zhao Hua's ability. Tu Buin set down his chopsticks and said, "Zhao Hua is not human." Those words stunned Wang Qinxue. For a moment, she wanted to believe him, her gaze growing hazy. But the moment Zhao Hua's name was mentioned, nameless wicked flames swelled within her. She gnashed her teeth and fixed Tu Buin with a glare. Normally soft-spoken and shy, she showed no trace of timidity now. Instead, she took on a savage look. Do you think I would believe a madman like you? Tubuan knew her well enough to know she was not naturally so vindictive. Not believing is the sensible reaction. He walked to the corner refrigerator and took out a black plastic bag. See for yourself. With a dull thud, the bag landed on the table in front of Wang Qianxue. Tubuan circled to her side and tapped the spot at her shoulder. Something slid down from where he had touched her shoulder. Suddenly Wang Qianxue found she could move her hands and head. Without thinking, she seized the fork on the table and hurled it at Tubuan. You beast! Reckless! Tubuan's face went cold. With 2 fingers he reversed the motion in a fluid snap, and the fork flew back, grazing Wang Qianxue's ear and embedding itself in the wall. The fork pierced deep into the thick wall, betraying the tremendous force behind it. If I intended to kill you, could you still be sitting here talking to me? You might as well kill me then. Wang Qianxue shouted, her eyes blazing crimson. Who knows what schemes you beast have been plotting? What about your mother? Tubuan asked calmly. The ferocity drained from Wang Qianxue's face, and it froze in place. You think yourself mad with love, willing to die, hating evil above all else. Tubuan's silhouette blurred and vanished from Wang Qianxue's sight. The next instant she felt something icy pressed against her forehead, and his words sounded in her ear. Have you considered that if you die, your mother will be left alone to cling to memories in this dark world? The black barrel of the gun glinted with a cold edge beneath the light. Tubuan's words left Wang Qianxue's head buzzing. Mother! No! You! The wicked flame in her heart flared hotter, though her eyes betrayed a I could end you right now, girl. Tubuan's mouth curled into an icy arc. The murderous intent slithered up Wang Qianxue's spine like a venomous snake, and that dread forced the inner fire to shrink back. Open the bag. Seeing her fear, Tubuan ordered. Click. The gun's safety was released. I told you to open the bag. He spoke each word with deliberate weight. Under the threat of death, Wang Qianxue slowly reached out and opened the plastic bag on the table. At the sight of its contents, her body trembled. Inside lay the gentle head of a young man, his innocent face twisted in agony. It was Xiaohua's head. Wang Qianxue began to shake, but before she could do anything, Tubuan suddenly raised his hand and fired at the head. Bang! Dark green blood spattered from the severed head, showering Wang Qianxue's face. A potent, uncanny fragrance rose from that fluid. That was the source of Xiaohua's scent, his blood. Wang Qianxue opened her mouth to scream, but at that moment a shrill, piercing wail erupted. Wang Qianxue stared dazed at the head she held. The sound came from it. Xiaohua's once pure features split open like a blooming flower, revealing clusters of eyes and insect-like mandibles within. Unspeakable howls poured out from that maw, and innumerable eyes spun wildly in torment. Then, as if recognizing the person before it, all of Xiaohua's eyes turned toward Wang Qianxue, and a warped voice issued from those mouthparts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Xiaoxue, it hurts. The wicked flame within Wang Qianxue was extinguished. Terrified, she screamed and flung the head aside. But Tubuan snatched it up and held it aloft. Do you understand now? He pressed the grotesque head against her face. Several probing appendages licked her skin in frantic, revolting motions. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Wang Qianxue howled like a banshee. She had been thoroughly terrorized into lucidity. Seeing her clear-headed, Tubuan understood she had shaken off the malevolent influence. But Wang Qianxue would never forget that sight. Awake now. Tubuan repacked Xiaohua's head, and Xiaohua emitted a sharp cry, then fell silent. The flower-like rupture of flesh knitted itself back together, restoring his original innocent visage. But Wang Qianxue would never forget that sight. Awake now. Tubuan repacked Xiaohua's head into the plastic bag and sealed it. Wang Qianxue nodded, pale as paper. So how did you end up with a Mei Gue? Tubuan explained. A Mei Gue, a ghost-class Xiongui, is a fiend that can masquerade as a human, manipulate people's emotions, and feed upon their life force. Tubuan set the gun down, reached, and plucked at Wang Qianxue's body. A chain materialized from the air and bound her. That chain explained why she had been unable to move. Tubuan set the gun down, reached, and plucked at Wang Qianxue's body. A chain materialized from the air and bound her. That chain explained why she had been unable to move. Seeing her, Tubuan shook his head, hung the chain at his waist, sat back down, and resumed eating with an air of ease. The gun lay on the table within effortless reach. When Wang Qianxue lifted her head, still pallid, she watched Tubuan eating the Mei Gui's flesh and nearly heaved again. Seeing his pale teeth chew the faintly reddened meat sent a chill through her bones. Her lips trembling, she asked, Brother Tu, how can you eat the flesh of a Xiongui? Tubuan paused with his chopsticks, looked at her, and asked, Didn't you eat? Wang Qianxue's face drained of all color. It's over. It's over, she muttered, clutching her head and trembling. Tubuan remained calm and continued his meal. The flesh of a Xiongui will turn people into half-giants, half-yens. Brother Tu, why would you hurt me? She cried in collapse. Tu Buan glanced at her with a puzzle. You are no longer human, he said simply, so what is there left to fear? Wang Qianxue was momentarily stunned. Brother Tu, what are you talking about? How could I not be human? She frantically searched her body, placing her hand on her chest, clearly feeling her rapid heartbeat. The unease within her slowly faded. Yes, how could she not be human? She was clearly a living, breathing human being. If she wasn't human, could she be a monster? But she had just eaten the flesh of a monster. Wang Qiangshu's expression soured again. At that moment, Tu Buan suddenly asked her a question. Then let me ask you, what did you do today? What did I do today? Wang Qianxue was taken aback and her thoughts were momentarily derailed, responding instinctively. What else could I do today but go to school? Awaken my sequence, and then this ghostly thing confessed to me. Are you sure it was today that you awakened your sequence? Tu Buan continued to question her. Of course it was today. I only found out this afternoon. Then how do I know you awakened your sequence? Tu Buan replied calmly. And your mother knows too. Wang Qianxue froze. Right, how did Brother Tu know? Her mother even had Brother Tu prepare things in advance to celebrate for her. Seeing Wang Qianxue staring at him in a daze, Tu Buan shook his head and continued. Do you remember what date it is today? The 6th. Today is the 7th, Tu Buan corrected. You awakened your sequence yesterday. What? Wang Qiangshu's first reaction was disbelief, turning to look for the calendar on the wall. Tu Buan had the habit of tearing off the calendar every day, and she was horrified to find that the date on it was indeed the 7th. Knock knock. At that moment someone suddenly knocked on the door, startling Wang Qianxue into shivering. Tu Buan glanced at her, then stood up to open the door. Outside the door stood a middle-aged woman with slightly graying hair, accompanied by several other neighbors who lived in the same building. Little Tu, what was that sound just now? It was so frightening, the middle-aged woman asked with concern, while the others also looked at him. Clearly they were all afraid of the gunshot they had just heard. Some wanted to sneak a look inside, but Tu Buan's tall stature blocked their view completely. No one dared to question, and the leader spoke cautiously as Tu Buan's identity as a monster hunter was well known. Monster hunters have the authority to directly eliminate disguised monsters or half-monsters. Half-monsters are humans who have been parasitized by monsters or infected by a domain of monsters, most of whom have lost their human emotions and concepts and will follow the nature of monsters to harm and devour living beings. They are even more troublesome than monsters. As long as a half-monster does not actively expose itself, normal instruments find it difficult to detect them. This existence is even more disgusting than monsters and poses a social threat to humanity. There was once a half-monster that infiltrated the upper echelons of a safe zone, leading to the fall of the entire safe zone. However, tangible monsters can infect humans and turn them into half-monsters. Even a minute amount of residual flesh, if it enters a living organism, will gradually erode from within, causing cold-bloodedness and hunger to replace a person's true nature. This is a conclusion drawn by the authorities through countless experiments. The transformation into a half-monster is not irreversible. Before fully becoming one, special frequency sound waves can destroy the internal corruption. But once transformed into a half-monster, one cannot revert back. Therefore, if someone is suspected of being a half-monster, the Monster Hunter organization mandates that they can take action to eliminate them regardless of right or wrong. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. Some official business, but it's all fine now, Tu Buan said with a smile to the neighbors. Upon hearing official business, everyone immediately closed their mouths and averted their gazes. All right, then we won't disturb you. The woman said with a smile, turning to hurry the others to leave. Tu Buan glanced at Wang Qianxue, who had stealthily approached behind him, and her body immediately stiffened in place. She wanted to sneak around and find an opportunity to rush out, but unexpectedly, it was as if Tu Buan had eyes in the back of his head suddenly turning around. However, Tu Buan showed no reaction and turned back. Wait a moment, he called out to the woman. Seeing several neighbors also afraid of being called back, the woman cursed inwardly at this heartless group as she hurriedly left. Then she turned back and smiled at Tu Buan, asking, Little Tu, what's the matter? What date is it today? It's the 7th. Good, nothing's wrong, you can go now. Tu Buan nodded. All right, then I'll leave, the woman said, puzzled about why he asked such a question, but she did not dare to ask further and hurried back to her own room. Did you hear that? Tu Buan closed the door and spoke to Wang Qianxue with his back to her. He had asked deliberately, knowing she could hear. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Wang Qianxue dazedly touching her face, mumbling to herself. Could it be that I really am not human? No way. Wang Qianxue suddenly pinched her own face. If I'm not human, then what could I possibly be? A monster. A half-monster. Tu Buan's calm voice floated over. You are currently a half-monster. Am I an enemy hidden among human? Wang Qiangshu's mind buzzed. How is this possible? Impossible. I don't feel the slightest urge to eat humans. How could I be a half-monster? Wang Qianxue immediately retorted. And the problem lies here. Tu Buan paused to scan her up and down. You still possess humanity. A half-monster that even instruments can't detect. Brother Tu, did you perhaps guess wrong or mix it up? Wang Qianxue momentarily forgot Tu Buan's identity, questioning aloud. After asking, Wang Qianxue regretted it, looking pale at Tu Buan. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What if Brother Tu got angry and just killed and dismembered her? He is a monster hunter. He could easily kill her with just a kick. Cold sweat poured down her body and forehead. Right now she no longer felt that Tu Buan was as easy to talk to as he had been in her previous impression, especially with the look and tone he had when he had the gun pointed. Wang Qianxue completely believed that he would definitely shoot her dead. I thought the same way previously. The difficulty in distinguishing half-monsters is a very tricky. Tu Buan nodded in agreement. Wang Qianxue felt a little relieved. Great Brother Tu is still reasonable. So I practiced a bit. Practiced what? Wang Qianxue instinctively asked. Tu Buan gently grinned, uttering words that left Wang Qianxue's mind blank. Wang Qianxue, I have already killed you 3 times. Tu Buan spoke these words as casually as if he were saying he had eaten 3 eggs this morning. How is this possible? Wang Qianxue was already somewhat numb. However, Tu Ge had not told a single lie from the beginning to now, causing her to doubt herself. Let's verify this then. Tu Buan smiled, though the smile on his face was somewhat eerie. Off. How could this be proven? In the next moment, Wang Qianxue saw Tu Buan suddenly raise his hand, and a dark gleam flashed in his eyes. What was that? As this doubt just appeared in her mind, she felt a chill in her arm. Thud. Something fell to the ground. Wang Qianxue stared down blankly at her feet, where a slender arm lay quietly on the floor. It was her own arm. Ah. Wang Qianxue covered her severed arm and let out a sharp scream, bright red blood gushing from the stump like a fountain. Tu Buan merely smiled, watching her as she flailed about with her heavily bleeding arm, blood splattering everywhere. But after a few minutes, Wang Qianxue calmed down. What is going on here? Do you believe it now? Tu Buan still had a smile on his face. I believe it. Wang Qianxue nodded dejectedly, then her body shivered as she looked at What is going on here? Do you believe it now? Tu Buan still had a smile on his face. I believe it. Wang Qianxue nodded dejectedly, then her body shivered as she looked at What is going on here? Do you believe it now? Tu Buan still had a smile on his face. I believe it. Wang Qianxue nodded dejectedly, then her body shivered as she looked at Tu Buan in terror. He raised a hand, a dark green glow swirling in his palm, and this time Wang Qianxue clearly saw what it was, knew what she was thinking. You are curious. If I killed you 3 times, then why are you still here? He raised a hand, a dark green glow swirling in his palm, and this time Wang Qianxue clearly saw what it was. It was wind. Tu Ge could control the wind, and he had just used a wind blade to sever her arm. No, you don't need to show me. You don't need to demonstrate. Wang Qianxue hurriedly retreated to the corner, hugging herself in panic. What a pity, Tu Buan said, dispersing the breeze in his hands, sounding regretful. Wang Qianxue's expression stiffened. She was uncertain if she was human, but Tu Ge did not seem like one. As long as I inflict fatal wounds on you, your injuries will regenerate quickly, and then you will forget the memories of the past few minutes. So, I found a way to kill you 3 times, each time allowing you to regenerate and recover swiftly. Listening to this, Wang Qianxue trembled. Since you can't kill me, can you let me go? She asked. Of course. To her surprise, Tu Buan answered quite readily. Oh, wasn't it said that half-demons were the enemies of humanity, and that every hunter would leave no survivors? Isn't it strange? Tu Buan smiled. Why would I let a half-demon go? Wang Qianxue cautiously nodded. Because I can see a person's goodness and evil, including malevolent spirits. I know very well what kind of person you are. Tu Buan walked up to Wang Qianxue and squatted down. The ability to discern good and evil. Wang Qianxue stared blankly at Tu Buan. Then why kill me 3 times? Just in case. Half-demons will reveal their true nature when seriously injured. You begged for mercy 3 times while on the brink of death. So I'm not suspicious now. Wang Qianxue felt inexplicably embarrassed. Begging for mercy 3 times was indeed a bit humiliating. Of course not otherwise. Tu Buan suddenly raised his hand and pinched Wang Qianxue's chin. Do you think a mere regeneration ability that doesn't even count as immortality can stop me from destroying you? Being so close, Wang Qianxue could see the murderous intent and crimson light concealed behind Tu Buan's glasses, feeling as if she might wet herself from fear. Looking at the girl in his hand, Tu Buan also felt a bit puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a unique half-demon. He had seen half-demons with humanity, but this one seemed very distant from demons and far from humans. In his eyes, a white light floated around Wang Qianxue's body, representing goodness, with only a hint of black energy indicating malice. If her body were completely surrounded by black energy, she would have already been taken to the Hunters organization by Tu Buan. A half-demon this unique would surely delight the mad scientists. And most importantly, Tu Buan's gaze softened as he looked at her. At the brink of death 3 times, she had already shown signs of becoming a malevolent spirit, yet her pleas for mercy were solely for her mother. The true nature of malevolent spirits is to annihilate all living beings. In the face of death, they would only seek mutual destruction. But her actions were something a half-demon could never achieve. With what he could see, Tu Buan decided to trust her. As long as you don't cause trouble, I won't do anything to you. Tu Buan released his hand and stood up. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Wang Qianxue hurriedly nodded. Very well, now put your arm back on and continue eating. Tu Buan walked back to the dining table. We must not waste food. Put the arm back on. Wang Qianxue stared blankly at her right arm, which she was holding with her left hand slowly reaching towards the severed end. How is this supposed to be put back on? This isn't building blocks. How could it be possible to assemble? Wang Qianxue was horrified to find that her arm snapped back into place like magnets, a warm flow coursing through her, and her arm and fingers moved without any awkwardness. Then she looked up and saw Tu Buan continuing to eat meat. She suddenly shivered. If she could eat the flesh of malevolent spirits, because she was now a half-demon, what about Tu Go? Why could he eat the flesh of malevolent spirits without any consequences? What? Are you wondering if I'm also a malevolent spirit or half-demon? Tu Buan could tell from her expression what she was thinking. All of this silly child's thoughts were displayed on her face. Wang Qiangshu's mind raced for a few seconds, and then she suddenly straightened her head and walked over to the table to sit down. Tu Go, so what kind of monster are you? Her sudden nonchalant demeanor surprised Tu Buan. Not afraid anymore. It's useless to be afraid, or what else can I do? Wang Qianxue figured it out. She couldn't run, and she definitely couldn't fight back, so she simply lay flat and gave up. So Tu Go, are you human? Yes. Tu Buan pushed the dishes toward Wang Qianxue, especially the plate of meat. It's just that because my sequence is special, I can eat the flesh of malevolent spirits. What sequence? I won't tell you. You should eat more of the flesh of the alluring spirit. If you don't want to eat humans, you must eat your kind. Tu Buan pointed to the remaining half of the meat, and otherwise, even if you still have humanity now, after a while when hunger strikes, you will still develop an appetite for humans. What if I don't eat? Then I will bury you later. Then I will eat. Thus, under Tu Buan's watchful gaze, Wang Qianxue reluctantly finished the remaining half plate of meat along with the other dishes. After eating, she almost vomited, constantly recalling Zhao Hua's face, even though that head was right beside her in a bag. Tu Buan, because his sequence was Qiongqi, had the ability to devour the sinister beings. To be precise, it was not just Qiongqi, his sequence. Don't eat while gagging, Tu Buan said with disdain as he glanced at her. The sinister meat, once ingested, cannot be expelled within a half-demon's body. It would be directly transformed into energy rather than eroding the body like it would in a normal person. Tu Buan, because his sequence was Qiongqi, had the ability to devour the sinister beings. To be precise, it was not just Qiongqi, his sequence was the four fiends: Qiongqi, Tao Wu, Tao Tai, and Chaos. For complete fiend sequences, the sequence influences the awakened, and different sequences caused, thus the fiend sequences are not good things. For example, the awakened of the mythological sequence will have their personalities influenced. If you awaken the great sage, your character may lean towards being unless your willpower can counteract the influence within the sequence. However, even if you can resist, some minor effects will remain, such as changes in habits. Tu Buan is just that way. He awakened the most uncontrollable and tyrannical fiend sequence. It can be said that almost everyone who awakens a fiend sequence becomes a sociopathic lunatic, a natural enemy of biological life. Yet, Tu Buan can withstand the influence of the four fiends. He does not bear it constantly. He cannot continuously resist the fiendish nature every day. Even with his terrifying willpower, he cannot last for many days. Thus, Tu Buan can normally maintain the ability of a single great fiend without being eroded of his humanity and emotions by the fiendish nature of four beasts. He usually lets Qiongqi out, as its influence on Tu Buan is the least. Qiongqi alters his taste, and after a while he has to eat the meat of sinister beings, or else his fiendish nature will erupt. And Qiongqi is already the least influential among the four. The other three are progressively harder to withstand. Except for the last one, Chaos. He can use the other three at any time. It's like a groove. He usually keeps Qiongqi inside. If needed, he can switch at any time. Tu Buan has lost his memory. He has his own name and normal cognitive abilities, but he does not know where he came from. Upon opening his eyes, Tu Buan found himself standing in a wilderness ravaged by sinister beings. After wandering for a while, he discovered that he did not seem to belong to this era, because there were only 6 ranks now: Awakening, Revival, Manifestation, Spirit Shaping, Soul Condensation, and God Calling. In Tu Buan's understanding, after God Calling there was another rank called Great Tao. Just as Tu Buan frowned in disgust, while gagging, Wang Qianxue leaned her head aside to prevent her saliva from falling on the table. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed. Someone was coming. You go open the door, Tu Buan said to Wang Qianxue. Huh, me. Wang Qianxue pointed at herself, looking completely foolish. Aren't you afraid I might just run away? She asked. Tu Buan smiled. Don't you want to know why you've turned into this ghastly appearance? Wang Qianxue obediently went to open the door. A tall, thin woman stood outside the door, dressed in a blue work uniform, which was now soaked. She looked very anxious. Seeing Wang Qianxue, she froze for a moment, then abruptly grabbed her hand. You are Wang Jing's daughter, Wang Qianxue. Hey Annie, how do you know my name? Wang Qianxue was startled by the sudden grab, but upon seeing the uniform the woman wore, she immediately recognized it. It was her mother's work uniform from her department. Your mother is in trouble. This statement thundered in Wang Qianxue's mind, causing her body to sway. Even though Tu Buan had told her she had become a half-demon and had died 3 times, none of that was as terrifying as this sentence. What happened to my mom? Wang Qianxue grasped the skinny woman's arm tightly, asking urgently. Your mother is in trouble. This statement thundered in Wang Qianxue's mind, causing her body to sway. Even though Tu Buan had told her she had become a half-demon, Wang Qianxue nearly fainted. But fortunately your mother is sharp and managed to hide under the vehicle, causing the fiend to chase after others instead. She wasn't seriously injured, it wasn't life-threatening. Wang Qianxue's heart, which had been in her throat, felt a little relief, but then she heard the tall, thin woman continue. But this cargo box is to be sent to the inner city. Important figures were present at the scene and they detained the employees, not allowing them to leave. Your mother is included. If her injuries are not treated soon, she will be in real danger. When they arrived, I happened to be working upstairs, so I took the chance to sneak out through the back door. They probably have already discovered that I am missing. I have a good relationship with your mother, as she told me your family's address. She grasped Wang Qianxue's hand. And your mother mentioned that there is a sinister hunter who lives next door. Are you familiar with him? Can you please ask him for help? If we delay too long, your mother will really be in danger. She didn't think of reporting to the inspectorate, now the police, because it would be of no use. All safe zones are divided into outer city and inner city areas, and there is an even larger safe zone within the inner city, which has a core area. Even in the apocalypse, humanity still thinks in terms of hierarchy. Those who can live in the inner city are either wealthy or influential. Many people in the safe zone hold positions of power or have excellent connections. People from the outer city are seen as nothing more than insignificant beings in the eyes of the inner city's elites, and even many awakened individuals from the outer city want to squeeze their way into the inner city. The inspectorate naturally caters to the people of the inner city, and it is possible that more than half of the inspectorate is made up of inner city individuals. Only the Sinister Hunter Bureau, where Tu Buan is, can ignore these convolutions, as sinister hunters possess absolute law enforcement authority. However, even so, many people within the Sinister Hunter community cannot escape the intricacies of human relationships. But Tu Buan does not concern himself with these intricacies. Brother Tu. Wang Qianxue turned and called, her eyes red with anxiety. My mom is in trouble, can you? Tu Buan's voice came floating over as he seemed to be moving around in the room. The tall, thin woman felt a bit nervous, although Wang Jing had mentioned that her neighbor, the Sinister Hunter, was a good person. But what if he is a hypocrite? Would she be taken and locked up? Let's go, lead the way. The door was pushed open, revealing Tu Buan, who had changed into a dark purple coat adorned with special patterns and was wearing a breathing filter. This filter is equipment provided to sinister hunters to guard against harmful odors and toxic gases. At the same time, a gun was also strapped to his waist for deal. Are you willing to step in? The tall, thin woman asked cautiously. Aunt Wang has treated me well. Tu Buan stated his position with a single sentence. Now lead the way. Brother Tu. Thank you. Wang Qianxue said with tears of gratitude, using Tu Buan's coat to wipe her runny nose. Tu Buan's eyelid twitched, suddenly feeling an impulse to not save anyone. Aunt Wang is a good person. When Tu Buan first moved here, she helped him a lot. Due to his unfamiliarity with the area, Aunt Wang even assisted Tu Buan with some troublesome procedures. Moreover, in the discerning eyes of Tu Buan, Wang Jing is a kind and gentle person with a faint aura of darkness that is almost negligible, which is quite rare. Otherwise, she wouldn't have raised Wang Qianxue to be so naive. One peculiar thing is that Wang Jing's speech carries an innate elegance engraved in her bones. She doesn't seem to be an ordinary lower-class woman. So why is Wang Qianxue so naive? He disdainfully pulled his coat from the naive girl's hand, frowning at the snot on it, as if he could crush a fly. Then, under the guidance of a tall, thin woman named Yang Yun, they quickly boarded the delivery truck she had arrived in, heading towards the trade station. In this era, all transportation methods have changed. A genius, in order to drive a vehicle made of special materials capable of resisting sinister attacks, surprisingly attempted to use the blood of the sinister as fuel. And this mad experiment actually succeeded, but it required the blood of a malevolent level of the sinister as fuel. The levels of the sinister are classified according to the severity of disasters: ghost level, malevolent level, disaster level, end level, and divine level. The final divine level refers to those few false gods who were not killed by Pangu. Since the fissure known as BNN was shattered by Pangu, no new false gods have appeared in 300 years. Only the 7 severely injured false gods are still roaming this world. Humans have not failed to attempt to eliminate them while they are injured, but the places they hide are in the void of space where the sun and moon reside. Only a few humans can brave the journey there, and it is impossible to confront all 7 false gods at once. For hundreds of years, these false gods have suddenly descended onto the surface without warning, several times accurately destroying one or several safe zones. Moreover, each time they would immediately tear apart the void and escape into space after the destruction. After several fruitless ambushes, the four great fortresses reached a grim conclusion. They are avoiding combat and using living beings to recover their injuries. The evidence is that the frequency of the false gods' appearances has been increasing from once every 50 years to now less than once every 10 years. And these vehicles powered by the sinister require either wealthy individuals who can afford the fuel or those working in organizations like Yang Yun who are permitted to use them. When they arrived, two men dressed in black stood at the entrance of the trade station, acting like gatekeepers with no visible employees around. Halt! Entry is prohibited here. Upon seeing tubuan and the others, the two men in black shouted in unison. The imposing aura frightened Wang Qianxue and Yang Yun, their faces turning pale. Being from the lower class of the outer city, their ingrained weakness showed even in Wang Qianxue was not afraid of tubuan because of his easygoing attitude, except when he tried to scare her. Yang Yun quickly put on her mask and hat to avoid being recognized. Tubuan walked straight towards the gate, not even glancing at the two men. "Hey, stop!" shouted the man on the left, his suit bulging with muscular strength and a bear-like shadow faintly appearing behind him. He was an awakener of the awakening tier. Those in the awakening tier could initially use the lowest level of power. "If you don't stop, I'll cripple you and throw you out." The man on the right coldly added, his body beginning to sprout black fur, revealing sharp fangs at the corner of his mouth, and his fingernails becoming long and sharp. Both of them were low-tier beast sequence, one a wild bear, the other a black cat. "Shut up, this is the work of the Hunting Sinister Bureau." Tubuan's muffled voice emerged from the filter. Upon hearing Hunting Sinister Bureau, both men shivered, their imposing demeanor instantly deflating. "You still cannot enter." Although their tone had changed and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, the two still gritted their teeth and blocked the entrance, defiantly speaking in unison. "The young master has ordered that no one can enter. For the sake of our work, you cannot enter. We are from the inner city Qin family." "Head the Qin family." Tubuan scoffed, then blurred and transformed into a gust of wind, appearing in front of the two men, lifting a hand to slap each with a In the astonished gazes of Yang Yun and Wang Qianxue, the two gatekeepers spun like tops in the air twice before collapsing to the ground, unmoving. "If Qinshan doesn't dare to stop me, what right do you two have to do so?" Tubuan flicked his hand vigorously, wiping the edge of his coat on another black-clad person, then without a glance at the two crumpled figures on the ground, he directly entered the cargo stand. Wang Qianxue and Yang Yun swallowed hard, exchanging glances. Wang Qianxue's eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness, while Yang Yun's eyes reflected worry and fear. She had heard about the Qin family. The safe zone number 37, where they were currently staying, was controlled by two families in the inner city. They were specifically sent to assist the district supervisor in managing this safe zone. Such entities are not to be offended. Yang Yun's expression darkened as she paused, watching Wang Qianxue prepare to follow Tubuan inside. They were specifically sent to assist the district supervisor in managing this safe zone. Such entities are not to be offended. Yang Yun's expression darkened as she paused, watching Wang Qianxue prepare to follow Tubuan inside. "Sister Yang, what's wrong? Hurry up and come in," Wang Qianxue urged when she saw Yang Yun still standing there. "Sorry, Xiaoxue, I can't go in with you," Yang Yun said apologetically, slightly turning her head. "I still need this job. I have people to support at home, and I can't offend the Qin family. I won't go in." Wang Qianxue was taken aback. Even she understood that the Qin family was a powerful authority, but she gently shook her head. "You came to seek help for my mother, and I am very grateful to you. You should go back quickly. The rest is up to me and brother too." Wang Qianxue smiled at her, waved goodbye, and followed closely behind Tubuan into the station. She did not know what the Qin family was, but she could understand it was a status of either wealth or power. Although she was afraid, Wang Qianxue was even more afraid of her mother getting into trouble. "Good child," Yang Yun praised, then lowered her head and left, leaving the car abandoned at the cargo station's entrance, knowing someone would come to retrieve it. No one would notice her, as she knew the supervisor had not turned on the surveillance for several weeks for his own convenience. After she had left for some time, one of the two black-clad men lying on the ground, the wild bear sequence, suddenly raised his hand to scratch his backside. He was immediately kicked by the black cat sequence nearby, quickly dropping his hand and continuing to play dead. Inside the trading station stood three massive warehouses. At the moment, two groups of people faced each other across the central open space. 6 black-robed figures stood at the center, each gripping a heavy chain, their ends bound to a monstrous chimera, a 6-legged, humanoided equine abomination. Its crimson eyes blazed with fury as it roared, its twisted form thrashing violently, yet held fast by the 6 burly men, the chains coiling around it, pulsing faintly with restrained luminescence. "How much longer?" A youthful voice broke the tension. A boy barely past adolescence crouched nearby, brow furrowed as he watched the struggling creature. "Young Master Chun, how this centaur has already brushed against the threshold of evil tier." Even with the demon-binding chains suppressing it, full control remains impossible. A bespectacled middle-aged man leaned close to the boy's ear, speaking softly. I know, but waiting is tedious. Chun Hao sighed, chin resting in his palm. Almost done, young master. Just a few more minutes. The man soothed him gently. Very well. Relieved that Chun Hao had not erupted, he exhaled quietly, then glanced toward a shadowed corner and asked, young master, what shall we do about that worker? His gaze fell upon Wang Jing, slumped motionless on the floor in the corner. Her right leg bore a grotesque wound, deep, jagged, and still bleeding through the crude cloth bandage she'd torn from her own garment, crimson, seeping steadily. The bite inflicted by the centaur had pierced too deeply, mere wrapping could not staunch the flow. Prolonged blood loss had drained all color from her face, leaving her lips pale and lifeless. With immense effort, she kept her eyes open, terrified that if she slipped into unconsciousness, she might never see her daughter again. The trading station staff averted their eyes, refusing to look at Wang Jing. Why bother with her? I'm not even holding her accountable. That's leniency enough, Chun Hao replied, indifferent to her fate. Young master, have you forgotten? The Zhu family from Xixing Fortress is arriving here soon, renowned for their benevolence. If this worker dies under our watch and word spreads, it will tarnish our standing before them. The man urged gently. Madam mentioned 2 direct heirs will accompany them, including a young lady. She expects you to seize this opportunity. Enough. Old Lu, you handle it. Chun Hao cast one dismissive glance at Wang Jing before turning irritably to the middle-aged man. Old Lu, and waved him off. Understood, young master, Lu murmured, exhaling imperceptibly before striding swiftly toward Wang Jing. She stirred weakly as he approached. Not with panic, but recognition. He was the one who had tended her wound moments earlier. What are you doing here? Lu whispered, kneeling beside her. He'd refrained from speaking while Chun Hao stood nearby. As he spoke, he withdrew from his coat pocket a syringe-like device. Wang Jing blinked, slowly squinting up at him, then hesitated, voice trembling with disbelief. Xiao Lu. Ah, yes, it's me. The man who was now called Old Lu sighed, showing her the syringe. This is treatment agent No. 3. It'll keep you alive. He murmured softly. Thank you. Lu gazed at the woman whose face had aged beyond memory, sighed once more, and shielded the injection with his body as he administered the dose. Almost instantly, color returned to Wang Jing's cheeks, and the bleeding slowed to a stop. Seeing her stabilize, Lu prepared to rise and withdraw. He dared not linger. Any prolonged contact risked provoking Chun Hao's volatile temper and drawing punishment upon himself. Yet halfway upright, his body froze. A razor-sharp sensation grazed his shoulder, skin prickling as though scorched. Then in the next breath, a sharp metallic hiss rang out. Lu turned dazed to find the frenzied centaur reduced to a crimson rainstorm, shredded flesh and gore cascading over the 6 black-robed men and the station staff scattered across the open ground, eliciting terrified shrieks. Who did this? Chun Hao spat a chunk of viscera from his face and bellowed. Mom! A frantic cry. Then Lu felt as if struck heat in by a freight train. A searing pain lanced through his waist, and he was hurled backward. Wang Qianxue, unaware of impact, circled her mother frantically, tears spilling as she stared at the blood-soaked bandage. Her voice cracked with panic. Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay? Does it hurt? Why won't you answer? Don't scare me. Mom, be quiet. Wang Jing whispered, voice threadbare, yet firm enough to seize her daughter's frantic hands. Help me up. Oh yes. Yes. Wang Qianxue scrambled to lift her. Seize them. Throw them into. Chun Hao's furious command died mid-sentence. A malevolent gust slashed past him, erupting the floor into deep, jagged fissures, silencing his words before they could fully form. Chun Hao looked up, stunned, to see a figure clad in a dark violet greatcoat standing some distance away, its wearer's obsidian pupils fixed upon him behind flat, featureless lenses. A Demon Hunter Bureau operative. Chun Hao's expression darkened as he recognized the emblem embroidered on the coat: the 4 sacred beasts: azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger, vividly rendered in flowing lifelike embroidery. Unlike Wang Qianxue, Chun Hao knew precisely what that insignia signified. This was the Bureau's elite combat uniform, reserved exclusively for Manifestir D. That meant the black-haired man before him, masked aura crackling with suppressed violence, possessed power no lower than Manifestir. Good evening, everyone, said tubuan, offering a courteous greeting, though his tone held no warmth and violent winds swirled ceaselessly about his silhouette. Chun Hao's face tightened. Why had a Manifestir hunter arrived, not a mere resurgence tier officer? And why did this man seem utterly unfamiliar? To his knowledge, Sector 37's Demon Hunter Bureau housed only 5 Manifestir agents, and both he and his father had cultivated relationships with each. Except for when Chongfeng Long, since half-disabled, all others owed them deference. None would act so brazenly. No preamble, no negotiation, just raw, unflinching. I am Chun Hao, second son of the current Chen clan patriarch and direct heir, he declared, suppressing his anger and forcing a polite smile toward tubuan. He expected recognition, respect, even caution. Instead, tubuan merely nodded, his voice cool and detached. Why is an almost evil-tier centaur being held here? Sir, I am a direct heir of the Chun clan. Chun Hao stressed the words deliberately. So, tubuan blurred, vanishing from sight. Chun Hao's vision swam. Then iron fingers clamped onto his shoulder. Tubuan's mocking voice curled into his ear. And just what are you? Such incredible speed. Is this person from the speed-type sequence? Chun Hao stared in shock at Tubuan, who had his arm over Chun Hao's shoulder. He crossed such a distance in the blink of an eye. This person's strength is likely not ordinary. Hearing that he is from the direct line of the Qin family, and still daring to act so recklessly, he must be a new arrival, without any brains. He still fears such boldness. Thus Chun Hao forced a smile. Mr. Hunter of Weirdness, I merely came to fetch a gift for Miss Zhu from the Zhu family, but unexpectedly found this centaur attacking people as soon as I entered. Chun Hao gestured towards the decimated centaur. Look, you arrived just in time. If you deal with this fast-level monster, you could earn a reward. My father and the director are old acquaintances. I can give you more benefits. Hearing this, the supervisor of the nearby freight station raised his head, glancing at Chun Hao with a hint of panic. It was clear that the first half of Chun Hao's statement had shifted the blame onto the freight station. His gaze met Chun Hao's, and he saw the threat and brutality reflected in Chun Hao's eyes. A warning to the supervisor not to meddle. The supervisor's lips trembled slightly, and he quickly looked down. Yes, as young Master Chun said, this is an internal issue of our freight station and an employee's work accident. Young Master Chun is just kindly helping out. He could only take on this large, heavy blame. The Chun family was not something he could provoke. Chun Hao smiled with satisfaction and spoke to Tubuan. Mr. Hunter of Weirdness, you heard what he said, right? This centaur has nothing to do with me. I am just being kind. This is too much. Wang Qiangshu's face flushed with anger. Anyone with eyes could see that this centaur was clearly the handiwork of Chun Hao. Wang Qianxue stood up, ready to scold this idiot. Xiaoxue. Wang Jing quickly pulled Wang Qianxue back. Mom. Wang Qianxue turned back only to see Wang Jing shaking her head sternly without speaking. She couldn't provoke the other party any further. She had to swallow this grievance herself. Wang Qianxue gritted her teeth, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. What are you babbling about? Tubuan grasped Chun Hao's chin, looking at him with a questioning gaze. You don't really think I can be easily deceived, do you? Chun Hao's face stiffened as he felt Tubuan's grip on his chin tightening, and his expression immediately darkened. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Damn garbage. Chun Hao was thoroughly enraged. Did this guy really think he was afraid of him? He was just giving the Hunter Bureau some face, but this guy was being so ungrateful and daring to push his luck. Tubuan observed the increasingly dense dark energy emanating from Chun Hao, the corner of his mouth subtly lifting. He had taken the bait. Chun Hao suddenly raised his hand to grasp Tubuan's arm, and as he did so his arms instantly bulged and thickened, even tearing his sleeve. The Chun family's inherited sequence is Shankue, but right now Chun Hao was only at the awakening stage, able to exert only the most basic abilities of Shankue. Kill this guy. Fearing he couldn't deal with Tubuan, Chun Hao simultaneously shouted at the 6 subordinates. Consequently, the 6 burly men immediately raised their guns without hesitation, aiming straight at Tubuan before ready to pull the trigger. This strength is lacking. Tubuan glanced at Chun Hao, who was gripping his hand, and said calmly. He then raised his other hand. What did you say? Chun Hao's furious words abruptly halted. He saw Tubuan's arm tremble towards the guards beside them, a wave of destructive wind howling past. The 6 guards were like flies caught in a slap, their bodies making cracking sounds as they flew off in various directions, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Damn it, this person is indeed a genuine manifestation level. Feeling the unshakable arm of steel in his grasp, Chun Hao's expression turned grim and his heart sank to the bottom. The gap between the awakening and revival levels is vast. The awakening stage can only use the lowest level of power from the sequence. For instance, Chun Hao's physicality would be enhanced at the awakening stage of Shankue. However, at the revival stage, it is different. An additional ability characteristic emerges. The gap between the awakening and revival stages, simply put, is the absence of a skill. The hierarchy of sequencers can be translated into detailed entity data, which is the fusion rate. Every 20 of the fusion rate is called a tier, and there are 5 levels of grading in total. When the fusion rate reaches 100, at the right moment the sequencer will step into the next stage. The characteristics of the revival level depend on the sequence. Some sequences awaken only one characteristic at the entire revival level, while others may acquire a characteristic at each of the 5 tiers. The gap between the awakening and revival levels is significant, not to mention the manifestation level above the revival level, which completely overwhelms. Chun Hao tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile. This is a misunderstanding. Can we resolve it? Tubuan chuckled lightly, raising his hand to grip Chun Hao's face. Before Chun Hao could react, he felt something inside him being rapidly extracted. The thick black energy representing malice was quickly devoured by Tubuan. Tubuan could strengthen his body by absorbing the malice of living beings, which is also the reason for his current high physical strength. He could absorb kindness as well, but he rarely chose to do so. On the one hand, the enhancement from malice is more than 3 times that of kindness, and there are plenty of bad people everywhere, making it more efficient. On the other hand, if kindness is taken away, even the kindest person will be filled with malice and a desire for destruction for a period of time, until kindness returns. Conversely, malice is not so troublesome. When malice is completely absorbed by tubuan, the person becomes a waste. The stronger the malice, the longer the person will feel like a failure. After tubuan completely absorbed Chunhao's malice, Chunhao went limp unconscious, and tubuan casually tossed Chunhao aside like rubbish. Old Lu, who had not dared to approach, immediately rushed over to check on Chunhao's condition. Upon finding a heartbeat and breathing, he let out a huge sigh of relief. If Chunhao died here, the ordinary people present would not escape the Chun family's wrath. Even if they were merely collateral damage, the cost would be beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Old Lu hurriedly picked up Chunhao, ready to flee from this place. Stop! Tubuan's indifferent voice floated over, and old Lu suddenly found himself unable to move. Tell Shan that out of respect for him, he'll let his child go this once. Old Lu hurriedly nodded. Shan is the name of the current head of the Qin family. Unexpectedly, this hunter of weirdness knows the old man. This is a huge problem. Also, these 2 people are mine. He had better prepare compensation for me, or I will personally go to settle the score. Tubuan pointed at Wang Qianxue, and Wang Jing addressing old Lu. Pass the message, understood? Yes. Yes. Get lost. Old Lu hurriedly ran out of the freight station, while carrying Chunhao. Tubuan did not stop him. If he wanted to, as soon as Lao Lu took a step forward, the man would have already fallen. Clearly he was very disdainful of Chunhao. Brother too. Wang Qianxue rushed to Tubuan's side, carrying her mother Wang Jing, and said discontentedly, "How could you just let them go?" She gritted her teeth, forcing the words out. "Why not just kill that bastard?" Xiaoxue. Wang Jing, who was on her back, was astonished to hear her daughter utter such murderous words. Moreover, Wang Qianxue showed no fear at the sight of the guards being killed. Instead, she had a look of great satisfaction. "What's wrong with Xiaoxue?" Wang Jing frowned and admonished, "Don't cause more trouble for Xiaodu." "But mother." Seeing her daughter's worried face, Wang Jing's heart softened, and her tone softened. "It's fine, I'm okay. Lao Lu just administered the no. 3 potion to me. This injury will heal." "No. 3 potion. Is that true?" Wang Qianxue forgot her anger and exclaimed in shock. The materials stripped from the fierce creatures were not just harmful, they held certain value. Over hundreds of years, humanity has created many useful things through the study of fierce creatures. This regenerative potion comes in 5 models, with the first model being the least effective and the 5th model being the best. Indeed, this tiered model is merely a way for those companies to profit. Aside from the 5th regenerative, the others are all diluted versions of the 5th. The No. 3 regenerative is already quite good, possessing 50 of the effectiveness of No. 5. In just a short while, the wound on Wang Jing's leg had completely healed, but the symptoms of excessive blood loss remained, so she couldn't walk. But even just No. 3 is still very expensive. Was it that uncle who gave it to you? Wang Qianxue thought of the man who had been holding his lower back on the ground earlier. Yes, he is an old friend of mine. I didn't expect to run into him here. Wang Jing sighed. At first I didn't recognize him, he recognized me first. Then her expression darkened as she patted Wang Qianxue on the head. You bumped into him, you need to apologize if you see him again. Wang Qianxue felt a bit awkward. She had thought that old man was trying to touch her mother, and in a moment of heat, she sent him flying. After becoming half-ears, although her body still looked weak and frail on the outside, she was actually quite powerful. However, Wang Qianxue herself was still unaware of this, as she had been suppressed and frightened by tubuan earlier, and she had not felt her own special state. She never expected him to be her mother's old friend. But why is he working for that bastard? Wang Qianxue questioned. Sigh. In this world, we ordinary people have no say in what happens. Moreover, working for the Qin family is already much better than most people outside the city. Wang Jing sighed. Mom, are you very familiar with him? We've been friends for almost 10 years, but I haven't seen him for several years. Wang Qianxue scratched her head with one free hand. Her mother's friend. She had never met him. How long ago could that be? Hasn't he thought about coming to find you? Xiao Lu's family is in another safe zone, and I didn't expect him to come here. Tu Buan, standing nearby, called over the trembling supervisor and glanced at Wang Jing. The implication of her words was that Wang Jing also came from another safe zone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized this person. It's possible that he spent some time in another safe zone, but normally ordinary people wouldn't leave their current safe zone. Outside the safe zones, fierce creatures run rampant, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people without a rank to survive. If one needs to leave the city, they must either hire a professional escort team or pay a high price to take the official train. Indeed, even with fierce creatures rampant outside, the authorities have built transportation lines underground for travel between safe zones. The subway trains and tracks are made of special metal, making it difficult for fierce creatures below disaster level to detect the subway. Even if they notice it, unless they directly encounter the train, they would instinctively ignore the tracks. Aside from the official transport of goods and personnel, the cost for others to use this subway is extremely high, but Wang Jing did not seem like someone who could afford to ride such a train. Here the officials refer to the highest united organization of humanity, the Dawn. It is akin to the current United Nations, with primary members being the upper echelons of the 4 fortresses. All safe zones are affiliated with various fortresses, and the district leaders governing the safe zones are arranged by the fortresses, thus naturally obeying the management of Dawn. In fact, Tu Buan had previously suspected that Wang Jing could be amiss from some family, not knowing what had happened for her to end up in such a situation. Hearing that statement again, that thought resurfaced. Sir. The short and stout supervisor of the freight station approached Tu Buan, cautiously, smiling ingratiatingly. Where did this fierce creature come from? Tu Buan naturally drew his gun from his waist, pressing it against the supervisor's head, forcing him to look at the severed head of the horseman on the ground. I don't want to hear any nonsense or lies. Do you understand? The supervisor's face turned pale as he nodded slightly. Then he divulged all the information he knew to Tu Buan. This fierce creature was sent from the nearby safe zone No. 38 and had just arrived today. Chun Hao was very familiar with a hunting team from Zone 38 and often requested to buy live fierce creatures from there. This fierce creature arrived early yesterday morning, transported in an alloy box. It was specially checked last night for any potential damage. Unexpectedly, when it was transported out today, the horseman directly tore open the alloy box and ran out. It even injured the fierce creature's hunter. The supervisor's legs felt weak and he could barely stand. You two go back first, Tu Buan said to the Wang mother-daughter duo. Wang Qianxue wanted to say something, but Wang Jing patted her daughter. Don't disturb Shadow at work. Let's go back first. Thus Wang Qianxue obediently carried her mother and left. Once the two had departed, Tu Buan turned his attention back to the supervisor. Where is that box? It's in this warehouse, sir. The supervisor pointed to the middle storage room. Take me there. Tu Buan glanced at the employees drenched in horseman green blood, trembling like quail. These people are not allowed to leave until I give the word. The supervisor led Tu Buan into the warehouse. As soon as they entered, they saw the large silver-gray box on the ground, and cracks had appeared on the floor from being. Once inside the warehouse with no one else around, Tu Buan spoke to the supervisor. There's intel suggesting that members of the tower have infiltrated here. Hearing this, the supervisor was momentarily stunned, then suddenly knelt on the ground. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to have any contact with the tower's people. The tower, also known as the Tower of Inevitable Collapse, is currently the most rampant and troublesome terrorist organization, comprised of madmen who venerate false gods and embrace malevolence. In fact, a significant portion of its members are half-spirits. Their sole objective is to obliterate the current civilization and transform false gods from mere illusory, evil monsters into true deities. Every appearance of the tower brings bloodshed and chaos. Countless safe zones have fallen to the hands of these lunatics. They are humanity's enemies. As the enforcement agency, the Spirit Hunter Bureau employs absolute and ruthless measures against the tower organization. Just like with malevolent and half-spirits, anyone suspected of being associated with the tower can be executed on sight. I haven't asked anything yet, Tu Buan replied indifferently. The supervisor lowered his head, even further banging it against the ground, trembling and sweating profusely. Tu Buan did not take action, but walked towards the alloy box. Hearing Tu Buan's footsteps recede, the supervisor cautiously raised his head. As soon as he looked up, he locked eyes with a pair of pitch-black pupils, and the supervisor was so frightened that he nearly choked. It seems not. Tu Buan stood up, observing the faint black aura enveloping the supervisor. The aura was quite faint. This ability to discern good and evil was proving somewhat difficult. Perhaps it was due to his diminished powers. Leaving aside the good, the malevolent aura, regardless of who it belonged to, would carry some darkness. Tu Buan had only seen one person completely devoid of any. Others would invariably carry a trace. Even Wang Qianxue and Wang Jing bore a subtle darkness. Every person harbors malevolence in their heart. It is unavoidable. If a being with intelligence is harmed, the darkness in Tu Buan's eyes grows thicker. If no harm is done, the concentration of darkness will not exceed the surface of the body. This also makes it easier to distinguish half-spirits. Except for a few troublesome ones who can control their instincts to avoid harming others, the dark aura of a typical half-spirit can be as visible as smoke. One can see it from a distance. However, members of the tower are not normal people. Tu Buan worried that this supervisor might be one with deeply concealed intentions. The first reaction under fright reveals certain truths. Eyes wide, pupils dilated, lips quivering. The supervisor's reactions were very much in line with that of a normal person. If he had shown even the slightest oddity, Tu Buan would have eliminated him on the spot. This was merely to warn this fellow, to prevent him from harboring any ulterior motives or hiding something. The infiltration of the tower's people is real. Tu Buan has been investigating this matter for some time. In fact, aside from a few newcomers, the vast majority of the hunters in the Bureau are currently searching for members of the tower. Tu Buan approached the alloy box. The enormous box had been torn open, revealing a massive hole that appeared to have been damaged by malevolent forces from within. The supervisor, who had just been scared nearly to death, was now clutching his chest, gasping for air. He watched as Tu Buan grasped the edge of the nearly 2-ton cargo container and smoothly lifted it out of the depression in the ground. Then he pinched the box's torn edge and horrifically tore off a sheet of metal. It looked even more terrifying than the malevolent forces. He casually tossed the heavy metal sheet onto the ground, causing a loud crash, and Tu Buan entered to inspect the entire box. This box was made of steel material. Even a headless horseman at the near-demon level would lack the ability to break open this box. After a careful inspection, Tu Buan found a clue inside the box. In a corner there was a small void, and beside it lay some dried liquid. The liquid was a brownish-green color. With a flick of his finger, Tu Buan peeled off the metal covering the puddle of liquid using malevolent winds, and the supervisor promptly offered him a bag to collect it. He couldn't identify what it was. It needed to be taken back for analysis by the Bureau's personnel. "Where is the monitoring room? Please show me the surveillance from the past," Tu Buan said as he stepped out of the box. No one responded. Tu Buan frowned slightly and turned to find the supervisor had knelt down again. Tu Buan. He took 2 steps back, distancing himself from the supervisor. "Master, the surveillance hasn't been activated." The supervisor trembled as he uttered these words. At this moment he regretted deeply. Had he known he would be inspected by the spirit hunters, he wouldn't have turned off the surveillance. He turned off the surveillance to please Chun Hao while also allowing himself to secretly take some supplies from the freight station to sell. Greed got the better of him, and he hadn't activated the cameras for several. He had thought that if something happened he could use the Chun family to suppress the issue, but he never expected to encounter someone who wouldn't listen to reason. "You haven't activated a single camera?" Tu Buan asked. "It seems not." Suddenly a smooth, deep mark appeared on the ground beside the supervisor. Tu Buan once again wrapped malevolent vines around his hand. "You have one more chance to speak." In that moment the supervisor's mind raced through his entire life, then jolted. There's one camera that hasn't been turned off." He immediately raised his head and shouted. "Oh." Tu Buan paused his movements. "But that angle isn't great, it might not be clear." The supervisor said. "Take me there." The supervisor, feeling as if he had received a pardon, immediately got up and led the way. He brought Tu Buan to the office beside the warehouse. As they walked past the warehouse, Tu Buan glanced at the positions of those employees who had been standing earlier. Those few people remained standing obediently, clearly afraid that Tu Buan would take them away. Tu Buan had an excellent memory. Their faces were all imprinted. The supervisor led Tu Buan into his office, then pushed aside a corner bookshelf, revealing a very narrow space behind it. Inside was a computer. A thin layer of dust covered the monitor, but the case still emitted light, indicating it was operational. This was left by the previous supervisor. "I found it while cleaning the room." The supervisor turned on the monitor, which displayed only one software application on the desktop. "I kept it because I thought it might still be useful." Upon opening the software, a black and white surveillance feed appeared seemingly from a corner of the warehouse, only showing a part of it. The supervisor's eyes sparkled with excitement, though fortunately the surveillance was still operational. The place captured by the surveillance camera was familiar to the supervisor. It was where the former supervisor had abused female employees, specifically bringing them here to record videos for threats and personal enjoyment. However, this old man ultimately met his end at the hands of a female employee who could no longer tolerate his actions, resulting in him being stabbed to death. This position then fell to him. Although the surveillance had a limited view, it barely showed the position where the alloy box had been placed earlier. The resolution was poor and the image flickered occasionally. The supervisor helped Tu Buan to the time when the box had just been delivered. "Speed it up," Tu Buan's voice came from behind. The supervisor quickly accelerated the playback. "Set the speed to maximum." The screen suddenly flashed rapidly with dazzling images, while Tu Buan quietly browsed through them. For a moment, only the sound of the recording echoed in the room, creating a heavy atmosphere for the supervisor, who felt very oppressed, but dared not ask or turn around. Meanwhile, Lao Lu returned to the Chen family, with Chun Hao and the remaining subordinate, along with Ada and A-Air, the gatekeepers who had been forced to retreat by Tu. As soon as they entered, Lao Lu immediately ordered the servants to call a doctor, then carried Chun Hao into the house. Upon entering the mansion, the living room was already filled with people. When she saw Lao Lu carrying the seemingly unconscious Chun Hao, a richly dressed woman immediately became agitated. She let out a short scream and rushed over to support Chen. "My son, what happened? What's wrong with my child?" The woman hurriedly checked Chun Hao while sternly questioning Lao Lu. Lao Lu and the 3 bodyguards quickly knelt down, covered in cold sweat. The young master was outside the city collecting toys when he was discovered by a hunter of strange creatures. After being captured, he ended up like this. No external injuries, but completely unconscious. Lao Lu explained. "Just a hunter of strange creatures, and you can't protect Howard with so many of you. Are you all useless?" "Oh," the woman scolded. Lao Lu dared not speak, bowing his head to endure the reprimand. A hunter of strange creatures. At that moment, a curious voice came from the side. Lao Lu turned to see a beautiful red-haired girl watching with great interest. Interesting, isn't he afraid of you? Uncle Chun. A middle-aged man in a suit sat at the head of the table with a deep, jagged scar running from the corner of his eye down to his neck. He looked at the unconscious Chun Hao with a slight frown, but there was no sign of urgency or worry. It seemed he had already guessed who was responsible. Did that hunter of strange creatures ask you to convey a message? He asked Lao Lu. Lao Lu was taken aback. How did the master know? Yes. He asked me to tell you that out of respect for you, he would spare young Master Chun Hao this time. He also recounted Tu Buan's demand for compensation. Uncle Chin's brows furrowed. What's his name? Tu Buan. So it's him. We all know who it is. Why doesn't the master send someone to capture him? The woman who was Uncle Chin's wife Tian said through gritted teeth. She wanted to thoroughly torment the scum who harmed her son. How dare he touch her precious child? Just a piece of trash from the outskirts. You can't touch him, Uncle Chin replied calmly, causing Tian to look at him in disbelief. She never expected to hear such words from him, especially at a time like this. Oh, is there someone in Safety Zone 37 that even you Uncle Chin dare not touch? The red-haired girl asked cheerfully. Her tone was not very respectful towards Uncle Chun. Lao Lu bowed his head even lower. This red-haired girl must be from the Zhu family of the Four Holy Fortress. Unfazed by the girl's sharp remarks, Uncle Chin remained calm. As he watched the doctor enter from outside to examine Chun Hao, he finally asked a question. Zhu niece, do you think it's possible for a human to kill a malevolent grade monster without using a sequence relying solely on physical strength? What kind of nonsense is Uncle Chin talking? Even the strongest martial artist in the Four Holy Fortress old by can barely handle a malevolent grade without a sequence. Zhu Xiaoying looked at Uncle Chun with confusion, surprised that he would ask such a ridiculous question. But what if someone could achieve that? Then that person must be a half-monster, and it would be easy to kill him, Zhu Xiaoying said. Uncle Chin fell silent, quietly observing. Zhu Xiaoying felt her confident expression fade under his gaze. Uncle Chun was not the type to joke, discussing such a bizarre topic at this moment. That hunter of strange creatures. Zhu Xiaoying's face showed uncertainty. Is there really someone who can counter a malevolent monster purely with their physical strength? Seeing her reaction, Uncle Chun continued. That Tu Buan is someone I encountered with Lin Yi, the patriarch of the Lin family, in the wilderness. At that time he was being attacked by a malevolent grade monster and a group of ghost grade. We were transporting an important item and had no intention of intervening in his fate, but unexpectedly, with a single blow he wiped out those ghost grade monsters, and then without using a sequence pinned the malevolent grade monster down and beat it. Uncle Chin paused. He literally pummeled that malevolent grade monster into a pulp. Without using a sequence? Zhu Xiaoying asked. No, neither Lin Yi nor I sensed any fluctuations. Uncle Chun shook his head. This? Zhu Xiaoying felt it was absurd. When a sequencer uses a sequence, there is a special fluctuation that only those at the spirit-shaping level can sense. As the rulers of the inner city, Uncle Chun and Lin Yi were a third and second level spirit shaper respectively. If neither of them sensed anything, it was undeniable. Yet she still found it hard to believe. What grade is he? Zhu Xiaoying asked. Manifestation level. Just a manifestation level. Even if he can match a malevolent monster, he's not a match for those at the spirit-shaping level, right? Zhu Xiaoying questioned. Have you considered the terrifying physical strength he possesses combined with manifestation? Uncle Chun gave her a faint glance. Zhu Xiaoying froze. Manifestation is a significant characteristic of the manifestation level, with different sequences appearing in various states for different. It could manifest as a gun, a sword, or even a change in the body. In short, the enhancement to the sequencer is very evident. Has Uncle Chin ever witnessed his manifestation? Uncle Chin nodded. At that time, there was a 5th-level manifestation sequencer in our team who had achieved a 98 fusion rate. This person suspected that Tu Buan had some treasure, and taking advantage of the moment he had just killed a malevolent creature, attempted to ambush him. And then he was killed by Tu Buan in his manifested state with 3 punches. Zhu Xiaoying. Zhu Xiaoying was shocked. There were actually people who were not afraid of death. The opponents were ruthless individuals capable of tearing apart ferocious beasts with their bare hands, and yet someone dared to sneak attack them. Wasn't that sheer foolishness? However, seeing Chan Shan's calm expression, Zhu Xiaoying suspected that the 3 individuals were deliberately sent by him to test the waters. His manifestation seems to resemble armor. At that time, he manifested a gauntlet and pierced through the 3 people. Chen Shan shook his head. 3 useless fools. It was confirmed that they were indeed sent by Chen Shan to probe. If that person obtained such power through some means, this uncle would undoubtedly stop at nothing to kill and seize treasures. Because those few individuals, he had already become wary of them at that time, almost ready to engage in a fight. However, after some negotiation by Lin Yi, he learned that the other party was wandering and persuaded him to come to this safe zone. So he just came back with you all like that? Zhu Xiaoying asked. This person is very perceptive. He noticed that Lin Yi and I were at odds. As long as one side dared to act, the other side could reap the benefits. So he was brought here so smoothly. That old fox Lin Yi once in the safe zone went all out to curry favor, first giving him money to find a place to stay, then even helping him secure a position as a hunter. Chen Shan sneered at this. Such disgraceful behavior. Zhu Xiaoying was speechless. Such talent must definitely be recruited for their own. Chen Shan was still too proud to lower his face. So this person cannot be provoked. If we engage in conflict, we will suffer heavy losses, and Lin Yi, that fool, will surely take advantage of the situation. Zhu Xiaoying. Meanwhile, the doctor with healing abilities also checked and confirmed that Chen Hao was fine. He would wake up after some time. To be safe, he administered a few more potions to Chen Hao. Tian Shi hurriedly took her son back to rest. Chen Shan instructed to have old Lu ask Tu Buan what compensation he wanted tomorrow, then waved to the 3 guards who quickly retreated. This matter was settled just like that. Uncle Chen Shan, the person you introduced to me, it wouldn't be that one who was just carried away, right? Zhu Xiaoying expressed her disgust. I don't want him. How could I possibly introduce that fool to you? He is unworthy of Zhu's niece. Chen Shan looked at her in confusion. And besides, if you don't find him acceptable, I certainly wouldn't either. Zhu Xiaoying. Who speaks about their own son like that? Tian Shi, who had not yet left the door, also heard this, and seeing Chen Shan's cold gaze, promptly closed her mouth and left the room. I will introduce you to my eldest son, Chen Riteo. He works beside the district lord. I will have him come back later. Upon mentioning his eldest son, a trace of smile appeared on Chen Shan's face. He is already at the 4th stage of manifestation at a young age. Not bad, Zhu Xiaoying nodded. However, despite saying this, Zhu Xiaoying did not feel much, as she had heard of many geniuses in the Four Saint Fortress, and there were several in her own. She was currently more interested in the person whose physical prowess matched that of fierce beasts. Chen Shan watched Zhu Xiaoying, who seemed lost in thought. Although she was just a collateral branch of the Zhu family, her alliance would be highly beneficial to him. Chen Shan's ambitions were vast. He wanted to keep climbing. Stop. Click. The supervisor immediately pressed the pause button. The black and white video froze at that moment, with Tu Buan squinting his eyes, observing the figure sneaking near the alloy box on the display screen. Is this your employee? Judging by the clothing, it is indeed one of ours. The supervisor scrutinized the figure on the screen and nodded. However, the video on the screen was very pixelated, making it impossible to see the face. Even the gender could not be determined. Return to normal speed. Let's see what he intends to do. Tu Buan said. The supervisor complied, and the two saw the person crouching at the corner of the alloy box. Due to the angle, they could not see what he was doing, but they could. He was drilling a hole. After the sparks ceased, the figure moved, seemingly taking something out. In less than half a minute, the entire massive alloy box shook. The figure quickly glanced around, and then hurriedly ran out while the alloy box continued to shake. The commotion persisted until Wang Jing drove the forklift in to move the box, causing the entire box to crash to the ground. Then a centaur burst out from inside, directly overturning the forklift and striking Wang Jing with a claw. Fortunately, the fallen fork trapped Wang Jing inside, preventing the centaur from inflicting further harm. Thus the centaur turned and charged out of the warehouse. After witnessing the entire process, the supervisor felt a chill run down his back. The air was silent for a few seconds before Tu Buan spoke. Copy the footage onto a USB drive. The supervisor hurriedly ran outside to find a USB drive. Tu Buan then switched back and forth through the video, observing the details. He had previously examined the structure of the warehouse, and he estimated that the person had entered through the small side door. Moreover, the intention was clear. He went straight for this box, indicating that he had known what was inside it long before. When the supervisor returned with the USB drive, Tu Buan asked him, is the small door on the side of the warehouse usually locked? Yes, it is. It can only be opened with a key, the supervisor replied while inserting the video into the USB drive. How many people know what is inside the box? Besides me and Wang Jing, only 3 other employees are aware of it. Are those 3 people downstairs? The supervisor recalled and nodded. Yes, they are. Later point them out to me. Understood. Once the USB copy was completed, the supervisor rushed to find the 3 employees without even tidying up the office. As the 2 descended, those employees with ridiculous green blood on their heads seemed to be standing obediently in the sun waiting for them. However, when Tu Buan emerged and scanned these people, his expression darkened. He immediately noticed that one person was missing. The supervisor did not notice his expression, walked up to the employees and began calling out names, but after calling out 2, he could not. Where's the little red person? Where did she run off to? The supervisor loudly asked the employees in front of him. Wasn't she just here? I remember she was standing right behind me. She was still next to me. When did she sneak away? Several employees were also shocked, chattering away, wondering how a perfectly good person had disappeared without a trace. The supervisor's expression became grim. The fact that a person had run away meant that it was this little red who had done it. Now that she was missing, he had no idea where to look. Hey, Mr. Tu, can you hear me? Suddenly the radio on Tu Buan's waist crackled to life, and he stepped back a few paces to avoid the others. Hello, it's me. What's wrong? A large number of ghost-level ferocious beasts have appeared in the outer district. Tubuan furrowed his brow. I am currently at the cargo station in the outer city. How many monstrous beasts are there, and where are they located? According to reports, there are approximately 40 of them, all red-faced bats of the ghost level located on the street, near the Sheila shopping mall. 40. Where did such a large group of monsters come from? The outer city's walls have alarms. If the walls were breached, the guards on top would sound, but it is quiet now, indicating that the group of monsters did not come from the walls. Has anyone been sent there? Tubuan asked. Apart from you, the nearest area only has a team of newcomers, and they won't be able to hold them off. Wait, what did you say? A group of monsters has appeared in the inner city as well. And both groups have evil-level monsters leading them. The young male voice on the other end of the radio was filled with shock. Mr. Tu, we don't have enough manpower to reach there in time. Can you hurry over and help the newcomers at Sheila shopping mall? They won't last long. Alright, I'm on my way. Tubuan turned off the radio, and in a flash the two employees pointed out by the supervisor were instantly knocked to the ground. The supervisor and the others were dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tubuan. Take these two up to the Monster Hunting Bureau for disposal, Tubuan instructed the supervisor, his figure blurring as he appeared beside him. The voice under the filter was deep. Monstrous groups have appeared in both the outer and inner cities. I suspect it has something to do with that person in the warehouse. You'd better be sensible. Yes, the supervisor replied, his face as pale as a ghost. Tubuan took the USB drive from his hand, and a fierce wind swept through, making him disappear from the spot. The remaining supervisor trembled as he ordered someone to take the two unconscious individuals away, running towards the Monster Hunting Bureau in fear. Bang! A sharp sound of air being pierced came from Hong Ze's hand as a 20-meter-long steel arrow shot through a blood-red bat the size of a vehicle, firmly pinning it to the wall. Yet even after being pierced by such a terrifying arrow, the blood-red bat continued to struggle wildly. These damn beasts are really hard to kill. Hong Ze cursed angrily, disregarding his already mangled arm from the recoil, and once again pulled out a steel arrow from the quiver on his back. The specially made steel arrow unfolded to a menacing 2-meter size with the press of a button. Da-da-da! As he grabbed the arrow, two hunters in tactical vests beside him immediately raised their guns to suppress the attacking red-faced bats. Although bullets had little effect on the monsters, the hail of gunfire could drive them back, preventing them from directly pouncing on them. Hong Ze's powerful arm pulled back the bow, his eagle-like pupils reflecting heavy determination. At that moment, a red-faced bat circled around the hail of bullets, charging straight for their assault vehicle. If it hit, the whole vehicle would be knocked over. Yet Hong Ze did not even flinch, loosing an arrow that pierced through the heads of two red-faced bats ahead. A shadow leaped out from inside the assault vehicle, rushing towards the side of the incoming red-faced bat. Huh! With a shout, 6 brilliant white lights sliced through the air, tearing the red-faced bat in half, its dark green blood splattering everywhere. The small shadow pushed off a chunk of the bat's remains and gracefully landed back in the assault vehicle. It was a girl wearing a tactical vest with 2 ethereal cat tails floating behind her and cat ears atop her head. As soon as she landed back inside the vehicle, she stumbled, slightly swayed a few times, and then gritted her teeth to kneel halfway on the vehicle. Hong Ze caught a glimpse of the girl, noticing her rapid breathing, trembling arms, and blood on her palms. It was clearly a sign of severe exhaustion. He bit his lip hard, raised his hand, and shot down another red-faced bat, but the horde of bats still clinging to the back of their vehicle looked dense and terrifying. Captain, has the reinforcement not arrived yet? Lin Xingzhong, the bespectacled driver, shouted loudly. At this rate, we will eventually be caught by this group of beasts. Reinforcements are already on the way, just hold on tight. Hong Ze shouted back. They had been staving off this group of monsters for nearly 20 minutes, relying solely on this assault vehicle to maneuver through the street. To allow the crowd to evacuate, they had provoked these bats, which was why the monstrous group kept pursuing them. Originally close to 40 beasts, only about half were. The vast majority had been killed by Hong Ze. But why had so many red-faced bats suddenly appeared? The alarms on the safety zone walls hadn't even gone off. Where had these ghostly creatures emerged from? Hong Ze pondered, reaching for his quiver, but didn't immediately find any arrows. Looking down, he saw that only 2 arrows remained. His expression darkened. Originally, this was just a simple task of patrolling the area with newcomers to familiarize them. He hadn't planned to bring too many arrows to avoid. Captain, we are running out of bullets. The 2 newcomers beside him also turned pale. These 2, along with the girl in the vehicle, were all merely beginners who had just awakened, and their abilities were limited. Except for the girl who had awakened the cat spirit sequence and could endure the ghost-level red-faced bats, the other 2 had no combat capability. Only Hong Ze, the sole revived level among them, was bearing the pressure. He felt like giving his past self a couple of slaps. Why was he so lazy? Would it kill him to bring an extra quiver? But now it was too late to say anything. When the ammunition runs out, prepare for close quarters combat, Hong Ze reminded them. Understood. Though afraid, no one thought of running away. They emptied the last of their ammunition and pulled out their cold weapons from their waists. The girl with the cat spirit sequence, Suzuki Rong, also struggled to stand up. Though she was merely at the awakening level, she managed to defeat 4 red-faced bats with her excellent skills and abilities. But the cost was that her fingernails used for attacking were shattered, yet she remained silent, her eyes resolute. Take this. At that moment a voice came from behind Suzuki Rong. She turned her head to see Lin Qingzhong, handing her a vial of potion. She was taken aback. Hurry up and use it, what are you waiting for? Lin Qingzhong said, impatiently focused on the road conditions. He was a logistics personnel with a support-type sequence. Any revived level monster hunter could take a bottle of the number 3 regeneration potion for each mission. Thank you, Suzuki Rong said, without hesitation, taking the vial and injecting the potion into her body. But at that moment Hong Ze's heavy pupils suddenly shrank as he looked sharply in one direction. A white smoke-emitting object was speeding toward their assault vehicle. His pupils contracted. It was a missile. Qingzhong, be careful. Hong Ze immediately roared. But his warning came too late. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire assault vehicle erupted in a violent explosion, violently thrown away, rolling several times in thick black smoke on the street, losing all signs of life. Cough, cough. Hong Ze crawled out from the wrecked assault vehicle, covered in blood and dust. He barely maintained his consciousness despite the buzzing in his ears and brain, forcing himself to move immediately to check on the others. At the sight, a chill ran through him. 2 newcomers had already fallen unconscious. Suzuki Rong was relatively okay. Upon hearing Hong Ze's roar, she immediately wrapped her tail around herself for protection, suffering minimal harm. However, Lin Qingzhong's condition was extremely dire. The shell had struck directly at the driver's seat, making him the most severely injured. At that moment, a large part of his body was pinned under the dented metal, and the exposed area was drenched in crimson. He had already lost consciousness. Hong Ze rushed over Qingzhong. He moved the metal off Lin Qingzhong, revealing a mangled body. Damn it. Hong Ze's face turned grim as he noted Lin Qingzhong's feeble breathing. He quickly took out his potion and administered it to Lin Qingzhong, staving off death. Cough. Suzuki Rong slowly regained her consciousness. Hong Ze stood up, looking at the swarm of red-faced bats approaching from a distance, suddenly feeling calm. Suzuki Rong, take them and hide. Suzuki Rong looked up at Hong Ze's silhouette, momentarily stunned. Hong Ze took one of the remaining arrows and positioned it against the encroaching swarm. A phantom of a bird began to emerge from his body, and flames burned within his heavy pupils. I will lure this pack of beasts away. You take them and leave. Captain, be careful of your surroundings. There are enemies lying in wait. You must find a way to hold out until I understand. Suzuki Rong grasped Hong Ze's intent, her eyes reddening as she carefully lifted Lin Qingzhong, her tail wrapping around the 2 newcomers rushing toward the nearby building. Seeing her swiftly take the others away, Hong Ze breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as they left, that was enough. He knocked an arrow onto his bow, and a faint light began to coalesce on the arrow. Buzz! A sudden shriek from behind changed his expression, and he turned sharply to look at Suzuki Rong, shocked to find her pinned to the ground by an unknown force. Crack, crack, crack. She tried to force herself up, but her bones creaked under the unbearable pressure before collapsing back to the ground. In a moment of danger, Suzuki Rong threw Lin Qingzhong and the other 2 aside, leaving herself to be overwhelmed by the sudden gravity. It was the person lurking in the shadows. Hong Ze immediately understood, scanning the surrounding environment quickly, but his proud insight revealed he felt a sense of despair. Before him was the menacing swarm, behind him were teammates he couldn't abandon, and lurking in the shadows were enemies eyeing them. Hong Ze was unafraid of sacrifice, but he did not wish for others to die. The howls of the red-faced bats were already close, and he could smell the stench emanating from these monsters. A weak yet jarring sound suddenly emanated from his chest, carrying an indescribable authority. Crouch down. Hong Ze instinctively crouched down, and then he heard a thunderous explosion. A pitch-black whirlwind howled and sweeping over his head, and instantly tearing apart several red-faced bats in a shower of blood. Bang! A figure landed beside him, causing rubble to fly. A long coat emblazoned with 4 sacred patterns billowed in the wind. Mr. 2. Hong Ze exclaimed in surprise at the person next to him. Sorry for being late. Tubuan glanced at the overturned assault vehicle and the unconscious Lin Qingzhong and 2 team members. And Suzuki Rong, who had been pinned to the ground, was now in Tubuan's grasp. Mr. 2, there's still someone hiding in the shadows. That person ambushed us and seems to have the ability to control gravity. Hong Ze immediately alerted Tubuan. Alright, I understand. Tubuan handed Suzuki Rong to him. You take them and retreat. Yes. Tubuan's arrival felt like a stabilizing anchor for Hong Ze, calming him at once. He knew very well Tubuan's capability. If there were a ranking of strength within the Bureau, Tubuan might not even make it into the top 3. But if it were a ranking based on combat, even the 4th-tier director of the spirit sculpting level had admitted that even her sequence abilities could not deal with Tubuan. Thus Mr. 2 held the position of an operative who could act independently within the hunting bureau. Dark winds swirled around Tu Buan's hands as the pitch-black pressure compressed continuously in his palms. When the monstrous swarm adjusted and surged forward again, Tu Buan flicked his hand forward, unleashing the compressed winds. A dark tornado erupted from the ground, engulfing all the red-faced bats, the razor-sharp winds shredding everything inside. When the wind subsided, the unique green blood of the monsters poured down like rain, staining the area completely. Still as efficient as ever. Having just retreated a short distance, Hong Zhe couldn't help but marvel again at Tu Buan's might. Clap, clap, clap. Good technique. A slow applause echoed from the other end of the street, accompanied by a mechanical voice that was indistinguishable in gender. It was the person who had ambushed them from the shadows. Hong Zhe gritted his teeth, wishing he could draw his bow and blow their heads off on the spot. It was the person who had ambushed them from the shadows. Hong Zhe gritted his teeth, wishing he could draw his bow and blow their heads off on the spot. But he restrained his anger and first pulled his teammates into a corner to hide. He believed Mr. Tu would know how to deal with them. You? The short-robed figure seemed about to say something when a sharp wind blade came hurtling toward him, moving so fast it blurred. Its reaction was quick as well, dodging aside to avoid the wind blade. The blade sliced through the robe, revealing a mask underneath. The mask bore a unique pattern featuring a pointed tower with eyes in the middle. Upon seeing this mask, Tu Buan's pupils suddenly glowed red beneath his glasses. Hong Zhe had settled the three and noted that Lin Xingzhong, thanks to the potion, was no longer in danger and his breathing had stabilized. He looked up and saw that person's mask, unable to suppress his shock. The tower. Bang. Tu Buan's body surged with a gust of evil wind, and he blasted forward like a cannonball, reaching the short-robed figure in the blink of an eye. His arm shot out toward the person's face. He aimed to capture both members of the tower. Generally, members of the tower would not act alone, and this group appearing in the safe zone definitely. Tu Buan decisively decided to capture them for interrogation. As long as they could be brought back, the hunting bureau had countless ways to extract information from their minds. Just like in the files. The robed figure floated back with a leap, the taller one grabbing it, and they both retreated sharply, clearing space beneath their feet. As Tu Buan charged forward, the concrete road beneath him cracked, and several chains thick as arms surged toward Tu Buan. Tu Buan noticed the chains, frowning as a gust of malevolent wind erupted from his body, attempting to shatter them. However, the blade-like wind collided with the chains, failing to cut through directly, but instead igniting a shower of sparks. He was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that the chains could withstand his wind blades. The short figure in the hands of the tall one suddenly clapped its hands in front of its chest. The chains immediately coiled around him, constricting and binding the joints of Tu Buan's body, forcibly pinning him in place and rendering him immobile. Got him! Attack! The short figure shouted with excitement. As it called out, the tall one lowered its hands enveloped in a phantom gray light and yanked towards Tu Buan. A heavy pressure descended upon Tu Buan, making him feel as if he were sinking into a quagmire, unable to move. But this was not the end. Boom. A series of painful sounds erupted and several bolts of blue lightning descended from the sky, crashing down upon Tu Buan like a torrential death. There was actually another person lurking in the shadows. The continuous lightning completely engulfed Tu Buan, leaving only a blurred silhouette visible. See, this guy has a very high physical strength, don't give him a chance to breathe, finish him off. See, this guy has a very high physical strength, don't give him a chance to breathe, finish him off, the short figure shouted. With its call, a figure wrapped in lightning burst forth from the shadows of the building beside them. This person wielded a weapon formed from blood and flesh, charging into the storm accompanied by the roaring thunder. Directly slamming into Tu Buan, he crashed into a solid wall. After this strike, Si disengaged and leaped back into the air, lightning flickering around. Lu, you join me in the attack, let's turn this guy to dust. Jiao said to the tall Lu behind him. Alright, came a deep response. With a clap of his hands, Jiao caused several sharp chains to burst forth from the ground beneath him, crossing rapidly to form a gigantic spear. The spear, pulled by Liu's gravity, was thrust towards the wall, where Tu Buan's silhouette was now invisible. Midway, the lightning from Si struck the chain spear, intertwining with it, creating an ominous resonance. Bang! At that moment, a flash of light came swiftly, colliding with the massive chain spear and surprisingly deflecting it slightly. Damn! Hong Zhe's right hand was already bone deep in injury, the phantom of a bird behind him slowly dissipating. This shot was aimed at the weakest point, trying to forcefully break through this maneuver. But his full-force strike had merely caused it to veer slightly. The coordinated speed of the three members of the tower organization was simply too fast. Tu Buan was ensnared by their chain combination technique, with hardly a moment's delay, leaving him no opportunity to directly attack Jiao. Their several half-ghostly combinations were indeed seamless. The trio's use of lightning, chains, and gravity showcased an astonishing level of combat prowess. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the fact that he was simply too weak. Hong Ze's eyes turned crimson as he disregarded his injuries and retrieved his last arrow. He at least needed to take one of them down. He couldn't allow Mr. Tu to sacrifice himself in vain. But just as the chains were about to smash into the wall, a hand encased in sinister blackened armor suddenly emerged from the dense dust, grasping the enormous crack. With a sharp sound, the lightning-imbued chain spear was instantly crushed into a pile of fragments. What a... Yin Jiao exclaimed in shock at the sight of the shattered spear. How could this person still be alive? Is he not human? Although the intel mentioned this guy's physical strength was very high, even a malevolent grade monster would likely have lost its ability to act after such an attack. How could this person still move? And yet he even crushed their three-man assault. Is this reasonable? Step. A figure emerged from the shattered wall, surrounded by dust. Yin Jiao seemed to see a ghastly silhouette burning upon this figure's spreading tisk. Yin Si, who had been airborne, landed with an annoyed sound. Then the body covered in a black robe began to swell, a reptilian tail emerging from beneath. An ugly lizard head swelled beneath the mask on its head, and its limbs became explosively robust. As mentioned earlier, most members of the Tower organization were half-ghosts, and now Yin Si's transformation was the complete activation of the power belonging to the malevolent entity within. Wait, Yin Si, something's not right. Seeing Yin Si's appearance, Yin Jiao quickly exclaimed. The current situation deviated too much from the original plan, making him feel extremely uneasy. Stop your blabbering, Yin Jiao, your plan is useless. I'm going to tear this guy apart myself. As the words fell, the scales on Yin Si's skin flickered with lightning, and its non-human body charged towards tubuan. This guy is acting on his own again. Yin Lu, let's retreat a bit and observe. Yin Jiao's words got caught in his throat. Even the action of retreating became rigid. In its view, as Yin Si charged, the dust in the air was completely dispersed, revealing the figure within. Upon seeing the appearance of the figure, Yin Jiao's pupils constricted beneath his mask. Yin Si, retreat quickly. It shouted urgently to warn Yin Si to be cautious. Thud. The charred filter struck by electricity fell to the ground. To be honest, I personally dislike entering this state. Tubuan's calm voice rang out, his right shoulder pierced by the blood and flesh weapon. At this moment, the other half of his body was entirely enveloped in a grotesque, blackened armor, which continued to spread to other areas. But since you all respect me so much, I should return the favor. Tubuan slowly removed his glasses, revealing eyes that glowed with a blood-red light, reflecting the approaching Yin Si. A chilling aura originating from ancient primordial times erupted forth, intimidating Yin Si so greatly that its charge was forcibly halted. You? Yin Si felt as small as an ant under this overwhelming pressure. Before its horrified voice could escape, Tubuan delivered a punch to its grotesque lizard face with his left hand. Its face instantly contorted grotesquely, and it was sent flying directly, crossing the entire road and crashing into the building across. Come on, let me see what other tricks you can pull off, Tubuan said with a disdainful smile. The fearsome helmet snapped together at his visage, leaving only his blood-red eyes coldly gazing at Yin Jiao and Yin Lu. Crimson flames danced behind the helmet. Tubuan grasped the blood and flesh spear that had pierced through his right side and pulled it out, yet not a drop of blood flowed. The massive wound visibly healed, subsequently covered by the blackened armor. A pitch-black tiger head with rugged sharp horns manifested on his right shoulder, and a cloak resembling dark wings unfurled from his back, slowly descending. This was the complete manifestation belonging to the Qiongqi sequence. Tubuan inspected the weapon in his hand, suddenly forcefully wiping the blood and flesh spear, sending blood splattering. With a vigorous shake of his hand, the blood and flesh were stripped away, revealing the weapon's original form. A gleaming crescent blade. Hong Ze's hand holding the bow came to a halt as he stared blankly at the armored figure of Tubuan in the distance. Was this manifestation? For a moment, Hong Ze wasn't quite sure if Tubuan's transformation was indeed caused by manifestation. Mr. Tu's aura seemed to emanate from the depths of ancient wilderness. Coupled with the ominous armor he wore, he appeared far more ferocious than those from the towering organization. However, Hong Ze did not feel afraid. Oh, after all, this was one of their own. While there was concern, there was also a sense of reassurance. On the other hand, Yin Jiao's mood was quite terrible. She felt as if she had prepared a gift for a long time, only to find that it contained a bomb that would explode instantly. It was horrifying. Tubuan weighed the crescent blade in his hand. It was heavy and rather dense. He swung it a couple of times and found it very comfortable to wield. When this blood-soaked weapon pierced through him, he realized the weapon was not a bloated object, but a real weapon. At this moment, the crescent blade in his hand had a dark handle with the long blade at the top gleaming with silver light. The entire weapon bore no decorations or engravings. Yet just by holding it, one could feel the sharpness it contained. Thud. Tubuan struck the ground with the base of the handle, instantly creating web-like cracks in the ground beneath. This act was like a signal. Yin Jiao's expression changed beneath her mask as she hurriedly whispered to Yin Lu beside her, Yin Lu, use all your strength to take him down before he discovers the power of that eerie weapon. We can't delay any longer. The The more flesh and blood absorbed, the sharper and sturdier the weapon became, with red patterns appearing on its surface. When the patterns covered the entire weapon, it could unleash the blood. The use of each eerie weapon comes with conditions. It must meet certain requirements to unleash its effects. For instance, the crescent blade in tubuan's hand could absorb flesh and blood to amplify its strength. The more flesh and blood absorbed, the sharper and sturdier the weapon became, with red patterns appearing on its surface. When the patterns covered the entire weapon, it could unleash the blood energy within. This would trigger a powerful attack. It was forged by merging materials from a malevolent-grade specter with a small portion of disaster-grade specter's materials into the hence the quality was very high. However, the condition for use was to continuously endure the spiritual pollution left by the disaster-grade specter within the weapon. But this person could wield the eerie weapon without any reaction, indicating that the spiritual pollution had no effect on him at all. It should be noted that even the three of them could not withstand it, so they had to use special methods to isolate the weapon from direct contact with flesh and blood, making it barely possible to use the eerie weapon's powers. Upon hearing Ingio's words, Lu immediately pulled both hands towards the nearby structure, gray gravity enveloping, as he tore off a large chunk of debris and hurled it at tubuan. Simultaneously, Ingio's small body began to swell, with several bulges beneath her cloak, similar to Insi before her. Liu's intention was to buy a few seconds until Ingio completed her transformation. Unexpectedly, tubuan stepped forward, a fierce wind howled, and the massive debris was pulverized into dust. He transformed into a blurry black-red shadow racing across the street, heading straight for Ingio and Lu. The terrifying speed caused both Lu and Ingio's pupils to dilate. Too fast. Tubuan swung the crescent blade upward in a diagonal strike towards them, the wicked wind swirling around the blade, accompanied by a chilling howl. Lu decisively pushed Ingio, who was in the midst of her transformation, aside. He raised his hand, intending to suppress tubuan's attack with gravity, but as the gravity pressed down, the blade showed no signs of slowing. A diagonal strike severed Lu from waist to neck. Red blood mixed with green sprayed out. Half-specters only transformed their blood into green upon undergoing their transformation. This indicated that Lu was also in a transformed state. A hoarse, unpleasant roar sounded from the side, as Insi, fully transformed into a lizardman, leaped out from within the building. Insi's face, previously smashed by tubuan, had already healed. With a gaping maw, he unleashed a torrent of lightning toward tubuan. Lu, now split in two in the air, quickly regenerated blood at the cross-section, intertwining in midair. If left unchecked, he would soon recover. Meanwhile, Ingio had completed her transformation, with 6 tentacles resembling chains writhing in the air before burrowing into the ground. Tubuan cast a glance at the incoming lightning. Then, disregarding it, he summoned a roaring wind at the tip of his blade, reversing the crescent blade downwards and cleaving Lu into fragments. A faint red glow ignited on the crescent blade, and those fragments instantly transformed into blood energy absorbed by the blade, with several red patterns appearing on the handle and blade surface. The dazzling lightning crashed into tubuan, creating a loud explosion, leaving no marks on his black-red armor. Tubuan didn't even flinch. 6 chains as thick as pythons emerged from the ground, binding tubuan's limbs, and then rapidly split into a dense net of chains. These chains wrapped tightly around him, attempting to control him, using the same trick again. Insi let out a roar toward the heavens, all his scales erupting with lightning, before pushing off with his legs charging like a meteor. But suddenly, Ingio's expression changed. She sensed an unstoppable force emanating from the end of the chains. Bang! The chains coiling around tubuan were instantly torn apart with his movements as he looked at Insi, who was charging with thunder. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He lightly rotated the long blade, and when Insi reached in front of him, he firmly grasped it with both hands, and the crescent blade swept through the air, creating a white arc aimed at Insi. Upon collision, the magnificent lightning was instantly torn apart by the fierce wind, and Insi suddenly resembled a cucumber struck hard by a golf club. His entire upper body exploded, scattering into chunks of different sizes, leaving only his lower half to stumble forward a short distance due to momentum before collapsing. Tubuan's crescent blade struck the ground, sending a gust of wind that scattered Insi's body into blood energy, which was absorbed by the crescent blade, enhancing the red patterns on it. Not good. Ingio watched as the stronger Insi and Lu were effortlessly taken down, realizing that even if she went completely berserk, she would not be a match for this human. Is this guy really human? If it weren't for the absence of the aura belonging to a ferocious specter, she would even suspect that he was one of their kind. She couldn't let this guy capture her. Ingio immediately controlled several chains to appear, ruthlessly attacking her own head. Hongzhe witnessed this scene, and his expression changed. She wants to commit suicide. She wants to destroy her own head to prevent the information from being extracted by the hunters of the Spectre Bureau. Mr. 2. He shouted immediately at tubuan. We can't let this guy die. Before Hong Zhe could remind him, Tu Buan had already raised his hand, reaching out towards Ingio from a distance. A fierce wind pushed from behind, propelling Ingio swiftly towards Tu Buan. This wind was incredibly domineering, immobilizing Ingio's body, and as it drew closer to Tu Buan, the pressure from the wind intensified. Halfway through, the sound of bones cracking echoed from its body. The excruciating pain forced a wail from its lips. Tu Buan's figure flickered, transforming into a blurry black wind rushing towards it. He prepared to absorb the malice emanating from this tower inhabitant, ensuring it would be interrogated without any resistance, thus saving a lot of trouble. The fierce wind stirred by Tu Buan's speed billowed Ingio's cloak. In that fleeting moment, only one thought occupied its mind. That was to never be taken alive. Ingio understood that escape was impossible. It must die here to prevent its master's plan from being exposed. Even though its bones were crushed and its abilities rendered useless, it still had a way to end its own life. It let out a pained groan as the flesh around its neck swelled rapidly. Tu Buan's pupils constricted, and his already rapid speed surged once more as his palm reached for Ingio's head. Absorbing malice required Tu Buan to make contact with the creature. But just as Tu Buan's hand was about to press down on Ingio's head with a pop, just like a rotting watermelon bursting from being continuously injected with water, Ingio's head exploded from within. Tu Buan's hand grasped at empty air as Ingio's body slumped down lifelessly. The brows beneath Tu Buan's mask furrowed tightly. He hadn't anticipated that someone from the tower would be so insane as to choose such an extreme form of self-destruction. This was his first real encounter with a tower inhabitant. Previously he had only learned about them from documents or recordings. Due to insufficient understanding, Tu Buan did not realize the extent of these individuals' fanaticism towards their beliefs to the point of so casually discarding their lives. Especially since the documents describe their nature as extremely selfish, even displaying aversion towards their own kind. He never imagined these individuals would resort to such resolute and extreme measures for self-destruction to protect their information, which is why Tu Buan had only intended to leave one alive after killing two from the tower, only to end up with none. Sigh. Tu Buan sighed. He had been somewhat arrogant and should have been more cautious. Mr. Tu, this is not your fault. Hong Zhe ran up beside Tu Buan, having heard his sigh, and offered comforting words. Although he also felt regret at the sight of the tower inhabitant's corpse. It is rare to find a half-monster that can control its flesh so precisely. I didn't expect to encounter such a case. Is this type of half-monster really that rare? Tu Buan asked. Well, Mr. Tu. Hong Zhe responded somewhat hesitantly. Could you please remove this state first? I'm having a bit of trouble breathing. As he got closer, Hong Zhe began to feel the heart-pounding pressure radiating from Tu Buan. The general-like armor was an indescribable burden on him. It was my oversight, Tu Buan said, glancing at Hong Zhe, who was covered in dust and blood as the armor dissipated into black smoke. However, he still held the crimson-veined cracked crescent blade, the eerie weapon. With one hand free, he put on the glasses hanging on his chest, restoring his original demeanor. The pressure on Hong Zhe dissipated, making him feel much more comfortable. Thank you. For a normal half-monster to undergo transformation, it requires special talent and a strong adaptation to the malevolent part within their bodies. Only then can they control and change their bodies after transformation. However, upon hearing this, Tu Buan frowned. Why is this information not in the data library within the Bureau? Upon hearing this, Hong Zhe paused slightly. Isn't it? But I saw this information in the Bureau's data library. Mr. Tu, could it be that you overlooked it? It is possible. Though he said this, Tu Buan knew he had indeed gone through the entire data library. As he had little knowledge of many things in this era, Tu Buan held the belief that the more information he could gather. After entering the Hunting Bureau and obtaining the privilege to freely browse the data library, Tu Buan had spent the next 2 weeks entirely immersed in it. Thus, saying that Tu Buan had missed something in the data was generally improbable. Unless the information was not included in the library, then he would have the chance of not seeing it. How are your teammates doing? Since the matter was already settled, Tu Buan did not dwell on it further and asked. The 3 newcomers are mostly fine, just some minor abrasions. As for Lin Qingzhong, although his injuries are a bit more severe, he has already received the 3rd regeneration injection, and his condition has stabilized, Hong Zhe replied. At the same time, he produced a radio from his chest. I have already notified the emergency team. They will send an ambulance and medical personnel over, so rest assured. Tu Buan nodded, appreciating Hong Zhe's proper handling, which relieved him of worry. He then took out the radio to contact the Hunting Bureau. Once the operator on the other end picked up, Tu Buan succinctly reported the discovery of personnel from the tower organization and that the malevolent group had been dealt with. I suspect this malevolent group was caused by these tower individuals. Have there been any sightings of tower personnel around the other malevolent groups? Tu Buan inquired of the other end. Yes, the Bureau has dispatched 2 captains closest to these 2 malevolent groups, each leading their teams to handle these malevolent. Upon arrival, just as Mr. tubuan did the two captains and their teams were ambushed by the tower organization. However, unlike you, both captains suffered severe injuries. One fell into a coma from serious wounds while the other even lost an arm. Upon hearing this, tubuan's gaze flickered with confusion, exchanging a shocked glance with Hong Zhe. Hong Zhe found it hard to believe. Had tower personnel appeared in the other two locations and laid ambushes? The two captains and their teams sent to clean up the malevolent groups had suffered severe injuries. It should be known that those who could attain the position of captain are all individuals of the same manifestation level as Mr. 2. To think one had even lost an arm and the other was gravely wounded and unconscious. This represented a significant blow to the combat power of the hunting bureau. It should be noted that within the entire hunting bureau, excluding Mr. 2, there are only 5 manifest-level hunters, and now 2 had been lost at once. What a dire situation. Hong Ze's expression turned grim. Tubuan furrowed his brows. "They'll wrap things up on my end and return to the bureau," he said to the communicator on the other end. "All right, Mr. 2, please hurry. The director has called for an urgent meeting that requires all team leaders to attend. Although you are not a team leader, your presence is understood. He'll return as soon as possible." Tubuan turned off the radio, his gaze contemplative. All the hunters sent to eliminate the ominous group have been ambushed. The ominous group was merely a pretext. Was this tower organization actually targeting? It should be noted that during this time, due to the knowledge of the tower organization infiltrating the safe zone, orders were given to investigate and root them out. Thus, many hunters within the bureau were out investigating. However, with the ominous beings scattered across various areas, when the 3 ominous groups suddenly appeared in the inner and outer cities, many hunters failed to arrive in time. Looking at the corpse of Ingio beneath his feet, Tubuan pondered. Was this an ambush directed at the sequence holders within the city, or specifically aimed at the backbone of the Hunter Bureau? The former would imply that this tower organization merely sought to diminish the internal strength of the safe zone, attacking sequence holders and ordinary people without any specific aim. However, if it were the latter, the situation would be dire. It would indicate that the opposition was entirely focused on the Hunter Bureau, having prior knowledge of the hunters' distribution within the safe zone and setting up an ambush to take down 2 team leaders. The occurrence of such a situation implies that there are members of the tower organization within the Hunter Bureau. There are traitors among them. There are traitors within the Bureau. Hong Zhe suddenly spoke up, and Tubuan glanced at him. The two came to the same realization. What should we do, Mr. 2? Should we report this to the director? Hong Zhe asked anxiously. The appearance of traitors within the Bureau is no small matter, especially with them being members of the tower organization. Their actions could easily be anticipated by the enemy. Moreover, the enemy lurks in the shadows while they are in the open, placing them at a significant disadvantage. If we can think of this, don't you think the director will notice? Tubuan replied. Let's not make a fuss yet. Alerting the traitor will complicate things further. It's still uncertain whether they truly are traitors. If they are making a big show of searching for them, might lead to the enemy escaping before we even find them. Hong Zhe asked anxiously. The appearance of traitors within the Bureau is no small matter, especially with them being members of the tower organization. Check this corpse. I'll see if the 2 who have been reduced to ashes left anything behind, Tubuan instructed. All right. Hong Zhe squatted down to examine Ingio's corpse. Tubuan watched Hong Zhe's back deep in thought. Hong Zhe was well liked among the Bureau members for his integrity and dedication to his comrades. Though merely a squad leader, he had been in the position for nearly 5 years, making him one of the veterans. Moreover, he enjoyed mentoring newcomers, and many hunters had been brought in under his guidance. In Tubuan's eyes, the white aura surrounding Hong Zhe barely obscured the traces of blackness. Having been around in the Bureau for so many years, it likely wasn't him. Withdrawing his gaze, Tubuan inspected the cleanup sites of Yin Lu and Yin Si, finding nothing among the few remaining fragments. However, Hong Zhe made a discovery. Mr. 2, take a look at this. He handed something to Tubuan. Tubuan reached out to take it, and after recognizing the item in his hand, he was slightly taken aback. It was an employee ID card featuring the face of a woman. Under different circumstances, Tubuan might not have been surprised, but the issue was that the ID belonged to a freight station, and he recognized the woman. She was indeed the employee who had escaped. Mr. 2, there's more, Hong Zhe said, pulling back Ingio's cloak to reveal a familiar employee uniform. Indeed, this was the same employee. Crack. Tubuan stared at the headless corpse, unable to restrain himself from crushing the ID card in his hand, his expression dark. This was a trap set against him. Someone knew of his familiarity with Wang Jing. As long as she got into trouble, Tubuan felt he could not turn a blind eye. From purchasing the goods through the young master of the Qin family to orchestrating Wang Jing's injury, this incident also sparked a conflict between him and the young master of the Qin family. If Tubuan hadn't been unafraid of the Qin family, this would have been a very tricky situation. If the young master of the Qin family had no influence over him, he would have drawn Tubuan out and set an ambush to deal with him. This explains why the ominous group appeared so close to him with no one nearby capable of providing support. The only flaw in this plan was Wang Jing. If Tu Buan were to compromise with the young master of the Chun family, completely disregarding Wang Jing's well-being, this plan would be utterly futile. Yet Tu Buan would never overlook her, nor would he take the young master of the Chun family lightly. This plan was undoubtedly tailored for someone who understood Tu Buan's character very well. It was completely personalized. Even the 3 members of the Tower organization were highly targeted. They knew that Tu Buan possessed formidable physical strength, and among the 3 too had controlling abilities. Additionally, there was a powerful lightning-type affinity, with all 3 being of the manifest level and possessing formidable physical strength after transformation, coupled with the ambush that had been set in advance. One could say that under such unexpected circumstances, any of the other team leaders with status equal to Tu Buan would have found themselves in a deadlock. Even Tu Buan, taken by surprise, had endured the full force of the trio's combined techniques. If Tu Buan had not possessed a body more terrifying than a malevolent great entity, he might have sustained serious injuries from the sheer explosive force of that combination. Fortunately, Tu Buan never used his full strength in daily matters. He would eliminate ominous beings with the malevolent wind whenever possible. Even his physical strength was kept in check, yet he maintained a performance that could overpower malevolent great entities. This time the complete manifestation belonging to Qiongqi was also displayed for the first time since he awakened. Currently only Hong Zhe had wit. No wonder the 2 team leaders had suffered heavy casualties. If they were all similarly targeted by personalized plans, it was only natural that they would not be able to withstand. Within the Bureau, there were few individuals capable of understanding several manifest-level team leaders to such an extent. Tu Buan's mind quickly flashed past several figures. Yet he recalled that these individuals did not bear much malice. Why was that? Mr. Tu, what's wrong? Is something off? Hong Zhe cautiously asked as he noticed the chilling aura emanating from Tu Buan. No, I'm fine now, I just came to a realization. To avoid implicating Hong Zhe, the other party has started targeting those he cares about. If he tells Hong Zhe too much with his kind-hearted nature, he will surely find a way to beep, beep, beep. A piercing siren sounded as a red and white ambulance emerged from the end of the street, driving straight towards them. This was the ambulance Hong Zhe had called. Believe this to you. I need to hurry back to the Bureau, Tu Buan told Hong Zhe. Hong Zhe, okay, I'll take care of this. Mr. Tu, you can go ahead. And one more thing, you must keep my manifestation a secret. Tu Buan said solemnly. Right now you are the only one who knows about my complete manifestation. You must keep it confidential and be careful not to let it slip out. He instructed. We can't let any internal traitors know too much. Every bit of secrecy counts. I understand. Hong Zhe nodded and then looked around. The lightning-type sequence's half-spirit should have destroyed the surveillance in this area, but just to be safe, I will check it again. That's considerate of you. Tu Buan replied with satisfaction. This was also his thought. At that moment, the ambulance came to a graceful stop in front of the 2. The window rolled down, revealing a woman in a white coat. Old Hong, where are the injured? She asked directly, appearing quite familiar with him. Seeing Old Hong covered in dust and blood, she frowned and got out of the car to grab Hong Zhe. What happened to you? Why are you in such a mess? She asked while checking his injuries. I'm fine. My teammates are over there in the corner. One has serious injuries stabilized with a type 3 regeneration. Mr. Tu is standing beside Hong Zhe, felt a bit embarrassed. All right, Dr. Ming, please help my teammates first. They are more important. What did you call me? He was interrupted midway as she seemed quite displeased. Ching-ching. Hong Zhe's face turned red. Meng Ching-ching nodded in satisfaction and then come down and receive the injured. The back door of the ambulance opened and 2 paramedics rushed out with a stretcher, quickly running towards the positions of Suzuki Rong and Lin Qing. The hand was a bloody mess with several areas showing stark white bone. Ouch, 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 be gentle, be gentle. Hong Zhe couldn't help but shout. The hand was a bloody mess with several areas showing stark white bone. Ouch, 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 be gentle, be gentle. Hong Zhe couldn't help but shout. So you do no pain. Meng Qingqing shot him a glance, took out a syringe from her pocket, injected it into Hong Zhe, then returned to the ambulance to get a medical kit. Hiss. As a tingling sensation began in his hand, Hong Zhe's face contorted in discomfort. He turned to Mr. Tu, wanting to tell him to leave first. But when he turned, he found that no one was behind him. Tu Buan had quietly left without him noticing. A shadow of black light pierced the sky above the safety zone and heavily descended in front of a tall building. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the vigilant hunters around. Several red dots had already locked onto the shadow, but when they recognized the figure, all their vigilance dissipated, with some even waving to greet. Yo, Mr. Tu. Tu Buan, holding a crescent blade, lightly nodded and walked into the building. As he stepped inside, he noticed commotion at the front desk, followed by a young girl running up to him. Mr. Tu, the director and 3 captains are already in the conference room. Do you need to change into a different outfit first? Tu Buan's clothes were charred and torn from the lightning of Yin-Si. No need, I'll go like this. Tu Buan shook his head, pulling out a USB drive and a metal piece from his pocket, handing them to the girl. See if you can enhance the footage with this USB drive. and analyzed the composition of the liquid on this metal sheet. I suspect this thing is related to those sinister groups. These two items had been protected by tubuan and were not damaged by Insys lightning. Understood. Recognizing the importance of the items in hand, the girl replied earnestly. By the way, someone who claims to be the supervisor of the freight station is waiting for you with 2 of his employees. He is somewhat suspicious. Have someone check him. If there are no issues, he can be released. All right. I'll head to the conference room myself. Tubuan waved his hand, signaling the girl to leave. He then carried the crescent blade down the corridor towards the conference room. Ordinary hunters passing by would stop to show their respect. Tubuan's strength was remarkable, and coupled with the high mobility brought by Kianki's fierce winds, he often handled situations that low-tier hunters could not. Moreover, Tubuan had no airs about him. He never blamed them for their lack of strength, making him quite amiable. Thus hunters held him in high regard and were eager to build good relations with him. Even when Tubuan confidently walked with a weapon glinting coldly, they merely looked on with curiosity, not feeling afraid. Tubuan would nod slightly in response. He was responsible for support, making it easier for Kianki's daily needs to be met, and the rewards for his assistance were just the tactical gear and medicines provided, as supplies had nearly filled up a whole room of his. After a hurried walk, he took the elevator straight to the top floor of the building. When the elevator door opened, he saw 2 similarly attired hunters guarding the door of a room. Upon seeing Tubuan, both stepped aside to let it. Because the director's sequence was not suitable for combat, 2 manifestation-level hunters were arranged to guard her. Tubuan entered the door, and the conference room inside was somewhat noisy at that moment. 2 captains were arguing inside. Isn't it better to gather everyone and root out the traitor? How long are we going to let this rat stay in the bureau? Now is not the time to startle the snake. This person is well hidden. If he escapes, we will suffer great losses. If everyone gathers, where can he run to? Once the order to gather is given, do you believe he won't run away immediately? If we don't try, how will we know it won't work? Kaiyong sneered. You're always doing those convoluted schemes, yet you can't even notice someone slipping into the bureau. Huh? Are you really in charge of the bureau's security? I've told you not to startle the snake. Are you deaf? Zhang Jing couldn't stand Kaiyong's sarcastic tone and slammed the table, shouting. You're getting anxious. Even if I'm deaf, I'm still better than you. What do you know, you brainless fool? You keep creating trouble for yourself, truly making it hard for your subordinates to deal with your mess. A woman with a gentle appearance sitting in a wheelchair at the main seat looked at the 2 men who were about to start fighting with a hint of helplessness. The last person in the room, Han, the captain of the 5th team, tried to calm the 2 down. Enough. Can you be quiet? Can't you see the director is feeling helpless? However, the 2 men at the top were not listening, and their tempers began to rise. Han felt a surge of anger inside her, and a phantom with a human face and a beast's body appeared behind her. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed, but Kaiyong and Zhang Jing did not turn their heads. Their eyes were only on each other. Both of them even had a slight flush on their faces. The gentle woman in the wheelchair and Han looked up, and upon seeing Tubuan, the woman revealed a look of hope, as if she had found a savior. Han made a gesture, as if to beat them up, signaling Tubuan to take care of these 2 troublemakers. Tubuan glanced at the unyielding Kaiyong and Zhang Jing, squinting his eyes, and inquiring with a look towards the gentle woman. She was the director in Suchin. Upon receiving his questioning gaze, and Suchin hesitated for a moment before nodding. The moment she nodded, Tubuan placed his crescent blade beside the door and transformed into a shadow, rushing out. Bang! Bang! The 2 captains who were in a standoff let out muffled groans as they were both slammed into the wall. After clapping his hands, Tubuan sat down, while Suchin on the main seat displayed a helpless smile. Meanwhile, Han nearby wore a look of satisfaction. These 2 were old rivals, often arguing and always ending up in a brawl, and very few people in the bureau could mediate between them. Before Tubuan arrived, only the captain of the 1st team and sister, and when angry, could intimidate these 2 fools. But now that Tubuan was here, it was much more comfortable. He could silence them at any time, because they could not defeat Tubuan. Thinking of this, Han gave Tubuan a thumbs up, indicating that he did a great job. Who? Which bastard dares to hit me? Kaiyong cursed as he walked out from the wall. Tubuan controlled his strength, so the 2 were not seriously injured, just symbolically hit. How many times have you been hit, and still haven't learned your lesson, eh? Only one person in the entire bureau dares to act this way. Zhang Jing came out from the wall, first disgusted Kaiyong, then looked at Tubuan and nodded at him. Mr. Tu. After taking a punch, he calmed down and returned to his original seat. Seeing Tubuan, the previously furious Kaiyong's momentum instantly deflated like a floodgate being opened. He even ignored Zhang Jing's insults and obediently walked to his seat, which amused Han nearby. Every time she saw it, she felt that Tubuan was Kaiyong's nemesis, just like a mouse encountering a cat, unable to stir up any waves. There was a reason why Kaiyong feared Tubuan. When Tubuan first came to the Bureau of Haunting Investigations after being recommended by the Lin family, Kai Yong was very dissatisfied that someone who got in through connections could hold a position equal to his. He tried to find trouble with Tubuan every day. At first, Tubuan ignored him until one day Kai Yong overstepped and actually affected Tubuan's operations, leading to 2 low-level hunters getting severely injured. Thus, an enraged Tubuan beat up Kai Yong, and it was said he lay in bed for nearly half a month before he could barely walk again. Kai Yong's actions that time were indeed excessive. Even the usually gentle Suchin was angry. She directly ignored Kai Yong being beaten by Tubuan. If Tubuan hadn't held back Han, he thought he might have directly killed Kai Yong then and there. Since that time, everyone in the Bureau witnessed Tubuan's strength and the consequences of provoking him. After recovering from that incident, Kai Yong compensated the 2 low-level hunters and no longer dared to act recklessly in front of Tubuan or the injured Li Heng and Wen Changfeng. Tubuan asked in Suchin. With only the 3 captains present, it indicated that the first captain Li Heng and the second captain Wen Changfeng were dispatched to eliminate the vicious spirits. Yes, Li Heng and Changfeng went, and Suchin replied, her eyes revealing some worry as she tightly clasped her hands in her lap. Wen Changfeng is severely injured and unconscious, while Li Heng has lost an arm. What caused this? Was it the vicious spirits or the tower's people? Tubuan asked. From the earlier conversation between Kai Yong and Zhang Zheng, it was apparent they had noticed there was a traitor in the bureau. It was the tower's people. They set a trap, and both Wen Changfeng and Li Heng fell for it. Zhang Zheng said, taking a document from in front of him and handing it. Tubuan reached out to take it. This is the account of the incident described by Li Heng's deputy captain. It's quite detailed. You can take a look. Mr. Tu, how are you? Are you okay? And Suchin asked. As she spoke, the others also looked at him. Because like Li Heng and Wen Changfeng, Tubuan had also fallen into an ambush by the tower, as evidenced by his somewhat tattered and charred clothing. I'm fine. Those 3 semi-spirits couldn't do anything to me, Tubuan said, flipping through the document in his hand. Hearing this, Han rolled her eyes. Only someone like Mr. Tu, a numerical anomaly, could say such things. She estimated that handling 2 would be challenging. Aren't you going to get checked at the medical department? And Suchin asked with concern. No need, it's just my clothes that are torn. I'm perfectly fine, don't worry. Tubuan glanced at Suchin and patiently explained. That's good, and Suchin nodded. Tubuan continued to look over the document, glancing at Suchin, and Suchin was the only person Tubuan had encountered since awakening in this era who had no malice, only a layer of soft white light. She was a person of pure white, someone with only pure goodwill. Thus, Tubuan's attitude towards her was much softer than towards others, and he was more patient. Returning his attention to the report. According to it, at first they had been clearing the vicious spirits separately from the second team, but at some point the 2 teams unknowingly encountered each other. The 2 groups of vicious spirits also mixed together. However, they were still manageable, but just after they had finally eliminated the vicious spirits, they were attacked by the tower organization, which had likely been ambushing them for a long time. A total of 5 members of the tower had combat abilities at the semi-elite level, each dealing with one of the malevolent spirits, and Li Heng and Wen Changfeng had already been somewhat exhausted. They were ambushed unexpectedly, just like Tubuan. In an unguarded moment, Li Heng and Wen Changfeng endured 5 full-force blows from the manifestation level, suffering severe injuries unlike the terrifying physique of Tubuan. Yet the 2 gritted their teeth and dragged their heavily wounded bodies to confront the enemy. If it weren't for the desperate resistance of the 2 teams against the 5 tower members, both captains might have perished there. After several team members were injured or killed, the nearby hunters arrived, barely forcing the 5 members of the tower organization to retreat. If it weren't for the vice captains of both teams being revitalization level tier 5s, and one of them forcibly breaking into manifestation level amidst the battle, they wouldn't have been able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The 2 teams consisted of 12 individuals, all revitalization level tier members, yet they were completely outmatched by the 5 tower members. Among the 12, 5 sacrificed their lives and 4 others fell into unconsciousness after retreating from the battle. Wen Changfeng was on the brink of death, while Li Heng took a lethal hit meant for Wen Changfeng losing his right arm. Among the fallen was Wen Changfeng's vice captain, who forcibly broke through and completely burned himself out to confront the 5 tower members, buying precious time, but ultimately was beheaded by the tower members due to exhaustion. Looking at the severely damaging report, Tubuan's expression darkened and a glint of red flickered in his eyes beneath his glasses. Everyone sensed Tubuan's rising aura and was not surprised. They had seen similar reactions to this report, filled with immense anger and shock. What about those who are still alive now? Putting down the documents, Tubuan asked, due to limited conditions in the medical department of the hunters, they are being treated in the city's hospital, while the support personnel remain there to protect them. You have noticed the traitor among us? Tubuan inquired. These 3 incidents, along with the 3 core members of the hunters being ambushed. It is too targeted, making it hard not to suspect an insider. Zhang Zheng said, then asked Tubuan, Mr. 2. Can you share your experience? This way we can better conduct reasoning and judgment. Sure. Tubuan then recounted his encounter from the freight station to Sheila Street, omitting the details of his manifested methods against the enemies. You easily dealt with 3 manifestation-level tower half-ghosts. Are you even human? Kai Yong could no longer hold back, exclaiming in shock. If you can't refrain from exaggerating, just keep your mouth shut. Han, he shot him a glare. But this is indeed good news. Though prepared, they still couldn't avoid being shocked. Mr. 2. You are still so powerful, and Sushin said softly as she looked at Tubuan. Truly intimidating. How exaggerated. Mr. 2. Do you remember the masks on those people's faces? Zhang Jing asked a peculiar question. I remember, Tubuan replied. Can you recall if there were any differences among the masks of those 3 tower? Upon hearing this, Tubuan carefully recalled. Indeed, there were some differences. Can you draw them? Zhang Jing took out a pen from his pocket and handed it to Tubuan. Just draw on the back of the document. Relying on his photographic memory, Tubuan reproduced the 3 masks on the blank side of the document. Since he drew them himself, he noticed the differences in abilities. Just draw on the back of the document. Relying on his photographic memory, Tubuan reproduced the 3 masks on the blank side of the document. It truly belongs to the Tower Organization's 9. Zhang Jing took it, looked at the drawing, and his expression darkened. 9, what does that mean? Once again, Tubuan encountered a term he had never heard before. This time, however, the others seemed unaware, as well with Kai Yong and Han, turning to Zhang Jing in confusion. Only Sushin maintained a calm and sorrowful demeanor. This information just arrived from the headquarters in the fortress. I had intended to share it with you in the coming days, but unexpectedly encountered such events. 9 refers to those who can ascend after surviving a manifestation-level event called baptism. It requires that 1 to 3 must be spirit sculpting level, while 4 to 9 are manifestation level ranked from low to high. 9 refers to those who can ascend after surviving a manifestation level event called baptism. It requires that 1 to 3 must be spirit sculpting level, while 4 to 9 are manifestation level ranked from low to high. 9 refers to those who can ascend after surviving a manifestation level event called baptism. It requires that 1 to 3 must be spirit sculpting level, while 4. Tubuan frowned tightly, realizing that even the 5 Yang already had a soul condensation level half-ghost. How powerful would the later ranks of Earth Evil and Heaven Pivot be? I already knew in advance because I went to the headquarters with the boss earlier, Zhang Jing said, pointing to the patterns on the back of the document. Tubuan frowned tightly, realizing that even the 5 Yang already had a soul condensation level half-ghost. How powerful would... Looking at the chaotic patterns, how can you recognize them? Kai Yong felt there was no distinction whatsoever. There will be an identification translation sent down later. Oh, just remember it when the time comes. Zhang Jing glanced at him. The ones who ambushed Mr. 2 were 4, 6, and 9. Then the ones who attacked Li Heng and Wen Changfeng must be 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8, right? Hani asked. I saw someone at the scene recording images, and they indeed were those 5. Zhang Jing nodded. Then what about 1? Kai Yong asked, isn't this 1 the traitor hiding within the organization? Although I don't want to admit what you said, unfortunately, it is likely that this 1 is hidden within the organization and concealing their strength. Zhang Jing sighed. According to the boss, they would at least be at the spirit sculpting level, which means we only have the boss here to confront them. Han, he said anxiously. That's why I said not to stir up trouble. A spirit sculpting level individual could easily escape if they wanted to. We wouldn't be able to stop them. Within the organization, there was only Sushin at the spirit sculpting level, and she wasn't a combat-ready member. Damn rats, so filthy, Kai Yong cursed unwillingly. Boss, should we seek help from the headquarters? Zhang Jing asked Sushin. I have already requested support from above, but... Sushin shook her head slightly, revealing a look of confusion. The telegram cannot be sent out. As soon as we leave the safe zone, something interferes, preventing it from being transmitted. Then what should we do now? Hani asked. Collaborate with the Lin family and the Chen family. After a long silence, Tubuan finally spoke. The Tower Organization has always aimed to annihilate humanity. Their ultimate goal is undoubtedly the destruction of the safe zone. He looked at Sushin. Director, does the district master know about this matter? Hearing Tubuan's words, Sushin turned her head to glance at the clock on the wall before saying, at this time. Shinchu master should have received the news by now. The Tower Organization's people, the district master wouldn't ignore them, right? Han chimed in at this moment. Mr. 2, your idea is to cooperate with the district master and the 2 families to flush out the Tower Organization hiding in the safe zone and the mole within the bureau. Zhang Jing asked. In fact, as long as we deal with the Tower Organization hiding in the safe zone, forcing them out will definitely make the mole restless. Tubuan said. That makes sense. Boss, what do you think? Zhang Jing asked Sushin. I will communicate with the district master and have him send help, but I estimate we won't be able to mobilize many people. The walls still need to be guarded. The walls of the safe zone are meant to block malevolent entities, and such a large safe zone, even with mechanical turrets, and monitoring aid still requires a significant number of combat personnel to stand guard, to prevent being attacked by malevolent entities and unable to resist. But communication with the Chun and Lin families won't be that easy, Zhang Jing said, feeling a bit of a headache. What's so hard about communicating? The tower has already slapped them in the face. If we don't fight back, what do they expect? Kai Yong said with a puzzled expression. They might just run away, Zhang Jing said with a headache. Both families are not to be trifled with, they only see profit. To put it bluntly, this safe zone, if those two families wanted to, they could abandon it leaving directly to avoid conflict with the tower organization is the safest route. Who knows if there are more tower organizations lying in ambush outside. They are backed by powerful families within the fortress, and they are not afraid at all. The room fell silent for a moment. Kai Yong was furious at this speculation, his face turning red, but he had no words to say. Mr. Tu, could you talk? On Sushin suddenly asked. Yes, Mr. Tu, weren't you recommended by the Lin family? Hani's eyes brightened. Thinking of the astute middle-aged man with a goatee, Tubuan felt troubled. What's wrong? Would it be very troublesome? On Sushin noticed Tubuan's hesitation. If it's troublesome, you must find a way. This is unavoidable, she said apologetically. Although On Sushin appeared gentle and weak, she would not hesitate or waver when issuing orders in her position as the director. She would exude a calm authority like a turbulent. I understand. I will talk to Lin Yi, Tubuan said, having no further hesitation since the director had given a direct order. Zhang Zhengyu and Kai Yong go communicate with the Chen family. On Sushin instructed the other two. Yes, Zhang Zheng nodded. I understand. Kai Yong also said nothing, acknowledging that he knew which matters were important and would not cause trouble. Little Han, you lead the team with me to meet the district master. She turned to Han Yi and instructed. Okay, I have no problem with that, Hani replied. For the mole, we will conduct a covert investigation. No drastic actions, but we must quickly flush them out. On Sushin commanded. Or forcing them to leave is also acceptable, otherwise having them stay in the bureau is detrimental to us. Tubuan said. That's true. But if we let them go, we won't have any leads left. Zhang Jing shook his head. We need to be more cautious moving forward. Some orders and information must go through trustworthy subordinates. Pay close attention to team leader level personnel. I suspect the mole is among them. In the bureau, only those at the team leader level are aware of the tasks assigned to the hunting squad. Tubuan scanned the faces of the few individuals before him. He also suspected that these team leaders could be moles, but so far no one had detected anything unusual during their discussions. He had an idea to set a trap to lure out the mole, but the problem was that even these team leaders might be moles. There might even be more than one mole among them. Setting a trap is unlikely to fool them, which is quite troublesome. Then this concludes the discussion regarding the incident. Next are some other matters. On Sushin picked up some other documents from the side. If that's the case, I'll take my leave now. Tubuan stood up from his seat. Where are Wen Chongfeng and Li Heng's hospital? I want to go check on them. He generally does not get involved in the bureau's work. Primarily, he was involved in this incident, so he was called to the meeting to explain the situation. They are in the first hospital of the inner city. Please give my regards to the two of them, and tell them I will make that group of towers pay the price. On Sushin said slowly, her tone serious. All right. Tubuan nodded to the other three team leaders, then walked to the door to take his crescent blade and left the room. By the way, Mr. Tu, go to the warehouse and grab 2 bottles of No. 5 regenerative potion to bring to them. Also inform them that the families of all sacrificed personnel will receive the highest level of compensation. On Sushin instructed. All right. Tubuan nodded and closed the door. After he left, the room fell into silence. After a moment, Zhang Jing looked at the closed door, adjusted his glasses, and suddenly spoke. Do you think Mr. Tu could be the mole? After all, he single-handedly dealt with 3 members of the tower organization who ambushed him and even appeared unscathed. He frowned slightly. No matter how strong an entity is, it's unlikely they wouldn't have any injuries, right? Especially considering they were 3 half-entities. A half-entity, just a single transformation, is several times stronger than an ordinary sequencer. Li Heng and Wen Chongfeng with their 2 teams couldn't even withstand 5 members of the tower, even though it was an ambush situation. Though it's a bit exaggerated for Mr. Tu to handle 3 by himself, you all know how formidable he is. Hani leaned on the table while speaking, glancing at Kai Yong. After all, he had personally been beaten up by Tubuan, so he had a deep understanding. I don't think he has any issues. Kai Yong stroked his chin and said. You know, he grappled with my body after it was transformed by the Tieshi sequence beast, and I can feel that he wasn't using his full strength. If Tubuan unleashed his full power coupled with that unknown sequence's malevolent wind, I reckon he could easily handle 3. Kai Yong said. Among those present, he was the most qualified to assess Tubuan's strength, since he was the only one who had been beaten up. All right, during such a time, mutual suspicion is the most taboo, and let's not discuss this further. On Sushin frowned slightly, interrupting their conversation. The 3 team leaders nodded in agreement, then fell into a state of attentiveness to follow on Suxin's orders, including Kai Yong. Because the current on Sushin had entered the right mindset, others couldn't act as they had before. Leaving the conference room, tubuan took the elevator back to the bottom level of the hunting bureau. He first headed to the resource management area of the warehouse to retrieve 2 bottles of the No. 5 serum as instructed by Sushin. Even within the bureau, the normal quota was only 5 bottles, and one had already been used up this month. Director and took out 2 bottles at once to help the 2 significant entities quickly regain their combat power. It was also safer for tubuan to take them, as he was not afraid of encountering people from the tower on the way back due to his strength. While waiting for the personnel registration to retrieve the record, tubuan glanced at the document room not far from the warehouse. He recalled what Hong Zhe had said earlier about the control of one's flesh and blood by the semi-ghosts. He then directly asked the record officer in charge of warehouse access about this issue, inquiring if they were aware of the materials. "Oh, Mr. Tu hasn't seen it." The record officer was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed in realization. "That being the case, it's quite normal for you to have missed some documents, as a batch of materials was requisitioned shortly after you arrived, so you might have overlooked a few files. It was taken away shortly after I got here." Tubuan was slightly stunned. "Why?" "It is said that the district chief needed some information on semi-ghosts, so a few documents were borrowed from us, and they have not all been returned yet," the record officer explained. Tubuan frowned slightly. It was quite a coincidence. Did someone deliberately want to keep information about the semi-ghosts from him? "Do you know which day it started?" Tubuan asked the record officer. "Please wait a moment. Let me check the records. That day coincidentally had a batch of goods dispatched from the warehouse, so I remember. Found it was on this day." The record officer turned his worksheet around for Tubuan to see. Seeing the date, Tubuan naturally recognized it from his memory. It was the day after he had severely beaten Kai Yong. It was too coincidental. When he first arrived, he had gone to the document room daily, and many people knew he spent a lot of time there. However, there were relatively few people who could access the documents, but the problem was, the information was requested by someone from the district chief's side, which was quite strong. If it were someone from within the bureau who had moved the materials, it would be easy to track down, but he was not familiar with anyone from the district chief's side. He also had no idea who within the bureau was connected to the district chief. "Mr. Tu?" the record officer asked as he looked at the pensive Tubuan. Tubuan picked up the 2 bottles of No. 5 regeneration serum from the table and put them away. "Keep up the good work. I will take my leave now," he said to the record officer as he bid farewell. "Okay, goodbye." The record officer replied with a smile, and Tubuan strode out of the hunting bureau. Someone had been watching him from the very beginning, wary of him after he demonstrated part of his strength to the extent of withholding information about the semi-ghosts from him. Such an information gap could be quite interesting. Tubuan smirked coldly. They better pray not to get caught by him, or he would crush them to dust, flesh and bones alike. Arriving at the entrance of the hunting bureau, the previous front desk assistant saw Tubuan and stood up, bringing a document to him. "Mr. Tu, this is the analysis report of the liquid on the metal, and the supervisor and his staff are fine. They have been allowed to leave." The assistant handed the document to Tubuan, who took it and briefly glanced through it. "The research department says this liquid might have a stimulating effect on the ghosts, causing them to enter a frenzied state, and it has a strong attraction to the ghosts." The assistant continued. "They will continue their research, but it seems, as you guessed, that this liquid may be the trigger for that group of rampaging ghosts in this incident." Tubuan finished reading the document and returned it to the assistant. "Please report this document up." "All right. By the way, Mr. Tu, the research department said to be cautious and bring back anything strange you find." "I will." Tubuan replied, glancing at the assistant. The dark aura around her was faint. Although he had learned the reason for the rampaging ghost groups in the city, there was still one thing he was puzzled about. That was where these 3 sizable ghost groups had emerged from without any warning. He had come out of the conference room too early. He should have waited a while before leaving. And Sushin and the others would definitely discuss this issue. No matter if there were any discoveries, and Sushin would pass on the information to him. This incident would likely leave the district chief's side in disarray, especially since the ghost groups were rampaging both inside and outside the city. He had no idea how many people had been affected, causing widespread panic, and the district chief's reputation would be severely impacted. It was said that this district chief Shun was planning to get promoted. Now that this incident had occurred, his promotion was likely doomed. The promotion in question was actually just a shift to manage a larger and safer district. Only those who were exceptionally outstanding could compete for the management of areas within the 4 major fortresses. The safety zone, he was currently in Zone 37, could be considered slightly above average. The higher the number, the closer the safety zone's quality and resource level was to that of the fortresses. District Chief Shin's ambition to climb higher indicated that he did not intend to stay in this safety zone forever. In fact, Tubuan could also move to a more advanced safety zone, but for some reason, this place had a strange attraction for him. It made him unable to resist wanting to stay here, likely related to the memories he had lost. However, after staying in this safety zone for such a long time, and traversing both the inner and outer city, he still had not found what it was that was attracting him. As he was about to control the evil wind to lift himself into the air, the little assistant ran out again. Mr. 2, I forgot to tell you earlier someone sent you something. The front desk assistant held a square box in her hands. Has it been checked? Tubuan asked. The security department said there were no issues. The assistant handed it to Tubuan. Although it was said to have been checked, he would not take the item as he had just been deceived by someone from the tower. Thus Tubuan casually took the box from her hand, examining it. It was a square object made of an unknown material, with a strange texture that seemed not to be metal. Frowning slightly, Tubuan's eyes suddenly glowed red, and he looked at the square object in his hand with astonishment. How had he picked it up? The square object in his hand cracked open with several fissures emitting a red light. A sharp sensation painful against his skin suddenly coursed through his body, a warning signal from his instincts of impending danger. The dark light contained terrifying power, causing even Tubuan's body to feel a sharp, painful sting. Moreover, it appeared out of thin air, directly locking onto Tubuan, leaving him with no way to evade. Tubuan grabbed his assistant beside him and threw her far away. At the same time, his arms quickly manifested and were covered in black-red armor. By the time he completed these actions, the black light had already pressed down upon his face. With his hands crossed holding the crescent blade in front of him, Tubuan could only brace himself to take the black light heat in. Sizzle! The black light collided with the blade and armor, producing a piercing sound. This terrifying force slowly pressed down on Tubuan, and then a violent explosion occurred, completely engulfing him. Enemy attack. There's an enemy attack. Quick call for medical assistance. Everyone else stay alert. Where did the attack come from? Suddenly, without warning, Tubuan was attacked, and the surrounding guards immediately started looking for the perpetrator. However, even the aerial hunters with flight sequences could not spot any suspicious individuals. Bang! A sound of shattering glass erupted from above, and then a shadow crashed down from the top of the hunting bureau, creating a loud noise. Where is the enemy? Kai Yong's skin turned completely rough and brown, his body swelling several times as he roared. Yet he could not see any enemy in sight. This was a long-range precision strike. Tubuan's voice emerged from the smoke as he walked out of the large pit created by the black light, his expression grim. His arms were nearly obliterated by the black light, reduced to almost just bones, while the crescent blade was covered in cracks. It was evidently a premeditated move, one even the armor manifested by Qiongxi could not withstand. Flesh and blood quickly regenerated on Tubuan's arms, but the massive consumption of energy made the red glow in his pupils increasingly fierce and violent. Yet still within the bounds of his rationality, Tubuan had only lost control once due to hunger, unable to suppress his murderous instinct. That time in his berserk state, Tubuan had slain a disaster-level beast, and it was precisely because of that beast that he had gone berserk. In his rampaging state, Tubuan was wholly influenced by the will of great ferocity, becoming brutal and mad, wantonly destroying everything before him. If it weren't for that disaster-level beast blocking him, and in the desolate wilderness, Tubuan had no idea how many innocent lives he would have stained with blood. Thus, Tubuan was very wary of sustaining near-fatal injuries in crowded areas. Normally, sustaining severe injuries multiple times would exhaust energy in the continuous regeneration of his body. As energy continued to deplete, his instinct for ferocity would grow stronger. He would only rampage in the presence of enemies. What happened? Why were we attacked? Zhang Zheng floated down from above. Seeing that Tubuan was mostly unharmed, he asked him seriously. Someone placed a mental suggestion on a cube with positioning effects, causing people to act uncontrollably without defenses, and I was caught in, Tubuan replied. He had already understood the method of this attack, primarily orchestrated by a mental suggestion type of sequence user. Its ability had confused the security department and the assistants, even catching him off guard in an instant, leading to him being locked onto by the enemy. How did they determine it was your possession? Zhang Zheng asked curiously while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. It's probably that mole. Tubuan's eyes flickered with murderous intent. The crescent blade in his hand was also filled with cracks, as if it would break at any moment, but before that it absorbed the patterns of 3 half-phantoms, slowly fading away while it was gradually repairing itself. This cursed weapon could still use blood energy to repair itself, which was quite a good discovery. However, Tubuan's mood was terrible, his slightly reddened pupils scanning the people around him like a blood-seeking tiger. Those who were scanned felt a chill run down their backs. Mr. 2. Zhang Zheng felt puzzled by Tubuan's abnormal behavior. In the next moment, a sinister wind enveloped Tubuan, and he transformed into a blurry black shadow rushing towards one direction where a figure lay seemingly unconscious. It was the assistant whom Tubuan had pushed away. He rushed to her side and suddenly reached out to grab her head. The assistant's eyes were tightly shut, but Tubuan's movements were unhesitating, aiming directly for her head. Bang! Tubuan's hand slammed into the ground, shaking the cement floor into cracks. The assistant, who had just been unconscious on the ground, vanished without a trace, dissipating into bubbles. How did you find out? A curious, delicate voice rang out from afar, and everyone present turned to look in the direction of the sound. Unbeknownst to when the assistant appeared on the wall of the hunting bureau dressed in a short skirt suit, gently crossing her legs wrapped in black stockings, curiously observing tubuan. How did you figure out it was me? You should know that the attack covered even me. She asked again. Capture her. Before tubuan could respond, Zhang Zheng immediately commanded the nearby hunters. The moment the order was given, several speed sequence hunters rushed towards the assistant. Yet the assistant continued to focus on tubuan, casually waving her hand, like swatting a fly, causing several hunters to fall to the ground disoriented. Beast die. Kai Yong charged in like a rhinoceros, and with his movement, a giant hammer with a sharp tip appeared in his hand. The phantom of a rhinoceros materialized. The attack carried an unstoppable momentum. This was Kai Yong's beast sequence manifestation, Iron Rhinoceros. Seeing him charge over the assistant, rude wild dog. As her words fell, pink phantom ears appeared on her head, and a tail emerged from her back. Several streams of pink mist surged from her, diving into Kai Yong's body like long serpents. Kai Yong abruptly halted, as if hitting the brakes, leaving 2 trails on the ground. Damn, this fool has no resistance to such mental control. Zhang Zheng felt a headache coming on. Kai Yong, this single-minded sequence user, was too easily restrained by this mental control sequence. Once hit, he would fall silent like a fool. Moreover, the opponent's performance clearly indicated they were a manifestation-level user, which was hard to deal with. Only at the spirit sculpting level could one actively resist mental control, while at the soul condensation level one could disregard all mental control sequences below their rank. However, there were only 3 manifestation-level users present, and he needed to stay above to protect the director. And that guy wouldn't be able to control this. Just as Zhang Zheng was thinking this, he saw Kai Yong, who had been standing still, suddenly change direction, charging towards him with the hammer raised. I knew it. Zhang Zheng gritted his teeth, and as Kai Yong stepped into a radius of 30 meters around him, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped down. A force descended from above Kai Yong, smashing him into the ground. The current sequences are divided into 4 types: tubuan's beast sequence, Kai Yong's wild beast sequence, and Suxin's myth sequence, and Zhang Zheng's fantasy sequence. The fantasy sequence refers to abilities that humans cannot normally grasp. For example, Zhang Zheng's sequence is repulsion. He can influence objects within a 30-meter radius with repulsion in any direction. Just now, when Kai Yong charged towards him, he was forcefully pushed into the ground by Zhang Zheng's downward repulsion. This guy is tough-skinned and strong. Inflicting injury on him is less effective than trapping him underground. Seeing the ground crack as Kai Yong struggled, Zhang Zheng smiled and forcefully slammed him back underground, burying even his head. Tubuan looked at Zhang Zheng, whose facial features were slightly flushed, knowing that he had also been affected. Looking at the assistant, he noticed her tail had already transformed into 3. What are you eating, Jeef? Tubuan asked, slowly standing upright and glancing around at the controlled hunters. First tell me how you woke up. My suggestion isn't something that can be easily broken free from, the assistant said with a smile. Mister, hold her for a minute. A gentle voice echoed in Tubuan's mind. It was in Suxin's voice. Tubuan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the assistant. Intuition. Oh, are you saying that you can break my suggestion merely relying on intuition? The assistant replied. Don't you believe it? The malevolent wind swirled around Tubuan, producing a terrifying sound as his crimson pupils fixated on her. He resembled a ferocious tiger eager to shred its prey. At this moment, the red light within his pupils could not be suppressed, even by his special glasses. Under the crimson glow, the white mist surrounding the assistant twisted momentarily before turning pitch black. Her ability affected Tubuan's senses, which were still shattered by the ferocity. His glasses were specially made to conceal the red light, preventing it from being too The assistant looked into his eyes and suddenly smiled. No, I believe you. A sharp tearing sound rang out as a massive blurred wind blade sliced through the wall she was sitting against. The assistant's figure lightly appeared in another location, touching her left arm, where a long, narrow wound appeared. What a fierce and domineering wind. If not for her special ability, she would have suffered a sudden injury without any warning. Weren't you just asking who I am? Why are you so eager to kill me now? She said in a sultry voice. But this time Tubuan did not respond, nor did he make any move. Even his knife was planted in the ground as he quietly stared at her. The assistant felt puzzled and tentatively waved her hand as the pink aura flowed into Tubuan's body, effortlessly controlling him. Watching the red in Tubuan's eyes completely turn pink, and sensing his obedience, she showed no signs of joy or surprise, but instead furrowed her brows. After observing for a moment, she slowly realized, I see, it's a dream. Tubuan looked at the assistant, who had fallen to the ground, knowing that director and had succeeded. And Suxin's sequence is Dream Beast, which can pull people into a dream. Once an enemy is drawn into the dream, their life and death are essentially in her hands. However, the prerequisite for pulling someone into a dream is that the enemy must first fall asleep, and the time required to draw different individuals into a dream varies based on their level of preparedness. For this person in Sushi needed about a minute to control her, which is already a very long time. It is likely due to the resistance from similar types of sequences. A spiritual level sequence holder possesses an additional type of energy within them, which can have various names, such as spiritual power, magical energy, fighting spirit. It can be called by any term. Among the 4 great fortresses, one is called magical energy, while the other 3 are collectively referred to as spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can exponentially enhance the abilities of sequences. The more spiritual energy present, the greater the amplification. Each level of integration increases the amount of spiritual energy. However, the total amount of spiritual energy varies based on individual constitution. Tubuan darted in front of the assistant, intending to capture her. You don't think that this is how you've caught me, do you? Though her eyes were tightly closed and her mouth was not open, the assistant's voice suddenly echoed through the air. Tubuan immediately attempted to absorb the malice from within her, but he paused slightly. He could not absorb it. In the next moment, he understood why he couldn't absorb it. A fuzzy pink figure emerged from the assistant's body. This is just a body that can be discarded at any time. If you want it, feel free to take it. Laughter echoed through the air. Tubuan looked at the body in his hands, which had completely lost all signs of life, or rather what he held was a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Suddenly raising his hand, a fierce wind howled, enveloping the phantom in the air. Truly terrifying, Mr. 2. No wonder you were able to deal with my 3 companions. You are as powerful as my kindred. It spoke amidst the howling wind. It had no physical form and was impervious to harm. Tubuan narrowed his eyes, and the malevolent wind surrounding him suddenly vanished without a trace, while his aura became peculiarly intense. Dark lightning began to flicker in his hand. No wonder Enair asked me to test you. Now I know that there's such a troublesome enemy. He will surely be overjoyed. Tubuan could feel the gaze of the phantom upon him. After all, very few humans can withstand its full power without any injury. Mr. 2, would you like to join us? It unexpectedly extended an olive branch to Tubuan. I can sense the instinct you have suppressed deep within you. You are one of us. That's truly laughable. Tubuan coldly rejected as a ring of golden light appeared around his pupils, swirling momentarily. As if seeing something, he suddenly dissipated the lightning in his hand and ceased all actions. The rejection did not surprise it. Then let me introduce myself. Oh, I am Insan, a person of the tower. I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. 2. I hope you will seriously consider my proposal. You could join our grand goal. No need for a next time, Tubuan replied. Such a plain statement puzzled the phantom. In its state, no material energy could harm it, so how could it be? Tubuan nodded at it. This only deepened its confusion. Why was this person nodding at it? Did he agree to join? Suddenly it sensed something and swiftly turned to look behind. Why rush to leave? A soft voice accompanied delicate hands touching its ethereal face. And Sushin smiled sweetly at it. Since you've come, don't think about leaving. What, you don't? The figure before him in Sushin was also a kind of ethereal spirit floating gracefully in the air. It was stunned, wanting to say something, but before it could finish its words, and Sushin gently pressed her hand against Insan's head. In its state of panic, a creature with an elephant's trunk emerged from the void and opened its mouth to swallow it. Immediately, Sushin nodded at Tubuan. It's taken care of. I apologize, Mr. 2, for putting you through this. Indeed, it was quite troubling, Tubuan replied. Having been struck by a powerful attack right upon exiting, and still unaware of what kind of dark force it was, anyone, Zhang Zheng, who had been laughing maniacally while forcefully pushing against his opponent, suddenly froze, halting his actions and casting a puzzled glance. Upon seeing Tubuan and Sushin hovering in the air, his expression darkened. Did I also fall victim? The ethereal form of Sushin slowly nodded. Even though we were aware that the other side could control people, we still fell into the trap. How embarrassing. Zhang Jing covered his face, feeling ashamed. Tubuan struggled to suppress the ferocity within him, as he had just used the power of another formidable beast, making him feel even more irritable. He needed to replenish his energy. That is, he needed to eat something. I'm leaving first, Tubuan said to Sushin in the air. Alright, if anything comes up, I'll have someone report to you via radio. Her words implied that the earlier San had not been killed by her, but rather captured. This is just a clone, not the main body. But it possesses half a soul, and can reveal quite a bit of information. I never expected they would dare to cause trouble right at the doorstep of the hunting bureau. And Suxin's voice was unusually cold, echoing in the minds of Zhang Jing and Tubuan, while her form slowly faded from the air, returning to her original self. Alright, Tubuan said. By the way, that fool Kai Yong, he wouldn't have died, right? Zhang Jing looked around, not seeing Kai Yong's figure. No. You knocked him into the ground. Tubuan pointed to the cracks in the ground not far away. I'm leaving. After saying this, a fierce wind gathered, and Tubuan soared into the sky, departing from the scene. I knocked him into the ground. Zhang Jing was taken aback, then scratched his chin. No wonder I felt so relaxed after waking up. Who was it that knocked me to the ground? With an angry roar, Kai Yong crawled out from the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. I was knocked down by the enemy, you fool. You didn't even have the strength to fight back. Kai Yong was initially confused, but after touching his back he felt a familiar pain, and then looked down to see the marks left by the repulsive force. Nonsense. Were you also controlled? It's obvious this was your ability. How can you still have the face to blame me? Who was the one who foolishly charged in and got with the accusation made Zhang Jing stop pretending. Hey, you're no different. Just as the two were about to argue again, a figure gracefully descended from the top of the hunting bureau, landing lightly before charging forward and kicking the two of them into the wall. They have already made it to the doorstep and you two idiots are still here arguing instead of checking if there are any accomplices nearby. Have you both lost your minds? Han Yi shouted angrily, her expression dark as she cursed the manifestation of her serpentine aura, appearing a pair of white wings unfurling from her back. The surrounding hunters stared blankly at her as she scolded them. Han Yi is right. Get the people from the security department to come out. I need to interrogate everyone properly about how they let people in here. Zhang Jing casually crawled out from the wall, wiping the blood from his mouth that he had received from Han Yi's kick, and instructed the people beside him. Everyone prepare well, and search the area within 10 miles thoroughly. Don't let any clues slip by. Kai Yong also crawled out from the wall shouting. Oomph. Han Yi watched as one went inside the bureau while the other led the search outside, then crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Deep inside she felt exhausted. The most reliable captain had suffered serious injuries and lost an arm, while the relatively normal Wen Changfeng was also bedridden in the hospital. With Mr. Tu absent, these two fools were all that remained to rely on. Sigh. However much she despised them, Zhang Jing and Kai Yong never hesitated when it came to business. Otherwise they wouldn't have rushed out to confront the enemy right at the first sign of trouble in the hunting bureau, only to be caught off guard and controlled. Han Yi's head began to ache again. So painful. The young man with his head wrapped in white cloth cried out in pain as oil splattered onto his hands, only to be slapped on the forehead the next second. If you can't endure this little pain, go back and steady the pot. An elderly man with frosty white hair and a muscular build scolded. Understood, master. The young man quickly tightened his grip on the handle. Hey, old song, don't make things difficult for Lin Xiaoga. Get me another serving of fried rice. A burly man who looked like a worker shouted cheerfully, earning a grateful glance from Lin Bao, the young man wrapped in white cloth. The hybrid rice, which was already remarkable, surprisingly resisted the erosion of the eerie domain and underwent further mutation. Now 1 acre of rice could yield a substantial amount of food, and all the food supply for the safe zones relied entirely on rice. This was also what allowed the lower-class people in the safe zones to survive for hundreds of years. The eggs were produced through a special method that enabled chickens to reproduce rapidly, which included pigs, thus the prices of chicken and pork were lower than other meats. Yet they were still quite expensive. Ordinary people could only afford to eat eggs on a regular basis, and chicken and pork were rarely consumed more than a few times a month. Shut up. My apprentice's affairs are none of your business. Old Song cursed as he served a heaping bowl of fried rice to the worker. That's the third bowl already, it won't kill you. There's no helping it. The workload has increased over the past few days, and everyone is exhausted. The worker smiled as he carried the food away. At this moment the shop was bustling with diners with tables and chairs even occupying the empty ground outside. The majority of the patrons were workers or lower-class individuals. The food here was not particularly delicious, yet it was always packed with customers. This was because Old Song was generous with the portions. Anyone who came to his place must be full, and if someone was short on cash he would allow them unlimited rice and offer free soup. Bang! With a loud noise a shadow landed on the empty ground beside the shop, causing several stones to shatter. The sudden loud sound startled all the customers, but upon seeing the figure they all relaxed, and some even waved to ask, Mr. Tu back for another meal. The shadow that descended was none other than Tu Buan, who casually waved at others, and entered the shop, still holding a crescent moon blade in his hand. What? My heavens! Why are you bringing a knife in here? Old Song rushed over to take the knife from Tu Buan upon seeing it. Tu Buan let him take the knife. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a moment. There was a flickering red light in his eyes, though not as pronounced as before. He was managing it well. Tu Buan had first gone to the first hospital before arriving at this diner, but he didn't even get to see the two captains. Both were still in emergency care and had not yet stabilized, so Tu Buan handed 2 bottles of number 5 regeneration potion to the deputy captain of Lihan. A slightly tanned young man bandaged all over with red eyes silently accepted the 2 bottles of potion. Tu Buan patted his shoulder, instructing him to deliver the potions to the hospital. After the doctor confirmed that both individuals' injuries were stable, he left the hospital amidst the gratitude of the 2 squads and headed straight here. The lack of energy in his body caused his ferocity to remain restless. How can you be so careless? Is it the usual food again? As Old Song spoke, he casually placed the knife in a corner by the door, startling the diners nearby, who shifted their bowls away in alarm. Yes, double the quantity, and remember to add the ingredients. Tu Buan instructed. Sure, I'll get that ready right away, you just find a seat for yourself. Upon hearing Tu Buan wanted to add ingredients, Old Song immediately ran to the back with a grin. Just as Tu Buan was about to find a seat, several people nearby noticed his tattered and charred clothes, which were still recognizable as those of the hunting bureau. They quickly stood up to offer him their seats. Tu Buan did not decline, nodded in acknowledgement, and then shouted towards the kitchen, "Old Song, give each of these people a piece of pork chop." "Got it. Shaolin, after you finish cooking, serve the meat to them," Old Song replied. Before the few had even stood up, several others had already moved aside, hoping to give Tu Buan their seats. Upon witnessing this, they either sighed or begrudgingly sat back down. The reason was that every time Tu Buan came, if there were no seats available, he would compensate with a portion of meat. That was real meat. The few who offered their seats were naturally overjoyed, constantly expressing their gratitude to Tu Buan. Once Lin Bao prepared the pork chops, Old Song's granddaughter served each of them a piece. Although the pork chop was not large, the sight of it made their mouths water. "You guys are really lucky encountering Mr. Tu on your first visit here." They squatted on the steps, enviously watching the others with their pork chops. "Does this gentleman come often?" someone asked while wolfing down food. "He comes once or twice a week." "Oh, everyone is looking forward to his visits." "Does he always bring food like this?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would everyone be looking forward to him?" "Mr. Tu is really nice. Despite being a hunter, he has no airs about him." "I see. That's really nice. But one thing you all need to remember." The one who spoke first suddenly became serious. This caused several diners to nearly choke. "Remember." "Remember what?" someone quietly asked, putting down their bowl. "You absolutely cannot cause trouble," he warned them. "You can't desire what others have or snatch their food." The warning was clear, otherwise one could end up knocked out and thrown in a garbage bin, or worse, have their legs broken and left on the street. So absolutely do not cause trouble here, understood? Hearing this, they exchanged glances and quickly nodded. Understood, understood. Old Song went inside, and aside from Tu Buan, there were no other customers. Lin Bao had a moment of respite. He wiped his sweat and curiously looked at Tu Buan, who was sitting quietly. Seeing his charred and tattered coat and the blood-stained shirt underneath, he scratched his head. Why does this guy look somewhat disheveled? Is he really okay? Tu Buan had been busy until just now, so naturally he didn't have time to change clothes or cook, which is why he came to Old Song's diner. He was quite familiar with Old Song, who knew some unique traits of his rank. Just as Lin Bao was in doubt, Old Song's granddaughter happened to walk into the kitchen, and his eyes brightened as he asked her, Who is this guy? Is the old man familiar with him?" "What do you mean, this guy? Be a bit more polite, okay? Even if you don't know who he is, you should call him sir or brother." Song Yi scolded, pulling Lin Bao's ear. "Ouch, ouch, I got it. Let go." Lin Bao grimaced in pain, quickly apologizing. "Humph." Song Yi released her grip. "So who is this big brother?" Lin Bao asked, holding his sore ear with a slightly aggrieved expression. "You haven't been here long, so it's normal not to know. He's my grandfather's friend who comes here to eat. A friend of the old man." Lin Bao looked at Tu Buan's handsome cold face. "He looks quite young, huh? You fool who says friends must be of a similar age." Song Yi replied, exasperated. Lin Bao scratched his nose awkwardly, asking, "Are you familiar with him?" There was a hint of tension in his tone. "Not really, I just came back from my break a month ago. By the time I arrived, he was already quite familiar with my grandfather." Song Yi answered. She usually studied sequence control and methods for hunting malevolent beings at the sequence school in the inner city. This sequence school was no ordinary institution, it was exclusive. Even those who had awakened their sequences might not be able to enter. They either needed connections, rare sequence, or combat talents, or simply wealth. One had to meet at least one of these conditions to gain entry. Both Lin Bao and Song Yi were students of the sequence school. And he only comes here to eat. After finishing, he leaves. Occasionally, he has a private chat with my grandfather before departing. I haven't had much interaction with him." "I see. Well, that's good." Lin Bao sighed in relief. "Good. Song Yi asked curiously as she leaned in. "Nothing. What does he want to eat? Let me show you my cooking skills." Lin Bao quickly flushed and changed the subject. "Oh, you don't need to cook. Oh, just wait and help serve the dishes." Song Yi replied naturally as the topic shifted. The old man personally cooked all the dishes for him. Lin Bao was somewhat surprised. Due to his old age, Old Song generally refrained from cooking himself, leaving the work to his subordinates. Usually there are 3 chefs assisting, but with Lin Bao and Song Yi present, Old Song sent 2 of the chefs back to rest and asked them to take over. One chef had just gone out to check on the stock of ingredients in the back kitchen and had not yet returned. Lin Bao had been there for some time and had never seen Old Song cook. Even when they typically had meals, it was either Song Yi or himself who cooked, while Old Song stood by to give guidance. "He's a hunter of the strange?" Lin Bao asked curiously. "Yes, and a significant one at that. It's best you don't provoke him." Song Yi shot him a sidelong glance. "Significant?" Lin Bao was taken aback. "Yes, your Lin family has very few significant ones. You should be more cautious." Song Yi advised. "I understand. I definitely won't cause any trouble," Lin Bao hurriedly assured her. Seeing his foolish promise, the girl's eyes curved with amusement. Mr. Tu wouldn't actually make things difficult for him, she merely wanted to tease him. "You two come here and help me move some things." At that moment, Old Song emerged from the back storage, calling out to the young man and woman. Coming. Let's go quickly. Song eagerly pulled Lin Bao along as they ran to the back. Meanwhile, Tu Bu, and watching them through the glass, withdrew his gaze. Lin Bao, the fourth son of the Lin family in the inner city, possessed decent talent, but lacked resources and had not received much attention from the Lin family. The Lin family had one requirement for their descendants' ambition. As long as one was willing to rise up, even those who dared to scheme against the family head's offspring received greater attention. The Lin family believed that only profit could lead to success. With a personality inherited from his mother, gentle and simple-minded Lin Bao seemed out of place in the Lin family. He was often bullied by the children of the Lin family, while the Lin family naturally ignored him. They merely ensured his basic living expenses and sent him to school before leaving him to fend for himself. If he wanted anything else, Lin Bao had to fight for it himself, but he just wasn't the type to fight. As thoughts of Lin Bao flashed through his mind, Tu Bu and continued to sit, suppressing his ferocity while waiting for the dishes to arrive. Old Song knew what he needed. Old man, what kind of meat is this? Lin Bao curiously asked, looking at the frosty box in the center of the warehouse. Beef. Old Song replied. Does beef look like this? Lin Bao asked, puzzled as he poked at the meat inside. He had only been learning to cook for a few days and had beef. Old Song replied. Does beef look like this? Lin Bao asked, puzzled as he poked at the meat inside. He had only been learning to cook for a few days and had never handled beef before. Lin Bao had learned some culinary skills from the chefs at home. He had loved cooking since he was a child. He wanted to make something delicious for his mother who had poor health. What do you know? Hurry up and help me take the meat out to thaw. Old Song scolded him with a slap on his head and then turned to a middle-aged man nearby. Xiao Wang, go outside and keep an eye out in case any guests arrive. Okay. Xiao Wang nodded and walked out of the warehouse. Once Xiao Wang left the warehouse, Old Song pushed the box to the edge of the warehouse and used a key to unlock a room in the corner. Lin Bao peered in and discovered it was actually a kitchen. But why did this kitchen seem a bit strange? Looking at the various sinister tools hanging on the wall, such as jagged knives, axes, and pliers, Lin Bao fell silent. Did they walk into the wrong place? Is this a place for cooking? Why do I feel like it's not? Lin Bao glanced at Song Yi beside him and found her expression to be as usual, which puzzled him even more. Could it be that the problem is with me? Don't just stand there, process the meat. Song Yi shoved a blowtorch and a saw into his hands. Use these two things to process. Lin Bao was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Old Song was already heating the pan and Song Yi was independently using the blowtorch to thaw the meat. He watched as the ice melted, yet the meat inside showed little sign of charring. It was clearly very heat resistant. What kind of meat is this? Sinister meat. Tu Bu watched as Song Yi brought him several plates. Almost all of the dishes were meat-based, glistening with oil and exuding an. Seeing the surrounding guests frequently glance over and swallow their saliva, he recognized Old Song from an earlier mission. At that time, there was an unusual hunting group whose movements were suspicious. Suddenly, some of the financially troubled members seemed to have come into money extravagantly, spending on entertainment facilities in the city. Originally, it felt like the guards should investigate such matters, but during their investigation, they discovered traces of the sinister, and the timid guards immediately reported it to the hunting bureau. The Hunters Bureau dispatched several hunters to deal with it, but not long after they sent out a distress signal. Tu Bu happened to be passing by after buying ingredients and saw the situation and could only lend a hand. Then while he found several hunters, he also encountered members from various different hunting groups. After a friendly exchange, when Tu Bu pressed the last member of a hunting group into the wall, Old Song appeared. He hoped to let them go. Tu Bu asked why. Old Song smiled and asked, don't you want to know why the sinister cannot be eaten? After some discussion, Tu Bu let them go, bringing back the unconscious hunter of the strange, and brushed off the inquiries by claiming that a malignant creature was causing trouble and that he had resolved it. After some discussion, Tu Bu let them go, bringing back the unconscious hunter of the strange, and brushed off the inquiries by claiming that a malignant creature was causing trouble and that he had resolved it. Afterward, in Old Song's shop, a regular customer, known as Mr. Tu, appeared. Take your time, there's more food coming. Song Yi smiled at Tu Bu before stepping back. Tu Bu picked up his chopsticks and swiftly demolished the dishes on the table, only occasionally sipping water. The guests who had been waiting to scoop up leftovers when this esteemed guest couldn't finish so much food were left dumbfounded, watching as Tu Bu devoured the dishes in a manner that revealed a blend of elegance and ferocity. Though it looked slow, in the blink of an eye a plate of food was gone. The regulars familiar with Tu Bu remained calm, chuckling at the bewildered expressions of the newcomers. As the dishes made with sinister meat entered his body, the initial energy transformed into a flowing current throughout Tu Bu and the red glow in his eyes gradually dimmed. Empty plates were cleared away and sumptuous dishes were brought out. But just as Tu Bu was enjoying a feast, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Lin Bao, get out here. The second young master wants to see you. Outside the shop, a table still occupied by several diners was kicked over in one violent motion. Soup, rice, and dishes splattered across the ground in a chaotic mess. The stunned patrons froze midair, arms suspended before erupting into furious indignation. What do you think you're doing? And are you picking a fight? And you dare overturn my table? These patrons were laborers, men whose lives were already steeped in hardship, toiling day and night for meager wages, with mealtime their rare precious moment of solace. Now that solace had been violently stripped away, how could anyone bear it? And sir, what is the meaning of this? Bring Lin Bao out, now. And the man who kicked the table stood tall and arrogant, dressed like a servant, his voice dripping with condescension. Did you not hear me? I come on direct orders from my young master. Hurry up and summon that. And thud. And before he could finish, a heavy fist sent him crashing. What young master? I'll kick you to death first, you insolent wretch. And how dare you, how dare you? Make way. I haven't washed my feet in 4 days. Let's see if my stench doesn't choke you to death. And several workers swarmed the man, boots flying. Each strike aimed unerringly. Dazed and ringing in the head after the first blow, the servant only regained full awareness when his face swelled black and blue, and every limb screamed in agony. Stop. You know my master, the second young master, Master Lin. Knees pained cries made the burly men pause, exchanging puzzled glances. What gibberish is that? And can't make heads or tails of it. Sounded like nonsense. And I don't care what you babble. Pay up, or I'll kick you into oblivion. One thug delivered another savage kick, like a signal, and the barrage resumed. Just as the servant teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, a thunderous shout cut through the chaos. What is the meaning of this? Daring to lay hands on my man. And at those words, a figure surged forward. 3 massive men grunted in shock as they flew backward in different directions. One slammed headfirst into the eatery, toppling multiple tables. NTU Buin paused mid-bite, chopsticks hovering. And who dares cause trouble in my shop? Old Man Song burst forth, brandishing a wok spatula, his apron stained and disheveled from cooking. No time to change. Lin Bao and Song Yi followed closely behind, having heard the commotion. Seeing them emerge, Tu Buin resumed eating. This was no affair requiring his intervention. Lin Bao's expression darkened the moment he spotted the figure outside. Lin Xiang, what are you doing here? And outside stood a youth with wildly dyed hair, spitting contemptuously at Lin Bao, teeth clenched. Lin Bao, you've grown bold indeed. Silent all these years, yet now you dare steal my woman. And your woman. What woman does that fool even have? Lin Bao blinked in utter bewilderment. He knew full well Lin Xiang had never had a girlfriend. And she stands right beside you, and you deny it. Lin Xiang's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Knees friends. Lin Bao stiffened. Only Song Yi and Old Man Song stood beside him. Could it be? And he pointed horrified at Old Man Song. Ugh, Grandpa, you're into that. How could you even consider him? No, Old Man Song. And Lin Xiang. Tu Buin's chopsticks halted again. An appetite gone. Old Man Song's face turned pitch black. So did Lin Xiang's. Only Song Yi couldn't suppress a quiet laugh. Get lost, you imbecile. Is your brain filled with sludge? Throw this scoundrel, who dares covet my granddaughter, out now. In with a single kick, Old Man Song sent the fool sprawling near Lin Xiang. Then he hurried with Song Yi to help the dazed patrons rise, passing Tu Buin along the way, casting him a searching glance. Tu Buin waved dismissively, signaling he stood ready to assist. Nate held back only because this was Old Man Song's establishment. Only then did Old Man Song relax, confidence surging. Nate run this shop in the outer city for nearly half a lifetime. The Lin family, though dominant in the safe zone, held no terror for him. And if worst came to worst, Tu Buin had his back. Beating Lin Xiang would be like swatting a child. Even Lin Yi, the boy's own father, dared not cross Tu Buin. The boy had simply picked the worst possible moment, arriving just as Tu Buin sat down to eat. Nan Tu Buin despised nothing more than having his meal disturbed. Let him pray he escapes Tu Buin's wrath. And what, you mean Yi? And Lin Bao, sprawled on the ground, scrambled upright upon hearing those words, his gaze blazing with fury at Lin Xiang. Yi is not your woman. And what I set my sights on will be mine, one day without fail. And Lin Xiang cast a swift, hungry glance at Song Yi helping the guest, then lifted his chin defiantly toward Lin Bao. He had coveted Song Yi for months, even acted on it. But she was no easy prey. Each attempt ended in humiliating failure, not a single advantage, yet the colder she remained. The more untouchable, the more elusive, the more fiercely he burned. His obsession distilled into one phrase: in woman, you have captured my attention. Then, just as vacation began, and he prepared his next move, he learned Song Yi had returned home with her younger brother Lin Bao, and stayed for days. He exploded, immediately storming over to confront Lin Bao. And don't even dream of it. Lin Bao roared. Gray streaks flared at his temples, pupils slit, like a predator's claws erupting from his fingertips. You think you can challenge me? Pathetic? And Lin Xiang sneered. His own transformation mirroring Lin Bao's, yet distinct golden fur sprouted at his temples, his frame swelling, towering a full head and a half above Lin Bao. He He was an awakened 5th-rank cultivator, Lin Bao merely 3rd rank, a decisive advantage. How could Lin Bao possibly prevail? And take this, and Lin Bao lunged with a guttural cry. Old Man Song covering his face in dismay. Why announce an attack? Why not strike unseen? And Lin Xiang met him heat and undaunted, and the two clashed violently outside the shop. Within moments Lin Bao faltered overwhelmed. Grandfather, I'll aid Baozi. Song Yi's voice was glacial as she strode to the door and lifted the massive crescent moon blade leaning there. Brother two, may I borrow your blade? By all means. Tu Buin's eyes flickered with astonishment. She wielded the eerie weapon effortlessly untouched by its sinister aura. Thank you. Song Yi strode out blade in hand. Don't interfere. This is between him and me. Lin Bao shouted stubbornly even as blows rained down. Silence. One more word, and I'll strike you too. Her voice was colder than winter ice. Lin Bao. No, why is that? Compared to Lin Bao's days, Lin Xiang was overjoyed, forcing Lin Bao back with a paw, lifting his head like a victorious rooster. Look, they don't even see you. Shut up, you maggot in the sewer, Song Yi's increasingly cold voice rang out. Lin Xiang's face stiffened as he and Lin Bao turned to see Song Yi approaching with a knife, her pretty face, now covered in frost, her gaze towards the two, filled with disdain. It was as if she were looking at some kind of non-flammable garbage. Tu Buin raised an eyebrow at the sight. It seemed to have an effect. Damn Tu kid, what good thing do you have there? Old Song's face lit up with joy. I suggest you give it to my granddaughter, after all you don't lack weapons. This thing is great. Just look at the way she looks at those two piglets. Hey, fantastic. With this, who needs to worry about the piglets uprooting their own tender cabbage? This thing is a strange weapon that influences a person's thinking. Over time, I'm not sure what changes it might cause. Are you sure you want it? Tu Buin had finished eating and was now drinking water. If Old Song wanted it, he wouldn't be stingy with a strange weapon. Then forget it. Hearing it could be harmful to the body, Old Song immediately shook his head. I remember you don't have a sequence. So is your granddaughter inherited or awakened with extraordinary talent? Of course my granddaughter has extraordinary talent, Old Song said proudly. Moreover, she has already awakened to the 2nd level and is ranked within the top 10 in that school. Awakened to the 2nd level. That is indeed impressive. Tu Buin's words earned an approving glance from Old Song, as if to say the kid had an eye for talent. What sequence? Tu Buin asked again. Just wait and see. Old Song replied with a smile, nodding towards Song Yi. Song Yi quickly took a few steps, the tips of her black hair slightly turning blue. Wait, Song Yi, you'd better back off, or I don't want to have to fight you. Lin Xiang said to her after pushing Lin Bao back. Tu Buin glanced at him. He found this guy a bit unexpected. Because he appeared unruly and arrogant, but the aura around him was not very intense. Even the big guys who had just been knocked away were only bruised with no broken bone. He seemed to have a hint of being fierce on the outside, but timid on the inside. In response to Lin Xiang's words, Song Yi elegantly spun her crescent blade, causing streams of azure water to appear in midair. The water flow was substantial, quickly expanding into a several-meter-long water dragon. Illusion sequences water element. Tu Buin asked Old Song upon witnessing it. Did you notice that with just one glance? Why not guess something else? Old Song said. Tu Buin replied. Only the illusion sequence affects the human body and doesn't produce characteristics of a sequence. Moreover, I know very few illusion sequences. Boring. Old Song turned back to look at his obedient granddaughter, only to see her wielding the water dragon to sweep both young men away. Indeed, Lin Bao was also struck by Song Yi. Waity, why did you hit me too? Oh, wait, hold on. Lin Bao climbed up to ask her, but halfway through his question, he was struck away by the tail of the water dragon. Lin Xiang had it worse. The dragon's head was aimed directly at his head. He was knocked to the ground, struggling to dodge the blade light from Song Yi. Song Yi, if you keep being so arrogant, I won't hold back. He was then blasted away by the water dragon, crashing onto Lin Bao, and the two ended up in a heap like drowned rats. After a moment of silence, both of them scrambled to their feet. Get off me, it hurts. Lin Bao urged Lin Xiang, who was on top of him, to roll away. Hey, Lin Xiang laughed in anger. At that moment, a whistling sound came from the side, and both of them immediately crouched down as the water dragon soared over. Hey, Lin Xiang laughed in anger. At that moment, a whistling sound came from the side, and both of them immediately crouched down as the water dragon soared over their heads, crashing into a wall nearby. Lin Xiang couldn't hold it any longer, raising his leg to run while shouting, "I'm not involved." Lin Bao also ran after him. Lin Xiang couldn't hold it any longer, raising his leg to run while shouting, "I'm not involved." Lin Bao also ran after him. Song Yi pursued them from behind with the water dragon. Lin Xiang couldn't hold it any longer, raising his leg to run while shouting, "I'm not involved." Lin Bao also ran after him. Song Yi pursued them from. Such a passionate little girl, don't you want to respond a bit? Hee, that's a bit too passionate, I'm afraid they can't handle it. The laughter from the crowd made the faces of the two Lin family boys darken, but they had no time to argue, dodging Song Yi's attacks as they ran left and right. putting aside the issue of whether they could defeat her. Even if they could, they wouldn't be willing to strike her. Seeing this scene, tubuan realized he was no longer needed, so he stood up. I feel like you don't need me anymore. Can I leave now? Wait a moment. After they finish causing a ruckus, I still need to ask you about those meat data. Was there any success among those? Old Song's eyes were fixed outside as he asked tubuan. No, none of the meat has been processed with that thing. The ordinary people will still be infected if they eat it. Tubuan shook his head. Really? Is there any difference? There is one. One of them has a much fainter smell, which may slow down the time of infection. Tubuan thought carefully before saying. Hearing this, Old Song's eyes lit up. Really? Then later it'll take you to identify the meat chunks in the back. Let's see which one. I still have a few samples left. Sure. Tubuan didn't refuse. He didn't have anything else to do for now. The people from the tower were hiding, making it hard for him to find them. He could only wait for the group of mice to come out on their own. However, with Insushin having caught that living person with her abilities, she would likely be able to find out the other party's hiding place quickly. As for visiting the Lin family to talk to Lin, he could find time to go in the next few days, or... Tubuan glanced at the two Lin family members, especially Lin Bao. He could also go tomorrow. Manager, the customers are mostly fine. Just a few bruises. Xiao Wang, who had checked on several customers, said to Old Song. And the one who was beaten by them also just has external injuries, but has fainted. Okay, you go tell those customers that it was our trouble that affected them, and they can eat here for free for the next 3 days. Old Song said. Very well. Xiao Wang withdrew to locate the guests and relayed Lao Song's instructions to them. 3 consecutive days, meals completely free of charge. 3 days straight. Someone asked, eyes wide with disbelief, so startled that even their aches seemed to vanish. Is this too generous? Another swallowed hard voice, tinged with suspicion. Indeed, 3 full days, all meals complimentary, Xiao Wang replied with a warm smile. This is our responsibility. Compensation is only fitting, so please accept it without hesitation. I've already memorized each of your appearances. Simply announce yourselves when dining. Thank you. Thank you. They chorused, eagerly, grins stretching ear to ear. This was far more valuable than mere coin. After all, certain delicacies were scarce, even unobtainable for many, while several among them possessed culinary skills so abysmal that their dishes barely qualified as edible. This was an unrestricted feast, 3 glorious days of unrestrained indulgence. Meanwhile, Lao Songtu observed Lin Bao and Lin Xiang, both panting heavily, utterly spent, and decided against further action toward Song Yi. Satisfied, he turned to Tubuan. Enough. Go retrieve the blade from Yi's hand, young Tu. Understood. As Tubuan raised his hand to seize the weapon, a mocking laugh cut through the air. Why, if it isn't second brother and fourth brother? What on earth has left you both in such disarray, What's going on? Why do you look so wretched? Tubuan paused, then abruptly pivoted toward Lao Songtu. Old Song, tell me plainly, have you entangled yourself with any of Lin Ye's wives? Lao Songtu blinked. Then his face darkened like storm-laden clouds. Have you lost your senses? Do you truly believe I'd lower myself to those mismatched second-rate women? Then why do his offspring keep flocking to you like moths to flame? Tubuan's gaze flicked meaningfully toward 4 approaching figures in the distance. 4 individuals approached. Centered among them strode Lin Hai, the third son of Lin Yi, diminutive, yet strutting with arrogant confidence. Who knows? Or rather, who cares? I find them repulsive. Just toss them all out, preferably into that river over there. Lao Songtu brandished his wok spatula, pointing furiously toward the distant waterway, while puffing his cheeks. Lin Hai, spotting Lin Bao and Lin Xiang leaning weakly against the wall, broke into a sly grin. How utterly humiliating. 2 Lin heirs chased and beaten by a mere girl. Father will surely slash next month's allowance upon hearing this. What business is it of yours? You understand nothing. Their sharp retorts struck Lin Hai like twin blows. His expression stiffened. Why were these 2 suddenly volatile as lit gunpowder? A sharp whistle tore through the air. Young master, watch out. Lin Hai's attendant lunged forward, intercepting the surging water dragon hurtling toward him. Who dare strike without eyes to see? Do you even know who I? His gaze locked on Song Yi, and his eyes lit up. His words twisted mid-sentence. Am so fond of water. Why did you block it? The reprimanded guard fell silent. Madam, Lin Hai continued, bowing with practiced courtesy, though his stature rendered the gesture oddly incongruous. I am Lin family's 3rd young master. Might I inquire your name? His tone was polished yet absurd beside his short frame. Does your granddaughter possess some peculiar affinity for the Lin family? Tubuan interjected. How strange. Every Lin scion seemed magnetically drawn to her. Lao Song's face darkened once more. Why did these piglets fixate so obsessively on his fresh, radiant cabbage? Silence, revolting swine. Song Yi sneered, casting Lin Hai a look of. Lin Hai's breath caught at that disdainful gaze, the one reserved for refuse. His heart hammered violently, racing with unfamiliar yet he could not endure insult unchallenged. Seize her. She shall become my wife, he commanded his men without hesitation. To claim what he desired outright was his way. His father would approve. Lin Bao and Lin Xiang instantly stepped forward shielding her. Oh, our second brother and fourth brother daring to contest me. Lin Hai chuckled. I've brought 3 Resurrectioner guards, while you came unaccompanied. How do you intend to stop me? Lin Xiang's expression soured further. Head brought only 1 attendant, never expecting Lin Hai. Lin Bao fared worse. Head arrived alone, utterly. Lin Hai's 3 guards belonged to the beast sequence, their awakened abilities manifesting in grotesque physical transformations. They obeyed no authority, but his own Lin Bao and Lin Xiang's status held no sway over them. Lin Hai glanced toward Lao Songto, who glared fiercely from afar, and smirked. Dared the old man glare at him? He'd have him fed to the dogs later. Song Yi stood amid the encroaching crowd, water swirling around her, coalescing steadily along the blade's length. She clearly intended a devastating strike, but the strain was immense. Her complexion paled rapidly, the energy drain accelerating with every passing second. Young Tu, what are you waiting for? Strike them down. Dare they covet my granddaughter as a bride? Have them peer into a puddle first, and behold their own wretched Lao Songtu seethed, lunging forward, only to be restrained by Tu Buan. Save your brittle bones, grandfather. No need to flail about. Tu Buan did not act immediately. Instead, he scanned the surroundings before asking, where are your attendants? Most are beyond the safe zone. Only a few linger unseen. Had they revealed themselves, I'd have sunk them in the river long ago, Lao Songtu snapped. Then move swiftly. Understood. The final syllable had scarcely left his lips when Tu Buan vanished, transformed into a whirlwind of malice. A faint piercing shriek split the air beside Song Yi. Then a black and crimson gauntlet arm shot forth, crushing the gathered water energy upon her blade into a spray of droplet. Song Yi's frigid gaze sliced toward the intruder, her lips parting slightly. Before she could utter a word, the Yin Yu blade was deftly wrested from her grasp. The moment the weapon left her hand, her icy composure shattered, replaced by sudden, profound disorientation. And who might you be? Lin Hai frowned, glaring at Tu Buan, who now stood beside Song Yi, blade reclaimed. Do you presume to seize what? Never mind, shatter his legs. Remove this nuisance. Compared to Lin Bao and Lin Xiang, Lin Hai radiated palpable darkness, thick, viscous, and malevolent. His 3 guards exuded even deeper shadows, malice oozing beyond their forms, betraying countless lives extinguished. At Lin Hai's command, they surged toward Tu Buan, beast-like, relentless. Tu Buan ran a hand lightly over the Yin Yu blade. His form blurred, carried on a gale of dread, and in the blink of an eye he stood before Lin Hai. The guards froze mid-lunge, rooted in place. Lin Hai's pupils contracted as Tu Buan materialized before him, instinctively raising his arm to strike. Snap! Tu Buan broke it cleanly. Ah! Lin Hai screamed, a raw, piercing cry of agony. Lin Hai had just cried out when he was kicked in the knee, producing a similar sound as he began to crumple down. His fractured hand was still being held aloft by Tu Buan, and another wave of excruciating pain made him scream endlessly. What are you doing? Hurry up and get this guy out of here, he shouted in agony at the 3 guards who stood dumbfounded. But the 3 remained as motionless as wooden dolls. Why are you still standing there? You 3. His words faltered as he stared blankly at the guards whose heads had slid off their necks. Tu Buan never held back against those who harbored malice. Such half-human creatures were nothing but an eyesore to him. It was better to clear them away and use their malice to strengthen his own body. You? Lin Hai couldn't care less about the pain as he raised his head in terror to look at Tu Buan. In an instant he had killed 3 people at the revival stage. What kind of monster was this? I am the son of Lin Yi. You cannot touch me, he managed to say, his voice trembling. But as he looked up, he met the icy gaze beneath Tu Buan's glasses. It was indifferent and calm, completely dismissive of Lin Yi. He squatted down, grasping Lin Hai's hair and forcing him to look at him. As long as I agree to do something for Lin Yi, I could kill you and feed you to the dogs. Lin Hai's pupils trembled as he looked at him, gripped by fear. He knew this was a possible outcome. His father's eyes held only interest. He didn't know who this person was, but he was powerful enough to make him do things, and his father would definitely agree. After all, with 4 children who were all useless, losing one wouldn't matter. He could still gain a capable ally. Even he felt it was a bargain. Tu Buan quietly observed the fear and regret in his eyes. Truly, he was Lin Ye's son, thoroughly understanding his father's nature. Is that Tu Buan? Mr. Tu. A voice came from the side, and Tu Buan glanced over to see Lin Xiang. He looked at Tu Buan cautiously, while Lin Bao supported Song Yi, who was confused. You know me? Tu Buan looked at him. Father and my older sister mentioned you. I happened to be nearby at that time. Lin Xiang replied respectfully with a hint of his father held this person in high regard because Tu Buan was extraordinarily strong. This was the first time he had seen his father praise someone's strength so much, and he remembered wanting his sister to seduce him, which she indeed did, only to return with a dark It was obvious that she had suffered a setback. Knowing how highly his father regarded this person, Lin Xiang naturally didn't dare offend him in the slightest. Lin Bao, standing nearby, was puzzled. Who did his father know Mr. Tu? Then you take him back, tubuan said, throwing Lin Hai at Lin Xiang's feet like garbage. Okay. Lin Xiang hurriedly replied, picking up Lin Hai. Despite his dislike for Lin Hai, he was still useful to the family and couldn't be ignored. And you take your men and apologize to the shop owner, or he'll beat you up and throw you in the river, tubuan said coldly. Lin Xiang shivered at his words and hurriedly replied, they'll go right away. He dared not flaunt any family background in front of tubuan, feeling instinctively that if he tried, the consequences would be worse. Lin Xiang took one last look at Song Yi and shot a glare at Lin Bao, gritting his teeth as he ran off to apologize to Old Song. Old Song had used the dirty water from the kitchen to wake up the unconscious attendant, leaving him reeking. Sorry for the trouble I caused you. Even though he was unwilling, Lin Xiang led his men to apologize to Old Song. He could feel tubuan's gaze lingering on his back, sending chills down his spine. For the next 3 days, the expenses of these guests will be covered by you. Is that a problem? Old Song said with a harsh tone as he looked at him. No problem. Lin Xiang shook his head earnestly. You have the final say. Even if you have a problem, I'm not afraid of your father. Old Song scoffed. Even tubuan was fine, but how could he dare speak so to the owner of a restaurant? Lin Xiang felt a tremor in his heart and looked up at the old. Once the adrenaline for the woman wore off, Lin Xiang was not a fool. Rather, he possessed a bit of cleverness. He noted Old Song's appearance to ask his father about it later. Get lost. Don't stay here and be an eyesore. Old Song said, waving his spatula to shoo him away. Lin Xiang dared not linger and shot a resentful glance at Lin Bao. He would settle the score with that guy when he returned. Lin Xiang carried Lin Hai and left with his attendants, leaving in as much disgrace as he had arrived in arrogant. After watching him leave, Old Song ran over to Lin Bao and Song Yi, kicking Lin Bao aside. You idiot. Can't you see Yi is unwell? Why are you just standing there? You should take her back to rest. Old Song turned and asked softly, how are you, Yi? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, Song Yi replied, shaking her head. As soon as she picked up the crescent blade, an inexplicable malice surged into her mind, disrupting her thoughts. At the same time, she felt a bit flushed. After all, she had said many strange things earlier and felt somewhat embarrassed. Is this a cursed weapon? She asked tubuan. Yes, tubuan warned her. It's best not to touch such weapons. I understand, Song Yi acknowledged, having experienced its danger firsthand. Let's go back and rest. Old Song said, leading Yi back to rest while Lin Bao, scratching his head, immediately followed. Wait a moment, tubuan called out to him. Mr. Tu, is there something wrong? Lin Bao was surprised, not expecting tubuan to call him. When you go back later, tell your father Lin Yi that I will be seeing him tomorrow to discuss some matters. Lin Bao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Understood, I'll pass on the message. By the way, if your father asks what our relationship is, just say we're acquaintances. Understood? Okay, Lin Bao replied, though puzzled. Seeing him agree, tubuan said, good, that's all. You can go now. Back in the shop, Lin Bao immediately ran to sit beside Song Yi, and after Old Song pressed down on his head, instructing him to take good care of her, he walked over to tubuan. Let's go see which piece of meat has shown results. Saying this, he took the lead out, with tubuan following behind. Old Song led tubuan to a kitchen in the warehouse, taking out 3 plates of sliced meat from the refrigerator and placing them before him. Each plate was labeled with a number. Old Song said, give it a try and see which one is different. Tubuan sampled each one and pointed to the first plate, saying, it's this one. This one. All right. Old Song returned the plate of meat to the refrigerator. One more eliminated. Very good. Old Song looked somewhat pleased. Tubuan understood what he found amusing. Old Song stepped a little closer to the ominous meat. By the way, there's actually another reason I called you in. As Old Song spoke, he took something out from the refrigerator and handed it to tubuan. What is this inside? Tubuan looked at the 3 test tube-like items in his hand, their slightly green liquid shimmering with an eerie glow under the light. This is the essence extracted from the flesh of the ominous beings. They think you might need this. Old Song looked at the 3 vials, and tubuan asked, did your subordinates help me get this? Old Song nodded, saying they believe that by consuming the flesh of the ominous beings you might be able to extract some kind of energy or substance. They think there's a high probability it's active, so they prepared 3 vials for you in advance. The they in their conversation referred to the research team under Old Song, who were studying why humans who consumed the flesh of ominous beings would become. They discovered that the flesh of ominous beings contained a large amount of unknown substances, which they suspected were responsible for the transformation of humans into ominous beings. However, no matter the methods employed, they could not completely eliminate these substances. It seemed there was a limit. Once a portion was entirely removed, the others would continuously. But if they removed a bit from each, they could maintain a balance. They kept testing, trying to find the part that caused the ominous transformation. Tubuan could directly consume the flesh of the ominous beings, which was very convenient for this experiment to continue excluding variables. At the same time, these researchers were the reason Tubuan initially spared Old Song. He needed his subordinates' research team to study certain things. In the entire safe zone, Tubuan only knew of 2 capable research teams, one in the ominous hunting bureau and the other being the few individuals under Old Song. Others likely existed under the district chief, but they were not accessible to him. The research department of the ominous hunting bureau operated formally, and tubuan did not want them to know about his abilities. Until now, the people in the bureau still believed his sequence was the mythological sequence of Phylian. The beastly sequence was something the hunting bureau could never be allowed to know. Once exposed, regardless of tubuan's past behavior, they would control him or even eliminate him. This was because the beastly sequence had never produced anything good. Therefore, tubuan could not reveal that he was part of the beastly sequence, especially not for powerful beasts, which would be utterly unfathomable to ordinary people. The beastly sequence was something the hunting bureau could never be allowed to know once exposed, regardless of tubuan's past. For instance, the troubling issue of suppressing his beastly nature. If he couldn't suppress it, using other beastly sequences would be difficult and could easily cause him trouble. He hoped to use the abilities of 2 or even 3 or 4 powerful beasts simultaneously. If so, his combat power would reach unimaginable heights. This would require assistance and research, which was much faster than figuring it out himself. Of course, he did not directly reveal his entire sequence. He continued to hide it, only mentioning that his sequence was special and required the flesh of the ominous beings to maintain his sanity. Old Song was also perceptive. He wouldn't pry into matters he shouldn't. Tubuan provided cover and help against others while he assisted Tubuan in his endeavors, both benefiting from their mutual interests. How do I use this thing? Tubuan asked, shaking the vial containing the liquid. Just inject it. But personally, I recommend you don't use this. Old Song cautioned, looking nervously at the test tube in Tubuan's hand. Those fellows condensed it from the flesh of 2 ghost-level beings and 1 malevolent-level being. Though it relates to the characteristics of your sequence, it's better to be safe. Then why did you give it to me? Tubuan shot him a sideways glance. Since it's done, I can't just throw it away, can I? Or you could dispose of it right now. Old Song replied. I suppose that's unnecessary. Tubuan thought for a brief moment, and then put the 3 vials away. It will be useful eventually. The dominance of the 4 great beasts means I cannot be infected by the ominous. These 3 vials are active, and even if they can't suppress my beastly nature, they will benefit my physique. Moreover, this thing, used on others, is also a good means. Alright, I'm done here, you can leave now. With everything settled, Old Song began to shoo him away. Tubuan asked, wait a moment, have you found any clues about the investigation I asked you to help with? About the investigation? Oh, that one. Old Song paused for a moment before responding. Indeed, there have been some findings in the western district of the inner city recently. You need to give me the detailed location later, Tubuan said. Old Song replied, but you need to be cautious. That place is the district chief's territory, and you might not be able to enter. The district chief's territory. Tubuan frowned slightly. The investigation he had asked Old Song to help with was whether there were any hidden facilities or locations in this safe zone. He had always felt an eerie sense of familiarity and closeness, constantly telling himself that he seemed to need to find something here. This feeling intensified the longer he stayed in the district. However, he had searched most of the visible areas in the safe zone without discovering anything, so he turned his attention to areas that ordinary people could not access. Yet several obscure locations he found were all within the district chief's territory, and he could not enter. The ominous hunting bureau and the district chief were 2 different powers, and the district chief would be wary of the bureau, especially since he held a certain status within the bureau. He would not offer him the opportunity to search. Sigh. Tubuan sighed. What a hassle. Aren't you afraid of trouble? You can't find a way to reach the spirit level and then pressure the district chief to let you search freely in the safe. Just beat up anyone who stops you. Old Song noticed that Tubuan was deep in thought and deliberately suggested a bad idea to tease him. To his surprise, Tubuan looked as if he were searching for something, seemingly considering it seriously before nodding. That's not a bad idea. You make a good point. You can't really be thinking of beating up the district chief, right? Old Song exclaimed in horror. He genuinely believed that Tubuan was the kind of person capable of such actions. Wasn't this your suggestion? Tubuan shot him a sidelong glance. I was just saying it casually. You really think I meant for you to go through with it? Old Song rolled his eyes. I was hoping to see Taizuan, or I didn't want it to end so soon. Then let them search for someone else. Alright, I will give the orders. Old Song nodded. Tubuan stared at the 3 vials in his hand, quietly observing for a moment before suddenly pulling one out. No way are you going to try it right away? Old Song asked in astonishment. Right here, immediately. Now. This place is relatively concealed with ample food, and your subordinates are hiding around for protection, making it far safer than my room. Any accidents can be easily, Tubuan said. Fine, as long as you don't go crazy and turn me into breadcrumbs, feel free to do whatever you want. Old Song said as he dashed out, shutting the iron door behind him. They'll wait outside. If anything happens, call me. If you die, call me too, so I can help arrange a gravestone for you. Get lost, you big oaf. Tubuan cursed as he turned back. The kitchen fell silent. Tubuan pressed the button on the back of the vial, and a sharp tube popped out. Without hesitation, he inserted it into the vein in his neck and slowly injected the liquid inside. Tubuan lowered his hand and quietly waited for a moment. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, yet simultaneously a surge of overwhelming energy began to flow throughout him. Strangely, under the guidance of this massive energy, golden halos surrounded his pupils, filling his entire gaze with a domineering and regal aura. As he looked at the world before him, the halos in tubuan's pupils slowly rotated. When the two emerged, the three corpses on the ground had also been dealt with by Xiao Wang, and the customers present showed little reaction. In this world, corpses were a common sight, but the fear of tubuan only deepened. Alright, I'm heading back now. With nothing more to do, tubuan decided to leave. If you need anything, just contact me. I won't see you off. Old Song led tubuan to the door and said, "Wait, let me cook a few dishes to take back with me." Tubuan suddenly said, "You can still eat." Although he was already quite familiar with tubuan, Old Song was shocked to hear him mention food again. "It's not for me, I'm taking it back for my neighbor. She got injured because of her connection with me, and I need to check on her." Old Song frowned. "You? How did you end up causing someone to get hurt?" "Then he'll prepare a few better dishes for you to take back." Tubuan replied, "Alright, thank you." As Old Song packed the dishes, Tubuan picked up his crescent blade. "I'm off." Before the words even left his mouth, Tubuan had already vanished from sight. Old Song shook his head and returned to the shop. After the commotion earlier, a number of customers were waiting for their dishes, and he pulled Lin Bao, who was anxiously pacing around. "Song Yi, get to work. Can't you see the customers are waiting impatiently? If you don't hurry up, just go back home." Lin Bao replied. He had grievances he couldn't express, but with a long face, he started helping while outside. Song Yi watched the two with a smile. At this moment, the sun had completely set, and the sparse lights on the street emitted a faint glow. Clap. Wang Qinxue clapped her hands, and the sensor lights in the hallway lit up, revealing her worried expression. She was worried about Tudigo. She had just learned from his mother what the Chun family represented in this safe zone. Even if she was slow, she could sense her mother's fear and anxiety. This made her panic, worrying about the tubuan who was helping them. She wanted to return to the freight station to find him, but she was also afraid of causing more trouble, so she moved a chair to the door to wait for Tubuan's return. Originally, Wang Jing also planned to wait together, but due to her leg injury and blood loss, she was pinned on the bed by Wang Qinxue to rest. "Tudigo, please come back. Don't let anything happen to you." As she watched the sky darken, Wang Qiangshu's mood also sank little by little. She thought several times about getting up to run to the freight station to check on the situation. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed, and Wang Qinxue froze nervously, watching the staircase. Although she had been disappointed several times, she always hoped it would be Tudigo, but this time in her eyes a tall figure gradually ascended the stairs. Tubuan came up carrying a knife and the dishes. As he came up, he cast a puzzled glance at the stool placed between his room and Wang Qiangshu's house. It was probably that silly Wang Qinxue waiting for him there. Where did she go? Back to her room. Tubuan first returned to his own room, put down the knife, then took out 4 vials of the number 4 regeneration potion from a compartment before knocking on the door next door. After knocking for a while and receiving no response, Tubuan frowned slightly, tried to twist the doorknob, and found that the door wasn't locked, so he just walked in. The living room was empty. After placing the dishes on the table, Tubuan headed straight to the bedroom and saw Wang Jing slumped on the bed unconscious. His footsteps reached the bedside, and only then did Wang Jing hear the sound, waking up. When she saw it was Tubuan, she relaxed again. "It's you, little two, you're back? What about your clothes? Are you alright?" She sat up, noticing Tubuan's charred clothing, and asked with concern. "The situation has been resolved, and Wang, you don't have to worry about anyone causing you trouble," Tubuan said, placing 2 number 4 regeneration potions on the bedside. "Drink these 4 vials over 2 days to flush out the toxins from the centaur. The centaur's sharp teeth are poisonous, otherwise old Lu wouldn't have given a bottle of the number 3 regeneration potion to heal the wound. Instead, the flesh that regrew still had a hint of dark purple." No need." Wang Jing quickly refused. "Such precious things, I can't possibly use them. And Wang, you know me." Tubuan smiled. "I serve at the hunting bureau, where I receive a quota of potions each month. I rarely use them, and I've accumulated quite a lot in my room. If I don't use them, it's just wasteful." Wang Jing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but at that moment, Tubuan interrupted her again. "Aunt Wang, just accept them. You got hurt because I was plotted against. They wanted to draw me out by targeting you and Xiao Shui." "Oh," Wang Jing exclaimed in surprise. "So you have completely suffered an unwarranted disaster. I feel guilty for compensating you. I'm very sorry." As he spoke, a look of shame appeared on Tubuan's face. "Then I will shamelessly accept it." Seeing his demeanor, Wang Jing could not refuse any longer and accepted the potion. "I also brought some food. Would you like to have some?" "Where is Xiao Shui? Wasn't she waiting for you at the door? But why was there no sign of her outside or inside the house?" "Something fell off. Oh, I asked her to help me organize some things in the partition. It's strange, why is it taking so long?" Saying this, Tubuan looked curiously at the door. "They'll go call her and bring the food in for you. That silly child probably made things even more messy. Go check on her," Wang Jing said with a headache, as she was very clear about her daughter's intelligence. It was this clear understanding that made her so exasperated by Wang Qiangshu's silly and naive. All right, Aunt Wang, please wait here for a moment. With that, Tu Buan left the room and closed the door behind him. Once outside, the smile on his face vanished completely, and his expression quickly turned cold and grim. Something might have happened to Wang Qianxue. He strode out, confirming that the living room was indeed empty behind him, and he arrived at the corridor, which was still desolate. A faint stale odor mixed with disinfectant and old dust permeated the air. The corridor before him seemed to be drained of all sound, leaving only a flickering old fluorescent light buzzing faintly overhead. He scanned the entire corridor, but there was no movement, only tightly closed doors lined up like indifferent spectators. There were no surveillance cameras on the ceiling. Knock knock. Tu Buan knocked on another neighbor's door, his knuckles rapping against the cold door panel, producing a sharp sound that echoed far down the corridor. If you don't open the door, I'll take you back for questioning. He was still wearing the blood-stained white shirt and the charred coat representing the hunting bureau, looking quite fearsome. If you don't open the door, I'll take you back for questioning. He was still wearing the blood-stained white shirt and the charred coat representing the hunting bureau. The person behind the door shuddered upon hearing this, struggled for a few seconds, and then cautiously opened the door. It was a somewhat frail, middle-aged man peering out with a fawning smile. Mister, why aren't you opening the door? Tu Buan's golden pupils beneath his glasses stared at him. Don't make excuses, I know you've been peeking inside for a while. I'm scared. The middle-aged man, half hidden behind the door, said softly, his gaze darting left and right. He looked very nervous. Tu Buan observed his timid demeanor. What are you scared of? The man suddenly fell silent, his eyes betraying his wariness and fear. Did something happen in this corridor? Tu Buan asked. I don't know. As the man spoke, the corridor's sensor lights suddenly went out, and in the dark, Tu Buan's pupils flashed with impatience. This neighbor usually kept to himself, rarely venturing out, even going to work in the dead of night, so he was not very familiar with him. The speculation that Wang Qianxue seemed to be missing was deeply troubling him. This person clearly had seen something. Bang! A loud noise startled the man. The sensor lights flickered back on, and in the dim light, he looked terrified as he saw Tu Buan's hand smashed into the wall. If you keep stammering without saying anything, I'll assume you're in cahoots with that guy from earlier, and take you back to the hunting bureau for a chat, where we have plenty of means to make you talk. Tu Buan's words were filled with chill. No, I'm not. The middle-aged man immediately shook his head frantically. I'll tell you right away. However, hearing this, the chill in Tu Buan's eyes deepened. He had no idea what had happened in the corridor. He was merely trying to coax information out of this man. Based on his reaction, it seemed that Wang Qianxue had likely been taken away by someone. Wang Qianxue currently had a semi-ghostly constitution. Even if she could not use her powers, her awakened state made it difficult for an ordinary person to take her away. Seeing that Tu Buan seemed even angrier, the middle-aged man became extremely flustered, spilling everything he knew like pouring beans. He mentioned that when he went to the bathroom and passed by the door, he heard some very strange noises, so he looked through the peephole to see what was happening outside. Because of the limited view through the peephole, he couldn't see anything above, but he could hear all the commotion outside. Tu Buan asked, what sounds did you hear? It sounded like an old leaky windbox, and then I heard Wang Jing's daughter's voice. She seemed to be shouting something, but it sounded muffled, as if something was covering her mouth. Then what happened? Then I heard footsteps. They seemed to be heading upstairs because I saw a shadow drifting past from above. How long ago was this? Maybe less than 10 minutes. You better be telling the truth. After leaving this statement, Tu Buan headed for the stairs. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man clutched his racing heart and glanced around the corridor before hastily closing his door. Tu Buan ran upstairs. His floor was quite high, and just a few flights up was the rooftop. But why were they heading upstairs instead of down? Were they avoiding him? Less than 10 minutes indicated that the moment he arrived, the other party had just left. At that moment, as he turned a corner, a drop of liquid fell onto his clothes. Tu Buan looked over the bright red blood stark against the charred fabric. He suddenly looked up, and at the very top of the stairs there was sticky red substance on the handrail. Tu Buan had transformed into a whirlwind, quickly crossing several floors until he reached the iron door of the rooftop. Observing the radiating bloodstains around him, his unease deepened. The iron door before him was ajar, and he pushed it open directly. But as soon as he pulled the door, the sight outside caused Tu Buan's body to freeze. On the pitch-black, empty rooftop, a vague figure lay in the center, the crimson moon tearing through the dark clouds, illuminating the scene. It also illuminated the figure on the ground. Wang Qianxue seemed to be asleep, quietly lying on the ground. The viscous bright red blood had long soaked the ground beneath her, resembling a bizarre and luxurious red carpet, wrapping her gently yet cruelly. Her frail body was pierced by countless silver spikes, these spikes sealing away all her vitality, glinting with an enchanting light under the crimson moon. Like a doll maliciously damaged and riddled with holes. Tu Buan's eyes felt as if they had been struck by something, a dull pain lingering, while the world before him seemed to stretch endlessly. No, she should be fine. She is a half-spirit with a unique constitution, still lively even after being killed 3 times by her own hand. He quickly moved to Wang Qiangshu's side, wanting to check on her condition. However, as he approached, Tu Buan's expression grew increasingly grim, for all the spikes on Wang Qiangshu's body had sealed all her vital points, with one piercing through her skull, nailing her firmly to the ground. When Tu Buan had threatened her previously, this was the very method he had envisioned, to create fatal wounds and prevent them from healing. He reached out to grasp one of the silver spikes, discovering it to be harder than steel. It didn't shatter at a mere squeeze. Moreover, upon closer inspection, a strange greenish hue manifested all over Wang Qiangshu's body. It was toxic. This dreadful speculation flooded Tu Buan's mind as he slowly pulled one silver spike out, clearly seeing the residual greenish. The wound from which the spike was removed did not heal rapidly as Tu Buan had recalled. Instead, it exhibited signs of decay. He silently removed all the silver spikes, each extraction accompanied by a faint painful sound, and more of the now cold blood gushed forth. The crimson liquid swiftly soaked his hands, staining his shirt a glaring thick red. Wang Qiangshu remained motionless, all her wounds laid bare to the air with no sign of change. There were no miracles, only the cold hard facts brought by death. She was dead, truly irrevocably dead. But who had killed her? Why had they killed her? Tu Buan stood like a gravestone under the moonlight, the golden light in his eyes growing ever more intense. Was it the tower? Was it because he had dealt with them that they sought immediate revenge? Was Wang Qiangshu's death because of him? The expression on Tu Buan's face faded away, leaving only an absolute chill. His heart thundered like a drum of fire raging within his chest. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, suffocating the air on the rooftop, and phantom black-red armor began to flicker upon his body. On his shoulder, a fierce tiger head let out a silent roar, while on the other shoulder the head of a monster with fangs slowly emerged. He felt as if he were sinking into an abyss. No matter how desperately he struggled to awaken, his body remained utterly immobilized, as if he had lost all control. Tu Buan felt the world before his eyes pull backward, as if his soul were departing from his body. Crack! The empty test tube in his hand shattered, glass shards scattering across the floor, and Tu Buan stared blankly at the kitchen before him, the golden light in his eyes completely vanishing. What is happening? He felt a severe headache, instinctively wanting to press his forehead, but upon raising his hand, he saw his emaciated arm, and his expression changed. He suddenly looked down at his thin, trembling hands, and then quickly scanned the surroundings. He was back in that small, strange, yet familiar kitchen. He had returned to the kitchen of Old Song's warehouse. His hands bore no blood, still clad in the bloodstained shirt and tattered charred coat that remained unchained. Tu Buan touched his face and realized that not only his arms, but also his face had sunken in, resembling a skeleton. Something was off with his body. Something was very wrong. He could feel pain and emptiness emanating from various parts of his body. Tu Buan attempted to rise, but as he did, his once formidable physique faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, he managed to grab the edge of the table, but inadvertently knocked over pots and bowls on the adjacent counter, creating a sharp clatter. Hearing the sound of the clattering cookware, Old Song rushed in, shouting, "Hey! What the hell are you doing to my precious kitchen? What happened to you? Why do you look like you're about to die?" His scolding voice abruptly halted. As Old Song stepped through the door, his eyes widened in shock, the latter part of his sentence caught in his throat. His expression of anger was instantly replaced by one of astonishment, as if he had witnessed something incredibly shocking. Before him stood Tu Buan, bracing himself against the counter amidst the chaos and fallen ingredients, his body slightly hunched. In just a few minutes, Tu Buan looked as though he had been drained of all vitality by some invisible force. The once well-fitted shirt and coat now hung loosely on him, revealing wrists and neck so thin they seemed to be nothing but skin over bones, with the outline of his spine clearly visible beneath the coat. Especially when Tu Buan turned his head somewhat stiffly at the sound. Old Song gasped, his face completely changing. His face was as pale as if covered in old paper, with sunken eye sockets, heavy dark circles, and cracked lips devoid of color. What was most frightening were his eyes, bloodshot, with dilated pupils filled with an indescribable exhaustion. "I told you not to use it. Damn it, this is my fault." Old Song didn't care about anything else, rushing to Tu Buan's side to support him. At the same time, he pulled out a life-saving capsule from his clothing. This capsule was a concoction of the No. 5 regenerative agent mixed with other materials, possessing extremely potent effects. Although it had the side effect of causing severe nerve weakening, it was a lifesaver. As long as there was breath, it could pull you back from the brink of death. Old Song always kept one on hand in case he encountered something life-threatening. "Hurry and take this medicine. I don't want anyone dying in my kitchen." He was about to shove the capsule into Tu Buan's mouth, but Tu Buan caught his wrist. "Cough, cough. How long have I been in there, and what happened?" Tu Buan coughed and asked him. Old Song was momentarily taken aback by his nonsensical question, then became even more furious, pushing the capsule forward again. Look, your mind isn't even clear. You said you wanted to test the active reagent I gave you, and in less than 2 minutes after I left you ended up like this. 2 minutes. Tubuan mumbled to himself, glancing at the other 2 vials in his hand, his lips twitching, revealing a smile under Old Song's incredulous gaze. I see now. I understand. All the experiences from before, including the scene of Wang Qiangshu's death, were phenomena brought on by the second sequence. It was the future shown to him by the Tao Wu. The only 2 sequences that Tubuan can use are the Tao Wu. Its several abilities are significantly more formidable than Xiongqi, but each ability comes with a corresponding increase in consumption and ferocity. One of its abilities is foresight. Under normal circumstances he has tested it, and can only briefly see up to 5 seconds into the future, which is already his limit. Continuing to push beyond that could lead to a potential rampage. Being able to see 5 seconds into the future is already sufficient for Tubuan. However, the ferocity is quite high, and using the abilities of Tao Wu incurs significant costs, making it quite troublesome. Normally, he utilizes the Xiongqi sequence, switching to Tao Wu only when Xiongqi cannot handle the situation. After all, there is no delay in his ability transformation between the 2 sequences. He can use them at any time. Looking at the reagent in his hand, Tubuan felt quite surprised. Because the few geniuses under Old Song indeed guessed correctly, his ferocity is related to vitality. It wasn't in vain that he cut himself to provide them with research material. Eat. Hurry up and eat. You damn it. Old Song anxiously stuffed the medicine into his mouth. Don't you want to live anymore? Tubuan helplessly raised his hand to remove the medicine, saying, I'm fine, this medicine is useless to me. Then you're just going to die, eh? Damn it. This is the reason for the sudden large loss of energy. Tubuan opened the other 2 reagents. Just now, when the vitality injected into his body was flowing throughout, the ferocious beast sequence that had not been satiated for a long time emerged and absorbed all that vitality. At that moment, he was in the state of the Tao Wu sequence, unconsciously using foresight to give himself a warning. He managed to glimpse about 20 minutes of his future. Because the cost of peering into the future is high, after depleting the vitality brought by the reagent, Tao Wu quickly consumed the energy stored in his body. It almost drained him completely, pushing him to the brink of death. It was precisely because he was near death that his Bodhi's protective mechanism forced the Tao Wu sequence to halt the precognition. This situation is very special. Tubuan estimates that he won't experience this kind of precognition for a long time. Tubuan's ferocity did not increase because the vitality and energy met the demands of the great ferocity sequence, allowing him to maintain his rationality. It's a pity he didn't see who acted. But Wang Qiangshu won't die a second time. Thinking of his hands covered in blood and Wang Qiangshu's cold, mutilated body, Tubuan's face, resembling a malevolent ghost, was filled with ferocity as he raised his hand and injected the 2 reagents into his veins. What are you doing? Old Song was shocked, looking at him. Are you really throwing your life away? The state I'm in now is caused by the ability of my sequence and has nothing to do with the reagents. Tubuan explained, then instructed Old Song. Old Song, this reagent is very useful. Have your subordinates prepare some more for me. Is that true? Your appearance is caused by the sequence. Old Song looked at him suspiciously. What exactly are you? With a large amount of vitality injected into his body, Tubuan's complexion visibly improved, and the skeletal appearance of his body regained some muscle mass. At least now Tubuan could stand up on his own. Clenching his fist, he felt that his body was still very weak, but his abilities were unaffected. Tubuan rose abruptly and walked outside. Hey, with your condition, where are you going? Old Song asked reluctantly. He wasn't sure when Wang Qiangshu was attacked. Although according to the neighbor, it was most likely within the 5-minute interval. When he returned upstairs, he couldn't fully trust what that neighbor said. When he saw Wang Qiangshu, she had already been dead for a while, and he hadn't heard a single sound. This indicates that the neighbor's timing was inaccurate. He needed to hurry over. Tubuan left the kitchen, heading for the warehouse, but after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly paused. He turned to Old Song and asked, Old Song, where is the back door of this warehouse? Why are you going out the back when you can go out the front? The door is over there. Old Song answered with confusion, but still pointed him to a corner, then continued. What's so urgent? You look like you can't run around. You should rest here for a while. It'll get you something to replenish your strength. Someone related to me is going to be attacked, as she will die, and I need to save her. Tubuan replied, without hesitation, while walking towards the door. What? Then take this with you. Old Song responded in shock, not asking how Tubuan knew, as he placed the capsule in his pocket. This time Tubuan did not refuse. I suspect that there are hidden dangers within the shop, either from the tower or something detrimental to the safe zone. Old Song, keep an eye on the customers and see if anyone seems off. Tubuan explained to Old Song. This was the reason he was reluctant to walk into the front shop. Tubuan suspected that there were enemies disguised among the customers in the shop. It was precisely because the opponent was about to return that they notified others, which caused him to be a step too late. In his foresight, he was explaining matters and packing food and those with keen eyes in the restaurant all knew he was going back. Old Song's restaurant was located in the outer district very close to the community where he lived. Relying on the foul winds to fly, tubuan could reach it in less than 5 minutes. The timing matched up, or it might not be a coincidence. To be safe, tubuan didn't have time to carefully observe the customers in the front shop for signs of good or evil. He had to hurry back. He could only ask Old Song to keep an eye out. His restaurant was also equipped with surveillance. He wasn't worried about losing track of people later. The back door of the warehouse was suddenly pushed open, and tubuan, dragging his sequence-exhausted and emaciated body, stepped out with heavy footsteps. Without saying a word, he was enveloped by the foul wind and shot into the sky, controlling his altitude and hiding among the clouds. The speed was incredibly fast, leaving a blurred trail mixed with black energy in the air, disappearing into the depths of the vast night in an instant. With his body in such a state, he was still so anxious. He didn't even take the strange weapon at the door. It appeared the situation was very serious for him. Old Song's graying brows were tightly knitted together as he took out a radio from his apron. Everyone be aware, there seems to be a dangerous person in the restaurant. If you spot them, capture them immediately. On the other end of the radio, there was no response, only a very brief static noise before it fell into complete silence. Although there was no response from the other end, Old Song knew that his subordinates had begun to take action. Wang Qinshua scratched her backside and yawned. The red moonlight filtered through the small, dusty window in the corridor, casting long red shadows on the cement floor. The overhead light elongated the shadow of Wang Qinshua, who was waiting in utter boredom. She had been waiting for tubuan for some time, and many people had come and gone up and down the stairs, but there was still no sign of Brother Two. As time passed, she began to feel anxious. Tap, tap. A hurried footstep echoed, and Wang Qiangshu's expression froze as she quickly put down her hand that had been scratching her backside, nervously gazing towards the stairs. Though she had been disappointed several times, she hoped each time that it was Brother Two coming up. However, this time she saw a figure slowly walking up the stairs, looking frail and slightly swaying, needing to support itself on the railing. Seeing this person, Wang Qiangshu's face changed drastically, and she quickly stood up and jogged over. Brother Two, what happened to you? Why do you look like this? She spoke in a panic, quickly helping tubuan. Yes, the figure that had come up was indeed tubuan, who had just returned. There was a little accident with Xiao Xiao, but it's nothing. It will be fine in a while. It doesn't look like nothing. Wang Qinshua exclaimed, terrified. At first glance, she thought it was some ominous figure that had come up. Ignoring the soot-black coat and blood-stained shirt, tubuan's skeletal appearance under the red moonlight was filled with a strange aura. When she first saw him, it made her heart tremble. If she hadn't recognized him as Brother Two, she might have run back into the house. But seeing tubuan in this state, looking like he could collapse at any moment, brought tears to Wang Qiangshu's eyes. After knowing him for such a long time, it was the first time she saw Brother Two. She thought it was her and her mother's trouble that had caused Brother Two to end up like this, and a sense of guilt overwhelmed her. Brother Two, let me help you back to rest. Where's your key? Wang Qinshua said, her eyes filled with tears, urgently pulling the weak tubuan. Wait a moment. Tubuan stopped her movements. What's wrong? You need to rest quickly. Wang Qinshua urged. If there's anything, you can tell me inside first. Tubuan shook his head, grasping Wang Qiangshu's wrist with a hand that felt frighteningly cold. No, his voice was hoarse yet calm. Don't go and just stay outside. Wang Qinshua was stunned, completely unable to understand. Outside? But you. Someone wants to kill you. Tubuan squeezed out these words almost through clenched teeth, and in his sunken eye sockets behind his glasses, his pitch-black pupils were filled with frost. This statement felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Wang Qinshua, chilling her to the bone. She had no doubt about tubuan's words. Brother Two was not wanted. Wang Qinshua instinctively looked around the dimly flickering corridor. The ominous red moon outside seemed to hide deadly threats in every shadow. She shuddered in fear, instinctively wanting to retreat to the safety of the house, but tubuan's grip prevented her from doing so. Someone wanted to kill her. Why? Wang Qiangshu's mind buzzed with confusion, overwhelmed by the thought of someone wanting to kill her. Why? She was just an ordinary person. Well, although she was no longer completely ordinary, she had never actively provoked such deadly enemies. Was it because of her half-demon identity? Or to turn her into a half-demon? Her pupils trembled as her mind raced chaotically. I'm not sure if it's because I came, or if it's the people on the side of turning into half-demons, but you don't need to worry about that. Tubuan could tell what she was thinking. Of course, it could be the same group of people such as those from the tower. The people from the tower are all half-demons, and they probably have ways to turn people into half-demons. You just need to know that I want to kill that guy. This still requires your help, tubuan said. But, Brother Two, your body. Wang Qinshua looked at him with concern. Oh, she could feel how emaciated tubuan's body was under his coat. My body is weak, but that doesn't mean my sequence ability has weakened, tubuan said, trying to bolster Wang Qiangshu's confidence. He knows your family's location. If we don't resolve the situation, you and your mother will continue to be threatened by him. One careless moment could lead to an attack. Mentioning her mother, Wang Qiangshu's pupils shrank, her expression tense. What should I do? Do you trust me? Tu Buan suddenly asked. Of course I absolutely trust you. Wang Qianxue nodded without hesitation. I want you to stay here and wait, acting as bait for him to come. Can you do that? Tu Buan pointed to a stool by the door, speaking to Wang Qianxue. Sure. After hearing she had to act as bait, Wang Qianxue thought for a few seconds and nodded firmly, not asking any further questions. If someone tries to harm you, I will act. Your regenerative ability is swift. Even if they are quick, they won't be able to kill you instantly. Tu Buan paused. Of course I won't let you get hurt either. In the vision of the future, he saw that the enemy would take Wang Qianxue to the rooftop to kill her, indicating that they wouldn't be able to do it in this narrow corridor. Okay, don't be too nervous, I'll relax a bit, Tu Buan said. Wang Qianxue nodded, gripping the edge of her clothes. She suddenly looked around. Brother Tu, aren't you worried that others will overhear us talking like this? She was somewhat concerned. The corridor was empty, and although their voices weren't loud, they were quite noticeable. It's fine, even if someone hears us, it doesn't matter. Tu Buan did not seem worried, or in fact it seemed intentional. After explaining some matters, he hid in his room, crouching behind the door, watching the stairs through the keyhole. His room door faced the stairs directly, allowing for a clear view. Wang Qianxue sat on the chair, appearing somewhat stiff and formal. Normally, he shouldn't have told Wang Qianxue about this, as she would find it hard to keep it hidden, and her emotions showed on her face. He could have easily found a reason to keep her sitting outside without revealing too much, but Tu Buan still told Wang Qianxue that someone wanted to kill her and made her stay out. From the dense spikes and the use of poison to seal her wounds, it was clear that the enemy knew about Wang Qiangshu's powerful regenerative abilities. It also indicated that the enemy was very cautious, fearing that Wang Qianxue was still alive. Wang Qiangshu's emotions were always evident. If the enemy was careful, they would definitely be wary of her unusual behavior. As long as the other party feels apprehensive, they won't easily act against Wang Qianxue. At that moment, it would depend on their courage. The thought of facing someone who could take her life made it impossible for her to sit still. The unknown assassin, whose methods were so cruel that even the formidable Brother Tu was wary of him, was coming for her. Just thinking that he might already be scrutinizing this area with his cold gaze, searching for the best moment to strike, sent a chill up her spine, making her scalp tingle. She simply couldn't remain seated. Fear pricked at her nerves like countless tiny needles. Several times, she couldn't help but glance at the door of Brother Tu's room. Brother Tu, of course, noticed her movements from behind the door, but he said nothing and offered no words of comfort. 2 minutes later, a low, heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase, pressing down on Wang Qiangshu's heart. She instantly tensed up, shifting her chair slightly inward, trying to distance herself from the staircase. As the footsteps drew closer, her heart rose to her throat, but when she saw the figure coming up, she was momentarily taken aback. It was a thin man in work clothes, carrying a tool bag over his shoulder. Wang Qianxue recognized him. He was a resident on the first floor, a neighbor living very close to her. She vaguely remembered his name. Chang Shirtu. Chang Shirtu walked closer, casting a puzzled glance at the wary Wang Qianxue, before slowly heading toward his own room. Brother Tu also noticed this person and immediately recognized him as the neighbor he had questioned in his vision. The dark energy surrounding this man was quite ordinary, not exceeding his surface. However, after the soul of that person in the tower controlled her body, Brother Tu was no longer so sure about distinguishing between good and evil, because those who could suppress their own malice, being semi-monsters, seemed not rare in the tower. They might be specifically used for lurking and assassination. Once a semi-monster has tasted human flesh, it becomes uncontrollable, unable to repress its instincts. Therefore, a semi-monster capable of carrying out such actions must be able to control its instincts, able to refrain from killing and devouring. Like the spirit control of the hunting monster was an accident, it probably hid behind the consciousness of its original body, and the assistant died only after it had separated. This indicated that it used her to hide itself, only when it revealed itself could Brother Tu see its dark energy. Distinction between good and evil is ineffective against those who can seize control of another's body. Wang Qianxue fixed her gaze on Chang Shirtu, making him feel a chill run down his spine, hastening his steps to quickly reach his door, taking out his key to unlock it. He felt as if he were being targeted by a foolish deer, a sensation that he might be attacked at any moment. As a result, whether it was the pressure of the foolish deer's gaze or not, he dropped his key, once his hand trembling as he struggled to insert it. As soon as he opened the door, he slipped inside, poked his head out to glare at Wang Qianxue, and then slammed the door shut. It seemed it wasn't him. Wang Qianxue quietly watched the closed door, feeling a bit awkward as she scratched her head. However, this distraction made her feel less tense, and she smiled as she turned to continue watching the staircase. A pair of blood-red pupils locked onto her eyes. Wang Qiangshue's face froze instantly. Unbeknownst to her, standing on the staircase before her was a man resembling a beast, his white shirt stretched taut over bulging muscles. All the exposed skin on his body displayed a ghastly grayish-blue hue, and his hands bore sharp black claws. Brother Tu could see the towering dark energy surrounding this creature. This was a semi-monster. Its toothy maw dripped saliva as it panted heavily, then suddenly lunged toward Wang Qianxue. Ow! Wang Qianxue screamed in fright, retreating and hurling the chair beneath her at its face. The chair flew through the air with great force, staggering the man and halting his charge. What a waste of her semi-monster enhanced physique. Brother Two helplessly watched Wang Qianxue retreat in fear, kicked open the door to the room, and unleashed a vortex of malevolent wind from his right hand, swirling like a meat grinder. The howling wind collided with the man, tearing his stone-like skin apart and churning his flesh. Roar! It let out a howl of pain, stubbornly crawling up against the wind, trying to escape downstairs. Seeing that it could withstand the wind and was still able to run despite its bones being visible, Brother Tu's gaze sharpened. The scale of the malevolent wind suddenly expanded, overwhelming it to the ground, forcefully grinding it into a pile of bloody remains. Wang Qianxue's expression was one of shock and pallor as she stared at the remnants. When Brother Tu's wind expanded earlier, part of it had brushed against the ground. It had frightened her pale. Cough, cough. As he lowered his hand, Brother Two felt a fiery pain in his throat, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. Although the power of the Qiongqi sequence ability showed no signs of weakening, his body was weak. Having exerted himself fully just now, his mind buzzed, and even his sharp senses felt dulled. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the pile of flesh on the staircase platform, his brow furrowing tightly. Something felt off. He distinctly remembered that Wang Qianxue was killed by a barrage of silver spikes. That was the primary weapon, yet this creature appeared to have nothing. Qianxue, go down and see if there's anything. Brother Two leaned against the doorframe, speaking to Wang Qianxue. Be careful. Oh, okay. Wang Qianxue was taken aback upon hearing this, then got up from the ground, cautiously making her way down. Still, she was somewhat afraid of the bloody remnants, slowly inching closer. Although Brother Two watched her back, his gaze wasn't solely fixated on her. He occasionally glanced toward a direction nearby. But there was no movement in the direction he was watching. Wang Qianxue had barely gone down for a minute before she hurried back up. Brother Two, look at this. She came running up, holding something aloft. Brother Two squinted, recognizing a familiar bag. It was Chang Shida's package. At this moment, it was open, revealing a glimmer of cold silver within. Brother Tu's pupils constricted as he immediately turned his attention to Chang Shida's room, noticing that the door was slowly opening. The malevolent wind surged and Brother Tu's gaze fixed intently on that doorway. Brother Two. This. Wang Qianxue noticed something was off and rushed over, but suddenly her eyes widened in horror as fear crept into her gaze. At that moment, the sensor light on the ceiling suddenly went dark, yet her eyes still reflected a towering dark shadow behind Brother Two. She gasped, her voice bursting forth from her throat. Brother Two, behind you. The light flickered back on, but it was already too late. Sizzle! Bright red blood sprayed forth as a sharp silver spike pierced through Brother Tu's chest. So that's how it is from the outside. His gaze passed over the terrified face of Wang Qianxue and glanced at the empty door beside him where no one had him. Looking down at the silver spike protruding from his chest, Tu Buan's eyes remained calm. A malevolent wind erupted from his body, sending the shadow behind him flying, and their clash produced a few audible sounds as the opponent managed to block the fear. Tu Buan, clutching the wound on his chest, slowly turned around to face the robust man inside, who was drastically different from his memories. Chang Shi, or should I call you something else? Humph. The muscular man inside the door seemed taken aback for a moment, then let out an ambiguous snicker. Instead of becoming nervous at being recognized, he leisurely took a couple of steps forward, revealing himself from the shadows. Just call me Kue Mulang. You seem not the least bit surprised. The man wearing a wolf mask looked at Tu Buan with a tone of astonishment. The mask on his face was a vividly crafted wolf visage with sharp fangs exposed, and from the eye holes of the mask, two piercing gazes emerged. His voice sounded strange, as if altered. I guessed a little, but I didn't expect you to come in through my window, Tu Buan remarked, glancing at the window. The original glass and wall had now transformed into interwoven trees, with a sizable hole opened, allowing this guy to enter without a sound. Oh, quite perceptive. No wonder you managed to block my attack. Kue Mulang twirled the spike in his hand, sounding surprised. His attack had been aimed at Tu Buan's heart, but just as it was about to strike, it was deflected by an invisible barrier of wind. The 28 constellations? Tu Buan responded to his address. You know about this. That's right, it's the one you're thinking of. Kue Mulang scrutinized Tu Buan from head to toe, his gaze sweeping over Tu Buan's charred and tattered coat, his gaunt face, and the hand clutching his. This man appeared dangerously weak. Although that last attack hadn't struck a vital point, the poison on him was enough to kill him 3 times over. Yet beneath his mask, his expression seemed relaxed, even amused, as he spoke to Tu Buan. In his eyes, this man's death was merely a matter of time. He was exceedingly confident in his own strength. I haven't heard of this organization from the authorities, Tu Buan said, implying that Kue Mulang was part of an anti-human organization like the Tower Organization. If you don't know, then how do you know about the 28 constellations? Kue Mulang seemed perplexed. Are you from the fortress? They were an organization within the 4 holy fortresses. How could a minor regional safe zone know about them? After 500 years of calamity, many things and information were scarcely known in remote safe zones. Yet here stood this kid who was so far removed from civilization, immediately recognizing the name Kuei Mu Lang, unless he too had come from the 4 holy fortresses. An organization from the fortress. That means they're from the authorities. Why would you kill a little girl? Tubuan looked at him, his tone icy. Not the same. We don't belong to the authorities. We only listen to the leaders of the 4 saints. Those old bastards have no right to order me around. And besides, this isn't just some little girl. She's a half-demon. Kuei Mu Lang's voice suddenly turned cold. Looking at your clothes, you must be from the Demon Hunting Bureau. If you dare to shield a half-demon, on what grounds do you think she is a half-demon? Do you see any sign of her being a half-demon? Tubuan replied with confusion, unaware of how Wang Qianxue, brother too. Wang Qianxue, seeing the wound on Tubuan's chest, was anxious and wanted to get closer, but after running just a few steps, she noticed Tubuan glance back at her. He waved his hand behind him, signaling her not to come closer to avoid being harmed as the opponent was targeting her. However, despite Tubuan's warning, Wang Qianxue did not understand and continued running towards him. I say she is a what good news is there to discuss? You don't expect me to explain things to you, do you? Kuei Mu Lang sneered. I don't know about others, but that's how I am, Kuei Mu Lang stated. Wang Qianxue reached Tubuan's side, looking at the wound that continued to bleed, her eyes slightly reddening as she quickly reached out to touch his wound. A faint red light appeared in her hand, sprinkling over Tubuan's wound, making the intense pain suddenly feel much less severe. This was Wang Qianxue's sequence, the warm spirit of the fantasy sequence capable of healing wounds. However, being merely at the awakening level, she could only help Tubuan stop the bleeding, but that was enough. Pretentious, Kuei Mu Lang scoffed, raising his hand to smash the spike towards Wang Qianxue's head. Tubuan's pupils gleamed with a hint of red, and a gust of wind surged in front of Wang Qianxue, enveloping her and pushing her backward. Hey, brother two. Something's trying to drag me away. Wang Qianxue was pulled away. Suddenly, without warning, a piercing shriek erupted in the air, and a visible massive wind blade formed from thin air, cleaving through the spike and aiming directly at Kuei Mu Lang's face. So fast that an ordinary person couldn't react in time. Kuei Mu Lang's wolf-like pupils shrank behind the mask. So quick. He barely had time to raise his hand, and vines instantly wrapped around his arm, forming a shield that blocked in front of him. Boom. The shield shattered upon impact, and Kuei Mu Lang was knocked back a step. Huh, he exclaimed in surprise. Quite impressive. Are you at the manifestation level? Tubuan did not answer, raising his hand to send several wind blades crashing toward Kuei Mu Lang's face, each one carrying the same force as the previous. Kuei Mu Lang's expression stiffened as he saw the consecutive wind blades. He had initially thought Tubuan's previous strike was his full power, but now it was clear he had underestimated him. But this was not a difficult problem. It could only be said to be somewhat interesting. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a fully green dagger emerged. As Kuei Mu Lang gripped the dagger, his aura instantly intensified. A near-corporeal green wolf appeared behind him. With a single swing, it shattered all the wind blades. I won't bully you, kid. I'll fight you with my manifestation level strength. Kuei Mu Lang sneered, pointing his manifested emerald blade at Tubuan. That way it will be interesting, though. I don't need to reason with you two traitors to humanity, but am willing to. As he spoke, his aura pressed down, and the green wolf behind him vanished. However, Tubuan could already tell from his brief display. This Kuei Mu Lang was a spirit sculpting level. The spirit level was quite tricky for Tubuan at this moment. Given how weak he was due to being drained by the Tiao Wu sequence, dealing with this fellow became a daunting challenge, and he could only ensure his own escape. The current difficulty lay in his need to protect Wang Qianxue and Wang Jing. No, it wasn't too difficult. He could test one of the abilities of the Tiao Wu. He had never used it since waking up, and he was unsure of any potential risks. As thoughts flickered chaotically in Tubuan's mind, Kuei Mu Lang had already charged forward with his knife, moving at incredible speed. With his movement, gray-brown trees surged from his body, instantly transforming into a suit of wooden armor, leaving only the wolf's face visible within the wooden helmet. He wielded the knife, its emerald light gleaming. Qianxue, take your mother to old song. Tubuan suddenly shouted loudly, yet he stood still, appearing ready to face the oncoming knife light from Kuei Mu Lang. Off. Wang Qianxue looked up at Tubuan in shock. She then saw Kuei Mu Lang with an unstoppable momentum arriving before Tubuan, ready to strike. Big Brother 2. Wang Qianxue cried out in panic. Why wasn't Big Brother 2 dodging? Kuei Mu Lang himself was puzzled as to why Tubuan stood there motionless, resembling someone ready to be slaughtered. But that didn't stop him from attacking. Those who half belong to the demonic and protective paths deserve to die. The killing intent in Kuei Mu Lang's eyes was his manifestation. The emerald blade possessed the ability to turn anything into plants. If struck at a vital point such as the head, that being would be declared dead. Those familiar with him would guard against his emerald blade, but those unaware would suffer a great loss. This could be considered an initial killing ability. If this guy didn't dodge, even a slight scratch would guarantee his death. However, in the next moment, just as he was about to strike, Tu Buan's head, Kuei Mu Lang's eyes suddenly widened. Tu Buan abruptly raised his hand, and several powerful wind blades erupted from his body, without warning. Facing such a multitude of wind blades approaching his face, Kuei Mu Lang's pupils hidden beneath the wolf mask constricted once more. Damn, playing so dirty. He cursed angrily, his arm muscles bulging as he horizontally blocked the emerald blade in front of him. At the same time, more gray branches burst forth from his body, intertwining to form a thicker layer of defense, forcefully blocking the tempestuous wind blades. The hardness of the trees was quite high. Despite so many wind blades, they only forced him back slightly. But that was enough. A dazzling golden light flickered in Tu Buan's eyes. As the wind blades were blocked by Kuei Mu Lang, Tu Buan's raised hand did not drop. Instead, his fingers spread wide, and he forcefully clenched inward towards the space between himself and Kuei Mu Lang. Or rather, he clenched towards the space between him and Kuei Mu Lang. A strange humming sound suddenly resonated, and Kuei Mu Lang's expression changed dramatically. This feeling, it couldn't be, could it? As Tu Buan's palm became the center, the space before him rippled violently, as if a stone had been thrown into water. What the hell? Kuei Mu Lang exclaimed in confusion. He couldn't possibly be thinking what it seemed, could he? Kuei Mu Lang's keen senses made him aware that the space before him was changing. At the same time, a sense of weightlessness enveloped him, causing his body to float slightly. Instinctively, he tried to struggle. Damn it! Kuei Mu Lang reached out, and several stout branches appeared from the surrounding area, like sharp spears, thrusting towards Tu Buan. Damn it! Kuei Mu Lang reached out, and several stout branches appeared from the surrounding area, like sharp spears, thrusting towards Tu Buan. Damn it! Kuei Mu Lang reached out, and several stout branches appeared from the surrounding area, like sharp spears, thrusting towards Tu Buan. Yet these branches, like a cow sinking into the sea, vanished into the vortex before him, without making any sound, disappearing silently, without even creating— Haha, so that's how it is. I understand now. Tu Buan's face seemed even paler, but the flickering golden light in his deep-set eyes burned even more fiercely. A look of excitement spread across his face with a smirk that became increasingly manic. His outstretched fingers maintained the clawing motion as he suddenly yanked his arm towards Kuei Mu Lang. The membrane covering reality was forcefully torn open by him. Behind this tear lay an indescribably vast and empty space. An incredibly terrifying suction force erupted from that crack, especially targeting Kuei Mu Lang in front of Tu Buan. Even Wang Qianxue far away felt that irresistible suction and quickly clutched tightly to the railing beside her. What the hell? Why is there a sequencer here that can tear apart space? Kuei Mu Lang couldn't comprehend, panicking as numerous roots sprang from his feet into the ground, trying to resist this suction, while branches grew wildly from his body, grabbing onto everything he could find. Yet his body was still uncontrollably pulled off the ground, all the roots and branches being torn apart like they were caught by an invisible giant hand forcibly tossing him towards the spatial tear. Are you crazy? Are you not afraid of getting lost in space and not being able to return? Kuei Mu Lang's furious shout distorted and became dissonant the moment he reached the tear. Hell, if I dare to use it, why should I be afraid? Tu Buan chuckled as he was the first to be pulled into the void. They'll wait for you inside. Damn, a madman. Kuei Mu Lang left this last sentence and was also forcibly pulled into the void. Buzz. Once both were drawn in, the spatial tear instantly sealed shut. The humming ceased abruptly, the distorted light returned to normal, and everything that had been suspended in midair fell to the ground. The corridor was suddenly engulfed in a deathly silence. Only Wang Qianxue remained dumbfounded, clutching onto the broken railing as she fell to the ground, staring at the wreckage and walls before her. The brief confrontation with two living beings seemed merely an illusion she had conjured. Yet the round void torn from the wall and objects in Tu Buan's room proved that what had just occurred was not a figment of her imagination. Staring blankly for a while, when her mother Wang Jing emerged from the neighboring room, startled by the commotion, she cried out upon seeing the massive hollow of devastation beside her, bringing Wang Qianxue back to her senses. She suddenly remembered Tu Buan's instruction to take her mother to find old Song. Mom, we need to leave here quickly. Regardless of the neighbors beginning to rush out, Wang Qianxue hurriedly ran to carry Wang Jing and dashed down the stairs. In a certain place within the safe zone, the space was once again silently torn apart, and the figure of Tu Buan stumbled out. Accompanied by a panicked howl, the robust body of the Kuomu wolf was forcibly expelled, crashing heavily onto the dust-covered ground. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. As soon as he hit the ground, Kuomu wolf froze for a moment, then immediately began to frantically check his body to see if he was missing any limbs. Once he confirmed that he was fine, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Spatial transfer is an extremely dangerous and terrifying matter. If the destination is incorrect, or if fluctuations occur in the space, the things within will be torn to shreds, and annihilated in the chaotic flow of space in the blink of an eye. Koemu Wolf shook his slightly dizzy head and quickly got up from the cold concrete ground, looking warily at tubuan, who was standing not far away. Tubuan surveyed the surrounding environment, finding it somewhat familiar. This place resembled a rooftop. However, it was not the rooftop of the building where he resided, but rather somewhere else. Ignoring the Koemu Wolf beside him, tubuan staggered towards the edge of the rooftop. He paid no heed to the height that could result in a fatal fall, lowering his head and intently gazing downward, seemingly confirming something. After a few glances, he realized where they had been transported. Koemu Wolf, observing tubuan, who was unguarded and turned sideways, furrowed his brow in displeasure as he raised his hand, and the emerald blade reappeared in his grasp. "If you want to make a move, I wouldn't mind taking you back for another tour." Sensing the change in tubuan's aura at the moment he was poised to strike, tubuan, still facing sideways, didn't even fully turn his head, but merely cast a cold sidelong glance. His tone was flat, devoid of any ripple, as if stating a fact so simple it required no elaboration. Koemu Wolf's expression stiffened. Leaving aside whether he could exit the void space as smoothly as this time, simply traversing inside was extremely uncomfortable. The feeling of being out of control, as if his body might disintegrate, was horrendous. Moreover, upon exiting, his mind was clouded and in excruciating pain, and he had an overwhelming urge to vomit. But seeing the frail appearance of this guy standing there, "I don't think you can use the same trick twice." Koemu Wolf gritted his teeth and said, suppressing the headache. He knew that the consumption of such spatial transfers was immense, but one of his acquaintances could only perform it 3 times. An evident display using such a technique could not come without a cost. Koemu Wolf was not wrong. tubuan had expended a significant amount of energy, and all the vitality used to repair his body had been utilized for this technique. This was the first time he had used this ability of the Taowu. Taowu possessed 3 abilities. In addition to foresight, he could also control the 5 elements as well as space and chi among the 7 elements. It could be said to be elemental control. He had tried the 5 elements, but this was the first time he had used the space element. He hadn't expected the consumption to be so terrifying, yet the effect was extremely powerful. But he slowly turned back, facing Koemu Wolf, his deeply sunken eye sockets still shining with a dazzling golden light. He said nothing. He merely gazed quietly at Koemu Wolf with those eyes, as if to say, "You can try. See if I have a second time left. Try to see if you can bear the consequences of being cast into the void once more." A silent threat often carries more intimidation than loud shouts. Koemu Wolf tightened his grip on the emerald blade, the green light on the blade flickering slightly, revealing his inner turmoil and hesitation as he fixated on tubuan's eyes. But unfortunately, tubuan displayed no emotion whatsoever. What made him increasingly uneasy was that he could not detect the slightest fluctuation of emotion from tubuan. There was no panic from weakness, no tension from facing a formidable opponent. Only an oppressive calmness remained. It was a calmness born from confidence, or rather from confidence in his control over the current situation, making it impossible for Koemu Wolf's choices to threaten. This calmness was more unsettling to Koemu Wolf than any arrogant provocation. Little did he know his reaction was all within tubuan's expectations. The rings of light in his eyes appeared once again. Indeed, tubuan activated his foresight without regard for consumption. "Now, can we talk?" Tubuan casually leaned against the edge of the rooftop wall. "Huh, what is there to talk about?" Koemu Wolf, although dismissive, replied, "Then make your move. It's obvious there's a trap. Ooh, I won't be fooled." Koemu Wolf felt increasingly that tubuan was up to something and took 2 steps back. This Koemu Wolf, his aura of white energy which signifies goodwill, was rather thick, which was somewhat strange. His performance up to now did not resemble that of a good person. "Let's see if I can ask a question." Tubuan glanced into the next 3 seconds, and the scene before him slightly distorted and overlapped. He saw himself questioning, while the burly man with the wolf mask across from him, though dismissive in tone, did not refuse to answer. In fact, due to his impatient and irritable nature, he revealed more information than expected. The fact that this guy did not refuse his inquiry indicated that he was easy to lead into conversation. As the 3-second vision dissipated, tubuan immediately closed his foresight, experiencing a slight dizziness and sharp pain in his brain, but this brief glimpse had been sufficient. "Then let's talk. You're not Changshita, right? Including what I asked earlier when I inquired if you were Changshita, you only answered casually." Tubuan said to Koemu Wolf, whose aura of white energy was swirling around him. The white energy on him was denser than what he had seen before with Changshita in the future, and the black energy was minimal, indicating he was not the same person. "When did I ever say that I was?" Koemu Wolf scoffed. "You claim I'm sheltering a half-demon, but aren't you acting alongside a half-demon yourself?" Tubuan asked. "When did I act alongside a half-demon? You're already slandering me. What audacity you have." Koemu Wolf's voice was laced with anger, his grip on the blade tightening. "Then why was a half-demon attacking alongside you? This is a bit too coincidental. You expect me to believe you?" Tubuan looked at him with disdain. A prominent figure among the 28 constellations, mingling with half-demons, and then indiscriminately attacking someone without confirming they are half demons along with their friends. Tubuan continued shaking his head, deliberately sighing. Is this what the fortress is like? The underlings of the Four Saints? I think humanity is doomed sooner or later. You really think I wouldn't dare to kill you, you disgusting creature? Koemu Wolf was enraged, his words filled with murderous intent. His temperament could not tolerate being spoken to like that, and to insult the Four Saints was even more intolerable. How dare you provoke someone at the spirit-shaping level? Ow! Accompanied by this furious roar, the emerald blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling green light. The energy brought forth by this green light wildly converged and compressed towards the tip of the blade. In the blink of an eye, a massive green wolf's head materialized out of thin air above the blade's tip. The wolf's head was vivid and lifelike, its fangs sharp as blades, with its eyes burning with tangible green flames. Getting anxious, Tubuan unexpectedly fanned the flames further. You scoundrel! The enormous green wolf locked onto Tubuan, who leaned against the wall, and howled as it charged towards him, ready to tear him apart completely. Is this the technique formed by gathering spiritual energy? Faced with this terrifying strike, Tubuan could deeply sense the chasm of power between the manifest level and the spirit molding level. Even if he manifested armor, he likely would not withstand this blow. Moreover, the Koemu wolf reacted even more violently than he had anticipated after being provoked. What he wanted was for the opponent to lose their composure and strike with all their might, but he didn't expect the other party to initiate with spiritual energy directly. Didn't you say you would use the manifest level against me? How come you're so enraged? Shut up. The massive green wolf's head howled as it lunged at Tubuan, who was leaning against the rooftop wall, opening its large mouth wide enough to almost swallow. Yet what troubled the enraged Koemu wolf was that Tubuan still made no move, just as he had when he earlier dragged it into space. Could this guy really be trying to do it again? However, this time he was far away and the wolf might not be able to pull him in. Frowning under his mask, he began to gather green light on the emerald blade once more, just to be safe. But contrary to his expectations this time, Tubuan truly did nothing, being swallowed whole by the massive green wolf's head without any resistance. The wolf's head, engulfed in green flames, exploded with a thunderous roar, scattering green light in all directions and creating an earth-shattering commotion. As the light dissipated, a small patch of dense trees appeared in the spot where Tubuan had stood, with no signs of any structures remaining. Despite this, the Koemu wolf's expression turned startled, and it began to survey its surroundings with a hint of disbelief. Its attack had missed. How could this be? The Koemu wolf was well aware that the previous strike had not hit Tubuan. This move, like the blade's light, would transform anything it struck into plants. Yet over there it had already turned into a large area of trees, but there wasn't a single plant that could definitively be identified as belonging to Tubuan. Had he evaded it? How did he do that? The Koemu wolf didn't even see a hint of disturbance. At the spirit molding level, other sequence users would display visible ripples in the air around their bodies when using their sequences. But the Koemu wolf felt this guy was very strange. His sequence ability could manifest without any warning. The wind blades concealed within his body had only erupted at the moment he charged right at his face. Because he hadn't sensed any disturbance, he was left utterly astonished. Surprised, are you? Suddenly, Tubuan's voice rang out from behind him, startlingly close. Without hesitation, the Koemu wolf spun around and swung its blade, the emerald wolf's head roaring silently. A streak of green blade light flickered forth. The attack struck Tubuan, who had appeared behind him, without him realizing, severing him in half. The green blade light, unrelenting, struck the wall, instantly transforming that section into a mass of plants. This power is truly terrifying. Would it have the same effect if it struck a person? Tubuan, his upper and lower bodies separated, spoke as he looked into the Koemu wolf's bewildered eyes. The black mist wafted around the severed body like fog, while the upper and lower halves began to slowly disappear. Upon witnessing such signs of vanishing, the Koemu wolf finally reacted. A clone, or perhaps an illusion. You guessed it, Tubuan replied as the dissipating black mist reassembled into his form, his gaunt face tinged with a hint of mockery as he looked at the Koemu wolf. Why don't you take a guess whether I am the real body now? This was the third ability of the Tiao Wu, the illusion. This ability is not merely capable of creating clones, but right now it is quite weak, so I can only use some illusions to trick this guy. That is sufficient to deal with the Koemu wolf, for he appeared to be rather dim-witted. The expression beneath the Koemu wolf's mask was extremely grim, and he tightened his grip, so he had wasted 2 instances of spiritual energy attacking 2 illusions. This feeling of being toyed with was exceedingly infuriating. Yet despite his anger, he did not directly swing his blade to attack Tubuan. As Tubuan had said, he could not be sure whether the one standing before him was real or a reckless attack, would only deplete his own energy. You must have another companion, Tubuan stated with utmost certainty. If I were your superior, I wouldn't allow a brute like you lacking in intellect to roam freely outside. Huh. The Koemu wolf inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, and scanned the surroundings, hoping to find some flaw, so he could strike down this disgustingly annoying fellow with a single blow. He was currently at the second level of spirit molding with a 57 fusion rate, very close to the third level, and his energy reserves were not low. He could still unleash that roaring emerald wolf's head 2 more times. Let me guess, did your companion tell you that the little girl earlier was a half-ghost, which is why you came to ambush us? Tubuan gradually approached the Koemu wolf. Showing no fear of the Koemu wolf's sudden strike, he was extraordinarily arrogant. As for your companion, I suspect he is usually engaged in some research you are unaware of, very secretive in nature. Yet he is very competent, capable of completing tasks excellently, which is why you trust him so much. Just yesterday your companion suddenly came to ask you for help, claiming he had stirred up trouble and needed your assistance. Normally you would follow his orders, so how could you refuse, especially since the task he requested help with was one you particularly enjoyed? As for what trouble, he probably mentioned discovering a half-ghost at school and inadvertently let it escape. He was also being protected by a hunter of ghosts. He had an urgent matter and needed you to deal with this half-ghost and the ghost hunter. Tubuan stood before the Koemu wolf, slightly leaning forward, his scarlet pupils locked onto the Koemu wolf's green slit pupils, as if peering into his soul. With the flow of energy waning, Tubuan's ferocity began to rise once more. Can you read minds? The Koemu wolf fell silent for a while before squeezing out this question from his throat. Seeing his reaction, Tubuan knew he had guessed correctly. It's not that I can read minds, it's just that you are too easy to understand. Tubuan continued, coupled with some previous incidents, a little trickery reveals everything. Wang Qianxue had only returned 2 days ago, and it was only today that the irregularities came to light. If Koemu wolf seemed unaware of this matter, then it was highly probable he had a companion, and that Zhaohua was likely the handiwork of his companion, considering Wang Qianxue only had one friend. However, today she unexpectedly called a stranger to go home instead of her friend, which struck him as strange, especially since Zhaohua was stealthily following behind. He appeared to be monitoring Wang Qianxue. After a brief assessment, he realized that the guy was a specter. Consequently, he dragged him into an alley and killed him, just as Wang Qianxue witnessed. He was a bit heavy-handed, and the bloody scene triggered Wang Qianxue's half-specter instincts, which is how he realized she had turned into a half-specter. He also managed to dispatch her 3 times. Zhaohua's head was still in his room, and he wondered if Koemu wolf had seen it. If he had, then it would confirm they were indeed connected. Koemu wolf stared intently at Tubuan. What is this guy's sequence? Does he possess the abilities of wind, space, and illusion? A Kuanping. No, that's not right. A Kuanping doesn't have illusion-type abilities. Koemu wolf reviewed all the mythological sequences related to the 3 abilities he knew, but found none that resembled them. It could possibly be an illusion sequence. There are so many illusion sequences that they are impossible to measure. All sorts of bizarre abilities exist. In the fortress, there were even people transforming into magical girls, whatever that was. And it was a male too. I say, is your companion researching specters? Tubuan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Koemu wolf did not respond. However, his silence indicated to Tubuan that his companion was indeed researching specters. Otherwise, he would have directly refuted him. Have you never wondered if your companion might have considered transforming humans into specters, or perhaps he's already done it? Tubuan gloomily proposed a hypothesis. Koemu wolf's pupils trembled, suddenly swinging his knife down at Tubuan, the emerald blade slicing through the illusion into mist. It seems I guessed right again. Tubuan's figure appeared from another direction. But this time Koemu wolf once more unleashed a blade of light, dispersing him. It seemed that Tubuan's words had provoked him again, and his eyes bore a hint of agitation. Do you really not want to talk to me properly? Tubuan appeared beside him, casually resting a hand on his shoulder. I didn't hold it against you for stabbing me. I just want to discuss a few matters. Why be so aggressive? Get lost. Koemu wolf turned and cleaved Tubuan apart with a single stroke. Watching Tubuan vanish, his agitation grew. He felt powerless, like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Clearly this guy was merely a manifestation. All right. The brilliance atop the emerald blade surged, spiritual energy adhering to the blade. Koemu wolf surveyed the empty rooftop, the light from his blade growing brighter as the emerald wolf head roared beside him again. Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall obliterate this rooftop and see where you hide. With that, Koemu wolf gripped his blade tightly and roared. He swung the emerald knife in a wide arc, transforming it into a spinning top. The emerald wolf head spun with his movements growing larger and directly sweeping across the entire rooftop, its green light momentarily overshadowing the red moonlight. When Koemu wolf's spinning finally ceased, the previously empty rooftop was now filled with dense vegetation appearing eerily under the red. Now he had nowhere to hide. Right. Koemu wolf panted heavily, observing the scene. He had created a smile revealed beneath his mask. Since he didn't know where he was, he would cover the area entirely, leaving him no place to stand. This consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy, but it didn't matter. It would be more than enough to kill that half-specter of mere awakening level. Having already assumed tubuan was dealt with, Kuei Mu Wolf planned to leave, but suddenly halted. By the way, where is this place? Kuei Mu Wolf then realized that he had been teleported for so long, and still had no idea where he had been sent. The plants beneath him grew, lifting him into the air, and allowing him to survey the terrain. Upon seeing the tiny playground below, he finally understood where he was. This was a school. So how about it? Have you been here before? I haven't been here, but that fellow Baiyu did come. Kuei Mu Wolf naturally replied halfway through, then abruptly turned to look. Standing on a tree branch, tubuan was mockingly watching him. Kuei Mu Wolf was taken aback. Why? Why despite everything could he still? He suddenly widened his eyes at tubuan, showing no signs of resistance, leading him to consider this possibility. This guy, could he really use space again? It seems that your companion Baiyu, who shares the same star constellation as you, is indeed your partner, tubuan's voice remarked. Just as he began to speak, a green blade of light shot toward his face. Tubuan's expression turned cold, his gaze darkening. Since you don't plan to have a proper chat with me. Tubuan sidestepped as the incoming blade of light narrowly missed him, vanishing into the night sky, leaving its destination unknown. Then I will keep attacking until you can hear me. You? A joke? Can a sickly person like you even compete with me? Kuei Mu Wolf scoffed. Even if I exhaust myself, I can still kill you. Tubuan chuckled mockingly, the crimson in his eyes deepening, more frightening than the red moonlight. Without spiritual energy, Kuei Mu Wolf would not stand a chance against him, an extraordinary sequence user. Hearing tubuan's sneer, Kuei Mu Wolf gritted his teeth in anger and violently swung out a blade of light. Tubuan, however, raised his hand and made a slicing motion toward Kuei Mu Wolf. Buzz! A strange sound echoed once more, and Kuei Mu Wolf's expression changed drastically upon hearing it. Damn, here it comes. Kuei Mu Wolf felt the world before him suddenly shift. The solid wooden ground beneath his feet vanished, leaving him suspended in midair. A powerful wind surged from behind him, and Kuei Mu Wolf immediately turned to block it, only to see a very familiar green blade of light cleaving toward Kuei Mu Wolf. Isn't this my blade of light? This guy has severed the space between me and my blade. Kuei Mu Wolf raised his blade to catch the attack, turning to strike the blade back. But at the moment he turned, his eyes were filled with flames illuminating the night sky. A violent and blazing flame suddenly emerged from nowhere, carrying a destructive aura that seemed capable of incinerating everything swirling towards him with a ferocity far exceeding that of ordinary flames. Kuei Mu Wolf immediately forced the blade of light out to counter this flame. The emerald blade of light shot through the air and collided with the flames composed of pure wood attribute energy, which should have been at a disadvantage against fire. However, with Kuei Mu Wolf's immense strength, he forcibly dispersed the flames using his spirit-level power. Kuei Mu Wolf maintained his stance with the blade steam rising from the wooden armor on his body as it was scorched by the high temperature, while heavy breaths escaped from beneath the wolf mask. Though he successfully dispersed the flames, the backlash from the energy clash and the elemental conflict caused his blood to surge slightly, and his arm holding the blade began to feel numb. He fixed his gaze on the direction of the incoming flames, his expression grave. As Kuei Mu Wolf descended from the air, he looked up at Tubu, and standing on a plant in the distance, his eyes locked onto the flames burning in Tubuan's right hand, which were now slowly extinguishing as if they had never existed. Only the lingering heat in the air and a trace of residual energy remained. How many abilities does he have? Kuei Mu Wolf stared at Tubu and filled with confusion. Tubuan extinguished the flames in his hand and suddenly swiped his palm towards Kuei Mu Wolf's position. There was no grand spectacle, but Kuei Mu Wolf's instincts immediately. Danger from the side. Despite not seeing any attack trajectory with his eyes, Kuei Mu Wolf's body reacted before his mind could process it. Kuei Mu Wolf's eyes fixed on Tubuan's body, extending numerous wooden structures to reinforce itself. At that moment, several sharp rock pillars erupted from the ground, piercing through the wooden protection on Kuei Mu Wolf's body, trapping him. Kuei Mu Wolf felt a violent tremor and impact from one side of his body and his legs, followed by a powerful sense of confinement. The protruding rock pillars were not meant to directly kill him. Rather, they cleverly jammed the pressure points of his joints, making it difficult for him to escape. Like sturdy shackles, they bound him in an extremely awkward position. Kuei Mu Wolf's expression darkened as he attempted to raise his still mobile right hand to shatter the hard rock pillars. Suddenly, a blue light flashed before him, and a torrent of water surged forth without warning, rapidly coalescing into a thick water dragon that roared towards him. Trapped in place and unable to dodge, Kuei Mu Wolf was forced to abandon his attack on the rock pillars. He could only retract his raised right arm, fiercely crossing his arms to protect himself, while desperately channeling spiritual energy. Dense trees suddenly erupted from his body, branches intertwining at a visible speed to form an indestructible wall that blocked the water dragon. However, just as the water dragon was halted and dispersed, Tubu and clenched his fist, causing the scattered droplets to instantly freeze into ice. Together with the massive wooden wall in front of him and the ground within several meters, everything was frozen beneath a substantial and hard layer. Together with the massive wooden wall in front of him and the ground within several meters, everything was frozen beneath a substantial and hard layer. Together with the massive wooden wall in front of him and the ground within several meters. Damn it, the previous move that covered the entire rooftop consumed too much energy, and now he found it difficult to break free. Feeling the pressure on his body, Kuei-mu Wolf cursed inwardly. With your current state, I suppose you've calmed down now, Tubuan said with a smile as he landed not far from Kuei-mu Wolf. The elemental powers of the 5 elements are surprisingly useful. If it weren't for the insufficient vitality within him, Tubu and would have unleashed a barrage on Kuei-mu Wolf, forcing him to listen to reason. Holding you for a while is enough. Tubuan approached him, raising his right hand slowly. A sound that made Kuei-mu. Holding you for a while is enough. Tubuan approached him, raising his right hand slowly. A sound that made Kuei-mu Wolf's scalp tingle resonated once again. What do you think will happen if this ability to erase space is applied to a human body? Tubuan's palm twisted and shifted between reality and illusion. Dragging his seemingly frail and decaying body, he stepped towards Kuei-mu Wolf, who was frozen in the thick layer of ice. The sound of footsteps on the plants echoed softly across the quiet rooftop, each step resonating as if it were stepping on Kuei-mu Wolf's heartbeat. Hearing Tubuan's words, Kuei-mu Wolf struggled even harder, and more cracks appeared in the ice just as he seemed on the verge of breaking free. More rock pillars suddenly emerged from below, forcing Kuei-mu Wolf's body down. Ugh! Kuei-mu Wolf groaned as he was pressed down, and when he looked up, Tubuan's fluctuating palm was already within reach. I could have used this on you long ago, but I'm the kind of person who values reason, so I kept giving you chances, Tubuan said. Seeing Kuei-mu Wolf still struggling, Tubuan lightly grasped one of the rock pillars beside him, causing it to instantly collapse into a hollow. Seeing this scene, Kuei-mu Wolf, who had been desperately trying to break free, stiffened. I'll give you one last chance, tell me everything you know. Kuei-mu Wolf remained unyielding. And who said he couldn't act even in this situation? That's easy. Several sharp plant tendrils erupted from the ground, aiming for the vital points on Tubuan's body. This is it. A smile was about to rise on Kuei-mu Wolf's face. But in the next moment that smile froze. Just as the plant spikes were about to hit Tubu, and they were blocked by an invisible barrier, causing several spikes to bend. The aura of the 7th element coalesced into a hard, transparent barrier around his body. What a pity, since you refuse to say anything, then die. Let it be out. If they want to eliminate me, then they should be prepared to replace most of their members. With that thought, Tubuan moved his hand towards Kuei-mu Wolf's head. As for whether this would offend the so-called Star Constellation organization, if the members are all like Kuei-mu Wolf and his companions, let it be out. If they want to eliminate me, then they should be prepared to replace most of their members. With that thought, Tubuan moved his hand towards Kuei-mu Wolf's head. Stop. I can tell you everything you want to know on his behalf. At that moment, a hoarse voice like a crow's caw echoed from above. Tubuan's movements paused as he slowly lifted his head to look. In the high sky, a shadow with 2 wings on its back floated, gently flapping, a pair of black wings wrapped in a cloak that covered its entire body, and wearing an exquisite raven mask comparable to that of Kuei-mu Wolf. Are you Baiyu? Tubuan asked, looking at the mask on its face. Yes, it is I, Baiyu replied as it slowly descended and perched on a tree, appearing dark as if it were a real raven under the moonlight. It is an accident that your companion turned into a half-demon, it stated, indicating that it was aware of what Tubuan wanted to know. Oh, you tell me that turning a human into a half-demon is an accident? Tubuan's tone was filled with doubt as his fingers slowly reached into Kuei-mu Wolf's. Kuei-mu Wolf looked at Tubuan's hand moving around in his head, and his whole body was covered in goosebumps. Someone in my laboratory was bewitched by a charm demon, leading to my test subject being stolen. Your friend was transformed into a half-demon by the very charm demon that stole the test subject, Baiyu said slowly, its tone calm, as if it did not fear that Tubuan would crush Kuei-mu Wolf's head at any moment. You all from the Star Constellation should be spiritual level, right? You didn't notice that a member of your laboratory was bewitched by a malevolent charm demon. Do you think I will believe that? Tubuan scoffed. At that time I was out on a mission with Kuei-mu Wolf, not in the laboratory, Baiyu said, its tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Tubuan squinted. The good and evil state on Baiyu was very strange. Normally a person's aura is white inside and black outside, while Baiyu exhibited a half-black, half-white state on either side of its body, which was very peculiar. He had never seen such a person. I am speaking the truth, Baiyu said. Then how do you explain that this guy came to kill me and my companions? Tubuan asked, referring to Kuei-mu Wolf. One cannot allow half-demons to roam in the safe zone. It is irresponsible to all the humans in this entire. Baiyu looked at Tubuan. Rather, it is strange that you have been harboring a half-demon. Oh, anyone who harbors a half-demon should be dealt with equally. You are a hunter, you should understand this matter well, right? Of course, but I am certain that child is special. She is different. Tubuan shook his head. Every person who harbors a half-demon says the same thing, yet they all, without exception, pay a painful price. Then why do you also use half-demons? This guy came to attack alongside a half-demon, Tubuan said, ignoring Kuei Mu Wolf's pale face as he reached toward. That half-demon is for experimental use. Its will has been completely worn down by me, leaving only instinct to drive its actions. Since only half-demons can identify half-demons, I had Kuei Mu Wolf bring it to find you. Baiyu jumped down from the tree trunk to a position not far from Tubuan. It's merely a tool. Once used, Kuei Mu Wolf will be disposed of unlike. Different. You are researching how to transform her into a half-demon. How could you not know she would exhibit such special circumstances? Baiyu suddenly fell silent. It indeed knew the purpose of this test subject. After all, it had developed this kind of thing to allow people to infiltrate the tower organization as moles. Half-demons disguise themselves as normal people lurking in the safe zone, always ready to destroy everything. So why can't humans hide as half-demons to infiltrate their ranks, always prepared to eradicate these anti-human beings? But because it had experimented with over 100 test subjects, it had not achieved any of the desired effects on any of them. Thus it did not believe this experiment would succeed on just any random girl. It seems you indeed understand this possibility. Tubuan withdrew his hand from Kuei Mu Wolf's head. Maintaining this state was very taxing for him. He had already intimidated them enough. These two should not act rashly. If both spiritual level beings were to go mad and seek to take his life, it would likely become a big problem. He might not necessarily die, but the four fiends would definitely be unleashed. At that time, no one would be able to have it easy, and it would bring calamity to this safe zone. Half-demons deserve to die. No matter how special she is no longer human and must die. Kuei Mu Wolf gritted his teeth, his tone filled with murderous intent. Even so, he still showed no signs of yielding. As soon as Tubuan's hand left his head, he began to struggle again. Very stubborn. Tubuan sighed. Bang. Kuei Mu Wolf's head tilted, half of his helmet shattered, and in a moment of daze he immediately glared at Tubuan, who was holding a rock hammer. You. In a fit of rage, Kuei Mu Wolf's arm, wielding the jade knife, smashed through the solid ice and rock pillars, swinging. But Tubuan's figure shifted. The jade knife passed through his body and struck the ground with a loud bang. Meanwhile, Tubuan expressionlessly swung down the rock hammer with force. Tubuan dropped the rock hammer in his hand, questioning Baiyu with confusion. Baiyu clearly fell silent for a moment before answering his identity. Tubuan dropped the rock hammer in his hand, questioning Baiyu with confusion. Baiyu clearly fell silent for a moment before answering. His identity and rank, including his power, were all inherited. Inherited? What does that mean? Can ranks and levels be inherited? Tubuan was a bit surprised. Baiyu replied. Yes, all star constellations, including myself, have ranks that are inherited through special means. It casually revealed the secrets within the star constellation to Tubuan. He is quite special. The previous Kuei Mu Wolf left a part of his power in the rank. He originally was at the manifestation level, and it was only because of the power left by the previous one that he reached spiritual level. Moreover, he has only recently inherited this identity and has not been in the role of Kuei Mu Wolf for even half a year. And I am the old one responsible for overseeing his work. With such little ability, no wonder the fight was so strange. Tubuan scoffed, patting Kuei Mu Wolf's lowered head a few more times. Kuei Mu Wolf's techniques and combat awareness did not match his own strength. Tubuan said, does he have a grudge against half-demons? Such great hostility. This guy has no hesitation in killing anyone who might be a half-demon. His family and master died because of a half-demon, which is why he harbors such hatred. Baiyu shook its head. Even my experiments with half-demons make him extremely disgusted. He has had several fierce arguments with me over it. No wonder its aggression is so strong. Tubuan remarked, his tone ambiguous, neither mocking nor anything else. The blood-soaked hatred truly is the best breeding ground for negative emotions. No wonder this fellow is so extreme. Seeing him sigh, Baiyu raised his right hand and asked, so he didn't mean it, this gentleman, can you let him go? No. Tubuan replied, coldly staring at Baiyu. His hatred has nothing to do with me. Since he wants to kill me, he must be prepared to face my counterattack. Tubuan glanced at Baiyu's raised right hand, fearing it was preparing to do something. He also tightened his grip on the head of the Kuei Mu Wolf. Letting him go? Absolutely impossible. The bargaining chips must be firmly in one's own hands, especially when facing a Baiyu whose aura is deeper than that of the Kuei Mu Wolf. According to its own words, it is an elder among the star constellations, unlike the forcibly brought Kuei Mu Wolf. A genuine spirit-level being. Sigh. I am a researcher, really not good at fighting, Baiyu said, covering his face with his raised hand. He sighed. If what you say is true, then that little girl still has some humanity left. Baiyu asked, how can you be sure she isn't just pretending for you? I killed her 3 times. Although she revived, each time she showed no signs of being controlled by instinct at the brink of death. Tubuan continued his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Each time she was on the verge of death, there was fear, pain, and despair, but not a trace of being controlled by the murderous instinct. Her body showed no changes, nor did her aura. Even the moment she regained consciousness, the look in her eyes was still filled with Wang Qiangshu's emotions, not the ferocity of a predator. At this, even Bai Yue's hand covering his face seemed to pause slightly. "You really are ruthless," Bai Yue exclaimed in surprise. He verified it in the most definitive way. For a suspected semi-monster existence, what could better test its instinctive reactions than repeatedly threatening it with death? The main reason Tubuan was opposing it, and the Kuei-Mu wolf, was still the issue of Wang Qianxue. He had thought Wang Qianxue was someone very important to Tubuan, only to find out that he had already taken action against her. "I am after all a monster hunter, so I naturally understand that semi-monsters cannot be spared. Many have died at my hands," Tubuan said. Bai Yue's blue eyes beneath the crow mask flickered slightly, seeming both surprised by Tubuan's cold words and in agreement. "As a researcher, what is that experiment of yours? Turning people into semi-monsters is one thing, but you also granted them the ability to fully regenerate unless all activity within their body is completely destroyed." Tubuan stared intently at Bai Yue. Bai Yue pondered for a moment before answering. "I created a reagent from the flesh and blood of fierce monsters combined with various special materials. This regenerative ability is that fierce monster's ability from before it died. If what you say is true and this child succeeds, then she is the 1 in 10,000 possibility." Bai Yue's blue eyes behind the mask brightened. "Even if she is the only one to succeed, it proves that my experiment is valid." Seeing Bai Yue's tone growing excited, Tubuan frowned slightly. "Are you deliberately trying to create a semi-monster with humanity?" "Yes. What do you want to do?" "Let her infiltrate the Tower organization to grasp their movements and plans." Undercover in the Tower organization. Tubuan was taken aback. "That's interesting. Since the main members of the Tower organization are semi-monsters, the human side can only sneak an insider in at most to the periphery, and even Inzhou cannot enter. This way it's impossible to learn the internal secrets of the Tower, as well as the reasons they have tirelessly sought to cleanse the world for hundreds of years. Where is that child now? If you can prove that her semi-monster indeed possesses humanity, I will compensate for the actions of myself and the Kuei-Mu wolf. I can also help you with one thing as long as I am able to." At this moment, Bai Yue suddenly said. Tubuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you want as compensation? Can you turn her back into a human?" "Unfortunately, my research has not yet reached the point where I can turn semi-monsters back into humans," Bai Yue said regretfully. It seemed he was genuinely distressed about his inability to make such a breakthrough. "Since you can't turn her back into a human, what can you offer as compensation?" Tubuan asked. 2 identification documents from the 4 holy fortresses." Bai Yue thought for a moment and said. Tubuan's expression grew serious. "You can obtain such things. To stay in the fortress requires qualifications. Those without identification can only remain in the outer areas and will eventually be expelled. This is unavoidable. The area within the fortress is limited and not everyone can enter. Although staying in the safe zone is sufficient for normal living. But who doesn't pursue a better life? Such identification is not something that can be obtained just by having money. The Star Constellation is an organization under the 4 saints which has certain privileges. Getting to is already my limit." Bai Yue said. "If 2 identification documents from the 4 holy fortresses are not enough, I can also offer a weapon made entirely from disaster-level monster material." Disaster-level monsters correspond to the existence above spirit level and below soul condensation level. In just a few sentences, Bai Yue presented 2 items of immeasurable value. Plus, he is also offering his own favor as a spirit-level being. "What do you think? Can this be accepted?" Bai Yue asked. Tubuan fell into an unusual silence for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "I don't believe you." His red eyes, deeply sunken, showed no greed or wavering, just a cold vigilance. Tubuan's gaze was sharp as a knife, as if it could pierce through the exquisitely crafted crow mask. To see through any possible hypocrisy hidden beneath Bai Yue's facade. "In just a few sentences you've presented 2 items of almost immeasurable value along with a favor from a spirit-level being. Bai Yue, your sincerity is suspiciously generous." But compared to these vague, uncertain promises, Tubuan's fingers tightened around the Kuei-Mu wolf's head, his tone resolute and unwavering. "I trust what I have in my hands. Just like now the life of the Kuei-Mu wolf is in my hands, and that is genuine." "I see. I understand your thoughts and concerns," Bai Yue responded calmly after being rejected. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement with Tubuan's words. "I was a bit too hasty. If it were me, upon hearing such compensation, my first reaction would not be surprise, but skepticism." Bai Yue looked at Tubuan, who had a grip on Kuei-Mu Lang, and continued, "If I cannot provide you with a satisfactory answer, will you kill Kuei-Mu Lang?" "Yes. Tu Buan replied without a hint of hesitation, unafraid of offending the constellations. You are so vastly more powerful than me. How can you be so confident? Bai Yuewu queried in confusion. You can guess why I am so confident, Tu Buan chuckled lightly. Bai Yuewu remained silent for a moment. Tu Buan's state was troublesome. Compared to Kuei Mu Lang, she cared far more about the success of her experiment with that child. It was tied to the results of years of her research. Tu Buan's gaze shifted. He suddenly noticed that the black and white aura surrounding Bai Yuewu had changed. The originally white benevolence began to slowly overshadow the malevolence on the other side, resembling a pie chart. Oh, you swallowed, so that means. Suddenly Bai Yue's hand blurred for a moment so fast that even Tu Buan could give you my heart. Tu Buan's first reaction was, what madness is this guy talking about? But soon Tu Buan understood the meaning behind Bai Yue's word. Suddenly a sound that made one's teeth ache echoed as flesh was pierced. A layer of silvery light enveloped Bai Yue's right hand, which then swiftly pierced into his chest, and mercurial blood sprayed out instantly. Bai Yuewu let out a muffled groan, but his eyes remained calm as his hand stirred within his chest, producing a horrifying sound. Tu Buan suddenly realized that the Bai Yuewu before him seemed like a madman. Snap! Bai Yuewu retrieved a heart wrapped in silver light from his chest, and said to Tu Buan, holding this means you have my life in your hands, and you can kill me at any time. Is this sincere enough? Bai Yue's aura rapidly diminished at a visible speed, his presence becoming extremely unstable, and he even swayed while standing. Tu Buan was momentarily at a loss for words. This was sincere indeed. He had even taken out his heart for him to hold. You can still stand and talk? Tu Buan asked in confusion. My sequence ability can keep me alive. So how about it? Can you fulfill my request now? Bai Yuewu released his grip, and the heart, emitting a silver glow, flew toward Tu Buan. After a moment of hesitation, Tu Buan caught the still dripping heart. Bai Yuewu coughed up blood and said, I will also confine Kuei Mu Lang for education, making him realize his mistakes, and find a way to compensate you. Tu Buan looked at the unsteady Bai Yuewu. He squeezed tightly. Cough. Bai Yue's chest wound burst forth with a large amount of blood, and he weakly knelt on the ground. It seemed this guy truly was a madman. But looking at the white aura, he appeared more trustworthy even in his madness than when he was normal. Tu Buan took out a communicator and connected to Lao Song's channel. Hey Lao Song, can you hear me? Tu kid, are you alright? Just now Xiao Shui said you were gone. Lao Song's voice immediately rang from the other side. I'm still here. Qian Shui is with you, right? Yes, she just rushed in crying, and there was no response from your channel. I thought you had kicked the bucket. I'm fine. Tell Qian Shui to go to the rooftop of her school. Got it. So what happened on your end? It's nothing serious, I can handle it. Do you need me to send someone to help you? How many can you send? Tu Buan initially planned to decline, but after glancing at Bai Yuewu he agreed and asked, 1 manifestation level 2nd tier, and 3 revival level 3rd tiers. This was already the limit of what Lao Song could support. He only had 2 manifestation level subordinates, and 5 revival level 1s, which meant he would be sending out half. No need for that many, you just have the manifestation level 1 follow Qian Shui over. Alright, wait a moment, they will arrive soon. Lao Song hung up the communicator. How long can you live without a heart? Tu Buan asked Bai Yuewu, while feeling the still pulsating heart in his hand. As long as you don't crush it, I won't die, Bai Yuewu replied, seeming unconcerned about Tu Buan potentially killing him. Tu Buan was also puzzled. Aren't you afraid he'll crush the heart, and then kill Kuei Mu Lang? You wouldn't do that. Bai Yuewu shook his head with certainty. Not to mention that you have talked with me for so long. Even at the beginning, when Kuei Mu Lang wanted to kill you, you were still thinking of reasoning with him. Bai Yue's voice, though weak, was clear and coherent, as if he had already seen through Tu Buan's character. You are not a bloodthirsty person. Your actions are based on the threats from others and the achievement of your goals. Killing is not the optimal solution and may even lead to greater trouble. In such a scenario, you would not choose to kill. Bai Yuewu smiled. Now my heart is in your hand, and Kuei Mu Lang is powerless to resist. We have no threats against each other. At this moment, crushing my heart and killing Kuei Mu Lang would only serve to anger the constellations and lead to a relentless pursuit. It would bring you no benefit. Bai Yuewu said, you are not the type to be swayed by emotions and engage in irrational acts of revenge. Moreover, both Kuei Mu Lang and I, if we die, the constellations will be aware of our deaths. At that time, the youngest genius of the 4 sacred beasts, the 16-year-old, Bai Hu, will come to you to demand an explanation. His blue eyes looked at Tu Buan, as if seeing through everything behind a crow mask. So, you won't do that. This situation is more advantageous for you now. Unless you want to face someone of the soul condensation level. Heh. Tu Buan chuckled lightly, leaning back against the rock pillar. You are right, but also not. Tu Buan slowly loosened his grip on the cold heart, relaxing his strength. But for now, if you can fulfill your promise, I indeed won't do anything. Then that's settled. Bai Yuewu simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Now may I ask you a few questions? What do you want to ask? Tu Buan inquired. What about the child's half-transformed state? For instance, has there been any change in appetite? Can she still consume human food? If she possesses humanity, does she have an instinctive craving for human flesh? Does eating the flesh of the fierce monsters enhance her abilities? Tu Buan watched as Bai Yuwu, covered in blood, yet speaking rapidly with increasingly bright eyes, remained silent. Indeed, he was a madman. First tell me, why is your leader Bai Hu just a young girl? What is the situation in your fortress that allows such a child to hold the title of Four Saints? Humph. Xian Wu has been alive for nearly 200 years. What does it matter if the child is underage? Moreover, Lady Bai Hu is the most terrifying genius of her clan in nearly 3 generations. Do you know what it means to be a monster who enters the spirit condensation level at just 14? Furthermore, she is already at the 4th stage of spirit condensation. Reaching the god summoning level is merely a matter of time. She undoubtedly qualifies for the title of Four Saints. Wow. A 16-year-old at the spirit condensation level. That's interesting. Tu Buan rubbed his chin and said, but you still haven't answered my question. What about that girl now? Just then, bang. The iron door at the rooftop entrance was kicked open with great force, producing a loud noise that shattered the eerie tranquility. Brother Two. A female voice filled with urgency and vitality rang out. Wang Qianxue rushed forward, wielding the heavy crescent-shaped blade that was taller. Following closely behind her was a man clad in tight functional gear, moving agilely with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Clearly he was an elite dark guard sent by Old Song. Wang Qiangshu's small face was flushed from running, filled with both anger and murderous intent. Upon hearing that Tu Buan was safe, but might be in serious trouble, she immediately lost her temper. She grabbed the weapon left by Tu Buan at the shop, and with the help of the assistant provided by Old Song rushed over. She was stopped downstairs at the school by a gatekeeper who wouldn't let her in and kept rambling. She simply kicked him unconscious. She had disliked that lecherous old man for a long time, and so she charged up without restraint. However, the scene behind the door was somewhat off. Red moonlight spilled down, and 2 blood-stained figures sat among dense shrubs, chatting merrily, with an unconscious being sprawled in the middle. When the aggressive Wang Qianxue arrived at the school rooftop with the man in tight gear, she was met with this bizarre sight. Brother. Wang Qianxue, holding the crescent blade, appeared momentarily stunned. Oh, you're here. Qianxue, come over here. Tu Buan waved to her. But what is going on now? Why is the rooftop filled with plants when it was completely empty in the morning? Confused Wang Qianxue exchanged puzzled glances with the dark guard beside Old Song. Both of them saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had expected a fierce battle upon arriving, but instead they encountered this situation. Brother Two, are you okay? Oh, what is that guy? As Wang Qianxue obediently approached, she caught sight of Komu Wolf lying motionless. Isn't that the bad guy? Wang Qianxue gritted her teeth, pointing the crescent blade at Komu Wolf, and quickly kicked his raised backside twice. He was as hard as a rock. So what do you think? Is it different? Tu Buan asked Bai Yuwu. Indeed, it's different. Both of us are covered in blood, and you're still holding my heart. Yet she shows no reaction at all, and instead looks at the most intact Komu Wolf first. Normally, in such a bloodied and severely injured state, even the most self-controlled half-demon would show some abnormal behavior at this close distance. But this young girl shows no signs of even swallowing her saliva. I think what you said might be correct, as she really is a special individual. Wang Qianxue felt a chill run down her back. Turning around, she met Bai Yuwu's gaze, which seemed to want to dissect her from head to toe, and she shifted. Swallowing hard, she raised her blade and pointed it at Bai Yuwu, asking, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll make a move." "Oh, you swallowed, so that means..." Suddenly, Bai Yuwu's hand blurred for a moment so fast that even Tu Buan could barely see it. A flash of silver light darted past Tu Buan's eye. Wang Qianxue felt a chill around her neck, and then the world in front of her flipped upside down. At the same time, she instinctively raised her hand, feeling that she had caught something round in her arms. Splat! A stream of dark red blood spurted from her neck where her head once was. Seeing this scene, Tu Buan's face darkened, and he crushed the heart in his hand. "Oh! Oh!" 2 distinct wails rang out. Wang Qianxue dazedly turned her head around, then looked at her headless body, which was gushing like a fountain, letting out an indescribable explosion of sound. Meanwhile, Bai Yuwu let out a painful howl, blood gushing from its body, but its gaze remained fixed on Wang Qianxue. "Brother Two, what should I do? Am I going to die?" Wang Qianxue panicked, calling out to Tu Buan with her head in her arms. Sigh. Tu Buan sighed. What a waste of this regeneration ability. He stood up, grabbed Wang Qiangshu's head, and placed it back on her neck. The moment her head met the severed edge, it visibly restored to its original state, without a trace. It was instant and seamless. Aside from the blood that had splattered on her clothes, nothing seemed unusual. Oh. Wang Qianxue dazedly touched her neck, her mind catching up. In the moment of severe injury, there was no sign of malice, not a single hint of transformation, and the regenerating blood showed no abnormalities. Huh. Even though Bai Yuwu was in agony with its heart being crushed by Tu Buan, it burst into a fit of mad laughter. Huh. It worked. I did it. I was right. The opportunity hasn't it arrived. It lay on the ground excitedly muttering to itself. Rubbing his forehead, Tu Buan began to worry whether getting involved with this guy was a mistake. But, glancing at the moment Wang Qinxue was decapitated and the dark guard who was knocked unconscious, Tu Buan felt a heaviness in his heart. In such a state it was still able to knock out someone who was completely defenseless. This guy was a bit exaggerated. More importantly, he couldn't even clearly see that attack. It was too fast. A chill ran down his back indicating that this guy on the ground had several opportunities to launch a sneak attack on him and reclaim both his heart and Koemu Wolf. Yet it had done nothing. With that thought, Tu Buan relaxed his grip on the heart. Brother Tu, am I okay? Is this really all right? My head just fell off and I bled so much. Wang Qinxue asked in terror. Oh, it's fine. Even if I blew your head off you could still regenerate, it's just a minor issue. Wang Qinxue, what is this guy talking about? What does it mean that my head being blown off is no big deal? Don't look at me like that. In your situation back then, if I hadn't been ruthless enough to confirm, how could I have let half of the ghost go? Tu Buan said. Well, that's true. But this is still too strange. Wang Qinxue replied, feeling dissatisfied. Wang Qinxue shrank her neck and asked, what's wrong? I've been wanting to ask, has your pain sensation become abnormal? In the beginning, during the 3 times when Tu Buan harmed her, Wang Qinxue would cry in pain. Now even with her head severed she showed no signs of pain, only letting out screams of shock, as if she had already grown accustomed to it. Wang Qinxue was taken aback and instinctively touched her neck. It was only after Tu Degu mentioned it that she felt something was odd. Oh, why did she feel that last blow wasn't particularly painful? Seeing her reaction, Tu Buan realized he was right. Wang Qianxi's pain sensation had indeed encountered a problem. This is the effect of the ghostly factor within. After lying on the ground for a while, Bai Yu, having calmed down, got up and said lowering the sensitivity of pain is beneficial for killing. The ghostly source within her is an endlessly mad monster. Tu Buan glanced at it and asked, what level is it? A special disaster level. Special. Its special trait is that it can't be killed. It survived a full force strike from Lord Qinglong at the summoning level and still managed to escape. You must know that summoning level can resist pseudo-deities. Lower level ghost levels correspond to awakening levels. Ghost levels correspond to revival levels. Evil levels correspond to manifestation levels. Disaster levels correspond to spirit molding levels. End levels correspond to soul condensation levels. Divine levels correspond to multiple summoning levels. For a disaster level to withstand a full force strike from a summoning level and still escape is quite absurd. Summoning level sequencers possess a unique ability. Summon deity. This ability can be summed up in 4 words: law of heaven and earth. Surviving a full force strike while in the summoning state of the mythological sequence, Qinglong, it's no wonder Bai Yu said it was hard to kill. Before Wang Qinxue arrived, Tu Buan and Bai Yu had discussed a lot, including the core power of the 4 sacred fortresses, the guardians of the fortress. 4 saints refers to the 4 individuals who possess the sequences of the 4 great sacred beasts. The strongest in history, Qinglong, is at the 5th tier of summoning level. The longest serving Xuanwu is at the 3rd tier of summoning level. The most powerful Zhu Que is at the 1st tier of summoning level. The most monstrous Baihu is at the 4th tier of soul condensation level. The 4 saints sequence is inherited. Each person has a family, and they are selected representative. I refined this reagent from the remnants of it being shattered by Lord Qinglong. Its cellular activity is terrifying. Even after leaving the main body, it retains strong vitality, and I spent years diluting and adjusting it. Hearing this, Tu Buan's eyes brightened. Do you have any that hasn't been diluted in its most primitive state? I do have a little. Do you want it? Bai Yu asked. Yes, but you must first tell me honestly what you want that for. Bai Yu said. You don't need to know. If you don't tell me, I won't give it to you. Then forget it, I don't want it. Tu Buan said plainly. He wanted the unadjusted reagent for its fierce vitality. With it his body could quickly return to normal. If he couldn't get it, it wouldn't matter. He could obtain vitality through other means, albeit at a slower recovery rate. He didn't plan to tell Bai Yu that he could absorb the flesh and blood of ghosts. His intuition told him that letting this guy know would bring trouble. I will deliver it to you along with the ghost soldiers later. Bai Yu still intended to give Tu Buan some. Didn't you say that if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't give it to me? Tu Buan asked. Because to be honest, my instincts tell me that giving you some benefits is definitely not a bad idea. Bai Yu replied. Didn't you say that if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't give it to me? Tu Buan asked. Because to be honest, my instincts tell me that giving you some benefits is definitely not a bad idea. How could I touch her? Right now I can't wait to lock her up, to protect her. Bai Yu said. You said lock her up, didn't you? You definitely said that. Don't think about imprisoning me. Wang Qinxue crossed her arms, looking at Bai Yu warily. If you try to lay a hand on me, I'll have Tu Degu beat you up. Saying this, she looked at Tu Buan. Tu Degu. She noticed that Tu Buan seemed a bit off. Tu Buan remained silent. He suddenly clutched his head, his eyes glowing increasingly red, filled with rage and impatience. The side effects of the Tiao Wu had kicked in. Tu Degu, what's wrong with you? Are you seriously injured? Wang Qinxue asked worriedly, moving closer. Step back a bit. Tu Buan said, his tone gritted. Oh. Wang Qinxue was momentarily stunned when she suddenly felt her back tighten, someone pulling her back several meters. When she turned around, she faced Bai Yuewu's mask, which was oozing blood. Oh. Don't think about taking me away. Wang Qinxue exclaimed, flailing her limbs in the air like a startled cat. Don't move around, your brother's condition is very strange, Bai Yuewu said, staring intently at Tu Buan. Two figures lay limp at its feet. Kui Mu Lang and the Dark Guard had also been dragged over. Now only Tu Buan stood alone in the center of the area. In Bai Yuewu's perception, a red menacing shadow with two fangs emerged from Tu Buan's body. Like a malevolent spirit clinging to him, those fiery red eyes were filled with the most primitive desire to plunder, greedily watching over them. Tu Buan's voice echoed from a distance, slow and deliberate. I will, Bai Yuewu replied, then lifted her clothes to reveal her swollen chest, and the whole. Tu Buan's voice echoed from a distance, slow and deliberate. I will, Bai Yuewu replied, then lifted her clothes to reveal her swollen chest, and the horrific gaping wound covered in silver light. She shoved her heart back in, and the silver light surged like water, visibly healing the grotesque wound. Tudago, what's wrong with you? Wang Qinxue stopped struggling, anxiously staring in Tu Buan's direction. Unlike Bai Yuewu, she couldn't see the shadow formed entirely by hostility. After seeing them leave, Tu Buan let out a sigh of relief, and then soared into the sky, flying in the opposite direction of Bai Yuewu and the others. His speed was incredibly fast, as he flew full force towards the safety zone's walls. Tu Buan needed to venture outside the safety zone. The influence of the Tiao Wu was murderous, otherwise he would be affected by the sudden eruption of ferocity for a long time. He had to create killings to suppress the ferocity. If the vitality within him was sufficient, this influence would not manifest. Under normal circumstances, if Tu Buan killed Kui Mu Lang and Bai Yuewu, the effect would not be profound, and he could suppress it. However, the previous consumption was too great, leading to this uncomfortable situation now. He looked down at the entire safety zone from midair. There was no movement, and no disaster had occurred. There was no other option. He had to leave the safety zone and go to the wilderness to hunt down ferocious spirits to resolve the issue with Tiao Wu. Since Wang Qiangshu's school was in the outer city, Tu Buan was pushed by the strong wind and was nearing a tall wall in just a few minutes. Report. An unidentified flying object is approaching from within the safety zone at high speed. Should we shoot it down? The guard on the wall spotted the blurry figure of Tu Buan flying in from afar and immediately activated the communicator to shout. Can we determine if it is a ferocious spirit? A voice responded from the other end. Report. Unable to ascertain, it's too fast. We can only see a blurry shadow. For safety, Sake, prepare artillery fire coverage. The other side decisively ordered. Following the command, several artillery positions on the wall turned to aim at the rapidly approaching Tu Buan. The guard on the watchtower hurriedly put on earplugs as one of the artillery pieces was right next to him. He needed to avoid ear ringing that could affect his observation. Wait a minute. Suddenly a voice startled the guard, causing him to nearly drop his earplugs. He turned to look beside him, and upon seeing the newcomer, the guard immediately stood straight and saluted Captain Zhang. Zhang Yang, dressed in a gray-black military uniform, nodded and took the communicator still in conversation from the guard's hand. Cease aiming. The other party is from the Hunting Spirits Bureau. Repeat, the other party is from the Hunting Spirits Bureau. Cease aiming. Zhang Yang commanded in a deep voice. Received. Cease artillery fire order. The other side quickly recognized it was the captain's voice and acted on the command immediately. The artillery that had already been aimed immediately stopped. Tu Buan, with the raging wind in hand, dispersed it as he charged into the air above the wall. He briefly paused, saw Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, and then nodded in greeting. Zhang Yang also doffed his hat in return. Then Tu Buan flew directly out of the safety zone. Captain, although that person was from the Hunting Spirits Bureau, isn't it against the rules to let him out like this? The guard questioned in confusion. You're a newcomer, right? Zhang Yang glanced at him and said, yes. The guard nodded. He was indeed a newcomer, having just officially started a few days ago. That person just now was Tu Buan from the Hunting Spirits Bureau. Remember this name, and later after work ask your team leader to describe this person's appearance to you. Yes. The guard responded first, then asked in confusion, may I ask why? Just remember that this person must not be offended. If necessary, he could even save your life. Zhang Yang stated. Okay. At the same time, Tu Buan left the safety zone the other side. Bang. Kui Mu Lang and the shadow guard tumbled into a trash bin, while Wang Qinxue fell into a seated position, and Bai Yuewu landed gracefully on the ground. They landed in a small alley where a dim yellow lamp was glowing, barely illuminating the area. What did you do to Brother Tu? Wang Qinxue gritted her teeth and asked Bai Yuewu. Bai Yuewu calmly replied, I didn't do anything. Wang Qinxue pressed, then why did he suddenly act so? I suspect it has to do with his sequence. Bai Yuewu speculated while pulling open her clothing. The sequence issue. 2. Wang Qiangshu's words were interrupted as she noticed Bai Yu pulling her clothing open, revealing a patch of snow white stained red at the chest area. She froze for a moment, then blushed and shouted, "Quick, pull your clothing up." This person turned out to be a woman. His sequence ability is so overwhelmingly powerful, and any powerful force comes with a price. He must have experienced some side effects just now which might affect us, so he warned us to leave. Bai Yuewu calmly shared her speculations, seemingly indifferent to the exposed issue at her chest. She even raised her hand to rub her left side, confirming that the wound at her heart had healed. "My goodness, what's wrong with you?" Wang Qianxue could not bear to watch any longer and rushed over to help her pull her clothing up. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Bai Yuewu looked at her in confusion. "There's a big problem. I don't think there will be any issues. The side effects of the sequence, no matter how harsh, shouldn't lead to the death of the sequencer." "I'm not talking about that problem." Bai Yuewu tilted her head. She followed Wang Qiangshu's gaze down to look at her chest, then glanced at Wang Qiang, suddenly realizing she nodded. "That is indeed quite significant." Wang Qianxue. Wang Qiangshu's face darkened. "Don't worry, your skeletal age is still young. According to reliable data collection, you can still—" "Shut up." Wang Qianxue released her grip and said coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Then let's change the subject. I will follow what Captain Tu said and take you to a safe place." "Where do you need to be taken?" Bai Yuewu closed her clothing and asked. "Take me to find Brother Tu." Bai Yuewu shook her head. "No, that's not part of what I agreed to do for him. You have to understand it was because of you that he ended up like this. Since you want to help, why not aid him? Undeniably, it was my oversight that led to the issues between you and Captain Tu, and I apologize for that." Bai Yuewu expressed her apologies. "However, Captain Tu's intention is for me to first take you to a safe place, and he doesn't intend for me to interfere with his problems. Otherwise, Tu Buan wouldn't have needed to return the heart to her. He could easily manipulate her at any time." However, Bai Yuewu guessed that Tu Buan likely understood that if he carried this heart, he could lock onto his position. Bai Yuewu felt this possibility was quite high. After all, her heart had been crushed, but that did not mean she would die. She still had a backup. "Wait, what do you mean by our problem with Brother Tu? What's wrong with me?" "Oh, the abnormalities in my body are your doing." Wang Qiangshu's eyes widened as she stared at Bai Yuewu. Bai Yuewu finally realized, "I forgot you still didn't know. Let me explain it to you. Let's not talk about that for now. Can you be sure that Brother Tu is all right?" Wang Qianxue said. Bai Yuewu replied succinctly, "No. It's just a guess that he won't be in trouble." Wang Qianxue was about to go crazy. "What good is guessing? Even if you're worried, we still don't know where he went." "I can't help it," Bai Yuewu said helplessly. "Isn't he on the rooftop?" Wang Qianxue asked in confusion. "Did you not notice when I flew you here?" "Mr. Tu flew away to another place. I don't know where he went," she continued. "Can't you find him?" "Can't find him. Then how did you manage to get this guy to show up at you?" Wang Qianxue pointed at the Quimilang, who was half in the trash can with his butt sticking out. Following her hand, Bai Yuewu noticed the slight movement of Quimilang's rear end. "You can find Mei Gui by following that deceived researcher, and then you can locate me by tracking Mei Gui's actions. It's simple to check through connections and find out where you live." As Bai Yuewu spoke, he walked over to the trash can, yanked Quimilang's head up, and hit his jaw a few times, knocking the somewhat conscious Quimilang unconscious again. "This guy can't wake up. If he sees Wang Qianxue, he won't care about anything and will definitely try to attack her." Wang Qianxue sighed. At the same time, she felt a bit dejected. All day long she had been causing trouble for Brother Tu, and it wasn't just ordinary trouble. She felt thinking about how she couldn't help Brother Tu right now made her feel as if there were thorns in her heart. "Wait." Wang Qianxue suddenly raised her head. "What you were saying earlier, you didn't finish. What was the part about what was wrong with me?" Bai Yuewu stuffed Quimilang back into the trash can and said, "The story is like this." After hearing the entire process of her becoming half a ghost, Wang Qiangshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Pointing at herself, she said, "So it turns out I'm the unlucky one. How could I run into something like this?" Bai Yuewu nodded in agreement, a very astute summary. Wang Qianxue gritted her teeth. "Astute, my foot. So it turns out that the reason Brother Tu and I ended up like this is all your fault. How could you let a fierce ghost into the laboratory? Are your subordinates all useless?" This made Bai Yuewu fall silent for a moment. "Those people are not my subordinates." Wang Qianxue was shocked. "What? The people in the laboratory aren't your people, eh?" Bai Yuewu nodded. "The laboratory was given to me by the district master, and the people inside were sent by him to assist. After the incident, I sent everyone away and did the experiments by myself." "Is the district master's people that unreliable, eh?" Wang Qianxue was astonished. "Yes, I even went to question him, and he compensated me with a lot of materials." Wang Qianxue sighed. "What a mess this is." It was just that such things happened to her. "So do you have a safe place to go? If not, you can come to my laboratory." "No, just take me to a restaurant," she replied. After such a long conversation, Wang Qianxue realized that Bai Yuewu wasn't a bad person, or in fact in some ways, he was quite naive. "Alright, I'll take you there." As Bai Yuewu spoke, Wang Qianxue noticed a silver glow enveloping her body. Even the hidden guards by the roadside trash can were covered in a thin layer of silver light, except for Quimilang. Aren't you going to take care of him? Wang Qinxue couldn't help but ask, still feeling kind-hearted. No need to worry about him. He has a device I left on him that can pick up sounds around him. The device also has an electric shock switch, so if there's any commotion, it'll wake him up with electricity. Bai Yuowu said. This was also how she knew the whole process of Tu Bianin and Qimulang's fight as soon as she arrived. Oh, then let's not worry about it. Wang Qiangshu's kindness evaporated. She stepped forward and kicked Qimulang twice, shoving him entirely into the trash can before forcefully closing the lid. After brushing off her hands in disdain, Wang Qinxue said, "Let's go." Bai Yuowu took Wang Qinxue and flew up. This time Wang Qinxue felt quite curious about the sensation of floating in the air. Following Wang Qiangshu's directions, Bai Yuowu brought her to the back door of Old Song's restaurant. After setting down the hidden guard, Bai Yuowu asked, "What is your account ID? What do you want it for?" Wang Qinxue asked in confusion. "I'm sorry for putting you through this. I want to compensate you in some way," Bai Yuowu said earnestly. "All right, my ID is." Wang Qinxue told Bai Yuowu her ID. Everyone in the safety zone carries an official-issued watch that contains the real name registered residence account ID card. If the watch is damaged or the ID is lost, one can go to official institutions to receive a new one or have it repaired for free. Daily expenses and income are all handled through this ID card, and physical currency has been phased out. As soon as Wang Qinxue reported her ID number, she felt her watch vibrate. Looking at it, she suddenly widened her eyes, staring at the message and shouting, "How much?" "You have received a deposit of 10000 credit points. 10k. Wow, 10k. Wang Qinxue had never seen so many zeros except on her own papers. To put it in perspective, her mother's monthly salary was only 300 credit points. I bought experimental materials a while ago, and I don't have many credit points left, so I can only give you this for now. I'll give you some more when my salary comes in," Bai Yuowu said apologetically. "All right. Okay." Wang Qinxue was so stunned by the sudden windfall that she responded somewhat dazedly. "By the way, before I go, can I take a vial of your blood with me?" Bai Yuowu said this with fervent eyes, pulling out a syringe from under his clothing. "It's fine, go ahead and draw it." Wang Qinxue rolled up her sleeve, exposing her arm. Under the pressure of vulgar money, Wang Qinxue now found Bai Yuowu quite pleasing to the eye. But she still retained a bit of rationality and warned, "Just don't draw too much. A vial is enough for now." Bai Yuowu drew a vial, looking at the dark red liquid inside with a satisfied smile, carefully putting the syringe away. "If Mr. Tu comes back, have him use the communicator to dial this channel to contact me." Bai Yuowu told Wang Qinxue the frequency of a channel for her to remember. "I understand," Wang Qinxue nodded. "Then he'll go back and prepare what he needs. Farewell." With that, Bai Yuowu hurriedly left the hidden guard and flew away. She couldn't wait to analyze Wang Qiangshu's blood now. Bang! The door of the warehouse was opened, and Old Song popped his head out, seeing the hidden guard lying on the ground, and Wang Qinxue, smiling foolishly at her, watch, his brows furrowed, as if he could crush a fly. "What happened? Where's that brat too? You say that because you are a jinxed, unfortunate soul, you've turned into a peculiar half-ghost, and if it weren't for Tu Xiaozu, you would have almost been slaughtered like a pig at the—" After hearing Wang Qiangshu's explanation, Lao Songtu asked in confusion. "So the other party now realizes their judgment was wrong. Not only have they apologized, but they also plan to compensate you, having already sent you 10,000 credit points." Wang Qinxue nodded vigorously. "Is that right? Is it not?" Lao Songtu silently looked at her for a moment, his gaze making Wang Qinxue feel an oddly familiar strangeness. It was just like when she was at school about to be bullied. She stirred a mop in a public toilet that hadn't been cleaned for a month, and then wielded the mop soaked in chaos to scare off those who dared to bully her. Afterwards, when the teacher called her to the office, it was the same, without saying a word, looking at her with that kind of gaze. After a moment of silence, Lao Songtu suddenly raised his hand to pick up the communicator. "Hello, it's me. Get a doctor over, preferably one with experience in neurology." Wang Qinxue exploded. "My brain is fine. I'm speaking the truth. Look." Wang Qinxue raised her crescent blade and aimed to cut her arm. Hey, what are you doing? Put the blade down. What are you thinking?" Lao Songtu's face changed drastically, hurriedly stopping her. "No, let me show you my regeneration ability, so you will believe me." Wang Qinxue insisted, pressing the blade toward her arm despite Lao Songtu's resistance. Lao Songtu shouted in confusion, "You could just make a small cut. Why are you trying to chop off your hand?" Wang Qinxue suddenly realized, "Oh right, just a cut will do, no need to chop off my head or arm." After being put through this by Tu Dage and Bai Yuowu a few times, her first instinct was to prove herself by inflicting something serious on herself. Lao Songtu looked at her incredulously. He turned around, opened the communicator again, and quietly instructed, "Change the doctor from earlier. I need a psychiatrist." Lao Song looked quick look. Wang Qinxue slashed a long cut on her arm, and just as she raised it, the wound healed before any blood could flow out. Wang Qinxue. Lao Songtu turned to look at her smooth arm, questioning her. "What are you looking at?" His eyes were filled with worry. "This child can't really be seriously ill, can she? No wonder Tu Xiaozu and her mother are so worried about her." Wang Qinxue said, "No, just watch carefully. Don't take your eyes off." Wang Qinshua made another cut on her arm this time, deep enough to see bone to prevent it from healing immediately. Hey, you child! Lao Songtu gasped just as he saw Wang Qiangshua's wound healing at a visibly rapid speed before his eyes. This? Wang Qinshua showed him her fully healed arm, saying, "So what do you think? Everything I said is true. No need for a doctor, now you all go find out where Tu Xiaozu has gone." Lao Songtu's expression turned serious as he commanded on the communicator, then pushed Wang Qinshua into the shop and dragged the dark guard on the floor inside. "Who knows about you being a half-ghost besides me, Tu Xiaozu, and those two guys?" Lao Songtu asked Wang Qinshua while checking the dark guard's body. Wang Qinshua shook her head. "No one else. I didn't even tell my mom. She knows that Lao Songtu and Tu Buan are very familiar, so she just told him about the situation. To be honest, I want to shoot you right now, but I trust Tu Xiaozu's judgment," Lao Songtu said seriously. Wang Qiangshua's face stiffened, but she couldn't say anything. After all, any normal person upon confirming the existence of a half-ghost would surely find a way to eliminate it to avoid endangering themselves and the safe. Since it's true, Lao Songtu understood how strange and dangerous Wang Qiangshua's situation was now. Wang Qinshua said, "I want to wait here for news from 2 days." Since it's true, Lao Songtu understood how strange and dangerous Wang Qiangshua's situation was now. Wang Qinshua said, "I want to wait here for news from 2 days." Lao Songtu replied, "Your mother has been worried about you and Tu Xiaozu for a long time. You should go comfort her. We can't let the injured be frightened." When it came to her mother, Wang Qinshua hesitated for a moment. "Don't worry, I will notify you as soon as I have news, and you can fully trust Tu Xiaozu. That guy is extremely formidable, and he wouldn't do something without being certain." Lao Songtu comforted her. "Or do you not trust Tu Xiaozu?" Wang Qinshua immediately replied, "Of course I trust Tu Dage." "Then go rest, and wait for his news to return," Lao Songtu urged Wang Qinshua upstairs. The warehouse had stairs leading to the second floor of the shop. The second floor of the shop was entirely bought by Lao Songtu. Normally he and his granddaughter lived there, only returning to the inner city house. When Lao Songtu, Wang Qinshua felt that Lao Songtu's words made sense, so she decided to go upstairs. Halfway up, Lao Songtu's voice rang out again. "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Hearing him say this, Wang Qinshua felt a wave of hunger in her stomach, and she nodded with a slight blush. "Then wait a moment, I'll get you something to eat," Lao Songtu said as he entered the kitchen, and Wang Qinshua found a place to sit. Moments later, Lao Songtu came over with a bowl of fried rice topped with slices of meat. "Eat up. What kind of meat is this?" Wang Qinshua asked as she saw the meat. "Fierce ghost meat," Lao Songtu replied directly. "You should eat this too. I know half-ghosts need to consume fierce ghosts." "All right." Tu Dage said the same thing. Wang Qinshua hesitated for a few seconds, then honestly took it and started eating. "Moi. Why is there a piece that's raw?" Wang Qinshua questioned as she picked up a red piece. "I must have missed it, just throw it in the trash," Lao Songtu said. "Okay." Wang Qinshua threw the raw meat into the trash. Seeing this scene, Lao Songtu let out a sigh of relief. The raw piece was one he had cut from his own body to test Wang Qinshua. Had she eaten it without hesitation, he would have drawn his gun and called for help. After Wang Qinshua finished her meal and went upstairs, Lao Songtu sat in the warehouse waiting for news from his subordinates. He ended up waiting the entire night. "Captain, this is too exaggerated, right?" The guard on the watchtower looked at the scene through his telescope, incredulous. "Exaggerated? It's supposed to be exaggerated, after all it's that." Zhang Yang beside him looked at the distance, showing no surprise at all. At this time the sky was just brightening, and the faint sunlight revealed the scene of the wasteland far from the walls. Tu Buan stood amidst a sea of dead fierce ghosts, his violent aura gradually calming. Standing in the wilderness, Tu Buan's golden ring shimmered in his eyes. To suppress the ferocity caused by insufficient activation and the side effects of the Ta, he slaughtered a large number of ghost-level and evil-level entities outside the safe zone. By absorbing the vitality from the flesh and blood of the malevolent creatures, Tu Buan's killing state improved, though it left him mentally fatigued. Nevertheless, his emaciated body swelled, as if it had been filled with water. Although he still appeared somewhat gaunt, at least he was no longer as exaggeratedly skeletal as before. With a significant boost in vitality, the Ta was also satisfied, and the prophetic ability was triggered once more, albeit this time less dramatically, revealing only a fleeting glimpse of a scene. Tu Buan saw the sky of the safe zone tear open, with several cracks, dark liquid flowing down from the rifts in the heavens. As the golden ring in his eyes dissipated, Tu Buan's expression turned serious. Those cracks seemed to be related to the BNN. Could this be the handiwork of the Tower organization? Have they mastered the means to open the BNN? Since the BNN was shattered by Pangu 500 years ago, very few instances of BNN have appeared in the world. The existing BNNs are merely fragments scattered across the world from that time. And merely those fragments from back then continuously emerged, causing the oppressed humanity to struggle just to maintain their home, gradually reclaiming the world bit by bit. Current methods lack any means to seal the BNN, and many powerful beings speculate that only the abilities of Nuwa could mend these rifts. However, 500 years have passed with no sign of a Nuwa sequence appearing. Pengu had burned everything he had to obliterate most of the malevolent beings and rifts, leaving no possibility for inheritance. Yet Nuwa is different. Most researchers believe the Nuwa sequence could reappear. If the Tower organization has grasped the way to open the Bianon, then the problem would escalate significantly. The few remaining pseudo-gods are already causing humanity great suffering. If that group of lunatics were to open a sufficiently large Bianon, humanity would truly be facing extinction. Tu Buan's expression darkened as he repeatedly recalled the earlier scene, his face suddenly freezing in realization. He sensed something was amiss. These Bianon cracks were quite small, each smaller than the recorded fragments, only slightly more numerous, yet their combined scale might not even surpass that of the small. This was a good discovery, indicating that the Tower organization's methods might not be mature, with the scale to tear open for the pseudo-gods being far inferior, akin to the difference between a drop and the ocean. After recalling the locations of these cracks, Tu Buan decided to return to the safe zone. At that time, he would send a few people from the Malevolent Bureau to investigate the areas beneath those cracks. No, he would need to find a few trustworthy individuals to go. Otherwise, if he provoked the Tower organization, they might go insane and do something even more outrageous, surpassing the current crisis. The wilderness around him was desolate. He had cleansed this area of malevolent beings, yet in just half a day, it would be teeming with roaming entities again. Tu Buan felt the sticky clothes on him and his weary state of mind, feeling quite uncomfortable. He wanted to go back, take a shower, and get a good rest. Yesterday had been a fierce wind lifted Tu Buan, carrying him towards the wall. The sentry on the watchtower shouted, "Captain, he's flying over." "I see him," Zhang Yang said, feeling that the newcomer beside him was always so startled and unstable. The two of them had watched Tu Buan hunt malevolent beings all night. After all, they were on duty, and watching him made the dull days a bit more interesting. It was just that Tu Buan's methods were somewhat frightening. The sentry had several times felt a chill down his spine. Zhang Yang, however, knew Tu Buan, so he wasn't very. At that moment, Tu Buan hovered above the wall, noticing the two on the watchtower. He approached and hung before them, speaking to Zhang Yang. "Captain Zhang, long time no see. How has everything been recently?" "Not bad," Zhang Yang replied with a smile. "Recently, the malevolent groups outside the safe zone have been quiet. You took down a large batch last night, so I expect it to be." Tu Buan nodded, saying that's good. He then intended to leave. He and Zhang Yang weren't very familiar, but they could at least converse. This was because Zhang Yang was affiliated with the district master. The district master had asked for help from the Malevolent Bureau to resolve incidents several times, each time involving Tu Buan, so they had become somewhat acquainted. The district master still hoped to recruit Tu Buan to work under him, but Tu Buan had declined. This was because working under him did not offer the same freedom as in the Malevolent Bureau, and the district master was not a good person. He had more dark energy than white. Tu Buan did not trust this person. "Mr. Tu, why not clean up inside the wall first? In your current state, entering the safe zone might cause a stir." Zhang Yang made a suggestion. "Also, I would like to ask you some things. Can we talk?" Many people inside the safe zone had already started their work by this time. Tu Buan thought for a moment and agreed. Sure. He did not want to fly around covered in blood. Zhang Yang had directly led him through the wall, saving him quite a bit of trouble. Asking questions and giving him a favor was also reasonable. Letting the sentries remain on watch, Zhang Yang took Tu Buan to the resting area, where someone brought him a set of military clothing and toiletries. "They'll wait for you in the dining area," Zhang Yang said before leaving. The internal area of the wall was well equipped, as the district master had designed it to provide the best treatment, allowing the guards to stay more spirited while manning their posts. Tu Buan did not immediately take a shower. Instead, he took out the blood-stained communicator and wiped it down a bit before dialing into Lao Song's channel. Earlier, he had been outside the safe zone beyond the signal range, unable to contact them. Now that he was back, he needed to report his safety and inquire about Wang Qiang. "Hello, Lao Song, can you hear me?" Tu Buan initially thought Lao Song was resting and was about to call out a few more times when he immediately received a response from the other end. "Hey, Tu, are you alright? You've been gone all night. Where have you been?" Tu Buan replied, "I went to deal with the side effects of the sequence. You've been waiting for my news." "I've been waiting all night, and Wang girl told me everything, including her becoming half malevolent." "Did you lay hands on her?" "No, I tested her and found that she indeed differs from normal half malevolence. She didn't even notice when human flesh was presented." "So how is she now?" "She was still worried about you earlier, waiting until the early morning before finally unable to stay awake. I just checked, and now she's sleeping soundly with her mother. She's fine." "That works for me. I will rest for a while when I return. You go inform Lin Bao that I will visit his father Lin Yi this afternoon." After finishing the conversation, Tu Buan closed the communication just as Zhang Yang sent someone to deliver clothes. Tu Buan entered the bathroom with the clothes and thoroughly washed away the viscous and foul-smelling green blood unique to the sinister creatures. After changing into a clean outfit, Tu Buan felt a great sense of relief, and his mood was no longer as terrible. Leaving the bathroom, Tu Buan went to the dining area to find Zhang Yang. When he arrived, Zhang Yang was eating at a table. Seeing Tu Buan, Zhang Yang waved. The white mist around him was quite noticeable in the now somewhat empty cafeteria. As Tu Buan approached, Zhang Yang pushed another plate of food toward him. Give it a try, the chefs in our cafeteria are quite good. Tu Buan glanced at the food, which consisted of high-energy items, and without refusal he sat down. He wasn't worried about the food being problematic. Even if it were, it wouldn't affect him. He could eat the flesh of sinister creatures, let alone something poisonous, which had no effect on him at all. Although he had replenished some vitality from the sinister creatures, his body still did not feel full, and he needed to eat some ordinary food. As Tu Buan stuffed food into his mouth, he asked, "What do you want to know?" "It's about the group of sinister creatures that appeared in the city yesterday and the tower organization. I want to ask how Li Heng is doing. I heard he was injured." Tu Buan inquired, "Do you know Li Heng?" Zhang Yang replied, "Li Heng was in the military for a while before joining the sinister hunting agency. He was in the same batch as me, and I've known him for a long time. His condition is not good. He suffered severe injuries and lost an arm. When I went to see him yesterday, he and another captain were still in the emergency room." "Is that so?" "Sigh." Zhang Yang sighed, clenching his fist. He then asked, "Do you need me to send someone to assist the sinister hunting agency?" Tu Buan asked in confusion, "Can you spare personnel?" "Yes, having eliminated so many low-level sinister creatures, my side of the wall won't face any danger for a while. I can send a team to help you," Zhang Yang suggested. "The wall is divided into 5 sections, each guarded by a commander." "That would be great. Do you have a map?" "I have a few locations where the tower organization might be present." "Wait a moment," Zhang Yang said, calling over a soldier standing not far away to fetch a map of the safe zone from his command room. "I have a few bottles of No. 5 regeneration fluid. Can you take them to Li Heng and the other injured person? Can his arm still be reattached?" "Director and asked me to take 2 bottles of No. 5 to them yesterday. Li Heng's arm was completely obliterated from the forearm, so it couldn't be reattached. Moreover, the missing flesh and bones were too many. No. 5 regeneration couldn't bring it all back. The effect of No. 5 regeneration is focused on flesh regeneration, and bones cannot be fully restored." Zhang Yang fell silent for a moment upon hearing this news, feeling sorrow for Li Heng. Li Heng's manifestation is a pair of giant axes. Losing an arm would greatly impact his combat effectiveness. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yang spoke again. "Then let's change the plan. Bring him a bottle of rage." "You have that kind of thing?" Tu Buan was somewhat surprised. Compared to the regeneration potion that can be divided into 5 effects, the rage potion is relatively rare. It was derived from a monster named Minotaur, which is a bullhead. This sinister creature is born with a strong level of malice, and when fully mature, it becomes a calamity level threat. It possesses a rage ability that can unleash several times the intensity of a normal situation, and the more severe the injury, the stronger it becomes, making it quite. Therefore, this sinister creature cannot be dealt with using standard calamity level measures. The rage potion is made from factors discovered in the corpses of these minotaurs combined with other. It allows humans to enter a state similar to their rage. Because minotaurs are extremely difficult to kill and the rage can be used as a last-ditch effort, this potion is very scarce, and it has a price, but is hard to find. Tu Buan didn't expect Zhang Yang to have a bottle, and even more so that he intended to give it away. "Why don't you deliver such a precious item yourself?" Zhang Yang shook his head, saying, "I need to guard the wall. The tower organization has appeared in the safe zone, and I can't leave my post casually. If something happens to the wall, it would be troublesome." "That's true." The soldier returned with the map, and Zhang Yang cleared the empty plate from the table, laying the map down. "Point out the locations you suspect." Tu Buan took the pen handed to him by the soldier and circled several areas on the map, which were the locations where the fissures appeared in the prophetic flashbacks. "These are the places. Send some people to search them, preferably those you can trust. There are traitors within the sinister hunting agency, so it's better to send Zhang Yang's subordinates than those from." "All right, but that means fewer people will be sent." Zhang Yang implied that he would send a team of his most trusted elite. "Fewer people can prevent alarming the snake. If they find anything, they shouldn't act immediately, but bring back the information first." "Understood." Tu Buan stood up, preparing to leave. "Then I'll leave this matter to you. I will have someone contact you if there is any news." Zhang Yang also stood up. "You go get the medicine. Oh, I'll wait for you outside the wall." Zhang Yang replied, "No need." He took off the ring from his thumb and handed it to Tu Buan. "The rage liquid is inside this ring. The inside of the ring has a mechanism, and twisting it hard will inject the potion into your body." Zhang Yang handed the ring to Tu Buan. "Just take this to Li Heng and tell him how to use it." As he spoke, Zhang Yang gently turned the ring, and a few small injection needles slightly protruded from the inside. It seemed this was his own trump card, and he didn't expect to give it to Li Heng. Zhang Yang noticed that Tu Buan was pondering and smiled, saying, "Trust me, Li Heng needs this more than I do right now. All right, I will deliver it." Tu Buan put the ring away. He didn't linger any longer and left the place decisively. As his figure disappeared at the door, Zhang Yang picked up the map, glancing at it before taking out his communicator. "Hello, it's me. Yes. You guys come to my command room. I have a task for you." In response to Zhang Yang's request, Tu Buan did not immediately return to rest, but instead headed to the hospital where Li Heng and Wen Changfeng were staying. After some time he arrived at the hospital and landed at the entrance. If he could not see them as before, tubuan would have to come back at another time. It was still early and the hallway was empty. The staff on duty at the hospital saw tubuan, who was dressed in a dark gray military uniform, and immediately stood up to ask whom he was looking for. However, just as she stood up, a woman in hunting clothes next to her pressed her back down. "Good morning, Mr. Tu. Are you here to see Captain Li?" And Captain Wen again. This was Luo Banshui, a member of Li Heng's team. As she spoke, she looked at tubuan's clothing with a hint of confusion. "What's up with your clothes, eh? I was busy all day yesterday, and even went out past the walls so my clothes got damaged. I borrowed a set from a captain at the..." tubuan explained. "I don't mind wearing this outfit. After all, the district chief always wanted to pull him over." "I see. Thanks to the potions you brought, both the captain and Captain Wen have stabilized, but the captain's arm..." Luo Banshui's voice gradually lowered as she spoke. Tubuan sighed slightly and asked, "Which room are they in? I have something to discuss with Li Hong. He'll take you there." Luo Banshui led Tubuan through the heavily disinfected hallway of the hospital, with closed patient rooms on either side. Occasionally a few medical staff hurried past, bringing a brief gust of wind. As they approached the room where the two were resting, they noticed a commotion. A man wrapped in bandages with red hair coldly shouted, "Pandeping, let go of my hand." A young boy with short spiky hair, looking not too old, was clinging tightly to the waist of a man from behind, almost hanging off him. The boy's face was flushed, and he kept shouting, "Boss, the doctor said you have a serious deficiency and can't move around. You need to rest. I told you to let go of my hand." The red-haired man's face turned even colder. "No, boss, unless you knock me out right now. If you don't knock me out, you won't be able to walk out of this door today." Pandeping clearly understood the man's character and clung even tighter, as if daring him to step aside. "Here we go again," Luo Banshui said beside Tubuan. Just as the red-haired man reached out to grab Pandeping, Tubuan suddenly spoke up. "Wen Chongfeng, what are you doing? If you don't knock me out, you won't be able to walk out of this door today." Pandeping clearly understood the man's character and clung even tighter, as if daring him to step. Upon seeing Tubuan, Wen Chongfeng immediately said, "Take me out to find those damned monsters." His eyes were already bloodshot, filled with rage and hatred. Upon seeing Tubuan, Wen Chongfeng immediately said, "Take me out to find those damned monsters." His eyes were already bloodshot, filled with rage and hatred. Seeing Wen Changfeng's condition, it was clear he wanted to seek revenge on those vicious creatures, especially since his deputy had died at their hands. Wen Chongfeng replied, "I'm fine." He paused and emphasized through gritted teeth, "My body is fine. I understand your feelings, but those guys in the tower are hiding very well. It will take time to search for them. Your identity is prominent, and you can't just appear anywhere or you'll alert them. If they all run away, where will you go for revenge?" Tubuan's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Wen Changfeng's head. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists repeatedly, forcing himself to calm down. "You're right." Seeing him relent, Pandeping quickly said, "The doctor said you only need to be observed for half a day. If there are no hidden dangers..." Wen Chongfeng did not speak further and dragged him back into the room. When he saw that he was going back, Pandeping finally let go. However, he still kept a close eye on him, afraid he would suddenly run. But Wen Chongfeng really just sat down in front of the room, holding his head and staring blankly at the floor. Pandeping's eyes reddened. He knew the captain was thinking about his deputy, and they as team members also wanted to avenge him. However, the enemy was so insidious and the captain's condition was just right. They could not afford any more problems. They had already lost their deputy and could not lose their captain as well. "Tubuan, you're here again," said a burly man with a buzz cut, sitting on a hospital bed by the window, his right sleeve half empty. Tubuan nodded and said, "Yes, Captain Li, I came to see how your recovery is going. By the way, someone asked me to bring you something." "Someone asked you to bring me something? Who?" Li Hong asked curiously. Tubuan stepped closer and said, "Zhang Yang asked me to bring you a potion of rage." He handed the ring to Li Hong. Li Hong was taken aback. "Zhang Yang." Tubuan demonstrated how to use the ring before placing it in his hand. Li Hong frowned. "Why would he give me a potion of rage?" Tubuan replied, "He knows about your situation and thinks you need this more than he does right now." "That guy. Alright, I'll accept it. I'll thank him later." Li Hong nodded and put away the ring. After that, Tubuan briefly inquired about their conditions, confirmed they were both about the same, and then informed them about the presence of an insider, urging them to be cautious. He quietly told Li Hong about the locations a few times, suggesting they find a way to check them. He didn't tell Wen Chongfeng because his condition was very unstable. This was already the second time an important person had died for him, and he couldn't. Aside from his deputy this time, Wen Chongfeng had also experienced an incident 5 years ago, which caused him, a once promising talent, to stagnate at the 5th level of manifestation and make no further progress. Li Hong flashed a look of surprise, glanced at the nearby Wen Chongfeng, nodded, and remained silent. After giving his instructions, Tubuan stood up to bid farewell and leave. Luo Banshui originally wanted to see him off, but Tubuan asked her to stay and guard, leaving the hospital by himself. As he stepped out, many members hiding in the shadows came out to nod and bid him farewell. After leaving, tubuan did not return to the previous building, but flew to another place. He remembered that the door to the previous building had been destroyed by spatial transfer, and it was uninhabitable now. Therefore, tubuan went directly to find a better hotel, rented a separate room, checked the safety of the room, made some precautionary measures, and then lay down to rest. tubuan slept for an unusually long time. Undisturbed by nightmares, untroubled by the sharp, insistent pain that usually racked his body, and unburdened by the razor-edged vigilance he carried like armor. It felt like waking to the rare luxury of a cancelled morning class, pure unhurried repose. Only once did the silence break. Wang Qianxue called on Lao Songto's comm device to check on him. tubuan rose from bed. How long had he slept? His gaze drifted toward the window where slanting ribbons of golden amber twilight spilled across the floor, painting soft, warm pools of light. He had slept straight from pre-dawn gloom into the hush of late afternoon. Upon standing, he sensed his integration level had risen again, so he activated the fusion readout function on his wristwatch. Before initiating the scan, he removed the watch, then made a precise circular incision around his wrist, carefully modulating his flesh regeneration rate before sliding the device back over the fresh wound. The watch required direct tissue sampling to measure integration, but its internal sensors could not pierce tubuan's resilient dermis. Each reading thus demanded a deliberate, controlled laceration. 96. tubuan arched a brow. Just yesterday morning the reading had been 92. For percentage points gained in under a day. Integration progression varied uniquely per individual, governed by the specific conditions fulfilled within one's designated sequence. These thresholds were empirical, discovered only through trial, and acceleration rates differed markedly across conditions. Only upon ascending to the shaping spirit tier would those benchmarks shift. Recently, Lao Songto's research team identified tubuan's optimal path forward, absorbing and metabolizing innate vitality. Yesterday's grueling exertion and the subsequent hunt, which replenished vast reserves of primal vitality from slain Xiongui, had both propelled his ascent. Soon he would breach the shaping spirit tier, and if he acquired the unique catastrophic tier vitality mentioned by Yuwu, that threshold would fall even sooner. tubuan gathered himself and left the hotel for Lao Songto's shop. Arriving at dinner time, he found it bustling with patrons. Every small grease-slicked square table was occupied. Laughter and animated chatter wove through the clatter of chopsticks and bowls, punctuated by Lin Bao's thunderous walk-tossing from the kitchen, each clang reverberating like a bronze bell. The shop pulsed with raw, unvarnished vitality, a stark, grounding contrast to the slaughter-strewn carnage of the previous night. That earthy communal hum settled his spirit, anchoring him in life once more. Wang Qianxue, clad in the shop's simple uniform, rolled up her sleeves and balanced two large platters as she navigated the crowded tables with practiced grace. Her steps were swift yet steady, weaving effortlessly through narrow gaps between tables, cheeks flushed with the warmth of exertion. Her voice rang out clear and bright, careful, all just off the stove. Hot. She moved with such confident fluency that tubuan paused, momentarily stunned, just as she caught sight of him across the room. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a radiant smile bloomed across her face. Seizing a lull between orders, she hurried over, breathless and glistening with fine sweat along her temples. Brother Tu, you're here? Why did you rest so long? Her words tumbled out fast, laced with genuine concern, while her hands instinctively wiped themselves clean on her apron. tubuan replied, yesterday drained me. I needed proper rest to recalibrate. How is your mother? She's fully recovered. Right now she's helping out behind the kitchen. Good. tubuan nodded. Finally crawled out. You vanished without a whisper. I half thought you dropped dead. Lao Songtu emerged from the shop doorway. tubuan sighed, must you keep fixating on my demise? Lao Songtu gave him a dry, appraising glance. Your usual demeanor practically broadcasts that you're perpetually one misstep from collapsing. No, your word doesn't count, mine does. Lao Songtu shook his head. What'll you eat? Lin Bao's waiting inside. Eat first, then head to forestry. Just the usual, extra seasoning, extra portions. Lao Songtu nodded. Fine, wait for me in the warehouse. It's crowded out here, and I've got a few things to hand over. Wang Qianxue, having finished serving, dashed over. Brother Tu, your body's truly all right. She circled him curiously, nearly reaching out to inspect him. tubuan rubbed his temple. You've asked 3 times already. Didn't I tell you over comms this morning? I worry, that's all. She laughed awkwardly, then spun with sudden effervescent pride, gesturing toward the neatly arranged tables and satisfied patrons. Look, Brother Tu, see how well I'm doing. She tilted her chin upward, expectant. tubuan remained silent and glanced sidelong at Lao Songtu. Lao Songtu said nothing either, but his gaze flickered sorrowfully toward the kitchen. tubuan followed it, to the sink piled high with shattered porcelain. tubuan stared. Impressive work. Tell Lao Songtu to calculate your wages accordingly. The barb landed. Lao Songtu's expression darkened instantly. No need for payment. I'm happy to help. Wang Qianxue flushed suddenly, remembering the pile of broken dishes. Lao Songtu shot her a stern look. Smart girl. Now get back to work. More guests are coming. Yes. She darted away. Come, let's go in. Lao Songtu led tubuan back toward the warehouse. Passing the kitchen, Wang Jing detained him briefly. Unaware of the full context, she only knew something grave had occurred. Seeing him whole and unharmed, she exhaled in quiet relief. Inside the warehouse, Lao Songtu closed the door firmly behind them. Wait here a moment. He bounded upstairs, returning moments later with 2 items. At noon, a peculiar fellow named Bai Yuwu delivered these, said they were yours. Asked me to pay. He handed 2 buan and 2 black boxes, one large, one small. Since Xiao Shui recognized him, I accepted them, but as a precaution, neither box has been opened. Who is she? Not an enemy. Tubuan took the boxes and immediately opened the smaller one. Inside rested a single vial filled with shimmering golden amber liquid. At the sight of it, Tubuan froze. His pupils contracted, then flared crimson, burning with feral hunger. Every cell in his body screamed for it. Ravenous, desperate, primed to devour it utterly. Tubuan's pupils contracted as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within his body. Slowly he opened the test tube, releasing a peculiar. The scent of several distinctly different aromas blended together in an eerie manner, creating a bizarre fragrance that made living beings dizzy, yet instinctively drawn to it. Old Song beside him sniffed his nose, his wrinkled face contorting. This doesn't smell like anything decent. Close it quickly. His reaction was intense, clearly triggered by the strange aroma that awakened the old man's deep-seated experience in handling gruesome flesh. He instantly sensed the danger. This is a disaster-grade active ingredient. Not putting it away, Tubuan remarked, took a small amount, and the next moment his pupils shuddered. A violent aura erupted from him, causing Old Song's face to turn pale for a moment. This aura vanished as quickly as it appeared, immediately suppressed. He gazed at the disaster-grade active ingredient in his hand, his emotions unusually stirred. He was visibly excited. Just by trying a bit, Tubuan felt the wild energy coursing through his body. It was at least 100 times more effective than the bottle Old Song had. He was utterly convinced that if he injected this substance completely into his body, he could unleash the full power of the 3-headed fierce beast without restraint. Except for the chaos, it was too strange. Not to mention the capabilities of chaos, he found it difficult to maintain its state. Because it would turn Tubuan's head into a void with only a swirling vortex, leaving him unable to feel anything. His consciousness would be. Previously, out of curiosity, he had tried to tap into the chaos to see its abilities, nearly losing his humanity in the process. In any case, this substance could allow Tubuan to fully unleash his true power. Tubuan raised his head and said, Old Song, give me a portable injector. Old Song nodded and went to fetch it, commenting, it seems this stuff is very useful to you, making you so excited. Moreover, speaking of active ingredients, the reagents you requested yesterday were rushed out last night. I almost forgot to bring them to you. He mumbled as he went to get the items. Tubuan opened another larger box, revealing a dagger with a somewhat damaged blade. A note lay atop the dagger, and upon opening it, Tubuan found it filled with content written in a font as neat as a computer's standard type. Tubuan did not touch the dagger, but instead examined the note. The disaster-grade active ingredient can only provide you with this much. I have very little left myself. This dagger was made from the teeth of a disaster-grade evil tiger. If you stab it into your palm, you can temporarily gain its abilities. By the way, this special disaster-grade creature has been given a unique name called Cho-Mo. It appears as a 20-turtle humanoid monster entangled in red chains with 6 pairs of eyes on its head and a thorn circular collar around its neck, wielding a mace made from its own bones. Regarding the pass for the Saint Fortress, you need to specify 2 people for me to help you apply. Once you decide, come find me in the lab. That was all the content of the note, which ended with an address, the address of her laboratory. Indeed, just as she said, the items were delivered. Tubuan rubbed the edge of the dagger and tucked it into his clothing. As for that Cho-Mo, he suspected Bai Yuwu deliberately provided him with detailed information. She guessed that after Tubuan acquired this active ingredient, he would definitely become interested in it. And Tubuan indeed felt the same. He didn't need to eliminate this Cho-Mo. Just stripping away a large chunk of its flesh would suffice for a long time of sequence consumption. Given his willingness to go all out, Tubuan would definitely find a way to seek out this Cho-Mo. This was also Bai Yuwu's hook. Her experiments also required the flesh of Cho-Mo to continue, so enlisting Tubuan as an assistant would significantly increase her chances of obtaining Cho. It seems I need to find time to see Bai Yuwu again to inquire about more detailed information regarding Cho-Mo. At that moment, Lin Bao walked in from the front shop, looking sweaty, after just finishing in the kitchen. Seeing Tubuan, Lin Bao quickly stated, Mr. Tu, when are we departing? My father is already waiting for you. No rush. Tubuan put away his things, then sat down at a table. Go take a shower and change your clothes and give me something to eat. After we finish eating, we can go over. Lin Bao hesitated a bit. Is that okay? Tubuan was unconcerned. It's fine, they've waited this long, a little longer won't matter. I need to go over. Lin Yi will definitely wait. Okay. Alright, then I'll go shower. Lin Bao chose to trust Tubuan. Because when he returned home yesterday and mentioned this matter to his father, who usually treated him indifferently, he actually showed a warm and friendly smile upon hearing that he was acquainted with Mr. 2. Faced with Lin Ye's suddenly warm demeanor, Lin Bao felt a chill run down his spine, his skin crawling. Yet it also indicated how highly Mr. 2 was valued in Lin Ye's eyes, and by extension, he too could bask in that light. In response, when Lin Yi tried to indirectly inquire about how he came to know Mr. 2, Lin Bao's brain reached its peak intelligence at that moment, crafting an impeccable explanation that convinced Lin Yi. As Lin Bao went upstairs, Old Song also brought 3 active reagents and an injector to tubuan. Wait a moment, I'm going to stir fry. Old Song hurriedly left again, seeing Lin Bao going to shower, knowing they were heading to the Lin family. Tubuan took the items and immediately filled a syringe with 1 tube of active reagent, injecting it into his body to calm the agitated sequence triggered by the Cho Mo's activity. Tubuan exhaled, feeling relieved as he raised his hand to check his restored robust body, having regained the ferocity from yesterday. Now he had merely returned to the physical strength he possessed when dealing with the Tower organization, but that was sufficient. It was already in human strength. Tubuan thought about the upcoming negotiation with Lin Yi and stroked his chin. He pondered whether to absorb all of Lin Ye's malice. If malice were absorbed, the individual would enter a state of extreme foolishness, answering any question asked, making it very suitable for interrogation. He could use this method to extract Lin Ye's weaknesses and then coerce him into assisting. However, although it would take a long time to recover from his diminished strength, a spirit-level being like Lin Yi would likely remain dazed for just a few minutes. Forget it. If he didn't manage to ask anything, Lin Yi would quickly regain his senses, making it difficult to discuss the matter of sending people to search the safe zone. Lin Bao finished showering and changed into a clean set of clothes before sitting down with Tubuan, discussing various matters about his family. Some of these matters were known to Tubuan, while others were not. For instance, several members of the Zhu family had come from the 4 holy fortresses and had gone to the Lin and Qin families. Tubuan asked in confusion, the Zhu family, the one from the Zhuke sequence. Lin Bao was somewhat surprised, saying, "Oh, Mr. 2, you know about the Zhu family?" "I do know about such matters," Tubuan replied. Besides the Zhu family, there were also other families, such as the Ao family inheritors of the Qinglong, the Lu family inheritors of the Baihu, and the Huang family inheritors of the Xuanwu. Tubuan furrowed his brow and asked, "What do the Zhu family want with you and the Qin family? To put it bluntly, at your level, you wouldn't even attract their attention." "So the visitors are not from the direct line, but from a collateral branch," Lin Bao explained. "According to my sister, these collateral members of the Zhu family have come to discuss marriage alliances, seeking to bind influential families or powerful individuals in the safety zone to their cause." Tubuan remarked, "So they are here for benefits." It made sense that they were from the collateral line. These collateral members would not inherit the abilities of the Zhuke sequence due to their impure bloodlines. Thus they must seek other means to compete for status and power within the family and to contend with other collateral branches. There are many collateral members in the 4 holy beast families, but the direct line members are exceedingly rare. They must maintain the purity of their bloodline to preserve the inheritance of the sequence, which leads to difficulties in the survival and growth of newborns. This is especially true for the Huang family of the Xuanwu, which has not produced any outstanding descendants for decades, otherwise the current Xuanwu would not have maintained its position for over 200 years. At this moment, Old Song came out of the kitchen carrying dishes, saying, "The food is here." There were only a few simple dishes, and besides those made with fearsome meat, Old Song had also prepared some edible dishes specifically for Lin Bao. "Finish quickly and don't waste my time here," Old Song said with disdain to the 2. In truth, he wasn't truly inconvenienced. He merely wanted a reason to urge them not to linger so Lin Yi wouldn't get anxious. He was aware of Lin Yi, the old fox, and had dealt with him a few times. He was quite wary of this cunning man whose eyes were only filled with profit. Tubuan picked up his chopsticks, saying, "Let's talk on the way after we eat." "Okay," Lin Bao replied, lowering his head to start eating. "By the way, do you need to take that knife with you?" Old Song looked at Tubuan and asked, "If you need it, I can help you get it." Tubuan shook his head, saying, "No, just leave it for Qian Shui. Her physique can ignore." He had seen Wang Qian Shui waving the knife around haphazardly last night, so it was better to leave it with her for self-defense. Even if she lacked technique, her half-uncanny body could allow her to win in a brawl. Moreover, the opponent could not kill her unless they were well acquainted with by Yue Wu and Kue Mu Lang and had made adequate preparations, who otherwise ordinary sequence users would not be able to deal with Wang Qian Shui. Thinking of Kue Mu Lang, Tubuan recalled the mess in his room and the corridor outside. Therefore, he took out his communicator to inquire about the people from the hunting bureau. He learned that someone had come out after the commotion ceased last night and immediately reported the situation in the corridor to the hunting bureau, which had already cleaned up the scene. Even Tubuan's room had been repaired. The poisonous silver spikes from Kue Mu Lang had been taken into the research department, where it was discovered that they contained a toxin from a malevolent skeletal green snake. This toxin would destroy cells and prevent wounds from healing. No wonder it could kill Wang Qianshui. Knowing the scene had been cleaned up, Tu Buan felt relieved and began to eat quickly. Seeing that both were finishing their meals at a visible speed, Old Song planned to return to the front shop. As he walked in, he was stopped by Song Yi, who had been secretly watching. Grandpa, what are Lin Bao and Mr. Tu talking about? I don't know, but it's probably something important that Tu is discussing with Bao's father. Oh, Bao's father. That guy looks quite sinister. Is it really okay to talk business with him? Song Yi looked very worried. As for others, I might worry a bit, but it's Tu who is going, especially since he has already returned to normal now. Old Song shrugged and patted Song Yi on the head, saying, there's nothing to worry about. If things go awry or change, Tu can easily take Lin Yes Old Fox's head and use it as a ball to kick around. Song Yi was amused by Old Song's words and felt relieved. Tu Buan and Lin Bao quickly finished their food and stood up to leave the shop. Before leaving, Tu Buan also talked to Wang Jing and Wang Qianshui, suggesting they stay and work with Old Song. It would be safer, plus they would have meals and the Wang family women naturally did not want to trouble others and immediately refused. However, under the persuasion of Song Yi, the reason of Old Song's shop lacking employees, and Tu Buan's intimidation, they reluctantly agreed to stay. As for how Tu Buan intimidated them, he directly warned the two that there were dangerous individuals in the city with tall towers. After exiting, Lin Bao looked at the empty street and turned to Tu Buan, asking, Mr. Tu, how do we get there? How do you usually go back? Tu Buan retorted, if you're not tired, you walk back. If you're too tired, you'll call a driver to come and pick you up. Lin Bao answered honestly. Tu Buan glanced at him and asked, are you afraid of heights? I'm not afraid of heights, Lin Bao instinctively replied. Then that's easy. Tu Buan reached out and grabbed the back of Lin Bao's shirt. Hey, Mr. Tu, what are you doing? Lin Bao started to say, but the force of the sudden lift and the strong wind left him gasping, making his voice sound muffled. Tu Buan summoned a fierce wind and directly took off into the sky with Lin Bao. Oh. After confirming their direction, Tu Buan soared into the sky, holding Lin Bao, who was flailing like a reed, flying towards the Lin family. At this moment, at the Lin family in the opulent hall. Are they still not here? How long has it been? A woman with somewhat alluring features sat on the sofa, crossing her legs impatiently. It's been over 3 hours now. That brat Lin Bao isn't just talking nonsense, is he? Nearby, the short Lin Hai also expressed his dissatisfaction. On the other side, Lin Ziyang, who was also present, glanced at his watch, and then at the empty seat where Lin Bao should be, his brows furrowing with annoyance. Father, you aren't being played, are you? The woman Lin Hongfang, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, looked across at a tall, thin, middle-aged man standing beside the large floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the setting sun. His height was extraordinary, standing over 1.9 meters tall, with a muscular build that made him appear remarkably robust, stretching the suit he wore to its limits. No, he indeed had contact with Tu Buan, Lin Yi stated. Looking at the shadow flying from the distant sky, he smiled slightly and addressed the seated individuals. The guest has arrived, everyone be cautious. As he spoke, he walked out of the house, intending to greet Tu Buan at the entrance. The several heirs exchanged glances. Lin Hongfang decisively declared, if you want to go, then go. I have no desire to fawn over him anymore. She wore a displeased expression. Indeed, just the thought of you trying to seduce him before makes me want to laugh. Lin Hai mocked, but in the next moment a fierce wind struck, and before he could react, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Beside the spot where he had just been seated, Lin Hongfang expressionlessly lowered her long legs clad in high heels. Crazy woman. Lin Hai cursed as he got up from the ground, a high heel mark imprinted on his round face. He looked both comical and ridiculous. Lin Hongfang's eyes turned cold, and with a stomp she charged towards Lin Hai, swinging her hand. Bang! Hair and sharp claws appeared on Lin Hai's body as he withstood the blow, feeling the pain radiate through his arm. Getting agitated over a few honest words? You still need to temper your temper. You should mind your own mouth first. With a forceful shove, Lin Hongfang sent Lin Hai stumbling back, sneering, your only strong point is your mouth. Leaving behind words that darkened Lin Hai's expression, Lin Hongfang lost interest in staying and strutted away. Huh. Lin Hai spat at her retreating figure, but he said nothing more, fearing another strike. Among the 4 siblings, the eldest sister Lin Hongfang was the strongest, already at the 4th stage of manifestation, and the other 3 could not match her. Moreover, her value extended far beyond personal combat strength. Lin Hongfang had a more prominent advantage. She was the leader of a large hunting group commanding hundreds of under. Her hunting group typically targeted high-level beasts, selling the captured creatures or their precious materials at astonishing prices to those companies or research institutions desperate for rare resources. This was an industry chain that was not only highly profitable, but also accompanied by immense risks. Lin Hongfang was undoubtedly a standout. What she brought to the Lin family was not just a powerful deterrent, but also substantial wealth and precious rare resources, along with special channels to the upper echelon. Thus, in Lin Yes' calculating eyes, Lin Hongfang had long transcended the identity of a daughter and resembled a giant, ever-generating wealth tree. She was also a pillar of familial power. His investment in her resources was nearly boundless, top-notch equipment, priority information, and maximum funding support. As long as Lin Hongfeng needed it, Lin Yi would not furrow his brow. This was akin to an investment, and Lin Hongfeng had returned far more value than what was put in. Next came Lin Hai and Lin Xiang, both treated equally. Lastly was Lin Bao, whom Lin Yi simply let fend for himself as long as he could live without causing trouble. The relationships in this family under Lin Yi's management resembled a cold, investment-driven class combination. The Lin family had no true and collateral lines of Lin Yi paid no heed to such distinctions, selecting several outstanding women to bear his children. Each child was raised according to different standards: Lin Hongfeng for martial prowess, Lin Xiang for business acumen, Lin Hai for scientific research, and Lin Bao for medical expertise. Among the four, only Lin Bao showed no results. Even growing up in this oppressive environment, he did not resemble a member of the Lin family at all. This was likely due to his mother's influence. It resulted in him being completely unaffected by Lin Yi's education. Outside the house at this moment, tubuan arrived with Lin Bao from the sky. Lin Yi raised his hand, signaling the guards, aiming at tubuan in the sky to lower their weapons. Bang! A muffled sound like a meteor crashing to the ground suddenly shattered the silence in front of the Lin family estate. A figure dove from the sky at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of slowing down or cushioning, crashing heavily onto the bluestone tiles less than 3 meters in front of Lin Yi. Tubuan plunged down unceremoniously, landing heavily on the ground before Lin Yi, causing dust from the tiles to scatter onto Lin Yi. Lin Yi nonchalantly dusted off his clothes, a smile appearing on his gaunt and sharp face. Long time no see, Tubuan. Indeed, it has been a while. Tubuan set down the dizzy Lin Bao. Lin Bao stumbled slightly, barely managing to stand, while clutching his chest dry, heaving a few times. I was delayed due to some matters. Lin Yi continued to smile. No harm done. Shall we go inside to talk? He appeared quite magnanimous, stepping aside to gesture towards the luxurious, yet desolate mansion behind him. Tubuan nodded and took the lead into the house. This was not his first visit to the Lin family. He had been here once before, when he first entered this safe zone. Lin Yi led Tubuan to sit by the tea table. He got straight to the point, saying, "Shall we discuss the matters concerning the tower organization?" "Yes," Tubuan replied as he sat down in front of him. "I want you to use your connections and resources to capture the tower organization in the city." Lin Yi responded, "You know my principle, I don't care what the tower organization does, or what I need is what you can offer me. They are doing things that undermine the safe zone. Aren't you afraid of the impact on your industry and family foundations?" "Not at all," Lin Yi smiled. "I relocated a large portion of the family's assets to the 4 holy fortresses last month. I also left bloodlines and trusted aides within the fortresses. Even if everything here were to be obliterated, the Lin family would still exist." Indeed, it was as he said. Tubuan looked at this man. "Then what do you want? Just state your request. I know you've been wanting me to do something for a long time." "Straightforward," Lin Yi said. "All you need to do is provide me with the corpse of a tower organization member when the time comes." "Just that, eh?" Lin Yi affirmed. "Just that." Tubuan nodded. "Deal." Seeing Tubuan's agreement, Lin Yi turned to the shadows in the corner and said, "Go search all the suspicious locations in the inner city according to Mr. Tu's requirements, and be careful not to alert the snakes." "Yes," came a response from the shadows. Lin Hai and Lin Xiang exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled. Was it really that easy to come to an agreement? Moreover, just a corpse of a tower organization member. This did not seem like Lin Yi's style. Tubuan knew that Lin Yi merely wanted a body as a facade. His true intention was to make Tubuan indebted to him, especially considering the residence permit he had previously helped Tubuan obtain and allowing him entry into the hunting bureau. Tubuan asked, "Do you remember the promise I made before?" Lin Yi nodded. "Of course, you promised to do something for me within your capabilities. So do you have anything you need me to do now?" "No." Lin Yi shook his head, pouring tea for Tubuan. "There is nothing I need to trouble you with right now." Tubuan naturally took a sip of the tea. "All right, if there's nothing, then..." He was stunned by the rich fragrance of the tea in his mouth. Glancing in surprise at the tea in his cup, "You managed to get this rare commodity." This was his first time seeing tea leaves in this era. Lin Yi refilled Tubuan's cup. "It was given to me by a senior executive from a company that has long collaborated with my eldest daughter. I don't have much, so I can't let you take any back. It's already a treat to be able to drink something like this now." Tubuan picked it up and slowly savored it, experiencing the overflowing fragrance of the tea on his palate. He personally enjoyed drinking tea a lot, but had never had the opportunity to obtain it. At that moment, a servant from the Lin family came over and placed a plate of fruit in front of them, consisting of apples, pears, and oranges, all looking quite normal. Lin Yi asked, "Do you have any urgent matters to attend to later?" Tubuan thought for a moment and realized there was indeed nothing pressing. He couldn't openly pursue the matter he was searching for. The other party had targeted him with a remote strike at the entrance of the hunting bureau, indicating they were aware of him. Moreover, such matters required professionals, specifically those with investigative capabilities, to handle. There's nothing urgent, what do you want to do? Tu Buan immediately looked at him warily. You're not trying to set me up with your daughter again, are you? Lin Yi replied with confusion. Mr. Tu, I believe my daughter is a rare gem, a perfectly suitable and outstanding partner. She came at me with a weapon saying if she won I would be killed, and if she lost I'd become your son-in-law. Does that sound like an outstanding partner? Is there a problem with that? Lin Bao, standing nearby, looked at Lin Yi's nonchalant response with a blank expression, not surprised at all. He knew that his mad sister was not someone who could charm anyone. In the distance, Lin Hai and Lin Xiang were also stunned. She thought charm meant doing such things. Too inefficient. I can only say there's only one normal person in your family. Tu Buan shook his head. I was lucky enough not to kill her at the time. Oh, let's not mention this anymore. Lin Yi smiled. What I'm going to say isn't about that matter. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Bao. He understood that Tu Buan's reference to a normal person was Lin Bao. Tu Buan comprehended his words. This son, whom he almost regarded as a waste, unexpectedly received positive remarks from someone like Tu Buan. Even if this evaluation was merely relatively normal, it indicated he was better than the rest of the Lin family. It seemed Lin Bao's value needed re-evaluation. The Zhu family will be coming here soon. Don't you want to see what they are like? Lin Yi asked. Oh. Tu Buan indeed became somewhat interested. Didn't the Zhu family say they would come to find you not long ago? Why only come today? He asked directly, not bothering to hide that he was aware of this matter. Lin Yi was unconcerned, replying the Zhu family sent 2 groups of people. These 2 groups seemed to have some conflict, and after one group returned from the Chen family, the 2 groups erupted in conflict. Looking at the darkening sky, Lin Yi continued, that's why they've delayed until tonight to come. Then I can consider staying to take a look. Tu Buan thought for a moment and agreed. He was more than happy to deal with someone like Lin Yi, who was absolutely neutral. As long as it was beneficial to him, he wouldn't be stingy. He then asked, they are from the collateral branch. Are there any members with the Zhuke sequence among them? Not a single one, Lin Yi replied. They are all here to find me and the Chen family. How could they possibly have members of the Zhuke sequence? The value simply doesn't match. Lin Yi had a clear understanding of his situation. Tu Buan immediately lost interest. Then it's not worth it. No, meeting them will be worthwhile. There's someone inside who won't disappoint you. Then can't you just tell me why that person would interest me? Why say it when seeing it in person is more real? If it's not as you say, wouldn't that be a waste of my time? Then how about we talk about something else? Didn't you always want to explore the area sealed off by the district master? Lin Yi changed the subject. Tu Buan was surprised and asked, do you have a way to do that? Yes, Lin Yi nodded and said, I obtained permission for one of the areas and can let you in for a while. Then what's the cost? Tu Buan said helplessly, knowing what Lin Yi was likely to say next. Lin Yi smiled, pulling out a card-like object from his pocket and handing it to him. Stay here until the Zhu family leaves. I knew it. Transaction completed. Tu Buan took the card from his hand without hesitation. In the distance, Lin Xiang was shocked. This was too unfair, right? No father must have his own strategy. His thoughts are not something he can casually speculate on. His expression changed as he quickly convinced himself. Since he was going to stay, Tu Buan wasn't polite, grabbing Lin Yi's tea and fruit, and even shared some with the quietly sitting Lin Bao. Lin Bao quietly expressed his gratitude, and then lowered his head again. Tu Buan furrowed his brow slightly. He had connected Lin Bao with himself to give him a boost. After all, he was the disciple of Old Song, and had a decent character. But he didn't expect that Lin Bao wouldn't understand how to leverage his position at all. He doesn't resemble my child at all, does he? At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. Tu Buan was taken aback that he would say this directly, and Lin Bao next to him trembled slightly. It's because of his mother that he has this temperament. Lin Yi continued, completely unconcerned about Lin Bao's feelings. I misjudged back then. I shouldn't have let that woman take care of this kid for several years, resulting in him having no value or capability now. Lin Yi's tone was very cold. Just like that woman. Shut up. Lin Bao slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, you have no right to speak about her. Whether I have the right or not is not for you to decide. You can't do anything about it. Lin Yi dismissed him. Just like back then when I dragged her away from you, you could only watch. You didn't even dare to resist me, weak and cowardly like a wimp. Lin Bao's face turned pale. I remember back then you were already 12 years old, and you didn't even dare to rush in recklessly to snatch someone. Later I tried every possible method. Did you give me any opportunity? Lin Bao retorted angrily, his chest heaving violently. Lin Yi remained expressionless, a hint of almost imperceptible disappointment flickering in his eyes. If you truly tried every method, why would I not give you a chance? When I asked for which of them have you met the minimum standard? Isn't it that the targets you set are impossible for me to achieve? Lin Bao nearly shouted this, his voice echoing in the hall. Look at them. I provided everyone with the same initial resources, and they all achieved the goals I set. What about you? Lin Yi pointed towards Lin Hai and Lin Ziyang in the distance, giving Lin Bao no room for rebuttal, because it was indeed the truth. With the same resources, he alone has turned out like this, failing to meet even the lowest standards. This is unreasonable. The value of growth is too poor. Where are the same resources? Which of them has more than I do? Lin Bao questioned. Lin Hongfang joined the hunting team, nearly dying several times in the wilderness. Lin Ziyang in the early days of business begged everywhere for a little clientele. Lin Hai for research and technology used all his resources to gain entry into the laboratory to find ways to learn. The resources behind them were all acquired through their own efforts. And based on their performances, the resources I provide them will increase. Hearing this, Tu Buan unexpectedly glanced at Lin Hai and Lin Ziyang. Did these two guys have this kind of ability that they could not move when Song Yi approached them? Lin Hai, seeing Tu Buan looking at him, stiffened and averted his gaze. He had not forgotten how Tu Buan had directly broken his arm and even threatened to kill him. Now seeing his father like this, it turned out that this person was not just scaring him, but was indeed speaking the truth. He dared to boast in front of his elder sister, but did not dare to do so in front of Tu Buan anymore. Moreover, when their guard was killed by Tu Buan and his father found out about it, for some reason his father actually had all of his guards checked and accounted for, and several of them were even killed. He was also strictly forbidden from having guards, only allowed to bring along some non-combatant attendants. His guards were all bought from the market, and he spent quite a bit of money. So now facing Tu Buan's gaze, how could he not be afraid? Tu Buan looked at Lin Hai with confusion. Why had the dark aura on this guy dissipated a bit? However, it didn't have much of an effect. He was still a damn troublemaker. Lin Yi looked at Lin Bao and questioned, "And you, what are you doing?" "All I asked was for you to produce the regenerative potion. But you spent longer than they did. Even when I gave you the formula, you couldn't even produce the diluted version of the #1 regenerative potion." As Lin Yi said this, he slammed the table, shaking Lin Bao so much that his anger was on the verge of erupting. If it were not for Tu Buan, he wouldn't care about him at all by now. He originally thought that by getting in touch with Tu Buan, he would finally have some value, but unexpectedly, he was still like this. But since he had already spoken, he would make it clear. Lin Yi's gaze became increasingly sharp. "In the past 2 years, you would find various ways for her. Why have you been so quiet during this time? You still have the leisure to find an old chef to be your master, and even romance his granddaughter." "I did not." "Then you don't care about your mother. Aren't you afraid she might die?" "No, my mother is fine," Lin Bao retorted decisively. "How do you know she is okay?" Lin Yi asked. "You haven't interacted with her for years." Lin Bao suddenly found himself speechless. "Huh. A letter every week made you forget your roots without even thinking to investigate their authenticity." Hearing Lin Yi say this, Lin Bao looked at him in shock. "Why did he know about this?" "Wondering how I know?" Lin Yi said, "Because those few letters were forged by me, intentionally shown to you." Lin Bao shouted in disbelief. "This is impossible." Lin Yi coldly smiled. "Impossible?" He waved his hand, and a servant stepped forward. "Show him the evidence." "Yes." The servant took out a letter from his pocket. "This is the letter that is to be given to you next week. Take a look yourself." Lin Bao hurriedly snatched it, tore open the seal, and quickly skimmed through it. The more he read, the paler his face became. No, this isn't real," he mumbled to himself. "It's all fake, do you understand?" Lin Yi suddenly stood up, his tall figure looming over Lin Bao as he grabbed Lin Bao by the collar, forcing him to face him. "You are too overly optimistic, always thinking the best of every situation, not even a hint of determination visible. Is the safe zone too stable, or have I been too gentle and lenient with you? Do you not understand what the term apocalypse means?" Lin Yi looked down at him. "Is it only when I throw you into the wilderness that you will understand the meaning of the phrase survival of the fittest? Do you not understand what the term apocalypse means?" Lin Yi looked down at him. "Is it only when I throw you into the wilderness that you will understand the meaning of the phrase?" Immediately several people rushed to Lin Bao's side and grabbed him. "Then where has my mother gone?" Lin Bao did not resist, asking dazedly. "I said as long as you meet my requirements I will tell you, but..." Lin Yi scanned him coldly. "I didn't expect you to be like this for so many years." Lin Bao fell silent. He glanced at Tu Buan and found him unconcerned, sipping tea, showing no intention of helping him. At this moment Lin Yi said, "Mr. Tu, won't you say a few words for him?" "Say what?" Tu Buan questioned. "What do I care about your family matters?" Lin Yi smiled satisfactorily. "Throw him out." So Lin Bao was thrown out by his subordinates. Once Lin Yi sat down, he heard Tu Buan say from across the table, "Your attitude towards him is somewhat different. I just hope you can see his value. He is not worth your investment, Mr. Tu." Lin Yi meant that Lin Bao still had no value. "I'm not talking about that." Tu Buan shook his head, then looked at him and said, "You are indeed too lenient with him." "You're joking." "This is no joke. This method is not like you. If it were someone else, they would have been thrown into the wilderness to fend for themselves long ago, and there wouldn't be so much talk." Tu Buan noticed that Lin Yi's attitude towards Lin Bao was somewhat strange. If what he said was true, Lin Bao had made no progress over the years. Lin Yi would have long since kicked him out of the house. How could he possibly protect him for so long? "If I were you, I would get a female corpse, dismember it, so that it is unrecognizable, package it up, and send it to him, then tell him this is his mother. That kind of shock would be enough to make him desperately Lin Yi said, "You are being a bit extreme." Tu Buan replied, "I don't want to be labeled extreme by you. However, this is indeed a good idea. Let me see if I can acquire a body similar to hers." Lin Yi stroked his chin and said. Tu Buan hearing this asked, "Are you implying that his mother is still alive?" Lin Yi did not hide it. "Either did I not mention that there is someone with my bloodline inside the fortress? It is her." "Oh," Tu Buan responded, "didn't you say she was of no value? Yet she turns out to be your final backup plan." Lin Yi slowly replied, "Indeed, she has no value at all. She knows nothing, and is clumsy, often engaging in inexplicable investments. But in my eyes her value is unparalleled by others." Seeing his expression, Tu Buan could not be oblivious to what was implied. "I didn't expect someone like you to bloom like an iron tree. Unbelievable." Hee hee. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, saying nothing more. The two then enjoyed tea and chatted casually. Tu Buan did not inquire further about Lin Bao, as he could probably guess some underlying issues. Undoubtedly Lin Yi was frustrated with Lin Bao. Just as Tu Buan said, he would not interfere in their family affairs, especially since Lin Yi showed no signs of mistreating Lin Bao. In such times, even if he was useless, Lin Yi maintained his daily allowance. Not to mention that his mother was well protected by Lin Yi. The two sat for several hours, and after a while Lin Hai and Lin Xiang returned from handling their usual affair. It was not until the sky was completely dark that someone came in to report, "Boss, the Zhu family has arrived." Lin Yi said, "Bring Lin Bao up here." No matter how pathetic he is, the Zhu family should see him. The latter part was directed at Tu Buan. After these few hours, Lin Bao should be able to calm down and think clearly. "Do I need to avoid being seen?" Tu Buan pointed upstairs. Lin Ye's house was large, and the second floor had a protruding platform that allowed a view of the scene below. Lin Yi shrugged. "It's up to you. Even if you stay here, I will help you maintain a status appropriate for the Lin family." "Then forget it. I don't want to play the role of your brother or anything." Tu Buan stood up and walked upstairs. Being a father is also out of the question. Lin Xiang and Lin Hai were taken aback, looking at him in shock for saying such a thing. Lin Yi calmly watched Tu Buan go upstairs. Being able to joke was not a bad thing. It was certainly better than having Tu Buan holding a knife to his throat. Once Tu Buan sat down upstairs, Lin Ye's subordinate brought tea leaves and hot water for Tu Buan before stepping back. Tu Buan picked up a small pinch of tea leaves and placed them in a white porcelain-covered bowl, his movements graceful. As boiling water poured in, the tea leaves unfurled, and a refreshing aroma of tea instantly filled the air. He felt pleased. Just as he finished preparing, a couple group entered through the door. At the forefront was a middle-aged woman appearing to be around 40 tall and dressed in a neatly tailored dark red suit. What stood out the most was her striking red hair, reminiscent of a blazing flame, impeccably styled, complementing her somewhat weathered yet sharp features. Following her were several individuals, all with red hair, both male and female, clearly led by her. "Sorry, Boss Lin, for taking so long to arrive." The leading middle-aged woman stepped forward to extend her hand in apology to Lin Yi. Lin Yi approached with Lin Hai and Lin Xiang. Lin Ye's formal smile reappeared as he shook hands with the woman, saying, "Ms. Zhu is too courteous. No need to be concerned. I have no urgent matters at the moment." Lin Hai and Lin Xiang also composed themselves, putting on smiles closely resembling Lin Ye's, standing on either side behind him. The two initially wanted to showcase the Lin family's grandeur, but when a young girl stepped out from behind Zhu, their gazes momentarily froze. She appeared to be around 17 or 16, with a mane of fiery red hair. Compared to the others, her hair seemed even more radiant, flowing like molten rubies, accentuating her fair and rosy skin. Her features were exquisite, with brows and eyes like paintings, a straight nose and rosy lips combining to create an extraordinary beauty. She stood there quietly, instantly becoming the center of attention in the room. Turning to glance at the dazed Lin Xiang and Lin Hai, Lin Ye's expression revealed his realization. As expected, this reaction was inevitable. Even he had been momentarily entranced upon seeing the girl, someone no man could resist. His gaze swept over the individuals behind Zhu, maintaining his smile. "Everyone, you've had a long journey. Please take a seat." "All right," Zhu replied with a smile, leading the girl and the others to theirs. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi slightly turned his head to look at Tu Buan upstairs. "Surely even you can't escape this, Mr. Tu." When he saw Tu Buan fixated on the Zhu family members with the teacup in his hand frozen in midair, he realized his thoughts were correct. Indeed, beautiful women, while it may be a cliché, it works. Next, I need to figure out a way to get Mr. Tu to come downstairs. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly, his brow furrowing. Something feels off. He looked back and forth between Tu Buan's gaze and the Zhu family, shocked to discover that Tu Buan was not looking at the girl, but rather at a frail man resembling a wild chicken. Lin Ye's perfect smile cracked, becoming somewhat stiff. "This is not right." Tap. Tu Buan gently set down the teacup, gazing at the frail man. The surprise in his eyes faded like a droplet of water sinking into a deep pool, replaced by a profound, scrutinizing gaze. For this man exuded a remarkably intense vitality, so strong that merely sensing his aura allowed Tu Buan to feel the surging life force. Others probably couldn't perceive it, but Tu Buan felt it very clearly, sensing the fierce beast within him emitting greedy signals. Moreover, the stark contrast between the man's feeble exterior and the volcanic vitality within created a compelling intrigue. A quick glance at the girl revealed that although she was strikingly beautiful, there was nothing particularly special about her, and he felt no interest. What intrigued tubuan was the frail man. How did he know he lacked vitality? Just as tubuan withdrew his gaze, he met Lin Ye's exasperated and bewildered eyes. Tubuan. Their eyes briefly met in the air. Tubuan remained expressionless, while Lin Ye's expression grew even more exasperated. His eyelids near. Tubuan narrowed his eyes slightly. What does this guy mean? Is he provoking me? No, it should be that I overthought it. The strange thoughts stirred up in Lin Ye's mind due to tubuan were quickly suppressed by his powerful rationality. He immediately dismissed the worst speculation in his heart. Although tubuan's actions were unpredictable, he was not the kind of person who would take an interest in insignificant individuals without reason. That momentary gaze he had just cast was not as he had imagined. Lin Yi also took a glance at the frail man, suspecting that there was something special about him, even if he could not, but he decided to pay more attention to this person later. With that thought, Lin Yi turned to take a seat with Lin Hai and Lin Ziyang. Boss Lin, I'll get Zhu Qin's voice was crisp and clear. The main purpose of our visit this time is to discuss the matter of the marriage alliance between our families. Are these the only two young masters from the Lin family? There's one more, he will arrive later, Lin Yi replied, pouring tea for everyone. He then slowly continued. The Zhu family has many talented individuals. It is a blessing for my Lin family's children to be considered by them. But I wonder which of my family's unworthy ones has caught Ms. Zhu's eye. Zhu Qin elegantly lifted her teacup, gently blowing on it before not answering immediately, instead revealing a deeper smile, as she said, Boss Lin, you misunderstood. This time it is not entirely up to me to decide. She paused, directing her gaze toward the radiant young girl beside her, her tone softening. It mainly depends on Xiao Ning's own choice. Lin Yi feigned confusion and asked Xiao Ning. This is my sister's daughter Zhu Ning. Zhu Qin smiled as she introduced the girl whose beauty brightened the entire. Come, call him Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin. Zhu Ning obediently called out, her voice crisp and melodious, inexplicably carrying a sense of calm detachment. Lin Yi chuckled. With a niece like Zhu, I feel that my few unworthy sons are not worthy of you at all. And these two, the frail-looking one is Zhu Liang, and the sturdier one is Zhu Jia. They are here as protectors to prevent any unforeseen incidents on the way. Zhu Qin pointed out the two Zhu family members. This included the frail man Zhu Liang. Both Zhu Liang and Zhu Jia nodded towards Lin Yi as a greeting, their demeanor humble, fully in line with their role as protectors. Lin Yi observed Zhu Liang and noticed that he appeared rather insubstantial, failing to detect anything particularly special about him. His gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, making it hard to perceive any distinct qualities, and he appeared even less notable than the sturdier young man named Zhu Jia beside him, as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. But the issue was that this person was a protector, indicating that his strength was not low. Lin Yi knew that Zhu Qin had a near spirit-forming level of integration. To have these two as protectors, their abilities must be quite considerable. He looked at Zhu Qin and asked, what level are they? Third stage of recovery with a 64 integration level. Lin Yi shook his head. Among my children, only one sister has reached the manifestation level. The other two are at the first stage of recovery, and another one coming over is still awakening stage. Both of you are still quite young. Reaching awakening stage is already impressive. Zhu Qin smiled, while looking at the two standing behind Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Ziyang had already freed himself from the amazement caused by Zhu Ning, and turned to look at Lin Hai, only to find that he too had turned away. The two locked eyes, and were momentarily stunned. Lin Hai, why are you looking at me? Lin Ziyang, why are you looking at me? Lin Hai, why not admire the beauty? Lin Ziyang, I am devoted to Yi. Lin Hai widened his eyes, nonsense. Song Yi is mine. Lin Ziyang shot back, you think you're worth. As the two exchanged glances, a sudden cold pressure emanated from the front, causing both of them to change expressions slightly and quickly avert their gazes, bowing their. Lin Yi shot a cold glance at the two before retracting his gaze. By the way, Boss Lin, who is that person up there? Zhu Qin suddenly asked, her gaze directed towards Tu Buan's position upstairs. Tu Buan sat casually, his long legs stretched out, one hand resting on the railing, while the other idly played with a white porcelain teacup, showing no signs of concealment. Lin Yi replied, oh, that is a friend of mine who works at the Bureau of Strange Hunting. He happened to pass by today, and came to discuss some matters with me. Tu Buan sat there openly, showing no signs of concealment. It was hard not to notice him with the strength of these few individuals present. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then smiled, and asked, will he disturb you? Should I ask him to avoid us? No, it's fine. Zhu Qin replied with a smile. After all, a marriage alliance is not something that needs to be hidden. Lin Yi chuckled, as long as Ms. Zhu doesn't mind. At this moment, a somewhat hesitant sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Everyone turned to look, only to see Lin Bao had changed into a new set of clothes, no longer wearing the dusty and disheveled outfit he had been dragged out in. He now wore a relatively decent dark suit, and upon returning to the living room, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many people. He seemed less stubborn than before, appearing much more downcast. Upon noticing Lin Ye's warning gaze, Lin Bao paused, suppressing any rebellious attitude, and obediently stood behind Lin Yi. With everyone present, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Introduce yourself to Miss Zhu." Tu Buan watched him say this, feeling as if he were a black-heart merchant promoting his goods. Lin Hai and Lin Ziyong honestly shared their strengths, while Lin Bao simply stated his name. He knew this was a marriage alliance, but his gaze remained calm, feeling no attraction towards Zhu Ning. He found her less appealing than Yi. Zhu Qin observed them and said, "Let them get to know each other a bit, as shall we discuss serious matters." Lin Yi nodded, no problem. He was about to have Lin Bao take Zhu Ning out, when Tu Buan also felt disinterested, beginning to test the spatial ability of the Tiao Wu in his hand. If he hadn't promised Lin Yi to stay here, he would have left directly by now. A faint yet chilling spatial fluctuation rippled from his hand. The cup in his hand appeared alternately in his left hand, and then in his right, being tossed forward only to fall back into his hand the next second. With enough vitality in his body now, Tu Buan could use his ability without restraint, no longer fearing side effects. The sharp sound emitted from Tu Buan's palm as his skin and flesh were slowly eroded by the black light. He furrowed his brow tightly. Opening his hand, he saw the skin and flesh at the center of his palm gradually melting in a peculiar manner, as if being consumed by an invisible force. This thing, isn't it the attack that came from the hunting of the Guai Bureau back then? Why is it appearing here? Tu Buan immediately scanned the shadows below. Are there members of the High Tower organization among these people? Evil and good reflected in his eyes. Among the Zhu family, the seemingly frail Zhu Liang had the heaviest black energy, but it wasn't to the level of being half Guai. He didn't possess any, and the others had even less. So this black light, did it originally exist in the void? Tu Buan attempted to disperse the black light from his hand, but as soon as he dared to loosen his grip, a beam of black light shot out like a laser from his fingers. It left a deep hole in the wall. Tu Buan's heart tightened, and he immediately urged the power of space, forcefully closing his palm to confine the escaping black light once more. This thing cannot leave the range of his spatial control. Hiss! If this thing requires spatial control to be captured, doesn't that mean it is also a spatial entity? Tu Buan opened a spatial rift and tossed the black light inside. It merged into the void like a droplet of water into the sea without any disturbance. On the other side, at the moment Tu Buan tore open the rift, Zhu Ning, who had been listening indifferently to Zhu Qin and Lin Ye's conversation, suddenly frowned slightly and looked up towards Tu Buan. Spatial fluctuation. Seeing the black light completely merge into the chaotic flow of space, Tu Buan tentatively reached out his hand, fishing around in the recently torn void, sensing the residual waves within. However, this time, there was nothing. The black light did not reappear as he opened a small rift again. Tu Buan thought for a moment, then picked up a teacup, as the previous two had completely vanished. He replaced the tea leaves into the void, and the next second a mass of black light, slightly larger than the teacup, was pinched in his hand. I see now one must use an object to replace the black light. This means that the black light that bombarded him at the door of the Guai Bureau was also transformed from an object nearby. The one who attacked him was a spatial sequence user capable of replacing and transporting. Tu Buan originally thought the attack was some kind of charge technique, but after using space himself, he realized the opponent was a sequence user who had opened the void. They even used this unknown black light from the void to attack him, indicating a high level of proficiency in using space. If this black light requires spatial transfer to be extracted from the void, it indicates that the opponent's ability aligns with this point. I wonder if it can transport people. From the reaction of the Kuei Mu Wolf, the risk of spatial transfer is very high, but if the opponent can transport, it means they are not afraid of being found, because they can escape through the void at any time. Tu Buan stood up, his expression serious. This matter must be reported to the others in the Guai Bureau, because they can escape through the void at any time. Tu Buan stood up, his expression serious. This matter must be reported to the others in the wooden stairs creaked softly and clearly, the sudden noise causing all conversations downstairs to come to an abrupt halt. Lin Ye's smile froze, a trace of barely perceptible confusion flashing in his eyes, unable to understand what Tu Buan intended to do. Why did he suddenly come down? Zhu Qin also stopped speaking, her gaze carrying a hint of vigilance, as she closely watched Tu Buan descend the stairs. Not just her, everyone was watching Tu Buan as he came down. At this moment, Zhu Ning suddenly pointed at Tu Buan, who had just come down, and I choose him. Huh? Shouting, what are you saying? This made Zhu Qin beside her stunned, asking. Zhu Ning's gaze remained fixed on Tu Buan, her clear and bright eyes holding no shyness or impulse, only a very definite attitude. She repeated, I want to choose this person for a marriage alliance. This statement was like thunder, causing everyone's expression in the living room. Lin Ye's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly, his gaze suddenly becoming somewhat complex. But isn't this person from the Lin family? Zhu Qin hesitantly looked at Lin Yi. Zhu Ning suddenly saying such things indicated that she looked down on the other three from the Lin family, carrying a hint of disdain. Zhu Qin's mind was racing as she completely could not understand her usually quiet niece. How could she suddenly have such thoughts about a man she had just met who gave her a sense of danger? Lin Yi also witnessed this scene, his mind racing for several seconds, wondering why she suddenly chose tubuan. Did she discover something? However, this just happened to align with his initial purpose. It's alright, Miss Zhu, I have a brotherly bond with Mr. Tu. If you form a marriage alliance with him, I will still carry out our previous agreement. Lin Yi replied with a smile, causing Zhu Ning's eyes to brighten and her inner confidence to grow. Zhu Qin did not expect Lin Yi to respond this way, but it was beneficial and harmless for them. However, if this man were a solitary individual, it would be much easier to control than Lin Yi and the others. But when Tu Buan's frowning face was seen by Lin Yi, he was momentarily. Then, ignoring the Zhu family members, Lin Yi looked at Tu Buan's serious expression and asked, "Is something urgent happening?" Tu Buan glanced at the Zhu family members, his gaze lingering for a moment on the highly animated Zhu Liang. "It's about what we discussed earlier. I've discovered a significant issue that needs to be reported to others immediately." Saying this, Tu Buan walked directly towards the door. "So I'm sorry, the previous agreement is null and void, but I will compensate you later." "That's fine." Lin Yi, being a person of stature, instantly understood that Tu Buan was not joking, but had truly discovered something significant that needed immediate attention. If it is such a matter, Lin Yi did not insist on keeping him. Since Tu Buan desired to owe a favor, then let it be. As for the Zhu family's matters, looking at Tu Buan's current state, it was impossible to discuss it with him. As Tu Buan strode towards the front door, a figure suddenly flashed in blocking his path. "Wait a moment." Zhu Ning gazed intently at Tu Buan, seemingly about to say something. But Tu Buan didn't even glance at her. He slipped past her like a ghost, leaving the house, and in an instant a fierce wind howled as he soared into the night sky, disappearing. Seeing Tu Buan ignore her, as if she were air, Zhu Ning fell silent and raised her hand to touch her own face in disbelief. Though it might sound a bit narcissistic, Zhu Ning knew how powerful her face could be, yet that person just now did not show even a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Zhu Qin's expression was not good either. "Alright, Xiao Ning, come back quickly." This enthusiastic approach was quite unbecoming and was a loss of face for them. "Sorry, Auntie." Noticing Zhu Qin's expression, Zhu Ning apologized and lowered her head to sit obediently beside her. "You're just a child, that everything was fine today, so why suddenly act foolishly?" Zhu Qin complained to Zhu Ning. It's perfectly normal to be attracted to outstanding individuals, Miss Zhu." Lin Yi interjected, trying to ease the situation. "Although my brother appears a bit aloof, he is truly an admirable person. You can freely inquire about him within the military or the deceptive bureau, and you will receive positive. Even the district chief holds him in high regard." "Oh." Hearing this from Lin Yi, Zhu Qin indeed became interested. What is his name, and what strength could make the district chief take notice of him? Tu Buan, a manifestation level 1. Lin Yi revealed Tu Buan's name and his fabricated strength. The name could be easily discovered, but the strength was elusive. Tu Buan's power was highly at the manifestation level. Besides manifesting, the number of special abilities tends to increase. The higher the integration, the more abilities one may possess. The limit for an ordinary person is typically just one more ability, while a slightly superior individual may possess two. Beyond that, they are no longer considered ordinary. Individuals like Tu Buan have already awakened their special abilities, each possessing multiple traits. He is essentially a monster. The increase in integration is to allow him better control over the beast sequences. Normal evaluations of the manifestation level are ineffective on him. While Tu Buan claimed to be at level 4, Lin Yi intentionally downplayed his level. Is he really just level 1? Zhu Qin expressed dissatisfaction, sensing it was too low. Is his sequence exceptional? It is the wind demon of the fantasy sequence. Lin Yi disclosed Tu Buan's falsely reported sequence. Zhu Qin exclaimed in surprise, "Not the myth sequence." "That's strange." Lin Yi chuckled, offering no explanation. Looking at his smile, which seemed amiable, Zhu Qin felt a bit odd. She reformed a gentle smile, turned slightly, and gently patted Zhu Ning's hand. "Xiao Ning, you haven't yet gotten to know these individuals. Spend some time with them. Consider the matter of the union a bit longer, Oi." "Sure, Auntie," Zhu Ning obediently replied, as if her earlier actions were merely a figment of imagination. Seeing her not engage in any strange behavior, Zhu Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Qin asked, "Boss Lin, we need to stay in this safe zone for a while longer, allowing them to interact before we discuss this matter again. How does that sound?" "Of course, no problem. Do you need me to arrange new accommodations for you?" Zhu Qin nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Boss Lin." As she spoke, she also offered a polite smile to the 3 Lin family offspring. After all, their visit could be seen as a loss of face for them. However, the truth was that the 3 of them did not mind at all. Lin Xiang was thinking about Song Yi. Lin Hai was lost in thought. Lin Bao was thinking about his mother. Lin Yi glanced at them and immediately understood what these 3 were thinking, his eyelids twitching slightly. He would teach them a lesson later. Zhu Ning, with her head down, had flickering eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Meanwhile, Zhu Liang looked in the direction Tu Buan had just left, rubbing the goosebumps on his arm. That person just now had such a terrifying aura from that one glance, he felt a suppression in his bloodline of fear welling up from within. In the future, it would be best to avoid this person. Although Zhu Liang had strength, he was not very brave and was dragged out by Zhu Qin to help guard, so he chose to follow his heart. Later, Lin Yi invited Zhu Qin's group to dinner, then arranged for them to settle at a hotel under the Lin family's business. Even at this hour, the Deceptive Bureau building was brightly lit, exuding a sense of comfort unlike the Lin family's luxurious coldness, akin to a reassuring lighthouse. Tu Buan descended from the sky into the Deceptive Bureau, grabbed someone, and inquired if Ensu Xian and the other squad leaders were present in the bureau. He learned that all 3 squad leaders had gone out, but Ensu Xian was inside in her office. Thus, Tu Buan went directly to find Ensu Xian. In her office, Ensu Xian was sitting behind a large desk, her brow slightly furrowed as she read a document report. The desk lamps glow, outlining the delicate and gentle contours of her profile. Click. Hearing the door suddenly push open, Ensu Xian looked up in confusion, but when she saw it was Tu Buan, a smile appeared on her face. "Good evening, Mr. Tu," she said softly, her voice gentle. "Is there something you need?" She put down her pen and gently tucked the hair that had slipped forward while she was handling the documents behind her. "It's about the tower organization," Tu Buan said as he sat down in front of her, explaining the matters regarding spatial transfer and the blacklight, as well as the assistance from Zhang Yang and Ensu Xian listened quietly, a veil of worry covering her gentle brows. Once Tu Buan finished sharing his speculations, she did not inquire about the unsettling details, merely nodding gently and saying softly, "I see. Thank you, Mr. Tu, for your hard work." Her trust was silent, like spring rain nourishing the soil. She did not question how Tu Buan knew about the relationship between spatial transfer and the blacklight. "How are Wen Changfeng and Li Heng doing?" Ensu Xian continued to inquire with concern. Tu Buan replied, "I visited them this morning. All both are recovering well. Given their personalities, they probably won't stay in the hospital much longer." "Then, what about Li Heng's arm?" Ensu Xian asked hesitantly. Tu Buan shook his head. "His arm was obliterated and cannot be reattached. Even regeneration won't restore the bones, so Li Heng will have to remain in this state from now on." "Is that so?" Ensu Xian sighed softly. The two fell into silence for a moment before Tu Buan asked, "Why did you send all 3 squad leaders out?" "Zhang Zheng and Kai Yong encountered issues in negotiations with the Chun family that involved the district chief, so I had Han Yi replace them to speak with the district chief." Tu Buan frowned. "But with that, there's only you in the bureau. Although your sequence abilities are strong, your physical condition is too poor." And Susan's health was so frail that she relied on a wheelchair to move. "It's fine. There are always unexpected situations." "But," and Ensu Xian gently placed her hand on her thigh, tilting her head slightly to look at him, "Aren't you here by my side now? With you here, even if the tower organization suddenly attacks, we can be prepared." And Ensu Xian said to Tu Buan. Tu Buan said, "You trust me that much?" And Ensu Xian gently nodded. "So to avoid any accidents, could you accompany me until Han Yi and the others "Of course I can," Tu Buan replied as he sat down on the nearby sofa. It was only natural for him to stay at such a time. He then took out a box of tea leaves from his pocket. Is this tea leaves?" And Ensu Xian asked curiously when she saw it. "I remember that it's hard to find this kind of thing in our market. Where did you buy it?" She seemed somewhat interested, as if she also liked tea leaves. "A friend gave it to me," Tu Buan said casually. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned to the room after teaching a few brats a lesson and saw his attendant puzzlingly searching for something on the tea table. Lin Yi asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Ah, boss, I wanted to put away your tea leaves, but I can't find where you put them for a moment." The attendant scratched his head. "Oh, I was afraid that guy would take them, so I didn't leave them on the table, but put them somewhere else," Lin Yi said as he walked toward a nearby wooden rack, reaching up to search. "I placed them here, otherwise they would be." He felt empty. "Lin Yi, when did that guy take them?" Actually, at the moment when Zhu Ning said something shocking, Tu Bu and had already taken the tea leaves above using spatial transfer. Not believing it, Lin Yi carefully searched again, but only touched a smooth object. He picked it up and found it was a teacup. Lin Yi sighed. "Forget it. After all, there's still another box. Do you have any tea brewing utensils here?" Tu Buan looked up and asked Ensu Xian. He was just asking casually. If there weren't any, it would be fine, as he could directly use his abilities to conjure a set. "Yes, we do." Ensu Xian smiled and pointed to a corner cabinet. "There's a chest inside over there with a complete set. Do you usually drink tea?" Tu Buan went to open the cabinet and indeed found an ancient-style black wooden box inside, its surface polished smooth, but with little decoration. He took it out, feeling its weight. Opening the lid revealed a set of tea utensils neatly arranged within, lined with soft silk. "Very rarely. Tea leaves are too hard to come by. Even if I asked the trade caravan to keep an eye out, it might take months to bring, even a little." Ensu Xian looked at the tea box in Tu Buan's hand, her eyes sparkling. She tidied up the documents on the table, making enough space. Let's brew it here. I know a bit because our safe zone doesn't produce this. We can only find a bit in the ruins of old safe zones or large safe zones, but they are all sky-high prices, and the quality depends entirely on luck. She tidied up the documents on the table, making enough space. Let's brew it here. I know a bit about tea brewing. All right. Tubuan brought the box in front of Insu Xian and asked, surprisingly, you can brew tea? He was astonished that such a skill had been passed down. I got an old book by chance and just followed it step by step, Insu Xian said. That's much better than my complete ignorance. Tubuan placed the tea box on the table. Then he picked up the kettle on her desk to fill it with water to boil. When he came out, Insu Xian had already set everything up. In her hands, she held a beautifully packaged square paper box, which had a simple yet aesthetically pleasing silver logo printed on it. Tubuan recognized this mark. It was the logo of the Creation Company, the most powerful company in the current world. Seeing Tubuan's puzzled expression, Insu Xian had a slightly embarrassed look on her face, but also a soft smile that couldn't help but share, explaining, this is something I originally wanted to enjoy alone after work, but Mr. Tu, you brought tea leaves to share, so how could there be no snacks? Oh, what is this? A brand under the Creation Company, and the taste is quite good. Insu Xian carefully opened the box, revealing exquisite desserts inside. These are very expensive and produced in limited quantities each month. I can only afford to buy one box each month. As she spoke, a hint of regret appeared in Insu Xian's eyes. Let me brew the tea. She set down the dessert in her hand and took the hot water from Tubuan. Tubuan sat down in front of her, watching her brew the tea skillfully, and then said, this doesn't seem like the copying you mentioned. Mr. Tu, you jest. Insu Xian placed the tea in front of him and opened the dessert. Want to try? Inside the box were neatly arranged rows of delicate and small pastries of various types that looked very delightful. While speaking to Tubuan, Insu Xian chose a matcha-shaped pastry for herself, cutting a small piece with the accompanying fork and sending it into her mouth. She immediately squinted her eyes in satisfaction, as if all her fatigue and worries melted away in that moment with the exquisite sweetness. Taking a sip of tea, she felt immensely satisfied. Tubuan rarely saw Insu Xian display such a girlish demeanor. Usually calm and gentle, her presence as the director was not weak at all. Hurry and try it, Mr. Tu. This pairing truly brings joy to both body and mind, Insu Xian said to Tubuan in delight. And the quality of this tea leaves is quite good. Ooh, I've never been able to get such good ones before. After all, it was arranged by Lin Yu. Things he favors are never subpar. Tubuan chuckled, imitating Insu Xian by picking a piece of white chocolate and putting it in his mouth. The delicate and silky texture instantly melted away the rich aroma of the white chocolate, paired with the crunchy bits below. The taste was certainly far beyond. After taking another sip of tea, Tubuan visibly relaxed. To be honest, after eating those terrible and fierce meats every day, he was starting to find it hard to bear. It was just right to adjust today to avoid developing a heavier taste over time. After enjoying a moment of leisure, Tubuan suddenly remembered something, thinking Insu Xian might know. He put down his teacup and asked the smiling Insu Xian, Director, do you know about the star constellation within the 4 holy fortresses? Insu Xian was taken aback and asked, star constellation? Is it the 28 constellations under the 4 saints? Yes, Tubuan nodded. He thought Insu Xian must know, as she reported to the fortress every month. I know, Insu Xian nodded. I also know that there are currently 2 constellations within our safe zone. Each of the 7 saints under the star constellations operates freely on ordinary days, only intervening when the 4 saints cannot. Insu Xian said, so they are an official organization. I see. Tubuan pondered. Due to the issue with Wang Qinxue, he needed to take her to find Bai Yu, as it was this guy who caused the trouble. Even if he couldn't revert Wang Qinxue back to human form, he had to check for any abnormalities. Otherwise, it could potentially be like a ticking time bomb. A careless mistake could leave everyone in disarray. How did you know about the star constellations? You haven't yet. Going to the fortress? Insu Xian curiously asked. Tubuan replied, I encountered 2 star constellations within the safe zone and had some dealings with them. Insu Xian asked in confusion, what happened? Tubuan shook his head, some unpleasant matters, but they've been resolved. Why did they come to our little place? Insu Xian thought for a moment. The district leader must have summoned them. I am not sure. Tubuan found it strange our district leader can actually summon people under the 4 saints. Insu Xian replied, he holds the title of district leader, which allows him to contact the star constellations. Having money is also essential. Money. Many star constellation resources are used to enhance themselves or pursue various odd hobbies, so they are generally short on funds. Is the money provided by the authorities insufficient for their needs? Their realms are not low. How could a fixed monthly income suffice for their enhancements? Not to mention the expenses for equipment and potions. Insu Xian stated, therefore, aside from those with established backgrounds, others try to find side jobs to earn resources. Because the 4 saints do not assign them special tasks, they are relatively free. That sounds quite realistic. Tubuan continued, then what is inheritance? You know about this too. And Su Xian was surprised there are special methods within the star constellations that allow sequences to be passed to others with the inherited sequence replacing the original. Thus, generally the current and next star constellations are in a master-disciple relationship, though there are occasional exceptions. Is there no side effect to such sequence inheritance? Tubuan frowned and asked. This ability to unconditionally grant powerful sequences to others would cause significant disruptions wherever it appeared. Of course there are requirements to fulfill inheritance, and it can fail. If it fails, the inheritor will die on the spot. And Su Xian explained. Tubuan asked if it fails, must a new inheritor be selected? Yes, and Su Xian nodded. What if a suitable inheritor cannot be found? When a star constellation dies, the sequence remains awaiting the next person who can inherit it. Even now there are 9 vacant star constellation positions. And Su Xian said, while sipping tea to moisten her throat, this type of inheritance is unique to the star constellations. It is said that the fortress has sent many researchers to attempt to replicate this ability, but there has been no progress. Tubuan looked at Su Xian before him, surprised that she knew so much. It was more detailed than he had imagined. He decided to ask about Bai Wu and Kuei Mu Lang. How are the reputations of Bai Wu and Kuei Mu Lang within the safe zone? Kuei Mu Lang is extremely vengeful against evil and half-evil entities harboring extreme killing intent, but he is not a bad person, he is upright and just. As for Bai Wu, he is seldom seen for a year and a half, often immersing himself in the laboratory. He only emerges when funds for his research run low, and it is said he is hard to communicate with. Tubuan was left speechless, and Su Xian looked at his expression of disbelief and asked what's wrong. It's nothing. Shaking his head, Tubuan decided to change the subject. Was that person you caught yesterday from the tower organization? Did you extract any information from him? Hearing this question, and Su Xian paused slightly, but quickly replied, he is from the tower organization, but... And Su Xian put down her cup and frowned slightly. He is not only a half-evil, but also a mental sequence holder. He left a mental protection in his mind, which makes it somewhat tricky to crack. Tubuan said, but this also indicates that he possesses important intelligence. And Su Xian suddenly lowered her head, her eyes losing focus, but soon returned to normal. The ability I left in his mind is continuously consuming his mental protection. At this rate it might take a few more days. Alright, this time frame should be enough for those people to thoroughly search the safe zone. Now we just need to be cautious of the tower organization's attacks. If all goes smoothly, the scene of a rift appearing in the sky that Tao Wu saw will not. Just like how Wang Qianxue was killed, the future can be altered. But the tower organization is not to be trifled with. Without locating their hiding places, everything is uncertain. Especially since they can also tear open rifts to let evil entities invade the safe zone. Thinking of this, Tubuan felt a headache coming on. He looked at Su Xian before him, contemplating whether to inform her about this matter. If it were Su Xian, she would likely believe what he said. Gazing at her pure white aura devoid of any malice, Tubuan couldn't help but marvel at having encountered such a person. And Su Xian watched Tubuan frown deeply, and then shifted her gaze. Mr. Tu, would you like to take a nap? What? Tubuan was puzzled as to why she suddenly asked him this. My sequence is Dream Taper. It can induce sleep in others. Besides consuming their consciousness, it can also grant them pleasant dreams to restore their spirit. And Su Xian looked at Tubuan earnestly and said, Mr. Tu, you have been so busy these past few days, and you have exerted the most effort. Now is the perfect time for you to relieve some mental stress. I don't think it's necessary. I'm in good condition, and aren't you still busy? Tubuan pointed at the documents beside Su Xian. No, it's needed, and Su Xian insisted. I still need to help you watch for enemies. Tubuan said, it's fine, you can wake up from the dream at any time, it will only be light sleep. And Su Xian smiled gently. This is my employee benefit to you, you can't refuse. If you do, I will be unhappy. Tubuan said. Alright. Since Su Xian was so insistent, he felt he should not keep refusing. Then come over. Tubuan was taken aback. What? And Su Xian patted her thigh. I'm inviting you to sleep. Tubuan hesitated for a moment. Is it not possible to do it this way? Your willpower is strong. If you don't relax, my ability won't be able to help you sleep. He showed no signs of drowsiness, as if he could remain awake like this until dawn. You need to get closer so that my hands can reach you. This way my ability will remain effective. Otherwise, just like that high tower organization enchanted you, you will quickly wake up and the effect will be lost. Alright then. Tubuan stood and walked to her side. What should I do? I can't just lie on your lap, can I? There's a folding bed here. And Suqing bent down and reached under the desk. To her surprise, she pulled out a lightweight folding bed. The folding bed looked a bit old, but was very clean, with a black metal frame and a blue canvas surface. Tubuan asked, why is there a folding bed? It was left by Hani. Whenever she had insomnia, or had been working late for several days, and was in a terrible state, she would come to find me. And Suqing smiled and said she said that if she stayed with me for a while, my ability would refresh her, so she wouldn't feel all sore the next day. After several times like this, she simply left the folding bed here to avoid having to move it back and forth. Tubuan remained silent. Come on, unfold it for me, it's not convenient for me to sit. Tubuan took the folding bed and began to unfold it, but Ensuching said, put it here. She pointed to the empty space next to her wheelchair. When Tubuan placed the chair beside her wheelchair, she adjusted the height and orientation of her wheelchair to face the folding bed directly. This adjustment made it easier for her to reach out and touch, or simply gaze at it. She did all this very naturally, as if she was already accustomed to precisely controlling her tools to adapt to her environment. Come on. Ensuching smiled and spread her hands. Sigh. Tubuan sighed helplessly and then lay down, trying to avoid Ensuching only to have her embrace his head. You need to do it like this. Ensuching gently placed Tubuan's head on her lap. Tubuan looked up into Ensuching's warm, smiling eyes with strands of her slightly pink hair framing his face. For some reason, he felt an unusual calmness within. Do you have any dreams you want to have? Ensuching asked with a smile. Can you choose your dreams? Of course, I am a dream beast. Oh, I can help you easily have the beautiful dreams you desire. Like Han-E, who always wants me to arrange for her to see those handsome guys from her memories. Upon hearing this, Tubuan's heart suddenly stirred with an idea. Can you let me experience the things I forgot in my dreams? Things you forgot. What did you forget? Ensuching asked in confusion. Yes, I forgot some things, but I can't recall them. I haven't tried this kind of thing before, but I can give it a shot. You'll attempt to guide the memories hidden deep in your mind, whether it succeeds or not is uncertain. Ensuching hesitated, but said, don't you want to have a good dream? Just relax a bit. No need, just this. All right then. Then Tubuan felt a cool, yet soft hand gently placed on his forehead. He felt the fingers of that hand brush softly over his brow, carrying a faint scent mixed with the fragrance of the tea she had brewed earlier. Close your eyes. Ensuching's voice seemed to come from far away, yet it resonated directly in his mind, carrying a sleep-inducing magic. Leave the rest. As her words and gentle movements of her fingers enveloped Tubuan, he felt as if his consciousness was wrapped in a warm, fluffy cloud. Relax, don't tense up. The sounds from the outside gradually faded away, the heaviness in his body slowly dissipated, and a light feeling began to emerge. Ensuching's fingertips glowed with a pink light, and the ethereal shadow of the dream beast appeared behind her, sending a warm energy flowing into Tubuan's consciousness. At the same time, an unknown lullaby softly hummed from Ensuching's lips. Tubuan's consciousness was slowly drawn into an endless peace, with Ensuching's soothing hum echoing in his ears. I wish you sweet dreams, my friend. Beep. Warning. Significant emotional fluctuations detected in the life form. Brainwave frequency is abnormally elevated. Adrenaline levels are changing drastically. The target seems to be waking up. Heart rate is accelerating. Neural signals are abnormally active. Muscle groups are showing stress-induced tremors. All physiological values are experiencing violent fluctuations. He is forcibly breaking free from deep sedation. Increase the dosage of the sedative. Immediately. We cannot let him wake up. Absolutely no accidents can happen at this stage. Understood, supervisor. Chaos. Endless chaos. Tubuan's consciousness felt as if it was torn into countless fragments, sinking into the thick, cold darkness. Memories, perceptions, sense of time. Everything became blurred, leaving only a suffocating drowsiness, like the heavy pressure of the deep sea dragging him down continuously. Endless darkness enveloped him, where time lost all meaning. Perhaps only a moment had passed, or perhaps several years had slipped away. His consciousness felt submerged in an abyss, making even the act of thought an arduous endeavor. Yet amidst this darkness, a sound momentarily pulled Tubuan's consciousness back. He heard a noise. It seemed like voices. Through a barrier and liquid, a somewhat blurred sound transmitted from the other side of the barrier, yet under Tubuan's current perception, it was remarkably clear. A voice that of an older man asked, how well has the chaos integrated with him? Director, current data shows an 80 integration progress. It will soon be fully merged. Another researcher's voice chimed in. Excellent. What is the status of his bodily functions? Incredible. The researcher's voice suddenly rose, filled with astonishment. Under such intense energy impact and flesh modification, his body is still holding up. Moreover, there are almost no signs of vitality decay. It's simply a perfect vessel. Then continue to find a way to inject the flesh of those monsters. Oh. Now they're called malicious spirits. Outside, inject their flesh into his body. The outside world is filled with corpses. There is no shortage of flesh. Director, if we continue to stimulate and enhance his Qiongqi ability at such high intensity, what if he really loses control and breaks out? What should we? Have you forgotten last time? Last time he almost. It won't happen, or I've already found several awakened individuals who will reinforce the containment. Otherwise, we might give him the chance to escape. That's good. The conversation briefly paused, seemingly to review some data. After a while, the director's voice resumed, changing the topic. Any news on Tao Dai? None for now, but we've detected traces of a Tao Wu sequence. Tao Wu is not in a hurry. Oh, after merging chaos, we will merge Tao Ya and finally Tao Wu. Only then can we ensure the vessel does not collapse. Understood. Let me see the report. These things you. The conversation reached this point, and Tu Buan's consciousness sank back into darkness. Once again he lost track of time. A warm current continuously flowing into his body awakened him. Yet before his eyes there remained a pool of crimson liquid with tubes covering his body. Voices emerged again through the barrier, but this time the sounds outside had grown somewhat chaotic. The hurried footsteps pacing back and forth, the sharp sound of broken instrument screens, and the muffled gasps that could not be suppressed. Among the clearer voices inside there was the previous director's voice. Tao Tai has gone berserk. A researcher cried out helplessly. The flesh reserves are depleting rapidly, it's estimated. At most in 37 minutes they will be completely. Will we feed it then? Tu Buan could feel the crimson liquid enveloping him was starting to warm up, and it vibrated violently, at an abnormal frequency. Something filled with brutality and greed was slowly awakening within him. At this moment another researcher shrieked sharply, Tao Wu. Taoist readings are also off. Under the influence of Tao Tai's rampage, its ferocity and energy fluctuations are skyrocketing. It's already on the verge of going berserk. Director, if both of these go berserk at the same time. Everyone calm down. The director roared in fury, slamming down on something. Activate all emergency cooling systems. Put the vessel into hibernation and inject all remaining agents regardless of the type into him. We must prioritize suppressing Tao Tai. We absolutely cannot allow it to drain the reserves. But director, the vessel might not withstand it. Someone attempted to oppose. Follow the orders. The director's voice was nearly frantic. If we can't suppress it now we will fail. Execute immediately. Whoosh. A piercing alarm sounded and Tu Buan could see various colorful agents surging into the liquid before him, gradually dyeing the originally crimson liquid into a deep abyss-like black. Whoosh. A piercing alarm sounded and Tu Buan could see various colorful agents surging into the liquid before him, gradually dyeing the originally crimson. Director, what do we do? Shatter the egg and inject it into him. The director suddenly said this, and at that moment the chaos outside the barrier fell silent. It seemed everyone was shocked by his words. Someone cautiously spoke up, but director, that is. The director's voice suddenly rose, roaring. Do you want us to squander countless resources achieving perfect timing and conditions for this experimental subject? This is already the final stage. We cannot fail. We must not fail. While the egg is important, it is also an unknown factor, whereas what is before us is a nearly completed vessel possessing the power of multiple supreme sequences to slay gods. The director's voice was fervent, imbued with an unwavering resolve. What is there to think about in this choice? The egg is a possibility for the future, but he is a reality that can change everything now. This is the optimal solution, so immediately. Execute the command. He bellowed. To kill those deities we must do this. There was no response. The room was left with only the director's heavy breathing and the increasingly ominous hum of the instruments around. Understood, director. The egg chamber has been unlocked. Life support systems disengaged. Extraction devices activated. Connect the delivery pipelines to the vessel's heart. At this moment, all the researchers regained their composure, issuing calm reports like machines. Tu Buan felt a surge of intense energy flow into his heart, spreading warmth throughout his body, granting him a deeply comforting sensation. The energy frequencies of Tao Tai and Qiongqi are beginning to decline. It is expected to return to normal in 3 minutes. Oh, director, someone exclaimed in surprise. Then a wave of relief followed, and the director sighed, saying, well done. Under this warm current, Tu Buan felt as if he was returning to the amniotic fluid of his mother, peacefully sinking back into darkness. When he awakened once more, he stood amidst a wasteland strewn with corpses, facing a colossal, indescribable monster hovering silently. On the distant horizon, more collapsed and burning building remains loomed, thick black smoke rising like pillars of despair, piercing the clouds and staining the sky with a foreboding black-red. It was like the end of the world. The monstrous creature in the sky roared and howled, its 6 pairs of deformed wings flapping while engulfed in swirling black flames. Before these black flames plummeted like meteors. Dragging a long fiery tail, it ravaged the land like a natural disaster, triggering a series of violent explosions. Seemingly noticing Tu Buan, the insect-like head slowly turned towards his position, countless compound eyes focusing simultaneously, their cold gaze pressing down on Tu Buan like a tangible weight. A voice resonated through the clouds. Boss, what are you doing? Tu Buan. What the hell? Why is that Kai Yong's voice? Like a reflection cast on the water by thrown stones, or mist scattered by the wind, the entire apocalyptic scene began to blur. Finally, like a mirage wavering into wisps of smoke, it rapidly dissipated. Bright white light filled his vision. When the white light faded and Suxin's somewhat helpless face appeared. She seemed to be bending down to approach him, one hand hovering above his forehead, having just tried to awake. At that moment she was looking up at the doorway. There was also a very loud voice shouting from the direction of the entrance. "Boss, why did you bring the pretty boy into the office? How are we supposed to work like this? If you want to have fun, you should go back." Kai Yong, without waiting for a response from inside, complained discontentedly as he swaggered in. "We're out here working ourselves to the bone, and you, boss, are just, Kai Yong's words were cut short upon seeing Tu Buin expressionlessly sitting up from beneath Sushin. Kai Yong's expression turned ghostly. Tu Buin stood up from the lounge chair, his eyes, just awakened from a bizarre dream, were cold and devoid of warmth. He slowly turned his gaze toward Kai Yong, who was frozen at the doorway, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. He did not speak immediately, merely observing him inside. Kai Yong felt an immense pressure under Tu Buin's gaze. "Oh, it's my fault. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll just leave." His survival instincts kicked in as he hurriedly retreated and forcefully shut the door. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the door slammed against the frame, causing the walls to shudder slightly. In the corridor, Han Yi and Zhang Jing arrived, just as Kai Yong suddenly exited. Han Yi looked at him in confusion, about to ask what was wrong, when the recently closed door was suddenly yanked open from the inside with such force that it created a gust of. Tu Buin's somewhat grim face appeared behind the door. The air instantly froze. Han Yi and Zhang Zhang, startled by Tu Buin's sudden appearance, froze, as well as especially feeling the rare and almost palpable low pressure emanating from him. Both instinctively straightened their bodies and tensed their nerves. What was happening? "This is a..." Kai Yong tried to say something, but Tu Buin instantly transformed into a blur, his arm covered with a layer of dark red armor. Kai Yong completed his beast transformation at lightning speed, his skin turning into hard lime gray. Bang! He was sent flying by a punch, crashing through the wall and landing heavily in the open space of the hunting bureau, creating a large pit. Having finally obtained some clues from his past memories, he was interrupted at a crucial moment by this guy, leaving Tu Buin extremely irritated. Dismissing the armor, Tu Buin approached Sushin and asked, "The dream was interrupted. Can I re-enter and return to the previous experience?" "No," and Sushin shook her head. "You have already experienced a dream today and cannot enter a second time. Moreover, if you re-enter, it may not be the same experience you had." Tu Buin. His face darkened further as he turned and exited again. Zhang Jing and Han Yi watched Tu Buin walk toward the wall that had been smashed open, raising his hand as a compressed mass of black wind screamed in his palm. Hey, Mr. Tu, let's forget about it," Zhang Jing hurriedly advised, but did not dare to approach. "Mr. Tu, we still need to use this place afterward. It wouldn't be good to kill him now." Han Yi furrowed her brow slightly. "Let's deal with him after the situation is resolved. Ooh, I'll help you beat him too." Zhang Zhang. He was at a loss for how to persuade them. However, he breathed a sigh of relief as it seemed Tu Buin had taken the advice to heart, and the wind mass in his hand dissipated. The next moment, dark brown and black trees erupted from the wall beside Tu Buin, intertwining to form a ferocious wooden dragon that howled as it lunged. Kai Yong had just raised his head when he saw the massive wooden dragon lunging at him. "Are you serious?" His manifestation, the rhinoceros hammer, appeared in his hands, blocking in front of him. The wooden dragon struck down, and Kai Yong swung his hammer to collide with it. However, just as they were about to make contact, the wooden dragon suddenly dispersed into numerous thick branches. In the astonished gaze of Kai Yong, he was tightly bound with branches, even blocking his mouth. He needed to break free, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape from those branches. "Mr. Tu, isn't your sequence related to wine demons?" Han Yi asked in confusion. "This is the ability of my spectral weapon," Tu Buin said as he revealed a dagger entwined with wood from his sleeve. As he spoke, he waved it in the air a couple of times, causing plants to begin appearing on the surrounding walls. "I got this by chance yesterday, and on a whim wanted to test its effects, so I asked Kai Yong to cooperate a bit." Zhang Jing thought to himself, not believing it looked like a spontaneous decision. The dagger in Tu Buin's hand was certainly the disaster-grade, evil tiger tooth made for him by Yuwu. He needed a reason to conceal the use of the Tonghu, so he couldn't direct. This disaster-grade dagger served as an excellent cover, emitting a disaster-grade aura. By altering its appearance with wood, as long as others did not use it, they could not know its true abilities. Sure enough, upon hearing it was a spectral weapon and sensing the aura from the dagger, both Zhang Jing and Han Yi believed it. "It's too late now. Let's let Captain Kai rest well down there. Are you here to report on the task progress?" "Let's go in and talk," Tu Buin said naturally as he walked toward the office. "I got a bit too excited when I saw Captain Kai earlier. I didn't control my strength too well when greeting him. Let the wall repair fees come out of my salary, Zhang Zhang." Han Yi, however, felt no oddity and followed Tu Buin into the office to find Sushin. Zhang Jing sighed and looked speechlessly at Kai Yong, who was still struggling below before entering. "What can I say? He must have angered Mr. Tu again. He can only count himself on." As Han Yi entered, her gaze immediately fell upon Sushin, who was sitting behind the desk, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Director Sisterin, I've missed you so much," Han Yi exclaimed as she lunged towards Sushin. "It's only been half a day since we last saw each other," and Sushin chuckled gently, pushing Han Yi's folding chair further under the desk. Half a day? That feels like an eternity, Han Yi said, snuggling against Insushin. However, her playful expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness as she prepared for work. Then she took out a letter from her pocket. I went to discuss with the district chief. After realizing the severity of the situation, he agreed immediately. He also had someone analyze the incidents that occurred during this period and discovered several areas with high levels of abnormal energy residue and concentrated reports of missing persons. She pointed at the envelope with her finger. The detailed coordinates and preliminary analysis report are inside. The district chief believes these locations might be the enemy's hideouts or areas of frequent activity. She handed the letter to Insushin. This is the letter the district chief asked me to give you. He wrote 2 letters in total, one for you and one for the Chin family. Insushin reached out to take it, carefully tearing open the envelope. Without avoiding the mention of tubuan and the others, she pulled out the letter inside and began to scan it quickly and intently. Seeing her read the letter, tubuan turned to Zhang Zheng beside him and asked, Zhang, how did it go on your end? What did the Chin family say? Originally, Chin Shan intended to help. Many of his personnel are with the district chief, as his eldest son is the district chief's deputy. Those personnel have been dispatched outside the safe zone. After the district chief sent a letter to Chun Shan, those personnel will return from outside the safe zone and will assist in dealing with the tower organization. Tu Buan inquired, how will he help? Zhang Zheng replied. He said he doesn't have any sequence users skilled in reconnaissance or stealth on his side and can only wait for us to identify the tower organization's members before he can take action. I hope he keeps his word, Tu Buan said with a slight shake of his head. Chun Shan is even more troublesome than Lin Yi. Lin Yi would pay the necessary price for greater benefits. Chun Shan is utterly self-serving, wanting to gain greater benefits with minimal costs. Moreover, Chun Shan's arrogance and ruthlessness surpass Lin Yi's, which leaves Tu Buan with a very poor impression of him. Especially at the beginning, that guy sent 3 people to deal with him, even though those 3 were no match for him at all. He even seized the opportunity to punch that old bastard. However, Chin Shan was at least a spirit sculptor and was not killed by Tu Buan. He merely had a dent in his chest. After arriving at the safe zone, that guy became much more obedient, showing no intention of seeking revenge, even avoiding Tu Buan for a long time. It was challenging for him to find trouble with Chin Shan. A spirit sculptor being so afraid of a manifestation-level user was quite embarrassing. Just thinking about Chin Shan made Tu Buan itch to give that old bastard a couple of punches. So he said to Zhang Zheng, that guy Chin Shan is not very reliable, you need to be cautious. I understand, Zhang Zheng replied. At that moment, Insushin had already quickly processed all the contents of the letter. She then waved to the 2 and called out, Mr. 2, Captain Zhang, come over and take a look. The 2 paused their conversation and turned to walk over to the desk. As they approached, they saw that she had spread out a detailed map of the safe zone and its surrounding areas. On the map, several locations were clearly circled with different colored markers, and beside it lay an open document filled with neat handwriting and analysis data. Tu Buan was slightly taken aback. Why did this handwriting seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, wasn't it just by Yu's handwriting? These areas are what the district chief suspects, and the report beside it details the anomalies in these regions during this period. You 2 take a look. Based on your experience and intuition, are there any places you think are the most likely? Or should we prioritize investigating first? Tu Buan's gaze did not linger too long on the map. He quickly pinpointed several areas that matched his foreknowledge. These locations. Tu Buan pointed to each location. Have someone focus on investigating these spots. There may be discoveries. Understood. Han Yi, have you arranged the personnel for the investigation? Insushin turned to Han Yi beside her. Han Yi straightened her back and quickly replied, all arranged, we can act at any time. They are all carefully selected talents, ensuring the task can be carried out covertly. I've also asked the military to send a few elite personnel to assist in the search. Just be cautious of conflicts when you encounter them. Tu Buan supplemented at this point. I understand, Han Yi nodded. At this moment, Insushin thought for a moment and suddenly said, actually, it doesn't need to be extremely covert. We can allow the tower organization to notice. Huh? Han Yi was obviously surprised, her eyes filled with confusion as she questioned the order. Sister, and why allow them to notice? Isn't that equivalent to telling them we are investigating them? They will definitely enhance their defenses or directly relocate. Insushin quietly viewed the map and slowly said, the people from the tower are like mice hiding underground, concealed in dark corners. If they know we have locked onto these areas and started an investigation, what do you think they will do? Tu Buan interjected, you want to provoke them into panic. To make the weaker ones instinctively retreat to what they perceive as the safest stronghold. Exactly, and Insushin nodded in agreement. Once they move, it is easy to reveal. What we want is not to quietly find a few small mice, but to make them act on their own. Even if they remain calm, any slight movements on their part will be advantageous for us. Tu Buan pondered for a moment and nodded. It is indeed an idea. Although there are risks, it is better than being passive all the time. I personally still recommend a more cautious approach. Zhang Zheng said, after all, if they all escape, our efforts would be in vain. It is impossible to act completely covertly, but let's not forget there are internal traitors. Han Yi shot him a glance. Zhang Jing replied, that is also true. Then it's settled. Han Yi will be in charge. If you need anything, just say it. And Su Xin said to Han Yi, we have enough personnel, but we need someone to stabilize the situation. If the tower's people act recklessly, I might not be able to manage it alone. Han Yi said, looking at Tu Buan, Mr. Tu, can I ask you to join me in action for these 2 days? Me? Tu Buan furrowed his brows slightly, and said, the people from the tower should be very wary of me knowing my physical features. It's fine, you can disguise your appearance and use clothes to adjust your size. The research department has masks made of human skin guaranteed that when you wear them your original appearance will be completely unrecognizable. Han Yi carefully circled around Tu Buan, sizing him up. Just change into inconspicuous clothes and blend in with the reconnaissance team. At first glance you'll just look like a relatively cold, ordinary member. As long as you don't start by unleashing a wind blade far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Why not find Zhang Jing and Kai Yong? While speaking, Tu Buan glanced at Zhang Jing. I'm not really suited for. Zhang Jing's words were abruptly interrupted by Han Yi. Those two? No. Han Yi shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, her face displaying unmistakable disdain. Setting aside whether those two can be reliable, just looking at their physiques makes disguise difficult. One is too muscular and the other is too skinny. Han Yi pointed at Zhang Jing and continued, look at him, he looks all thin and frail, apart from having a slightly higher rank his physical condition is as poor as can be. Zhang Jing confused asked, why am I as poor as can be? Han Yi shifted her mouth slightly and said, you tell me if Kai Yong got close to you, wouldn't you be as easily kicked to death as a stray dog? Zhang Jing. He wanted to refute, but the truth was that Han Yi was right. His build couldn't withstand a kick from Kai Yong. His abilities leaned more towards mid to long-range support and controlling specific environments. His physical fitness and close combat skills were indeed a significant. But I won't give Kai Yong the chance to get close to me. Zhang Jing attempted to regain a bit of face. The battlefield changes rapidly, and no one knows what kind of sequence beings might emerge, let alone those who not only possess sequences, but also have eerie abilities. Han Yi glanced at him and said, if there's a half-eerie being with assassination capabilities, I might turn my head, and you'd be lying on the ground asleep. Zhang Jing's face completely fell, and he couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. With things like this, Tu Buan had to say, all right then, I will act with you when the time comes, but just call for me when you need me. Han Yi replied, since we've reached an agreement, let's discuss other matters. And Su Xin said seriously. Afterward, Tu Buan stayed in the office for a while discussing task matters with others, while Kai Yong, who had escaped from the wooden structure, quietly slipped in. Tu Buan glanced at him and ignored him. Although he came in midway, Zhang Jing explained the current situation to Kai Yong, telling him to shut up and listen. When the brief meeting concluded and Tu Buan was about to leave, and Su Xin smiled and said to him, Mr. Tu, it's all right if you were interrupted. There will be another opportunity next time. Tu Buan understood she was referring to the matter of dreams. Then I'll trouble you again next time. No problem, when the time is right I will notify you, you can come then. And Su Xin spoke gently. Her words carried a reassuring feeling. Tu Buan nodded again, said nothing further, turned, and pushed open the office door, his tall figure disappearing down the corridor. Han Yi, Zhang Jing, and others also packed their belongings and quietly left the office. No one said anything unnecessary, each person carried their own thoughts and clear mission objectives. The night had deepened, and the real action would commence after dawn. After everyone left, only and Su Xin remained in the room. The sudden silence surged in like a tide, rapidly devouring the lingering human presence and the warmth of discussion. The soft smile on Su Xin's face gradually faded, transforming into a profound calm. Only the desk lamp stubbornly emitted a lonely halo of light. And Su Xin slowly turned her wheelchair to gaze at the crimson moon under the night. The red moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting several distorted shadows on the floor resembling bloodstains. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the armrest of the wheelchair, then gripped it tightly. There must not be too many more innocent sacrifices. Tu Buan returned to the front of his residence, where the corridor that had been distorted and vanished due to spatial anomalies had been repaired. The gray-white cement contrasted sharply with the surrounding dullness, the weathered walls resembling a freshly healed scar conspicuously present. The efficiency was quite impressive. Tu Buan unlocked the door to his home, looking at the completely renewed entrance, feeling quite satisfied. Previously, due to the intrusion of the Kue Mu wolf and the ensuing chaos, this place had been a mess, the shoe cabinet shattered and the floor marked with traces. But now everything had been renewed. Seeing this, even his mood, disturbed by the interrupted dream, eased a bit. But it still felt uncomfortable. What is the egg? Why was he chosen to be the vessel for the 4 beasts? In the last scene he faced, was it a false god? These questions could only wait for the next time to be answered, or he could seek them himself. He took out the ID card Lin Yi had given him. The instinctive feeling within him continued to guide him, urging him to search for something very important. Tubuan didn't understand why it was important, but his intuition told him that if he didn't find it, the consequences would be unbearable. When he entered the living room, he noticed something quietly placed in the corner. It was the head of Xiaohua. Seeing this, Tubuan remembered that he had yet to deal with it. Even if a charm demon only had its head left, it could still be taken to the hunting department for research purposes, as their primary abilities were concentrated in the head. So Tubuan had left just the head back then. Putting the ID card away when he was about to pick up Xiaohua's head from the ground and place it back in the black plastic bag. "Can we talk? Tubuan?" A vague voice indiscernible in gender suddenly echoed from the silent room. The source of the voice was none other than the lifeless head of Xiaohua, casually discarded on the ground like garbage. Almost at the same instant the voice sounded. Bang! A dull explosion suddenly erupted, cutting off that eerie voice. Tubuan smashed the entire head into a pulp. Red and white splattered everywhere. The head turned into a mushy mess covering a small portion of the floor. "Sorry, I couldn't hold back my hand." Tubuan expressionlessly shook off the bloodstains on his armored arm. He paused, his indifferent pupils dropping as if indeed waiting for a conversation, and then asked, "What do you want to talk about?" The broken meat on the ground was completely silent. "Heh." Tubuan let out a disdainful sneer. A long-dead sinister head suddenly spoke. There was no need to ponder the situation, it was certainly not a good sign. Seeing that the head had turned into a mushy mass with no reaction, Tubuan confirmed his judgment and turned to leave the room. His home had been targeted, and this was likely the handiwork of the Tower organization. He could no longer stay here. Tubuan's previously stable mood deteriorated. Quickly packing a suitcase in the bedroom, he moved to a small compartment. There he walked to the corner wall. With a punch of his right hand, the wall shattered, revealing a small secret compartment containing a safe. Opening the safe, he found a few gold bars and a grotesque monster's skull inside. Tubuan collected the gold bars, then picked up the skull with his claw-covered hand and approached the pile of rotten flesh. As he stuffed the skull into the rotting mass, it instantly transformed into a swirl of black mist, circling the rotten flesh a few times before flying out of the house. Tubuan left the house with his suitcase, summoning a malevolent wind to chase after the black mist. The room fell silent once more, with only the ghastly pile of rotten flesh and blood on the floor, silently exuding a foul stench in the stillness. After a while, the pile of rotten flesh on the ground began to writhe together, forming a mouth. The process was slow, accompanied by faint viscous sounds. After a while, the pile of rotten flesh on the ground began to writhe together, forming a mouth. The process was slow, accompanied by faint viscous. "Otherwise you can wait to turn to ashes along with this safe zone." It finished its words with a sharp tone. Then it paused for a moment, seemingly waiting for a response, for fear, for bargaining, or perhaps for Tubuan to kneel and beg for mercy. However, the room remained deathly silent. There was no response, no sound from Tubuan, no footsteps, not even the sound of breathing. Only the fleshy mouth that formed trembled slightly. "Where is he?" With a loud thud, a mass of flesh was forcefully smashed onto the ground. A stout man shouted in anger. "Damn it, he actually ran away." The companion beside him frowned slightly. "Keep your voice down, or we'll be discovered." "But how dare that guy defy us? It is a privilege for him to be noticed by the sacred tower. He should be grateful and kneel to accept it. He has already flown away, or it's useless to say." The companion lowered the binoculars in his hands. "If it had gone smoothly, we wouldn't have lost 3 partners from the Join group." Looking at the brightly lit buildings in the distance, the companion continued, "Since he has left, we should go too." The two of them had been squatting on top of a tall building not far from Tubuan's residence for half a day, waiting for him to return. "Does your ability not work? How could he just run away?" the stout man asked in confusion. The companion shook his head. "Not sure, it probably didn't work. Otherwise he wouldn't have run. Quickly pack your things and clean this up. I know, stop rushing me," the stout man said as he picked up the flesh mass he had thrown on the ground and wiped away the blood-stained circular patterns drawn on the floor. "Why are we going after this human? I'd rather find the woman named Han Ihe." He licked his lips, opening his mouth wide, stretching his grin to his ears as he stuffed the flesh mass into his throat. "It's not our fault for drawing this guy. Do you think I wanted to chase after this humanoid monster?" The companion was also packing up with a dissatisfied expression. "Moi." Suddenly his companion noticed a swirl of black mist circulating in the air before him. "Indeed, we should have eaten those guys who drew Han. If that way we could have switched places." The stout man's face was filled with unwillingness. "My strength is no less than theirs. I was just a little short of competing for the Join position. If I had known that 3 Join level members had died in the outposts outside this safe zone, I would have applied to Master E for a replacement. Cleaning up is such a hassle." He noticed that the blood on the ground wouldn't wipe clean, so strands of fat maggots began to fall from his body, starting to absorb the blood. "This is much faster." He nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "By the way, what is Master E waiting for? The empty stone has already been delivered. Why is he still staying in the outpost outside this?" He looked at the writhing maggots on the ground, but heard no response. "What's wrong with you?" I'm asking you a question and why aren't you answering? You what? He stared blankly at the black-red figure grabbing his companion's head and lifting it up. Tubuan, clad in armor that manifested the form of a Qiongqi, quietly gazed at him with blood-red eyes beneath the helmet. Speak. Why aren't you talking now? A mocking voice rang out. Why was he in the corridor? The stout man widened his squinting eyes. Tubuan slowly absorbed the malice from the half-ghostly figure in his hand, casually breaking its limbs in front of the stout man. The figure, completely unconscious, trembled continuously from the pain. The earlier skull was a ghost-level wicked object. Wicked objects are materials crafted from ominous materials that cannot be made into ghost soldiers, usually scraps with bizarre effects. The function of this skull was to track the fluctuations of breath, but the tracking was indiscriminate. It would follow whichever creature came close. The tracking would leave a trace of black mist that lingered for a long time before disappearing. Tubuan usually kept this thing in the safe, though if someone else opened the safe, they would be immediately entangled by it. This item could only be used once, and would become ineffective if the distance was too far. It had many drawbacks. He initially just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect these two guys to be right around his house locking on directly. Thus, upon seeing these two, he immediately took action, controlling one of them and draining its malice. Are you in such a hurry to die, you guy? The stout man glared at Tubuan with a cold gaze. Tubuan raised an eyebrow slightly beneath his helmet. He liked such arrogant enemies that made them easier to control and less likely to take their own lives. You dared to provoke me, and still had the audacity to deliver yourself to my door. That makes it easy, or I'll beat you half to death and take you back. The stout man roared, his flesh undulating like a tide as maggots continued to fall out. A bit disgusting. Tubuan glanced at the enemy in his hand. One piece of information was enough. This one would be killed. Tubuan raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind that sliced through the air. The pitch-black blade moved so quickly that it left behind a transparent trail of distorted air accompanied by a piercing shriek, instantly cleaving the target in two. The fat man's voice caught in his throat as he stared at Tubuan in shock. However, the look of astonishment quickly morphed into a vicious grimace. From the gash in his body, a mass of flesh buds surged forth, intertwining with one another, while his bloated body rapidly expanded. His clothing was instantly torn to shreds, revealing flesh that was not human skin, but rather a thick gray-green hide riddled with repulsive pus-filled bumps, and his limbs shortened and thickened while his head grotesquely sank into the rapidly swelling shoulders and neck, transforming into a non-human visage. Almost in the moments after the wind blade disappeared, the fat man's bisected body reformed. In its place was a giant toad, nearly 3 meters tall, crawling on the ground, covered in fleshy pus-filled lumps, exuding a stench that was overwhelmingly foul. It turned out to be a toad. No wonder its aura felt so disgusting. Tubuan's brow furrowed in distaste at the foul odor. The toad opened its mouth and a spiked tongue shot out like a bullet, aiming straight for Tubuan's head. Tubuan sidestepped, then delivered a punch. Boom. In the next moment, a roaring black tornado erupted from his arm, like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage. As the expression of disbelief momentarily flickered in the bulging eyes of the toad monster, the roaring black tornado had already completely engulfed its massive bloated body. In an instant, it was churned into a cloud of blood and gore splattering everywhere. Tubuan was currently in a furious mood, showing no mercy to the vitality within him. This creature's monstrous transformation had regenerated its wounds. It was unclear if this was due to its unique abilities, or if all half-monsters could do this when gravely injured. Next time, he needed to be cautious of half-monsters that were already severely injured but had not yet transformed. The opponent might be disguising themselves to find an opportunity. Throwing the half-monster onto the ground, Tubuan slapped it awake a few times and asked, "Why are you trying to recruit me?" The half-monster answered vacantly, "Because you are strong." Its gaze was now vacant, eyes devoid of spirit, instinctively answering Tubuan's question. Tubuan inquired, "What will you do if it fails?" "Leave and report to Lord Eni." Tubuan asked, "What will happen after the report?" "Unclear. Our task is simply to ask if you will agree to join us. If not, we will retreat immediately." "Is that all?" "Yes." Hearing this, Tubuan felt puzzled. Was it really just that? He found it hard to believe. "Where is your base located?" The half-monster mentioned an address that was one of the many suspicious areas he had seen earlier. Moreover, it described the location in great detail and even disclosed the code for meeting. Tubuan continued, "Does everyone act according to this base?" The opponent shook its head. "No, except for the base in the safe zone. We are all acting in separate teams here. I do not know the actions and bases of others." "Separate actions? So cautious." Tubuan asked again, "How do you usually communicate?" "With communicators." "What about your communicator?" "The communicator is at the base. Each team can only have one communicator." "How many are there in your team besides you and it?" "3 more. A configuration of 5 in a team." "How many teams are there in total?" "I don't know." "What do you plan to do with the safe zone?" "Destroy it." "How will you destroy it?" "I don't know." Tubuan asked several more questions, and the responses were all "I don't know." It seemed that these two had low status and were completely out of touch with internal plans. Were these two coming to ask him if he wanted to join the tower merely to test his attitude? If he let one go, would it signal to them that he intended to join the tower? But tubuan had no intention of going undercover. He could never become a half-monster. The tower would not accept him unless he was a half-monster. Besides me, have others been questioned? All the high-ranking and powerful humans of the forces in the safe zone. So many. If each is from a different team, then the number of people from the tower organization hidden in the safe zone is also quite considerable. But the question was, how could there be so many? He had seen several instances of small safe zones being destroyed, yet there had not been this many half-monsters. What was so special about this safe zone that made it so cautious to the point of being wary? According to this, tubuan suspected that it was not just the 9 that had come. When he saw that there was nothing more to ask, tubuan suddenly recalled the fat man's previous words and asked, "What is the situation with your base outside our initial base, which is also our headquarters?" Tubuan's eyes brightened. Finally, some good news. Where is it located? He immediately asked the opponent. The result? I don't know, tubuan said. Restraining the impulse to slap it dead, he asked, "Why don't you know? Didn't Lord Air's sequence pertains to space that sends us to the base in batches, also directly teleporting us to the main support of the safe zone. It was indeed a space-type ability user. Besides E and Air, how many other 9 came here? Except for the two lords, all the other 9 have come. Indeed. So several captains at that time like him were ambushed by the 9. Tubuan had thought he was the only one to receive such treatment. What abilities does Eni have? I don't know, was the immediate reply. After asking several questions about Eni, all responses were I don't know, while the opponent seemed clearer about Eni, a middle-aged man bald with a weak appearance and a scar on his bald head. His strength was exposed last time as spirit manipulation level capable of large-scale teleportation of objects. When the opponent could not answer anything further, Tubuan suddenly thought of a question. Have you felt anything from this safe zone? Huh. Tubuan was taken aback. The opponent did not respond immediately. This was strange, and normally they would respond right away. I. It was in great pain, its expression twisted. A bizarre situation arose, as if the opponent were a malfunctioning radio, emitting stuttering noises. Answer quickly. Tubuan barked, conjuring a malevolent wind in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. There is an egg. It clawed at its own face, fiercely drawing lines of blood, as if resisting something. Tubuan's pupils constricted. An egg. Bang. Suddenly, the half-monster's body exploded from within, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, drenching Tubuan's armor in gore. Someone prevented it from speaking this content, even leaving a backup to avoid it being revealed. Tubuan felt that what it discussed here was likely the very thing spoken of by the researchers in its memories. The tower organization did not come for the safe zone, but rather for this thing. The safe zone might just be secondary. That is why so many half-spirits have come here. Tubuan believed this idea was likely correct, otherwise when the opponent spoke about others there was no incident, but mentioning the egg caused an explosion. The tower organization probably did not know where the egg was. Otherwise, even a low-ranking member would be aware of it. They sent their subordinates to search, but absolutely did not allow the news of the egg to be revealed. Tubuan swung its arms, sweeping away the blood and dirt from its body with the wind, and turned to leave. Picking up the suitcase, Tubuan first went to the bank to exchange all the gold bars for credit points. Then it went to a hotel located a few blocks away, booking a short-term room with credit points and safely placing the suitcase. It needed a temporary place that wouldn't be easily found. It planned to go out again shortly. The vitality within its body was abundant, and Xiongqi was quite well. Since it had learned some intelligence, it decided to work overtime temporarily. It directly headed to the location reported by the half-spirits, its figure leaving a trace under the night sky. Before long, it arrived at the location mentioned by the half-spirits, a warehouse deep within an abandoned industrial area. In this abandoned industrial zone, Tubuan could see many homeless people here. When it arrived, the entire base was empty, without a single half-spirit. Clearly they had agreed on a time to return, and since the two of them did not come back, the others immediately abandoned the base. When Tubuan arrived, there were still many signs of life at the base. The opponent had left in a hurry, taking very little with them. It even saw a large pile of bones in an isolated compartment. At that moment, illuminated by the faint moonlight seeping through the broken window, it could see a large number of white bones haphazardly piled up inside, nearly filling half the compartment. The bones varied in size, but clearly all belonged to humans. Some even had distinct bite marks and traces of violent cutting. It was evident that countless people had fallen victim to foul play. After finding nothing useful, the coal died. Tubuan left. This overtime work continued until dawn. When the red sunlight emerged at the horizon, Tubuan arrived near the meeting point agreed upon with Han. "Mr. Tu, why do you look so drained?" Han E asked with concern. Tubuan shook its head. "I stayed up a bit late last night." In fact, it was because in the latter half of the night it had ventured again into the area where ID cards were valid, hoping to check if the thing the tower organization was searching for was inside. Inside there was a complex of buildings, but tubuan hadn't finished searching before dawn broke. It planned to go back when it had time. Because it hadn't found anything. Staying up all night isn't good for you. You should find time to rest later, Hani said. I understand, tubuan replied, knowing its physical condition indeed needed adjustment. It simply nodded as a response. The two were now in a shop room, which had already been taken over by the hunting organization. All right, I'll help you disguise yourself. Don't move around, Hani instructed. Hani clapped her hands, and two people carrying tool bags entered. Both were members of the technical department. They showed some respect towards tubuan. After nodding and greeting, they skillfully opened their tool bags, taking out various small delicate tools and materials for disguise. Hani, did you encounter any suspicious situations last night? Or enemies? Yes, a few came to ask if I wanted to join the tower organization. Hani replied, I originally wanted to outmaneuver them and capture them, but as soon as I tried to pull them in, they ran off. Hani was clearly frustrated, her teeth grinding. Sisterin was right, these guys are just like rats. She then looked at tubuan, who lay on the chair with his eyes closed like a statue, allowing the others to work on his face. Mr. Tu, did you encounter them too? Yes, tubuan nodded. I managed to catch one and asked a few questions. Really? Did you learn anything? Hani asked excitedly. Tubuan replied. Yes, all of the 9 have come, and there is a large base of theirs outside the safe zone. Where is it? Hani immediately asked. Tubuan sighed. The guy I caught didn't know they rely entirely on air for spatial movement, so this guy didn't know the location of the main. I shared the useful intelligence I gleaned from the half-spirits with Hani. After listening, she asked, what about their plans? Tubuan replied, he was too low in status to know. Hani responded. So he's just a worthless pawn. Tubuan nodded. Yes, just a worthless pawn. However, he then shifted his tone. But precisely because they are worthless and expendable, the tower would send them out to test our attitudes and response times. Then based on our reactions, they would deal with us or confuse us. They likely have some major moves planned soon. Is that so? Hani frowned slightly. What if someone agrees? Then we must be careful not to get backstabbed. Tubuan shook his head. Sir, we have finished the disguise. Would you like to check? The two who had assisted with Tubuan's disguise stepped aside and handed him a mirror. Sir, the disguise has been completely processed. The reinforcement and adjustments are done. How does it look? One of them asked carefully. Upon hearing this, Tubuan slowly opened its eyes that had been closed. It didn't immediately reach for the mirror, but first moved its neck and jaw. With a blank expression, it tilted its face to the side in front of the mirror, checking several angles. The mirror reflected a completely unfamiliar, with thin lips, a gaunt face, and a hooked nose. It observed its reflection back and forth, feeling that the technical department's work was indeed commendable. This layer of disguise was sufficient to fool most observers at close range. It's good enough. It put down the mirror, succinctly commenting, thereby acknowledging their work. After a moment's thought, Tubuan added, very good. Those simple 3 words were enough to relieve the 2 technicians, who then handed Tubuan a loose-fitting garment to help disguise his figure. Next, the 2 began to help Han adjust her appearance. Once both were ready, Tubuan and Han set out to inspect the area. Didn't you say we were going to inspect the area? Yeah. Then what am I doing right now? Roasting dried earthworms. Why are we roasting dried earthworms? Inspecting the area. What do those 2 things have to do with each other? Oh, sorry, I forgot to clarify. Mr. Tu, you just need to guard one area. We'll handle the patrols elsewhere. So I'm just here to roast dried earthworms. Tubuan stood silently beside a cart on which several skewers of dried earthworms were roasting, emitting a scent of protein. No, you're the town guard, Hani corrected. Isn't this a waste of time? Tubuan expressionlessly picked up a skewer of roasted earthworms and stuffed it in. The taste was mediocre. It was barely edible with salt, and with some seasoning, it was just tolerable. This is not a waste of time, Hani shook her head. If you're here, you can handle any unexpected situations that arise immediately. All right then. Tubuan conceded. I'll leave this to you. Hani smiled, waved her hand, and left. Transforming into the appearance of a middle-aged woman, she seamlessly blended into the crowd. As she stepped into the crowd, her figure slightly hunched, her gait became somewhat sluggish, and the sharp aura characteristic of a hunter vanished without a trace. She had completely transformed into an ordinary, somewhat weary-looking middle-aged woman, naturally integrating into the surrounding crowd. Tubuan let out a faint sigh as he looked around. It was no wonder Hani had this idea. After all, searching for the target was indeed quite challenging. He was currently at the edge of a square which was a bustling market. It was far more of a spontaneously formed large open-air market than a square. Selling everything from daily necessities to various bizarre snacks of questionable origin, Tubuan's roasted dried earthworms were already considered quite decent. He also spotted several skewers of cockroaches that hadn't been cleaned properly before roasting. The crowd was jostling against one another, bustling and lively. Local residents, incoming merchants, and quite a few individuals who looked rather unsavory mingled in this not-so-large square, making it hard to distinguish one from another. Here, trying to identify deliberately hidden members of the tower or bewitched half-spirits was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Large-scale inspections would immediately incite chaos and panic, alarming the snake in the grass. Moreover, relying solely on personal perception to pinpoint targets in such a complex and chaotic environment was extremely difficult and would drain considerable energy. Compared to the various chaotic foods around, tubuan's skewers of dried earthworms appeared strikingly appealing. Many people came over to buy from him. Tubuan's skill in handling food was naturally adept, his techniques proficient, and he enjoyed creating a charred layer for added flavor. He was also generous with seasonings. As a result, the line of customers in front of him grew longer, drawn in by the enticing aroma. However, there was an advantage to this. With each new arrival, he could utilize his ability to discern good and evil. When people were crammed together, this ability seemed quite muddled. It was hard to see clearly without getting close and examining each person individually. "Hey uncle, how much are the dried earthworms?" At this moment, a young boy in line inquired as he approached Tubuan. 10 skewers for 0. 2 credit points, 20 skewers for 0. 3 credit points. Tubuan considered the crowd and casually replied, "My." The boy looked puzzled and asked, "Uncle, did you make a mistake? If it's 10 skewers for 0. 2, then 20 skewers should be 0. For right." Tubuan glanced at him. "No, it's not a mistake, it's 0. 3. No, you're definitely wrong," the boy insisted stubbornly. "What I sell has nothing to do with you. Are you buying or not?" Tubuan spoke sharply, and with the face he currently wore, he had quite a sharp and biting tone. The boy immediately shouted, "I'll buy." "Why wouldn't I buy? Give me 40 skewers. Why not take advantage of a good deal?" Tubuan picked 40 skewers from the grill for the boy, who paid, and then ran off. Following his movements, Tubuan saw there were men, women, children, and the elderly. The boy quickly ran to a relatively less populated staircase at the edge of the square. There several people were gathered, some sitting and some standing, including an elderly woman with gray hair and a wrinkled face, and a middle-aged couple in their 30s or 40s with dull expressions. There was also a girl seemingly around 7 or 8 years old being held in the embrace of the middle-aged woman. Surprising, how can they still maintain 3 generations under such circumstances? In this era, it wasn't easy for non-sequence elders to survive. Puzzled, Tubuan immediately checked for good and evil and found that aside from the boy and the girl beside him, dark smoky energy floated around the 2 middle-aged individuals and the elderly woman. Indeed, something was off. The boy shared the skewers of dried earthworms with everyone. The elderly woman took them with a smile, slowly eating, while the middle-aged man patted the boy's head as if to praise him. However, Tubuan clearly saw the boy's body tremble slightly at the moment he was patted on the head. "Boss, is my order ready?" the customer in front urged. "Wait a moment, I need to finish using up these materials. I'll go grab another box." As Tubuan spoke, he walked over to a few nearby boxes. Pretending to retrieve something, he actually opened the communicator. After a moment, he heard Han Yi's voice. "What's wrong?" Tubuan replied, "I've discovered a group of humans here that seem off." "I'll bring people over right away," Han Yi replied. Click. The communicator turned off, and Tubuan scanned the surrounding spots, exchanging glances with Han Yi's hidden subordinates. Receiving Tubuan's gaze, everyone picked up on the signals transmitted through his eyes and grew alert. Tubuan slapped his forehead, forcing a blend of regret and apology onto his face, raising his voice to the few scattered customers still in line. "Oh no. I'm really sorry, everyone. I apologize." He pointed to the nearly empty food containers. "We've run out of materials. I didn't expect business to be so good today. I truly apologize." The crowd in line erupted into chaos. "I'm sorry, I'll be back tonight. If you all want to eat, come again then." The customers grumbled, but seeing that there was indeed nothing left to sell, they could only helplessly disperse to seek other stalls. Once the crowd had dispersed, Tubuan's eyes shifted, and he noticed that group was planning to leave. Of course, Tubuan couldn't let them escape. He quickly tidied up a bit and pulled the cart to follow them from a distance. After leaving the market, the streets appeared desolate, even though it was already noon, with only a few people wandering about. People maintained a vigilant distance from each other, surrounded by damaged buildings and chaotic graffiti-covered walls. Not long after following this family from a distance, Tubuan received a call from Han Yi. "Mr. I can't make it over. There seem to be suspected members of the tower organization here as well. I'll leave that side to you." "Understood. You can have my subordinates around here assist you at any time. Don't worry, I can handle it." The call ended, and the family ahead entered a building. Tubuan did not follow them immediately, but watched them ascend the stairs. Once their figures disappeared from view, he waved his hand to the side. A figure emerged from the shadows beside him, one of Han Yi's subordinates with stealth abilities. "Help me follow them and see where they reside, and if there's anything unusual, pay special attention to those 3 adults." Tubuan instructed him. The subordinate nodded, gradually becoming transparent and disappearing into the air. This ability was akin to that of a chameleon, not complete invisibility. Tubuan's keen senses allowed him to perceive the subtle sounds of his movements. His footsteps and actions were exceptionally well controlled, clearly a result of training In the presence of even slight noise, tubuan could not detect him immediately, unless the person was very close to him. No, tubuan suddenly activated his good-evil discernment and saw a swirling mass of black and white chi moving slowly. It seemed he would need to use this ability more often to observe his surroundings when something fell off. Tubuan didn't have to wait long. Shortly after his subordinate, he reported to Tubuan. In room 406, the elderly man has been sitting motionless on the sofa since he entered. The man is reading a newspaper. The woman is holding a sleeping child, and the boy has hidden himself in a room. Is there anything unusual? Tubuan asked. Everything is unusual, the subordinate replied, his expression grim. He swallowed hard. Mister. To that room is extremely cold as an ice cellar. It seeps into your bones. Yet there are no cooling devices inside, while outside it is sweltering hot. He pointed to the black-red sun above, which was emitting intense heat with the outdoor temperature nearing 40 C at this noon. Tubuan's expression didn't change. What else? The people, or rather they shouldn't be human. As for the man reading the newspaper, he continued, his speed quickening. The newspaper is from half. He held it up motionless. In the full 20 minutes I monitored them, he didn't turn a single page, not even touching the newspaper with his fingers. He merely held it suspended like a wax figure on display. The woman holding the child is curled up in the innermost part of the bed, facing the wall. The child is tightly wrapped in blankets and his face is not visible. The woman's arm around the child is very tight, too tight, like an iron hoop. The subordinate paused for a moment and continued. I was afraid the child would be suffocated. However, upon closer proximity, he found the child had curled into a ball, protecting himself, while indicating this wasn't the first time, but rather a frequent occurrence. The subordinate licked his dry lips and added, also Mr. They are too quiet. Tubuan replied, quiet. The subordinate nodded. Yes, throughout that entire time those three adults made not a single sound. No conversations, no coughs, no shifting. Every time I approached, I could not hear even a breath, as quiet as statues. What about the boy? How is he? Tubuan asked. During that brief contact, he observed the boy was a normal human. He is hiding in the house. I couldn't enter. I originally intended to look at him through the window, the subordinate said. Then I saw him stealthily emerge from the house, moving slowly, seemingly afraid of those people. All right, I have a general understanding of the situation, Tubuan said as he walked towards the building. Let's go handle these people, whether they are members of the tower organization or not. They are not here. Understood, the subordinate replied. Under his guidance, Tubuan arrived outside room 406. The subordinate directly opened the door. He had followed the group inside and had not locked the door upon exiting. Upon opening the door, he saw the middle-aged man and the elderly person as described by the subordinate. One reading a newspaper, the other vacantly staring in. Hearing the door open, both froze, then mechanically raised their heads towards the two, their faces displaying an expression of disbelief. Who are you? What are you doing in my home? The man shouted in panic as he stood up. I am with the hunting bureau, Tubuan said, presenting his fake identification. Yet the man continued to shout as if he hadn't seen it. Get out quickly, or he'll notify the guards. The guards wouldn't handle matters related to the hunting bureau. Any sane person would know that. Tubuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly moved, gripping the man's throat and instantly draining the dark energy from his body. He then released him, and the man slumped to the elderly person next to him screamed, but Tubuan also grasped her head. Just as he was about to absorb the dark energy, she suddenly grabbed Tubuan's arm with a speed that belied her appearance. Sir, the subordinate exclaimed swiftly, drawing his gun. It's fine. Tubuan shook his head, signaling him not to fire. This person had significant strength, but it was useless against Tubuan's body, which was greatly enhanced by dark energy. Unaffected, Tubuan drained her dark energy and casually tossed her to the ground. Who are you? The two on the ground did not respond, remaining motionless like puppets with severed strings. Tubuan frowned slightly. It was somewhat strange, but he couldn't quite articulate what was odd about these two. There was a sense of incongruity. As he crouched down, the closer he got, the stronger that sense became. The texture of their skin appeared excessively uniform under the dim light, even somewhat waxy. Tubuan remained silent for a moment, then reached out to grasp the man's arm and pulled hard. With a tearing sound, his arm was ripped off and bright red blood sprayed out. Yet the subordinate beside him widened his eyes in shock. For within this man's body there were no bones. Beneath the skin supporting that human form were actually pieces of dark decayed wood. Moreover, the blood that spurted out carried a strange odor. Tubuan looked at the dark wooden arm in his hand, his mind racing to identify the type of monster it belonged to, but none matched the one before him. He gripped the severed arm, its texture bizarre, warm and soft skin on the outside, yet hard and rough wood on the inside. Some plant-like creatures do not maintain a human form. He forcefully pulled the wood from the arm, revealing a joint resembling human bones, more crimson splattering. Tubuan lowered his head and sniffed. The blood spilled on him still carried a faint floral scent. Tubuan raised the arm in front of his subordinate, urging him to examine it closely. Do you know what type of monster this is? To be safe, Tubuan also stomped on the hands and feet of the two creatures. At that moment the bones inside made a crisp cracking sound like breaking wood. After his initial shock, the subordinate expressed his confusion. "I've never heard of such disguised monsters. That's strange, this shouldn't belong to a human." Tubuan furrowed his brow. Suddenly the malice emanating from the two bodies lying on the ground thickened into a dark haze. A series of grinding wooden noises echoed as the two grotesque beings slowly began to rise from the ground in a distorted manner. Bang bang. Tubuan struck both down again with his fists. Hiss, that movement. The subordinate seemed to recall something from the actions of the two. Noticing his reaction, Tubuan asked, "What is it? Did you discover something?" The subordinate inquired, "Sir, do you know about the puppet master?" Tubuan had a vague impression. The puppet master, the one from the fantasy sequence. He knew little, only that this sequence could control puppets for battle, with higher ranks commanding stronger and more numerous puppets. So these beings are puppets of some puppet master. Yes, the subordinate nodded, squatting down to grab the head of the old man on the ground, whose limbs were severed yet still struggled. The subordinate felt a chill run down his spine, but showed no hesitation. He forcefully twisted the old man's mouth, producing an audible crack as he bent it at an unnatural angle. He reached into the throat to probe, and then paused, pulling out a round sphere. This is indeed something from the puppet master. "Mr. To look at this." Tubuan took the object from his subordinate and examined it closely. It appeared to be a hand-carved metal sphere, poorly crafted with uneven, crooked patterns. These patterns emitted a faint glow from within, but that glow was gradually dimming. Is this the puppet master's ability? What is its purpose? This is the core that controls the puppets. As long as this is destroyed, the puppets will lose their master's control. The subordinate added, "Having this means someone is controlling them." "Are you saying someone has been controlling them all along?" Tubuan suddenly realized something. "Can it see us now?" The subordinate froze, his expression changing. "Yes." Smash! Tubuan raised his foot and crushed the head of a nearby man, shattering the core within. "From now on we need to be careful with our words," Tubuan warned cautiously. Fortunately both were in disguised forms, and Tubuan had a voice-altering object in his mouth, changing his voice. The subordinate had not directly addressed Tubuan until now. Hearing this, he nodded gently. At that moment a startled cry rang out. The boy, who was supposed to be hiding in the back room, had somehow appeared at the living room door. One hand still resting on the doorknob, as if he had just opened the door, he stood frozen in place, his face pale as paper. The boy saw the crimson blood on the floor, and the two puppets crushed under the feet of Tubuan and his subordinate. Fear visibly crept onto his face, but there was no sorrow or anger for the loss of family. He lifted his foot, wanting to run back into the house. "Stop right there." Tubuan took the gun from his subordinate and aimed it at the boy. Without seeing the gun in his hand, the boy only heard him shout to stop and continued to run. Bang! Tubuan fired. Suddenly the bullet embedding itself into the old wooden threshold of the back room, sending up a small cloud of splinters and dust. The gun was silenced, the sound minimal, but it frightened the boy, who dared not move an inch. Slowly he turned around with a mechanical stiffness. The gun in Tubuan's hand still emitted wisps of smoke, his gaze as cold and hard as iron, firmly locked onto the boy. "I told you to stop, didn't you?" The boy trembled again, his eyes darting in panic, not daring to meet Tubuan's gaze, let alone look at the dark muzzle of the gun. After a moment, he summoned his courage to look at Tubuan, his slender throat bobbing. "You are the vendor of the grilled earthworm skewers from earlier." "That's me. I am from the Monster Hunting Bureau, here to investigate some matters." Tubuan produced a fake identification document. "You know, your family is acting strangely, right?" Tubuan narrowed his eyes. At that moment he looked like a vulture with a menacing glare, full of intimidation. The boy quietly replied, "Yes." "Yes." Tubuan continued to ask, "When did you start feeling this way?" "About a month ago my parents started acting strange, and my grandmother returned from outside." The boy answered, "My grandmother has been missing for a long time." Tubuan kicked the man's arm to the boy's feet, startling him again. "Do you know what these creepy things are?" Tubuan asked, pointing at the exposed wood. The boy saw it, disbelief etched on his face. "No, I don't know." "You go deal with that, mother." At this moment Tubuan instructed his subordinate nearby. The subordinate cautiously asked, "What about the little girl?" Before Tubuan could respond, the boy suddenly shouted, "My sister is normal. She was with me and didn't go out. Go sit over there quietly. If you listen well, I won't harm your sister." Tubuan pointed to the nearby sofa. The boy obediently walked over and sat on the sofa, while Tubuan discarded the two puppet remains into the restroom, then came out to sit opposite the boy. "Now tell me about your family. What exactly is going on?" Under the imposing gaze of Tubuan, the young boy stammered as he recounted his experiences and what he knew. The boy's name was Shirtu. His father was a supervisor at a factory, while his mother worked at a wastewater treatment plant. Through their hard work, they managed to buy a small house, barely securing a place to live in this safe zone. They had 2 children, him and his younger sister. Their grandmother had disappeared 3 years ago. The family was barely getting by in this harsh world. As long as either Shirtu or his sister awakened their potential, there would be a bright future for them. However, everything changed for this family a month ago. Shirtu said that a month ago his parents mentioned they had found a new job opportunity, and if all went well the debt on their house would no longer be a problem. At that moment tubuan asked what kind of job. Shirtu shook his head. I don't know. They said it was an official organization's job, and many people went, so we shouldn't worry. An official organization's job. Tubuan turned to his subordinate who had just exited the room, and asked did any official agency send personnel here about a month ago. The subordinate holding a girl was taken aback, and thought for a moment before shaking his head at Tubuan. No sir. There wasn't any official agency here a month ago. He added, in the area I patrol this block falls within my jurisdiction, so I can assure you that no official agency has notified or applied for any work here. Tubuan then looked at the boy. Did you hear that? The boy's face turned pale as he stared intently at the girl in the subordinate's arms. Do you mean our family was deceived? Tubuan retorted, is it not true? He pointed towards the direction of the bathroom. You know they are no longer your family. Shirtu certainly understood. Tubuan asked, have you ever thought about seeking help from the Guard Bureau and the Hunting Bureau? Although it might not guarantee attention from those in the Bureau, it was better than waiting here for death. I've tried and I keep trying, Shirtu replied with a bitter smile. They have set days every week to take us outside covering all areas we live in. But no matter when I tried to sneak away there was always someone blocking my path. Whenever Shirtu noticed something unusual, even in the dead of night, when it was quiet he would encounter his father and grandmother sitting on the couch. They would stare at him unblinkingly with their eyes. He thought of jumping out the window, even if it meant breaking his legs. He would see his mother crawling on the outside wall like a spider, her stiff gaze fixed on him, her thin hand gripping his sister tightly. It was only then that Shirtu realized his mother had been holding his sister to prevent him from escaping. Shirtu couldn't help but exclaim, then where are my real parents? Tubuan fell silent for a moment. From the feeling earlier it seemed that the puppeteer had hollowed out the bodies of his family and replaced them with puppets. Thus these puppets were actually his family. The fact that he could see their chi indicated they still possessed some biological traits. This suggested that these people might still be alive to some extent. But Tubuan wouldn't show mercy just because they might still be alive. In such a controlled state death would be a Your parents haven't gone anywhere. Those two I just threw into the bathroom are them. Tubuan stated bluntly. Shit's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. He couldn't believe it, especially recalling how his parents had mechanically repeated actions over the past month. Even today when he purchased dried worms for grilling it was because he and his sister needed to eat, and he had to bring them a portion every time he bought food. They had to act normal when outside, concealing their abnormalities. Only when they returned home did they revert to this bizarre state. Thus Shirtu could not believe that these beings could be his parents. Tubuan shook his head. They have been controlled and are no longer in control of themselves. Shirtu listened blankly. Controlled. The subordinate handed him his sister, and he instinctively took her in his arms. The girl immediately clung tightly to him. He felt her trembling, and thinking of what they had endured during this time his eyes instantly turned red. Tubuan glanced at him before leading the subordinate outside to confer. The two of them could see Shirtu inside at any time. You need to report this matter to your captain and investigate who has been conducting recruitment activities in this area recently. If the officials are short-handed they wouldn't come to these ordinary people. Someone must be up to something, and they likely have some power to deceive the common folk. Otherwise in this apocalyptic world not everyone is foolish, they wouldn't just follow someone blindly. Especially after hearing that the puppets had to patrol the area a few days every week, Tubuan suspected that someone was monitoring this region. The Tower Organization. No, not necessarily. This method seems too unlike them. But what would they want to monitor the safe zone for? Sir, there's something I need to tell you. After finishing Tubuan's orders the subordinate did not leave immediately, but suddenly cut off the audio device at his neck. Seeing his actions, Tubuan realized he had something to discuss privately, so he also turned off his audio. Tubuan asked, what is it? The subordinate whispered, there is actually a puppeteer of considerable strength in our safe zone. Tubuan gazed into his eyes. Who? The subordinate replied, Dingren, he is from the military. Oh, very few people outside the military know about him. Tubuan frowned. There's a puppeteer in the military. How do you know this? I used to be in the military, but due to work reasons I was transferred to the Hunting Bureau. That's how I know about this person. Do you suspect it is that puppeteer? The subordinate left. Looking around the room, Tubuan discovered that the stone had opened the doors to the restroom and the inner room, dragging out 3 puppets and placing them in the center. The stone knelt dazedly on the ground, remnants of dried tears on his face, instinctively repeating a few words. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. He looked down at the 2 broken-jointed bodies of his parents on the ground, the rough wooden fracture and the cold human skin. If they were merely controlled puppets, did that mean? Were they forcibly transformed into this ghastly state? After the sadness, a tide of immense anger surged forth. At that moment, Tubuan felt a wave of energy emanating from him, and he turned to see a thin layer of hard stone forming on the stone's skin. Under the strong stimulation, his sequence awakened. The stone strode forward, standing before Tubuan. I want revenge by any means necessary. But Tu Buan showed no hesitation sidestepping him. I am not a babysitter. Aren't you a hunter of deception? So now I need to gather intelligence and investigate this matter. Once we find the source, we will resolve it. Tu Buan cast a sideways glance at him. We are not responsible for taking care of you, little ghost. The stone gritted his teeth, running in front of Tu Buan, and suddenly kneeling down. Please, my sister is still so. Help us. Tu Buan paused in his steps. Seeing him stop, the stone thought Tu Buan was considering it, but just as he was about to lift his head, a sharp pain shot through his chest. The stone felt as if his chest had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. All the air instantly squeezed out, and excruciating pain erupted. His small body flew backward like a tattered doll, crashing into the mottled wall behind him with a sound that made one's teeth ache before sliding down to the ground. He was kicked hard against the wall by Tu Buan, the force so great that it made him collapse on the ground, gagging. Tu Buan slowly retracted his leg, his gaze cold, without a trace of human emotion, as if he had merely kicked away a troublesome stone. He looked down from above at the boy curled up on the ground, writhing in pain, his voice colder than before. Don't place your hopes on strangers. It is utterly foolish. He strode away, leaving only his last words echoing in the air. The hunter of deception has always been recruiting. Now that you have awakened your sequence, figure it out yourself. The stone lay on the ground, a burning pain in his chest, each breath pulling at his fractured agony. He stared blankly at the empty corridor, the buzzing in his ears making that sentence sear into his mind like a branding iron. Hunter of deception. Sequence. These two terms, once unfamiliar and distant to him, now seemed to be the only lifeline within reach. The stone lying on the ground watched Tu Buan's figure disappear into the corridor. When his sister rushed out worried to support him and looked at the three bodies in the room, the stone slowly clenched his fists. Relying on others. Begging for mercy. The stone slowly and painfully propped himself up with his arms, the sharp pain in his sternum making him grimace, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His sister struggled to use her small strength to help him. The words from that person earlier were indeed very true. He could only rely on himself. In the corridor, Tu Buan covered his head, veins bulging. The moment the stone knelt and begged before him, a sharp pain shot through Tu Buan's brain, and images he had never seen before flashed in his mind. These images were extremely blurry, like a flickering television screen. It seemed that once someone had knelt before him begging for something, but within his heart, an uncontrollable anger burned. Tu Buan shook his head vigorously, trying to stop thinking. He felt that if he continued, his head would split open. Tu Buan staggered away from there, checking nearby for similar situations to the stone's family. It wasn't until nightfall that Han Yi came to find him. By then he had already inspected the entire area and discovered more puppets like those from the stone's family. However, their situation was worse. In the stone's family, only he had been affected, while in other families, almost everyone had turned into puppets. As Tu Buan was clearing them, he was still puzzled as to why the stone and his sister, even though not transformed, were not killed by the puppets. A household situation changed his perspective. Just as Tu Buan was about to destroy the last puppet, that puppet on the brink of destruction suddenly rushed forward, blocking the door to a room at all costs. When Tu Buan dealt with it and opened the door, inside was the corpse of a child who had been dead for an unknown amount of time. This scene confirmed Tu Buan's thoughts. The puppets retained a faint awareness of their original selves, albeit very weakly. The stone's family probably held on to this last shred of humanity, which saved the stone and his sister from being killed by the puppets. They were both surveillance and protection. As for why the stone was wandering outside without being detected or eliminated by the behind-the-scenes controller, Tu Buan felt that it was likely due to the other party's arrogance and indifference. One could see the nature of the puppet master from the core's carving technique. Damn it. Understanding the reason, Tu Buan's expression turned cold. As Hani approached, she immediately noticed his grim face. Realizing something was wrong, she asked seriously, what happened? You first tell me the situation on your side. Did the people from the tower organization get captured? Han Yi sighed. They were captured, but only a few peripheral personnel. They know very little, not nearly as much as what you are asking. Those few are filled with nothing but killing thoughts without a shred of cunning. Just to be safe, I've brought them back to the Bureau for questioning. She added, I suspect these people are a smokescreen created by the tower organization to confuse us. They probably anticipated that we would come looking for them. It's your turn. Tell me about your situation in detail. Tu Buan recounted the matters concerning the puppets and his speculations to her carefully. After listening, Han Yi's expression was shocked. Although she had just learned about the puppets from Blackbird, Tu Buan's discoveries left her even more flabbergasted. She suppressed her inner fury and asked Tu Buan, so you suspect the person under the district chief has issues? Tu Buan replied expressionlessly, I even suspect the district chief has problems. But if we want to find the district chief, he is no longer in the safe zone. He is not in the safe zone. When did this happen? Han Yi said helplessly. I went out in the morning and I just received the news a little while ago. But the problem is, yesterday Tu Buan had just learned about the enemy's stronghold outside the safe zone. Moreover, the district chief also knows that the tower organization within the safe zone is lurking in the shadows, eyeing the safe zone with malicious intent. As the highest administrative and military officer of the safe zone, the district chief should be stationed at the center coordinating the defenses, investigating for traitors, and responding to any potential emergencies. He should be more aware than anyone of the severity of the current situation. Yet at such a critical time, he actually ran out. This left tubuan with no choice but to doubt him. Unless the district chief discovered the enemy's stronghold outside and led the troops to eradicate it. Did he take the troops with him? Hani replied, yes, except for the minimum defensive force left at the walls. He took away most of the troops, and they left in a grand procession, not knowing where they were. So does the district chief know about the tower organization's stronghold outside? Was it the Shoguei Bureau that informed him? Tubuan's face darkened. Does director know about this? Hani nodded. Yes, the guards went to find the director, saying the military personnel were absent and the defense task was entirely handed over to the Shoguei Bureau. Hani scoffed. They usually cling tightly to power, but when something happens they throw it all away. They are all a bunch of spineless cowards. Tubuan nodded in agreement, then looked up at the sky and said to Han, you should report back now, and by the way mention, given the current situation the two had no choice but to take it step by step. It was crucial to capture the hidden tower organization first. Han-Yi's expression fell. This is so troublesome. Why don't you come back with me? I have something urgent to attend to. No time, Tubuan explained. All right, then I'll leave first. Upon hearing that Tubuan had urgent business, Han-Yi could only agree. Thank you, I'll treat you to a meal later. Tubuan smiled. Then you better be prepared for me to eat you out of house and home. Han-Yi laughed instantly. Then I want to see how much you can eat. By the way, hand me the filter, you'll need it later. Sure. Han-Yi casually tossed her filter to Tubuan. As the two exchanged jokes and bid farewell after Han-Yi disappeared, Tubuan's expression immediately turned cold. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and Tubuan's gaze was icy as he slowly scanned any possible hiding spots. He left the spot, took some time, deliberately took a detour, and after confirming there was absolutely no one following him, Tubuan returned to the area he had not finished searching yesterday. Compared to the city, this place was even more desolate. He walked straight to the heavy metal door leading to the underground. The cold alloy on the door reflected his expressionless face. Below is the area sealed off by the district chief, accessible only with an ID card. Tubuan placed his ID card on the control panel beside the sealed door. Beep! A soft sound rang out, and the green light above lit up. The heavy alloy door emitted a dull hydraulic sound and slowly opened inward. Even though he had come here once yesterday, opening the door still released a thin layer of dust. Behind the door was a wide passage extending downwards. The walls were made of cold metal, glinting under the faint light of the emergency lamps barely illuminating the path ahead. More areas were lost in deep darkness where light could not reach. Tubuan put on the filter Han-Yi gave him to keep the dust out. He had been here yesterday and knew it was a laboratory. Tubuan walked down the passage slowly as the heavy metal door behind him slowly closed automatically with a soft click, locking shut. The last trace of light from the outside was cut off, and he completely fell into the unique, oppressive silence of this underground space. The light from the emergency lamps cast his elongated, distorted shadow on the walls, swaying as he moved, resembling some kind of dormant monster. Tubuan's pupils constricted, turning a shade of crimson. The darkness before him suddenly became devoid of escape, and the world became clear. After walking for a short while in the passage, he arrived at a collapsed double door, which he had kicked down. Inside was an open space with toppled instrument racks, scattered glass shards, discarded equipment, and traces of indiscernible colors dried on the tables. In the corner, some unidentified plants had also sprouted. On both sides of this space, there were two paths. Tubuan had taken the left path last night, which seemed to lead to living quarters and storage areas. The things inside had all been cleared out. Tubuan carefully searched the left side, but found nothing useful. All that remained were the heavy frames that could not be moved and scattered useless trash. He spent a considerable amount of time last night nearly digging 3 feet deep, yet found not a single document or useful intelligence object, only a ground full of useless garbage. Moreover, the scene was very chaotic, as if something had happened in a hurry. However, there was not a single piece of information left behind. Perhaps the answer lay on the other side. Tubuan turned his gaze towards the right passage. Last night, due to time and environmental constraints, he had not delved deep into this side. He adjusted the filter, which emitted a faint sound, and Tubuan stepped forward silently, entering the right passage. This passage was longer than the one he came down from, and it took him some time to reach the end. Along the way, he passed several rooms, opening them to take a look. They were all equipment rooms, monitoring rooms, and similar spaces. The screens in the monitoring room had not been removed, but other equipment was spotless, with not a shred of information left. The large equipment that could not be moved was eroded and melted into a pile of waste by an unknown liquid with no possibility of restoration. When another fork appeared at the end of the passage, Tubuan decided to first check the left side. The left end led to a laboratory, and this time Tubuan made some gains. He found a locked box beneath an office desk. The desk was in a collapsed state with the box pinned underneath. Tu Buan tore open the metal box which contained an ID card and a notebook-like object. The photo on the card showed a middle-aged woman wearing glasses with information labeled on it. Name Lu Chongping, permission level A, director of biological research department. A simple identity card, yet the person on it, Tu Buan, is unfamiliar to him. At least there are no records of this individual in the archives of the Hunting Bureau. He then opened the notebook only to find a cover filled with chaotic handwriting and lengthy passages. When you see this text, I estimate I hope that you who are viewing this notebook are a person with a normal worldview. Time is pressing and I cannot leave too much information. I should have been less cautious when writing. Shinbei is a madman. If you are still in the safe zone, run quickly. The farther the better. The experiments here are sequence transplantation, and there are currently 3 surviving subjects. If you can find them, please. The frantic handwriting. This message was deliberately left by Lu Chongping, hoping someone would see it. And the name Shinbei. Isn't that the name of the district master Shun? He was indeed suspicious. However, the content above cannot be trusted completely. He needs to pay more attention to ascertain its authenticity. Tu Buan flipped through the pages, finding normal, orderly records of daily work and life complaints, which were all rather nonsensical. It can be seen that this person is very methodical. Not a single experiment detail was revealed in the records. It seems the author regretted not leaving any useful information behind. He carefully scanned through the seemingly useless text line by line, page by page, and there were bound to be some clues. After finishing all of it, Tu Buan put the notebook away and sorted out the useful information in his mind. This place had undergone months of experimentation. In the early notes, there seemed to be only one subject in the laboratory. However, from the notes, it could be inferred later 2 more subjects were added. The notebook's owner, Lu Chongping, recorded their physical data and responses to various stimuli with restrained words, as if she felt some reluctance. Yet she still forced herself to treat them as mere experimental materials. The other 2 subjects were added later, 2 females and 1 male who had died during the final stages. In one experiment, his condition deteriorated rapidly, ultimately marked as deceased. The notebook did not describe the specific process, but the work records for that day were completely blank, with only a few ink blots on the paper, silently narrating the recorder's likely tumultuous emotions at that moment. The notebook did not describe the specific process, but the work records for that day were completely blank, with only a few ink blots on the paper. The notebook did not describe the specific process, but the work records for that day were completely blank, with only a few ink blots on. This is the territory of District Master Shun, which he has sealed off, indicating that he is aware of what happened here. Could the incident be related to him? This is the territory of District Master Shun, which he has sealed off, indicating that he is aware of what happened here. Could the incident be related to him? This is the territory of District Master Shun, which he has sealed off, indicating that he is aware of what happened here. Could the incident be related to him? Tu Buan walked towards the final area. From the notes, he also learned that this place was the cultivation chamber. Halfway there he stopped, because an iron door blocked his. He wanted to try using Lu Chongping's ID card to unlock the iron door, only to see a damaged control panel nearby. Tu Buan frowned slightly. In the next moment, a black-red gauntlet enveloped his right arm. Bang! With a loud bang, a dent was smashed into the thick, sturdy iron door. As Tu Buan raised his hand, preparing to deliver a second punch, his movement, habitually using brute force. There was actually no need to complicate things. The gauntlet dissipated, and a spectral wave appeared in Tu Buan's palm, tearing at the iron door before him, creating a massive smooth crack. With the spatial ability of the Taowu, he could have teleported himself directly. However, he didn't do so out of unfamiliarity. If he entered, he wouldn't be able to control where he would return. As soon as Tu Buan slipped through the crack, he saw another identical iron door. He raised his hand to open a gap again, only to find yet another iron door behind it. Tu Buan. After breaking through 7 iron doors in succession, Tu Buan finally arrived inside the cultivation chamber. This was a vast space filled with many cylindrical containers resembling enormous glass jars. Most of them were shattered, thick, dark green liquid flowing out from within, as some had dried on the ground, forming a disgusting filth. Yet Tu Buan's gaze was fixed on the few cultivation pods in the center from which crimson liquid flowed. Just as he had seen in his dream memory, Tu Buan approached the central cultivation pods, covering his palm with armor, squatting down to gently dip a finger in the liquid for observation. Then he looked around and found 2 unbroken reagent bottles to collect a bit of both the green and red liquids. After so long, these 2 liquids had not completely dried up, which was unusual. He couldn't discern what it was. It could be given to the research department, or even to Bai Yuwu to see what these substances are. After securing the reagents, Tu Buan searched other areas within the cultivation chamber. He unconsciously walked to the deepest corner of the breeding room. There lay some discarded instrument casings and broken boards covered by a large, heavy, dust-laden black tarp, looking out of place in the surroundings, as if it had only been. A strong intuition drove Tu Buan. He quickly stepped forward, grasped the edge of the black tarp, and yanked it down forcefully. Dust fell like gray snowflakes. What was hidden beneath the black tarp was not the discarded equipment or more cultivation pods as imagined. Instead, it was a large pitch-black box, the surface of which exhibited a matte quality that seemed to absorb all light. The material was neither metal nor wood, feeling icy to the touch and possessing a peculiar resilience. However, the exterior was damaged, covered with various scratches, and the surface was pockmarked with depressions of varying sizes. Some of the edges of the depressions even bore signs of distortion, as if they had endured a violent impact or some terrifying force's frenzied battering. The moment tubuan saw this object, his pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized this box. When he first encountered Lin Yi and Qinshan, the two had led a team escorting something said to be extremely important. And what they were protecting at the center of the convoy was this very box before him. Tubuan remembers this so clearly because many of the dents on the box were made by him. At that time, after dealing with the three subordinates who tested him, Tubuan charged directly at Qinshan. They exchanged a few blows before Qinshan, seemingly unconcerned, took a punch and then began to get serious. Their attacks affected the box significantly. He circled around it and found no openings. The entire box seemed to be a smooth, solid piece. However, Tubuan found a small screen that seemed to require a fingerprint to unlock. He decided to tear it open, replacing Qiongqi with Taowu. Spatial fluctuations arose in Tubuan's hands as he raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread. The air in front of his palm began to twist and fold, emitting a low, resonant hum. An invisible spatial fluctuation converged, aiming at the central region of the box, intending to directly open a hole in the middle. As the spatial ability made contact with the box, a peculiar high-frequency vibration suddenly erupted from within. A layer of rippling waves appeared on the surface of the box. As the spatial fluctuation twisted toward the box, the moment it struck this layer of waves, instead of erasing part of the box as expected, it rebounded, as if hitting a smooth mirror. It slashed toward Tubuan's head. He quickly turned his head to dodge, narrowly avoiding the spatial fluctuation, which knocked away a significant portion of the cultivation chamber behind him. This thing could actually shield against spatial abilities. Tubuan was somewhat shocked. What kind of material could have such an effect? It was simply unheard of. After a failed strike, and almost being backfired by his own power, Tubuan's expression grew grave. The power of space was ineffective and could even be distorted and rebounded. What about other forms of energy? He needed more information to ascertain the nature of this strange object. Thinking this, Tubuan stepped back a bit, raised his left arm slightly, and in the palm of his left hand, crimson energy rapidly gathered, radiating a scorching heat that distorted the cold and humid air around. With flames igniting in his hand, he unleashed a fiery punch at the box, the dazzling flames crashing against its surface. This time, Tubuan saw clearly. Flowing light appeared on the box, and the flames circled around it before returning to him unchanged. Tubuan stamped his foot, and a solid, thick rock wall rose from the ground to block the flames. After a moment's thought, golden light sparked in his eyes as he envisioned a future using different energies. Ultimately, no matter which element he used, it would be repelled. The box was not even metallic, and controlling metal had no effect on it. It seemed energy attacks were ineffective against this thing. However, looking at the dents on the box, the golden light in Tubuan's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, and the black-red Qiongqi armor enveloped his Approaching the box, he thrust both hands forward like sharp blades, piercing through two locations on the box. His arm muscles bulged as the box emitted a sharp, shrill cry, slowly tearing apart from the two openings. Although the box could not withstand Tubuan's strength, its toughness was remarkable. The speed at which he pulled it apart was somewhat sluggish. Suddenly, a very faint sound, almost like a mosquito's buzz, mixed with the wailing of the box. Tubuan's violent tearing motion suddenly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. His crimson pupils slowly gazed toward the passage from which he had come. Someone opened the alloy door. 5 individuals dressed in tactical gear, armed to the teeth, stepped into this underground space. Each of them wore full-cover tactical helmets, and their visors were made of dark, bulletproof glass, obscuring their features, revealing only the cold, breathing apparatus interfaces beneath. "Oh, this place is truly disgusting," remarked a tall and thin individual, using the flashlight on his gun to illuminate the foul liquid on the ground, expressing his disdain. The voice had been processed and sounded electronic. "In the dead of night, there are still people coming here." The leader, a robust figure, had his tactical suit stretched by. He was clearly more cautious, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings like a hawk, frowning as he instructed, "Number 3, stay alert, do not let your guard down." All right, number 1, you talk as if I have a non-existent grandmother." Number 3 raised his weapon again, falling silent as he meticulously scanned the surrounding debris. Number 1 continued, "Number 5, scan this area." "Understood." The smallest figure at the back of the team took out a box from his back and opened it to reveal a delicate mechanical device. Number 5 quickly pressed a few buttons, and several drones the size of bees flew out from the device, dispersing evenly and heading toward the left and right passages. Simultaneously, green dots appeared on the screen of the device, and as these green dots moved, the screen slowly outlined the map of the underground structure. Then number 1 made 2 hand signals, and the remaining 4 spread out, each finding a position to set up their weapons. The drone on the left mapped out the entire area, while the one on the right displayed a red dot when it reached the last segment. In the next second, all the green dots representing the drones on the screen suddenly vanished. To the right, number 5 immediately raised his head, grabbing his weapon without retrieving the device from the ground. "Move out," number 1 commanded, and the group quickly formed a line, advancing rapidly toward the right passage. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the passage to the cultivation room, staring at the metallic doors with slashes cut into them. Number 1's expression under the mask was serious. He ran his fingers along the edges of the cut, which were extremely smooth, as if naturally formed. Number 5 prepared the high-frequency device. The opponent may be a spatial-type sequence user. Understood. Number 5 took down a cylindrical device from his waist, slowly rotated it, and forcefully pulled it apart. The high-frequency device extended, revealing patterns, emitting a cold blue light. Number 5 held the high-frequency device while drawing his pistol. Number 2 raised the shield. Okay. Number 2, much larger than number 1, placed a metal box down with a thud. After a couple of operations, the box unfolded into a massive black shield. Number 2 raised it with his right hand while lifting a grenade launcher with his left. Number 4, be ready at all times. If things go wrong, draw your blade immediately. Number 1 instructed the last team member, who was the only one without a firearm, bearing a straight knife at his waist. Number 4 said nothing, slowly nodded, tightly gripping the hilt of his knife. Moved. Number 2 led the way as the 5 of them quickly crossed 6 metallic doors until they saw the figures standing in front of the cultivation room. Target discovered. Number 1's voice, devoid of any fluctuation, echoed through the passage. In the next moment, 4 red dots locked onto the critical points of the figure's body. 5 individuals observed the man before them. The dust in the air slowly floated under the sparse infrared light, and faint cracking sounds echoed in the distance. Dressed in casual clothing with a filter mask on his face, he did not seem particularly flustered despite being locked onto by the red dots of the 4. Standing amidst the wreckage, his casual jacket was covered in gray dust, yet he appeared unfazed. The filter on his face obscured much of it, revealing only a pair of unusually calm eyes behind his glasses. Tubuan watched the armed group of 5 not far away, their night vision goggles trained on him, as he reached into his clothing to retrieve a disguised identification. He was still in a disguised state. "I am a member of the hunting bureau sent here to investigate certain matters. This place may harbor the organization." As he spoke, the irises in Tubuan's eyes seemed infused with liquid gold, a bright halo emerging from deep within his pupils. He then let out a soft sigh. "It seems communication is impossible." At that moment, flames illuminated the dark passage and a hail of bullets flew towards Tubuan. The sharp whistling of bullets tore through the air, the crisp sound of shells clattering to the ground, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the area, overwhelming it. But at the moment the barrage reached Tubuan, it seemed to pause, suspended before him. He controlled the chi to form a shield in front of him, intercepting the bullets midair with high pressure. Tubuan looked at the dense array of bullets, picking one up to examine, his eyes chilling over. This type was specifically designed to target humans. He had previously encountered this type of bullet during a mission against a group of thugs outside a safe zone. The bullets were filled with sinister blood, exploding upon entering. Once the sinister blood entered the body, humans would be affected by its corrosive biological properties, losing control over their own bodies. Even some unprotected individuals found it hard to resist. Once the sinister blood entered the body, humans would be affected by its corrosive biological properties, losing control over their own bodies. These people were specifically hunting humans. Tubuan injected a vial of active agent given by Laosong's subordinate into his body, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. They were here to hunt him down. It seemed that the issue with District Master Shun was significant. This was likely his contingency plan to prevent anyone from discovering the secrets hidden in such a closed area. "There is an unknown energy shield. Switch to high-frequency bullets," the first one declared decisively upon seeing the bullets halted. But before they could reload, dazzling flames illuminated the entire passage, a wave of fire rushing towards them. 5. The second one raised a heavy shield in front of everyone, while 5 standing behind them all forcefully pushed the high-frequency device forward. Beep! A sharp sound erupted from the high-frequency device, the intense flames dissipating like foam. The pressure shield before Tubuan vanished, and the dense bullets fell to the ground with crisp sounds. "What is this?" The high-frequency disturbance made Tubuan frown slightly as he raised his hand, intending to erase the 5th one with space manipulation. But as soon as the wave appeared, it disappeared instantly, and a sharp pain shot through Tubuan's palm. That thing could disrupt his abilities. Tubuan immediately realized. "Open fire." The first one commanded again, having switched to the special bullets, and the others began to release ammunition. But a massive wooden dragon burst from the ground beside tubuan, crashing through the bullets and opening its gaping abyss-like mouth towards the second one at the front. Clang. Huh. The second one rapidly expanded to over 2 meters tall golden, fur sprouting from beneath his clothes, and with a battle roar he managed to block the wooden dragon. The physical impact did not matter, so this thing could only affect energy form abilities. A high-frequency bullet landed at tubuan's feet, exploding with a similarly sharp, albeit faint frequency. This bullet had the same effect. That makes things easier. But where did this weapon come from? He had no information at all. At that moment a silver light sliced through the air around tubuan, directly aimed at his neck. A sharp stone pillar erupted from the ground, blocking the sharp knife, and the ambushed fourth one showed surprise in his eyes before quickly withdrawing. As he retreated, several sword-like rock pillars shot up from the ground. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been impaled. His voice vanished into the shadows, seemingly blending into the darkness. Could there be abilities that could merge into the shadows? In such a dark environment, it was like a fish in water, extremely troublesome. But the golden ring in tubuan's eyes shimmered as another rock pillar erupted from the other side, once again blocking the fourth one's attack. This time only shock was evident in the fourth one's eyes. How is that possible? Bang! Simultaneously tubuan unleashed a whip-like kick that struck the second one hard in the waist, producing a sharp whooshing sound. Cough! The second one let out a muffled sound, flying like a cannonball and crashing heavily into the wall. It's a pity that the scenery in our eyes is worlds apart. Tubuan let out a light laugh. The movements of the fourth one were all visible in the future seen by the beast. The first one wanted to immediately raise his gun to assist, but the next second the second one was firmly blocked as the wooden dragon suddenly grew 2 more heads of the same size from its body. They lunged fiercely at the first one and the fifth one at the back, who was holding the high-frequency device. The first one's pupils constricted. He dropped his firearm and extended 2 droplet-shaped metallic shields from his arms. He let out a roar, and the head above his neck rapidly transformed into a canine, had a circle of white rings appearing around his neck. The first one swung his arm, smashing the 2 wooden dragons into the ground, reducing them to splinters. Tubuan casually blocked the shadow blades wielded by the fourth one, taking note of the first one's performance. Such a display of ability was not ordinary. In the same situation, even Kai Yong would struggle to hold back. That fellow across managed to stop 2 at once. This was not just a display of power, it was likely a mythological ability. Clang, clang, clang. Ignoring the fourth one continuously being blocked by rock pillars, Tubuan's gaze shifted to the last one, or rather to the high-frequency device in her hand. He was quite curious about that thing, wondering if he could keep it intact. This energy form ability could not be used, but did not affect Tubuan significantly. As he maintained his foresight amidst intense energy consumption, Tubuan suddenly froze. He felt a certain shackling force within his body vanish, a torrent of furious energy surging forth. Tubuan sensed the agitation of this energy. It seemed he had reached the spirit-shaping level. Just as Tubuan sensed he had ascended to the spirit-shaping realm, Si Hao, whom he had long dismissed as mere background air, suddenly narrowed his eyes. 2 gashes tore open across his back, and a pair of obsidian wings unfurled behind him, simultaneously accelerating his movement to blinding speed. A shimmering veil of shadow coalesced over his straight blade. In a flash, he severed the crisscrossing stone pillars erupting from the ground, and lunged toward. Both speed and destructive force surged more than 2-fold. His prior maneuvers had been nothing but feints meticulously crafted to set the stage for this decisive manifested strike. He cut through relentlessly. Within a blink, the jet-black blade arc descended upon Tubuan's head. Success! I already told you. Si Hao watched stunned as Tubuan tilted his head ever so slightly and cast a sidelong, unblinking glance. Through Si Hao's night vision optics, the sacred golden ring within Tubuan's eyes suddenly expanded, transforming into a chilling, blood-red expanse. That crimson radiance pierced with terrifying intensity, even penetrating the advanced optics, to stab directly into Si Hao's pupils. Clang! The black blade arc struck Tubuan's neck, yet rang out like steel on steel. The sound was deep, resonant, utterly unlike flesh-meeting blade. It echoed as though striking tempered, unyielding iron. At the moment of impact, the black energy edge flared with a brief burst of splintering sparks. The colossal recoil jolted Si Hao's arm with numbing force. Black and crimson armor materialized around Tubuan's neck, a grotesque helmet snapping shut over his face, leaving only 2 searing red glows flickering in the darkness. Si Hao charged in without warning, slamming his spiked shield down hard upon Tubuan, only to have it effortlessly caught and halted. Gah! Si Hao acted instantly, bellowing, "San Hao." That single cry was all he managed before his body slumped lifelessly, but from a distant corner came a faint, precise click. There, silently concealed in optimal position, stood San Hao, the sniper. Red light flared beneath Sihao's clothing while Yihao, standing before tubuan, leapt backward with explosive urgency. Boom! A deafening blast wave surged outward, scorching heat and roaring flames erupting like a tidal surge, engulfing tubuan where he stood. Simultaneously, Yihao's chest swelled, dramatically golden light spilling forth even from between his ribs. Witnessing this, Wu Hao withdrew the high-frequency emitter from his hand. The oscillating field vanished instantly, while steam billowed from the overheated device. Roar! Yihao roared, unleashing a cannonball of golden-crimson energy directly toward tubuan. The sphere swelled and intensified mid-flight before detonating against tubuan, its secondary explosion rippling outward, scouring the corridor walls with blackened scars. Flames danced across their faces. Yihao's gaze hardened with grim resolve. Farther still behind the sniper scope, Sanhao's eyes remained cold, unblinking. All three locked onto the epicenter of the blast, the figure consumed entirely by fire and concussive force. Such a point-blank detonation combined with Yihao's full power strike would leave even a defensive-type sequence holder grievously wounded, if not obliterated outright. The fire-churned, smoke thinned. A hazy human silhouette slowly emerged from the inferno. He stood, unbroken. Through the warping heat, haze, tubuan's form gradually resolved. The air around him shimmered unnaturally under extreme thermal distortion. The Kyanka manifested black and crimson armor remained immaculate, its tattered cloak fluttered softly behind him. Not a single hem of his garment had ignited. His voice, filtered through the respirator, remained calm, almost detached, as it cut cleanly through the fading echoes of the blast, a decisive judgment. Sacrificing a comrade to create an opening, remote detonation, tactical execution flawless. Those scarlet pupils reignited within the dispersing smoke, locking onto the approximate location of Sanhao's sniper perch. Pity, the power falls short of true impact. As the words settled, the black and crimson armor enveloped tubuan's frame and unfolded further, dark golden sigils blooming along newly revealed fissures. A colossal, fearsome tiger head, dual-horned, monstrous, materialized behind him, unleashing a silent, earth-shaking roar toward the remaining four. Merely its spectral presence froze the corridor's air, crushing pressure bore down, suffocating in its sheer weight. Tubuan drove his fist forward. The titanic tiger head surged alongside his swing, barreling toward the quartet with unstoppable momentum. Air compressed violently along its path, cracking like thunder, metal floor and walls buckled and peeled away under that invisible, devastating force. It coalesced into a cataclysmic torrent, engulfing the entire corridor in an instant, surging toward the four, who stood rigid with dread. Full defense. Yihao's shout was nearly swallowed by the deafening howl. Facing this apocalyptic blow, the remaining four contracted their pupils, overwhelmed by a deathly dread they had never known. Erhao lunged forward, placing himself squarely before the others, blocking the torrent with his body. In the next heartbeat, his explosion-resistant spiked shield shattered into dust. He raised his arms instead to brace the impact. Yet even his sequence-enhanced physique, built to withstand such forces, proved tragically frail. His skin tore instantly upon contact, a guttural scream of agony ripped from his throat. Hearing Erhao shriek, Wu Hao slammed the high-frequency emitter shut once more, attempting to erase the torrent. But tubuan's attack relied purely on raw, overwhelming force. The emitter proved utterly ineffective. Within seconds, Erhao disintegrated. The residual shockwave slammed into Yihao, Wu Hao, and Sanhao, hurling them violently backward. The narrow corridor had been blasted outward, widened by sheer force, while fragmented stones rained steadily from the ceiling. So this is the amplification granted by spiritual energy. No wonder the chasm between manifestation and spirit-shaping realms is said to be vast. Still, that last strike consumed 1/3 of tubuan's internal spiritual energy reserves. Tubuan frowned faintly. His breakthrough had come too easily. Normally, such ascension would provoke violent resistance from the sequence itself. The stronger the sequence, the fiercer the backlash. The sequence should have warped his will, yet tubuan ascended as if he had already walked this path before. When his prior sequence abilities depleted completely, reaching 100% fusion, the transition occurred seamlessly. Had he once reached the spirit-shaping realm, and later through some calamity fallen from that height? As tubuan pondered, a path was cleared through the thick smoke he had expelled, revealing a staggering figure not far away. It was number one, still alive. However, his appearance was utterly tragic, not to mention the blood-soaked wounds all over his body. His hands were so mangled that one could hardly discern their original form. Standing was a struggle for him. Upon seeing number one, tubuan was momentarily taken aback. The crimson light in tubuan's eyes flickered slightly, as if he were assessing something. The grotesque tiger-headed phantom behind him slowly undulated. The ability to discern good from evil had undergone a transformation. At this moment, a line of text appeared beside number one's body in tubuan's eyes. The black mist-like characters were traditional Chinese characters consisting of just 2 words: pray. This should indicate an enemy. Tubuan glanced around number 1 and saw number 5 lying face down nearby, a label floating beside him reading deceased prey. Number 5's physical constitution was extremely poor. His sequence was enhanced sensory ability, making it easier to manipulate those devices. This led to him being directly killed by the residual wave. Meanwhile, number 3 was still alive, struggling to prop herself up. Half of her face a bloody mess. Not far away lay her sniper rifle. As Tubuan looked at number 1, who could barely stand, he recalled number 4's self-detonation and spoke, "If you surrender now and reveal the people behind you, I might let you go." Upon hearing this, number 1 glanced at Tubuan. Looking at the Grim Reaper clad in black and red armor with golden patterns flowing across it, number 1 fell silent for a moment, feeling his already fragile body. It seemed that the few of them left could no longer complete the mission. Mission failed. The target was too strong. He let out a weak, bitter laugh and nodded at Tubuan, saying, "We surrender." It was as if the last remnants of his strength were drained away, and he half kneeled on the ground, his head hanging limply, as if he had completely given up all. Tubuan quietly watched him, the crimson light in his eyes flickering slightly, seemingly making a final judgment. Of course, he could not let these few individuals before him go. The black characters beside their bodies clearly indicated their intense malice. The grotesque tiger-headed phantom behind him gradually faded, ultimately dissipating into the air, and the sense of oppression around him lessened somewhat. He took 2 steps forward, his black and red armor crunching over the broken metal debris, producing a faint sound. A wise choice. Tubuan's voice remained calm. "Now tell me who sent you. What is your purpose? Why did you have to target me?" As his words fell, he instantly flashed in front of number 1, grasping his head, directly absorbing his malice. But at that moment, a drastic change occurred. The seemingly defeated and head-hanging number 1 suddenly raised his drooping eyes, a final surge of madness and determination igniting within them. A white light circle once again illuminated his neck. While bowing his head earlier, number 1 had drained all the strength from his body, gathering it in his chest. He intended to self-detonate. But Tubuan would not allow him to do so. He deftly knocked number 1 unconscious, while a blade-like wind blade shot out beside him. Tubuan replied, "Shinbei is problematic. He is likely an enemy. To be safe, I need to check if you are an enemy too." Bai Yuewu asked in confusion. Shinbei. Bang. The sudden gunshot startled Tubuan. He turned slightly to see a pitch-black gun barrel in the open mouth of number 3. The bullet struck the energy within number 1's chest, instantly triggering a violent energy explosion, sending Tubuan staggering back a step, yet he remained truly a group of madmen. By the time Tubuan rushed through the smoke to reach number 3, she was already dead. The explosive device she had triggered had blown, thus the entire 5-person squad was annihilated. Although no intelligence was gleaned from these individuals, their presence here indicated they were from the District Lord. They opened fire without even attempting to interrogate, aiming to eliminate him directly. It could be confirmed that the District Lord had issues, though there was no evidence. However, it didn't matter. Tubuan clenched his fist, slightly feeling the terrifying power within his body. Now there was no need to negotiate with District Lord Shun. Whether he spoke or not, Tubuan would beat him until he confessed. Tubuan swung his arm clad in armor, heading back to inspect the box. As he walked past number 5's corpse, he intended to pick up the high-frequency device on the ground to check its damage. However, in that brief moment of bending down, Tubuan's gaze shifted, locking onto the bloodied and mangled number 5. This guy seemed to have a heartbeat. Near-death prey. Tubuan immediately released the manifestation of Cheongshi, pulled out a regeneration potion from his clothes, and administered it to her, while absorbing her malice by gripping her head. Once her heartbeat grew slightly stronger, Tubuan knew this individual had survived. Thus he had acquired evidence. Finally, there was the box. Tubuan dragged number 5 back to the box, relying on his armor to manifest once more, directly flipping open the upper half of the box. Revealed within was an empty, egg-shaped depression, seemingly having once held a gigantic, egg-like object. Moreover, this depression was quite large. If Tubuan lay down flat, he would occupy only half of it. Inside, he felt a faint breath surging from the depths of his bloodline. Though it was very subtle, its presence undeniable. His instinct led him to this safe zone, clearly drawn by that so-called egg. He examined the interior of the box carefully, hoping to find some clues, but yielded no results. His only lead now depended on the number 5 in his hands. Tubuan promptly grabbed her and swiftly left the underground area, without even considering taking the specially made box with him. With a kick, he sent the heavy metal door flying open, soaring into the air. Tubuan rapidly flew in one direction. The fact that they could come here indicated that this place had been under constant surveillance, and now that his squad had been annihilated by him. As long as their people did not return, the other side would immediately initiate action, either sending more personnel to eliminate him, or promptly strengthening defenses over other important areas and objects. District Lord Shin had taken a large number of troops outside the safe zone, so it could be speculated that they might not have sufficient manpower. Coupled with the fact that these 5 were an exemplar squad that had met their end, they wouldn't continue to send people to eliminate him. Instead, they would immediately continue to relocate and fortify. He needed to quickly extract the whereabouts of the egg from number 5 to prevent it from being moved elsewhere. However, this individual was in very poor condition and tubuan had no healing capabilities, so he had to find someone. This is a laboratory where the ceiling emits a gentle blue light accompanied by the low hum of various precision instruments. A faint scent of disinfectant permeates the air. Bayuewu, clad in a pristine white lab coat, is extremely excited at this moment. She is nearly prostrated over the massive central experiment table, her eyes fixed intently on a test tube in her hand. Inside the test tube is a small amount of crystal clear liquid. Within the liquid, countless minuscule golden red cells are writhing, continuously colliding with one another, even splitting and reassembling, exuding a vitality so intense it is almost heart-stopping. The radiance reflects in her eyes, which are equipped with a microscope, gently flickering and dancing. This is truly marvelous. Such a vibrant state of life. Bayuewu gazes fervently at the reagent in her hand. This is the substance she extracted from Wang Qiangshu's blood, and she never anticipated that Wang Qiangshu's compatibility with the demonic entity would be so exceptional. It is almost a perfect state of fusion. This small amount she holds already possesses a level of vitality close to that of the true essence of the demonic entity. It should be noted that Wang Qiangshu is merely a half-phantom who has recently awakened. If given sufficient space to grow, Bayuewu believes she could certainly catch up to that disaster-level demonic entity, or even surpass it. At this moment, a notification sound echoed from the console not far from her. The door to this experimental area had been opened. Bayuewu was taken aback and glanced at the time. What could Mr. Tu be doing here at this hour? She had given the access card to her experimental area to Tu Buan and Kuei Malong. Fearing that Kuei Malong might cause trouble, she had locked him in the confinement room and decided to release him only when he regained his senses. So it must be Tu Buan who has come. If it were anyone else, forcing their way in, an alarm would have lit up on the console. Bayuewu placed the reagent on the shelf in front of her and rose to check the door. She wanted to see if Tu Buan had brought Wang Qiangshu along. In her eyes, Wang Qiangshu was a treasure trove overflowing with surprises. However, as she stood up, having been engaged in research for 2 consecutive days without rest, she stumbled slightly and had to support herself against the table to avoid falling. Though her sequence strength was commendable, her physical condition was poor, which inevitably affected Bayue's work. After all, whenever she entered a focused state, she would remain immersed in her research until she fainted. Usually Kuei Malong helped keep an eye on her to prevent her from overdoing it, but these past few days he had been locked away. She had indulged in her experiments, but her body could not keep up. Bayuewu shook her head, walked to the door of the research room, and opened it, thinking that since Tu Buan had never been here, he should not be able to find her. However, just as she stepped out, her dark circles apparent, and her face weary, she felt a gust of wind rush by her, tousling her hair wildly. Bayuewu. Tu Buan, holding number 5, frowned as he looked at her. Currently, Bayuewu was not wearing her crow mask, revealing a pale visage marked by exhaustion, with deep dark circles around her eyes. Beside her, a few white words floated brightly. Lifeless food. Bayuewu frowned at Tu Buan. You are Tu Buan. Are you in disguise? She inquired, silver light flowing in her hand. Tu Buan took out the voice-changing device from his mouth, tearing off half of his facial covering. Yes, I disguised myself for a mission today. Upon hearing his voice, Bayuewu felt slightly relieved. Why are you looking for me so late? Has Wang Qiangshu come? She displayed the silver light in her hand to prove. Tu Buan looked at her and said, There's something I need your help with. Bayuewu asked curiously, What is it? In the next moment, Tu Buan suddenly reached out and grasped her head. At the moment of capture, although she couldn't see it, Tu Buan could still sense the malice within her. Thus, the physically and mentally exhausted Bayuewu had no time to react and was caught off guard as Tu Buan absorbed all her malice. At the moment of capture, although she couldn't see it, Tu Buan could still sense the malice within her. Thus, the physically and mentally exhausted Bayuewu had no time to react and was caught off guard as Tu Buan absorbed all her malice. Tu Buan continued to question, Do you know if Shunbei has any plans in the dark? Bayuewu replied, I don't know, I only help him with some research matters. He provides funding and I offer technology. Tu Buan asked, You don't have a deep connection with Kuei Malong or Shunbei, do you? Bayuewu nodded no. Tu Buan sighed in relief. Bayuewu was not Shunbei's person, which made things much easier. It was merely a straightforward transaction of money and technology. This implied that she likely had not deeply participated in Shunbei's true plans hidden behind the scenes. She was merely a genius being used, a scientist focused on her own field of research. Undoubtedly, this was the best outcome. Previously, Bayuewu had mentioned working for Shunbei, thus needing her assistance. To be cautious, he first needed to check if her relationship with Shunbei. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Bayuewu to regain her consciousness. Her strength was not low, so she should recover quickly. This wouldn't take up much of his time. Indeed, just as Tu Buan surveyed the surrounding environment and removed his mask, Bayue's vacant gaze regained clarity. She looked at Tu Buan with curiosity. How did you do that just now? Do you have memories of what happened? Tu Buan was somewhat surprised. It was his first time encountering someone who retained their memory after losing consciousness. Bai Yuwu tilted her head slightly. It was a fascinating experience. I felt as if I were a third party watching myself speak. Moreover, I now feel entirely emotionally stable, akin to a human experiencing self-soothing and releasing pressure filled with tranquility. To put it simply, it's similar to a so-called sage mode. Continuing with her curiosity, she asked, "How did you achieve that? Can I learn it?" This state is highly advantageous for conducting experiments, allowing one to enter a tranquil and focused state. Tu Buan replied, "You can't. This is a special ability." Bai Yuwu sighed. What a pity. As she said this, she looked at Tu Buan with confusion. "There's another strange thing. You attacked me just now. No matter how good my temper is, I should be angry now, but I feel nothing at all." Bai Yuwu remarked meaningfully, "Your ability seems to strip away any hostility or negative emotional elements directed at you from me. Truly impressive for a technical talent to deduce so quickly." Tu Buan praised. Just a single experience, and she guessed the general nature of the ability. Bai Yuwu was indeed a genius. Forget it. At this point I have nothing more to say. I can't even muster a hint of anger. Bai Yuwu shook her head. "So you went to the extent of using your abilities to control me into asking questions to confirm my relationship with Shinbei. What do you intend to do?" Tu Buan replied, "Shinbei is problematic. He is likely an enemy. To be safe, I need to check if you are an enemy too." Bai Yuwu asked in confusion. "Shinbei is problematic. What's wrong with him?" Tu Buan summarized, "Either he is connected to the Tower organization, or he poses a threat to the entire safe zone. No matter what, he definitely has a significant issue." Bai Yuwu asked, "What's your evidence?" Tu Buan handed her the unconscious number 5, saying, "Just this. However, she is barely alive. I came to find you to revive and interrogate her." Tu Buan summarized, "Either he is connected to the Tower organization, or he poses a threat to the entire safe zone. No matter what, he definitely has a significant issue." Bai Yuwu tilted her head. "What else can I do? In my current state, with Kuei Mulang absent, it would be effortless for you to kill me at that speed." She continued to scrutinize Tu Buan. Recently, he had killed 4 people and reached the spiritual sculpting stage, exuding a terrifying pressure at all times. He reached the spiritual sculpting stage. As a fellow practitioner, Bai Yuwu could sense the residual chi fluctuations on Tu Buan. It was likely recent, yet the intensity was impressive. This indicated that Tu Buan's chi lower limit was exceptionally high, allowing him to possess such intensity of chi upon entering this stage. If a real fight broke out with her fragile physique, even if she had countless opportunities to strike Tu Buan, just one touch from him would mean her immediate demise. She would die right. Thus she had no choice but to do as Tu Buan suggested. There were still countless unknowns for her to explore, and she was not ready to die just yet. Bai Yuwu led Tu Buan into the research room and cleared a platform cluttered with items. "Put her here, I will check her," Bai Yuwu said while grabbing tools. Tu Buan casually tossed the number 5 onto the table. Bai Yuwu watched as Tu Buan treated number 5 like garbage, her lips twitching slightly. That wasn't a disposal platform. She pushed over a stand filled with tools and a device equipped with sensors. Vital signs are weak, but stable. From the appearance of the surface, it's clear she suffered a severe impact. But her condition is just hanging by a thread. Did you administer any serums to her? While quickly connecting sensor patches to key areas of number 5, Bai Yuwu asked. The nearby display lit up, beginning to scroll complex physiological data. "Can you wake her up?" Tu Buan asked, not caring whether number 5 survived. He intended to keep number 5 alive solely for interrogation purposes. Bai Yuwu noticed he was unconcerned about number 5's life or death, which made things a lot easier for her. Waking her up was far simpler than healing her. "It's a bit troublesome, but it's not a big deal. As long as there is a heartbeat, I can wake her up." Bai Yuwu walked to the nearby fridge and retrieved several syringes filled with different liquids, slowly injecting them into number 5's neck vein. High-efficiency stimulants to forcibly enhance neural activity, followed by a large dose of adrenaline to ensure her heart and lungs operate beyond capacity to counteract her protective coma. She explained to Tu Buan, almost as if talking to herself, while she worked. Lastly, a special pick-me-up to directly stimulate the brain network. Even if she is dying, her body must wake up first. "By the way, do you mind if I use some other substances? I have quite a few untested serums here." Bai Yuwu asked Tu Buan without looking back. "Do as you please, as long as she can wake up and has a breath left for me to interrogate." Tu Buan replied indifferently. "All right." Bai Yuwu excitedly ran to the fridge to grab the experimental items. She knew Tu Buan would say that. After all, this guy was destined to die, so letting her test the serums was a good opportunity. However, when Tu Buan saw Bai Yuwu taking a bunch of serums and returning to the platform to experiment on number 5, he instinctively felt discomfort and irritation. "Forget it, don't mess around with any strange substances. If you accidentally kill her or give her some kind of enhancement, that would be problematic." Tu Buan halted Bai Yuwu's actions. That would truly be a pity. Upon hearing Tu Buan's words, Bai Yuwu felt disappointed, but she still put away the bizarre. Tu Buan changed the topic and suddenly asked Bai Yuwu, "By the way, do you know about the egg?" This thought came to him unexpectedly. Since Bai Yuwu came from the Four Sacred Fortress and worked under the Four Saints, she might have knowledge of egg. Egg. I know about it. Bai Yuwu replied casually, while putting away the serums back into the fridge. Upon hearing her acknowledgement, Tu Buan's spirit lifted, but he added, do you know what I'm referring to? Not the ordinary eggs we eat like chicken or duck eggs. Bai Yuwu shook her head. You must be asking about something unusual, something you don't know or understand, which is why you're asking me. After all, I came from the fortress, and I naturally know more than you. It's normal for you to ask me. Bai Yuwu walked back to the platform beside number 5 to check her status fluctuations, and continued, considering that you came up to interrogate Shunbei, I'd estimate you're asking about the egg that represents Nuwa. What does the egg representing Nuwa mean? Tu Buan inquired. This is a long story, so I'll keep it brief. Bai Yuwu replied. It refers to the time when Nuwa sacrificed herself to allow the remaining humans to gain a sequence. She didn't leave behind nothing, but rather 7 egg-shaped objects which we refer to as egg. Tu Buan asked anxiously, what is the purpose of this egg? Bai Yuwu shook her head. I don't know. Tu Buan was slightly taken aback. Yes, I don't know. Bai Yuwu said seriously, it's been over 500 years, and we researchers have no way of knowing what these things. In fact, due to research and accidents, we lost 4 eggs unnecessarily. Now only 3 remain in the world. Bai Yuwu looked at the data on the screen for number 5, which seemed to be improving, and continued, initially we thought Nuwa would resurrect from the egg, but after such a long time apart from the seemingly eternal and unchanging massive energy within the egg, there have been no signs of hatching whatsoever. All the eggs are like this. Tu Buan frowned puzzled, and said, then why would something so important appear in such a small place? Bai Yuwu replied, except for the one with the most significant energy fluctuations, which is well protected and has the highest probability of hatching, the others have all been divided among various powers. Tu Buan asked, divided? What do they intend to do with them? Bai Yuwu paused in her actions, letting out a slight sigh. Human desire knows no bounds. We crave power, strength, money, and even dreams. The egg representing Nuwa, just the name Nuwa can captivate all the sequencers, for she is the one who awakens them all. Bai Yuwu pulled back the eyelid of number 5 to look into her eyes. The one that Shinbei acquired is an egg with its energy extracted down to a mere fraction, which is why he was able, yet even with only a trace left it cost him a tremendous price. Tu Buan asked, can they extract the energy from the egg? Bai Yuwu nodded. They believe the power within can transform them fundamentally, and indeed those who have gained the energy from within become stronger. Tu Buan inquired, so they only become stronger? Bai Yuwu retorted, isn't that enough? I can give you a case. There was a person at the awakening level who, after fully absorbing part of the egg's energy, directly advanced to the spirit-shaping level. And there were no side effects. With such a treasure, who among the sequencers wouldn't go mad? Tu Buan's tone was cold. Did they not consider the consequences? What if these 7 eggs are Nuwa's contingency plans? How should they be consumed? Greed is human nature. Life is limited. As long as one can live well, who cares about others? Bai Yuwu chuckled softly. But very few can be as great and selfless as Pangu and Nuwa. Aren't they afraid of the false gods, eh? Bai Yuwu shook her head. Many believe that absorbing all the eggs will grant them the power to annihilate the false gods. Tu Buan asked, did they succeed? Bai Yuwu shrugged, of course not. Otherwise would ordinary humans still be trapped in the safe zones? Everyone wants all the eggs, which prevents any from concentrating in one person's hands. Moreover, a normal human body cannot withstand the energy of an. Aren't there no side effects? No side effects, but that doesn't mean there's no limit, Bai Yuwu stated matter-of-factly. Once saturated, the energy will only dissipate into the external environment. This seems to be a protective mechanism. Nuwa anticipated human greed, yet still gently protects them. On the platform, number 5 let out a muffled groan, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Tu Buan said nothing further. He raised a hand, feeling the turbulent spiritual. He remembered from his dreams that the director could command all the energy within an egg to flow into himself. And there was no energy loss. He had completely absorbed it. A small portion of energy could elevate a person from the awakening level to the spirit-shaping level. So, what about an entire egg? What kind of realm would he directly achieve with the energy of a whole egg? Bai Yuwu, what happens if a person completely absorbs the energy of an entire egg? Moi. Bai Yuwu turned to glance at Tu Buan, then replied, although the probability of such an event is close to 0, I can still answer you. They could directly achieve the god summoning level, possessing the power to confront the false gods and challenge them. Tu Buan's pupils constricted. 4 of them would allow one to attain the great path. 7 would recreate the immense power of Nuwa and Pangu. Saying this, Bai Yuwu shook her head. However, I think reaching the level of Nuwa and Pangu is somewhat unrealistic. They seem to be an embodiment of the world's will. Bai Yuwu walked to a corner and retrieved several chains. By the way, you probably don't know about the Great Path, right? This is something Lord Qinglong mentioned. He said there's a realm above God summoning, which is the Great Path level. In these 500 years, a human has reached the Great Path level. A human has reached the Great Path level. Tubuan was genuinely shocked. Bai Yuo bound number 5's limbs tightly to the platform with chains. Upon hearing Tubuan's words, she raised her hand and pointed to the ceiling. That person is currently residing on the sun. Who? The name is one I am not yet qualified to know. How can they be on the sun? To suppress the strongest false god. At this point, Bai Yuo's body suddenly stiffened. Tubuan noticed her reaction and asked, "What's wrong?" "These matters are secrets not meant for public knowledge. Oh, I didn't pay attention and told you everything." Bai Yuo's expression fell. Tubuan said, "Since you've already said it, continue. That's all I know about this, otherwise why would I stop speaking?" Bai Yuo said helplessly, "I only know this limited information about the strongest false god, and that person." Tubuan looked at Bai Yuo's fallen expression, guessing. She wasn't lying, she only knew this much. However, the information she provided was highly valuable enough for Tubuan to ponder for a long time. He now had a question. Is the Tower Organization after this egg? After all, the previous member of the Tower Organization died right after the inquiry. If what Bai Yuo said is true, then their presence here for the egg was a trivial matter not worthy of such a grand mobilization by the Tower Organization. So the question lies in what Shen Bei did with the egg after it arrived in this safe zone, which drew the attention of the Tower Organization. While Tubuan was deep in thought, number 5's body on the platform suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by high voltage. The previously weak heartbeat rapidly surged on the monitor, and she emitted a gasping sound from her throat, her chest rising and falling violently. "She's about to wake up," Bai Yuo said hastily. Number 5's fingers curled, her nails scraping against the metal platform, and then her eyes suddenly snapped open. Her bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings in confusion, and upon seeing Tubuan, her pupils instantly constricted. Tubuan raised a hand to grasp her head, and her pupils immediately shattered. Tubuan asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" Number 5 immediately replied, "Anyone who steps into the confinement experiment area is to be killed without exception." Tubuan continued to ask, "Whose order is this?" Number 5 said, "It is Lord Shun's order." Tubuan confirmed again, "You mean Shun Bei, the district chief?" Number 5 nodded yes. Indeed, it was Shun Bai's order. Tubuan asked, "What does he intend to do with the army outside the walls?" Number 5 replied, "To find the Tower Organization." Tubuan frowned and stepped closer, asking, "What specifically are they going to do with the Tower Organization? Is it extermination, negotiation, or something else?" Number 5's body twitched slightly. "I don't know. This matter is not within my task scope, and my lord did not inform me." Tubuan thought for a moment and changed his question. "Do you think Shun Bei has hostility towards the Tower Organization?" Number 5 replied, "No. I believe my lord does not harbor hostility towards the Tower Organization." "Does he have contact with the people from the Tower Organization?" "Yes." Tubuan exchanged glances with Bai Yuo and saw the surprise in her eyes. Shen Bei indeed had major issues. No wonder so many members of the Tower Organization could infiltrate the safe zone so smoothly, without any commotion. It turned out Shen Bei was behind the scenes. "How many teams like yours are under his command? Are they all of the same strength standard as you?" "There are a total of 6 teams, all comprising personnel with similar strength to ours." "So many." Although this team posed little threat to Tubuan, bringing them into this small safe zone made their combat readiness stronger than that of the local forces. Not to mention that Shun Bei himself had an army. At this moment, number 5's dilated pupils began to tremble, and the ECG on the nearby display screen started to become unstable. Bai Yuo noticed, and immediately said to Tubuan, "She can't hold on much longer. Quickly ask the key questions. Inquire about the information you urgently need." Tubuan also saw the fluctuation in the ECG and stopped asking other questions, directly asking, "Do you know about the egg?" "Yes." "Is the egg still there?" "Yes, it is." "Where?" "In the East Districts. Underground experiment area No. 6. Be more specific. What landmark objects are nearby?" "Experiment area No. 6. Above it is the Chomping Hotel." Number 5's speech became more and more stuttered and labored. "How can I get in?" "Elevator requires a passcode and ID card." "What is the passcode?" "Bright lamp." After laboriously leaving these words, number 5 rolled her eyes and collapsed. At the same time, the ECG on the display screen beside her flattened into a straight line. She was dead. Tubuan frowned and asked Bai Yuo, "Why did she die so suddenly? You should see what state you left her in." Bai Yuo rolled her eyes at Tubuan, pointing at the bloodied number 5 on the platform. "Look, not a single good piece of flesh left on her skin, and several bones are exposed. And here at her chest it has sunken in completely. That regeneration potion you have is only good for keeping her alive. The potion I used to force her awake was a temporary measure. Once its effect wore off, she naturally couldn't hold on any longer." However, Tubuan had already asked all the questions he wanted. His purpose had been achieved. Tubuan was now heading straight to that hotel. Bai Yuo looked at Tubuan, who was about to leave. "Are you planning to go in and find the egg right now?" Tubuan nodded yes. Bai Yu asked, aren't you going to observe for 2 days before making a decision? Now is the best time. Shun Bei has taken the army out. As long as Shun Bei doesn't show up, the defensive strength on the egg side shouldn't be too strong for me right now. Tu Buan paused and continued, and I have already dealt with this team. If they are careful enough to directly move the egg away, it would become more troublesome for me to find. It's better to cut through the chaos directly now. Hearing Tu Buan's confidence, Bai Yu initially wanted to say that being overly confident was not a good thing. But thinking back to when Tu Buan faced the Kuei Mu wolf without losing ground, even suppressing it, and seeing his current state of being at the spirit shaping level, Bai Yu swallowed her words. As someone at the spirit shaping level herself, she naturally knew the significant gap between the spirit shaping level and the manifestation level. The manifestation level was already so strong, now at the spirit shaping level wouldn't he be even more terrifying? Thus understanding the situation, Bai Yu stopped Tu Buan, not to persuade him, but instead handed him a walkie-talkie. I have been to several of Shun Bai's experiment areas. If you encounter anything unclear or difficult to handle, you can ask me. All right. If I need anything, I will call you. Tu Buan did not refuse and reached out to take it. By the way, can you notify the fortress about the collusion between the district chief and the tower organization? No, Bai Yu replied bluntly. What? Aren't you one of the Xingxiu under the Four Saints? Do you have no means to contact them? Tu Buan asked, puzzled. Although it had not yet been confirmed whether Shun Bei posed a threat to the safe zone, Tu Buan had already regarded him as an enemy. He thought that the tower organization and Shun Bei combined had a large number of people, and their members' strengths would not be low. The local forces in the safe zone would not be able to stop them. He needed to seek external assistance. Bai Yu said helplessly, under normal circumstances, it is the Four Saints who let the mental-type practitioners send messages through the marks left in our minds. But this communication is one way. Unless I am also a mental-type practitioner, I cannot send messages back, only receive them. He needed to seek external assistance. Bai Yu said helplessly, under normal circumstances, it is the Four Saints who let the mental-type practitioners send messages through the marks left in our minds. Destroying or taking the egg would be the best situation if it could severely impact their schemes. First resolve the egg situation, then immediately notify Sushin. While Shun Bei is outside, he needs to prepare countermeasures before his return. He needed to seek external assistance. Bai Yu said helplessly, under normal circumstances, it is the Four Saints who let the mental-type practice. He felt that the entire safe zone was like a house full of holes, allowing others to come and go as they pleased, doing whatever they wanted. It was extremely arrogant. It made one want to crush the heads of that group of insects into mush. The killing intent surged in Tu Buan's eyes, and at that moment of extreme emotional fluctuation, Bai Yu, beside him, suddenly widened her eyes. She saw 3 terrifying, ghastly phantoms rising behind Tu Buan. As Bai Yu caught sight of the 3 phantom figures, one of them seemed to have noticed her gaze. It appeared to look in her direction, as if it had consciousness. A buzzing sound echoed in Bai Yu's mind, and the world in her eyes was suddenly filled with silver light. The silver light vanished in an instant, and when her vision cleared up again, Tu Buan's expression was calm, and there were no phantom figures behind him. The earlier incident seemed to have been merely a figment of Bai Yu's imagination. However, feeling the cold sweat on her back, she knew it was not an illusion if she had indeed seen it. That was an extremely terrifying entity. The silver light was Bai Yu's protective barrier, indicating that her mental state must never come into direct contact with that entity. Tu Buan looked curiously at Bai Yu, who was staring blankly at him, took an ID card from the body of No. 5, nodded to Bai Yu, and left. After Tu Buan left, Bai Yu regained her senses, ran to the control panel, opened the door of the confinement chamber of Kuei Mu Wolf, and shouted into the microphone, "You better come out quickly, there's a problem in the safe zone." The Chongping Hotel was not difficult to find. The East District mentioned by No. 5 was within the boundaries of the inner city, and a hotel located in the inner city was naturally not an ordinary establishment. Any industry that could establish itself and put up a sign in this area must be deeply rooted, far from being a simple commercial entity. Tu Buan stopped at the top of the highest signal tower in the inner city. This was a tower said to have been transformed from an unfinished and damaged structure of the old era, standing like a silent steel giant solitary amidst the architectural complex of the inner city. The signal tower was exceedingly tall. Its tower body was constructed from thick, dark alloys marked by the passage of time, rising in a complex geometric pattern straight into the clouds. The platform beneath the tower top was exceptionally wide, but strong winds howled around, causing Tu Buan's clothes to flap, wildly threatening to sweep him off from hundreds of meters above the ground. Yet Tu Buan stood steadily at the edge of the tower. From a distance, he could see a brightly lit large hotel in the inner city, along with the glaring characters of Chongping Hotel. He leaped from the high tower, gliding down to the rooftop of a building not far from the Chongping Hotel, only to discover that the hotel seemed to be hosting some kind of event. Various elegantly dressed individuals were entering the hotel one by one. After considering it for a moment, he did not rush in, but instead descended and headed to a nearby shop to buy something. While paying, Tu Buan casually asked the store manager, "What's going on at the Chongping Hotel? Why are there so many people?" The store manager was surrounded by greasy food. The food was harmless, but the prey was the enemy. Seeing someone engaging him in conversation, the store manager, who had been a bit drowsy, perked up immediately. "Don't you know, customer? I just came from the outer city to the inner city in the past couple of days, so I know very little." Tu Buan replied, "It looks like they are all important figures, the kind very different from us. It feels like the gap has only gotten wider now that I've made it to the inner city." Tu Buan sighed. "Don't be so pessimistic, young man. You've made it in at such a young age, your future must be very bright." The store manager first offered a casual consolation, then said, "This is the engagement banquet of the young master of the Qin family, who has invited most of the powerful figures in the inner city to attend, so it's not surprising that it's bustling with people." "Oh, I see. Then it's not strange at all." Tu Buan nodded. "So it was hosted by the Qin family, and it was an engagement banquet." Tu Buan thought about the Zhu family branch that had come to the Lin family previously. It should be another branch that had made arrangements with the Chun family beforehand. Tu Buan wondered, then why hold it at the Chongping Hotel? Why not at their own territory? Yes, why specifically at the Chongping Hotel, instead of on the Chun family's own grounds? He had just seen that there were 2 other hotels of similar scale to the Chongping Hotel. Aren't there other hotels to choose from? The store manager, being near the hotel, probably knew a lot. "You probably don't know this." The store manager laughed. "Although the Chongping Hotel has several shortcomings compared to the other hotels, it has a huge advantage." The store manager raised a finger. "That is food." The Chongping Hotel is backed by Lord Shun of the Shun district, connecting multiple supply lines, allowing it to obtain rich ingredients from the fortress, and with chefs hired from the creation company, the food is simply outstanding. "Oh, how good is it?" Tu Buan asked with newfound interest. "I can't describe it, but once you've eaten there you'll understand." The store manager said, slightly pained, as he had to eat there every once in a while, spending a considerable number of credit points each time. "So do I need anything to eat there?" Tu Buan inquired about his purpose. The store manager waved his hand. "You don't need anything, just wear something that shows your clothes and pay enough money to enter the restaurant." "Sai, I have the money, but those powerful figures are probably reserving the whole place, so I'll have to come back another day to eat." "No need, the Qin family hasn't completely booked the place. They've only reserved the main hall of the restaurant, and there are still plenty of private rooms available," the store manager replied. In other words, he could go in openly. The store manager continued, "You'd better go today. With such a big client, they will definitely use the freshest and best ingredients. If you go in to eat, you'll be able—" "Aren't you going?" Tu Buan asked, genuinely curious. The store manager showed a great enthusiasm for food, resembling a true gourmet. "I've just eaten and come out." The store manager chuckled, patting his belly. Tu Buan. No wonder there was greasy food nearby. It turned out he— "All right, then I'll give it a try. You won't regret it. It's worth every credit point." After leaving the store, Tu Buan found a clothing store and walked in. The inner city was different from the outer city. There were many entertainment venues and leisure spots, far from the lifeless appearance of the outer city. After entering, Tu Buan, dressed in a dark suit, walked out of the store. He recalled the enthusiastic attitude Shinbei had shown him earlier. The Chongping Hotel was a venue for his subordinates, and the staff were probably all his people. They must be aware of his appearance. Now he still did not know how to enter the experimental area of the egg. He should not act rashly. Finding the egg and tearing his face, then would not be too late. Earlier, when he was with Bai Yuowu, his mask had been torn off by Tu Buan, but he had done it subtly, leaving it intact. Following his memory, he purchased some materials used by the 2 technicians and reattached the mask. After disguising himself, Tu Buan arrived at the entrance of the Chongping Hotel, where the massive revolving door reflected the dazzling lights inside. Warm light and faint, elegant music spilled out from within, and the entrance was bustling with people. In addition to those invited by the Chun family, many others had come to join the excitement upon hearing the news. Just as he paused to observe, and was preparing to find an opportunity to enter the hotel with the crowd, a deep and oppressive engine roar approached from afar. 2 vehicles drove up. Given the scarcity of vehicles in the safe zone, private ownership was even rarer, and these were 2 armored cars, making them even more uncommon. As the 2 vehicles approached, the crowd at the entrance began to stir, and Tu Buan also spotted the armored cars. Moreover, he recognized the lead vehicle. It belonged to Qin Shan. He had once taken this very vehicle when he came to the hunting bureau. The doorman and security personnel instantly straightened up their expressions, turning exceedingly respectful, clearly recognizing the origin of the vehicle. The armored cars came to a steady stop at the hotel entrance, the engines shutting off. The hotel security and doormen quickly cleared a path for the less important customers. The customers who were persuaded to step aside immediately understood who the visitors were and cooperatively made way. A soldier in military attire exited the vehicle to open the door. Seeing the military personnel, Tu Buan was not surprised, as Chun Shan's eldest son Shin Riteo was working under Shinbei, holding a deputy position, which indicated his significant favor with Shinbei. Tu Buan's expression froze slightly. He suddenly realized. Since Shin Riteo was Shunbei's deputy, did he know what Shinbei was planning? Tu Buan felt he might know. Moreover, Chen Riteo had not followed Shinbei outside the safe zone, but had remained within it. While most of the military had ventured outside, Deputy Chen Riteo stayed behind. Was he here to handle issues within the safe zone for Shinbei, and to protect the secrets of Shinbei subordinates? Several individuals emerged from the two vehicles, 2 men and 3 women. Their appearance seemed to cast an invisible stone at the hotel entrance, intensifying the already agitated atmosphere. All eyes were focused on the 2 red-haired women among them. Tu Buan recognized a few of them, such as Chun Hao and Chen Shan's wife Tian Shi. Among them was a bespectacled, seemingly gentle man who bore a 7-part resemblance to Chen Shan. He must be Chen Riteo. The 2 red-haired women were undoubtedly from the Zhu family's collateral line, their fiery red hair unmistakable. The 2 women were stunning, athletic, dressed in custom-made gowns convenient for movement, their gazes bold and direct. However, when scanning the crowd, they exuded pride and disdain. With Chen Shan absent, it was likely he deemed this occasion unnecessary for his presence, allowing Tian Shi and Chen Riteo to represent him. As the group moved toward the hotel, Tu Buan noticed Chun Hao, led by Tian Shi, appeared well-dressed, but with a dazed expression. He looked as if he might drool. Has he not recovered from the abnormal state caused by the malicious extraction all these days? No wonder he hadn't come to trouble him lately. He had originally thought of finding a way to deal with Chun Hao if he came to bother him again, but it turned out the fool had not awakened yet. The soldiers who had opened the door got back into the vehicles, driving the armored cars away, without any intention of stopping at the hotel. Tu Buan observed, was Chen Riteo that confident? Knowing there was a tower organization present, how could they not strengthen their defenses? Or perhaps holding such a banquet at this time was itself strange. Yet the Chen family boldly arrived at this hotel with a complex background. The purpose of this banquet likely ran far deeper than it appeared. Yet the Chen family boldly arrived at this hotel with a complex background. The purpose of this banquet likely ran far deeper than it appeared. Does the absence of security forces indicate they have already arranged subordinates here in advance? Tu Buan's eyes discreetly scanned the surrounding buildings and the towering hotel before him. If that's the case, let me see how many people are hiding around. Tu Buan pulled down the matching hat of his outfit, casting a shadow, just right to cover his eyes and the upper half of his face. To others, this might just appear as a guest unaccustomed to the bright lights at the hotel entrance. Yet beneath the shadow of the hat, golden rings glimmered in his pupils, the light, not glaring, but instead exuding a penetrating sensation that flowed slowly within his deep eyes. 7 seconds later, the golden rings in Tu Buan's eyes vanished. His eyelids twitched slightly. Chen Riteo had indeed arranged guard personnel nearby, and their numbers were quite substantial. Just now, Tu Buan contemplated what the future would look like if he were to directly attack the Chen family group. Upon reaching the spirit-shaping level, the future vision of the Taowu had extended from 5 seconds to 7 seconds, allowing him to glimpse a broader future. As a result, in the future vision, during the 4 to 7 seconds, he would strike 3 squads surged out from various corners of the buildings and the hotel. Each squad comprised 5 individuals, and from their equipment, Tu Buan recognized they were all of the same type, as Team 5, indicating they were indeed the same team, referred to by Team 5. In total, there were 6 teams, with 3 of them present here. Was this a sign of caution from Shinbei and Chen Riteo, or was Chen Riteo simply afraid for his life? Moreover, in the future vision, when he attacked, Chen Riteo's manifest level strength appeared fragile under his sudden assault, shock written all over his face within mere seconds. However, within those brief seconds after witnessing the terrifying strength displayed by Tu Buan, a flash of mad determination crossed the depths of Chen Riteo's shocked gaze. He made no attempt to call for guards or futilely resist. Instead, he unhesitatingly reached into his bosom and suddenly pulled out a tiny black device. Opening the shell, he resolutely prepared to press the button inside. Although he was interrupted by the exceptionally quick Tu Buan, he shouted something, resulting in a deafening explosion and fire erupting from the hotel beside them. Massive flames and thick smoke spurted out from multiple floors' windows simultaneously, the glass curtain walls shattering and shards falling like lethal raindrops. The future vision came to a halt here. Tu Buan's expression beneath the shadow was serious. If he was not mistaken, had Chen Riteo decisively blown up the base beneath the hotel. Such decisiveness was the egg so readily discarded. The situation seemed off. This was far more complex than he had anticipated. Indeed, he could not act directly. Tu Buan watched as the Chun family group was respectfully led into the hotel by the doorman. Not long after they entered, he followed the flow of other guests to register at the entrance. "Sir, welcome to Chongping Hotel." Na front desk attendant greeted Tu Buan with a flawless smile. In praise, Tu Buan handed over his identification. He cast a swift glance around the lobby. Is there still seating available in the restaurant? A private dining chamber is perfectly acceptable. And though the ID was forged, the identity it bore was officially registered and fully valid. Of course, sir. The main dining hall is fully booked, but private chambers remain available, and our restaurant enjoys widespread acclaim. and the attendant smoothly accepted the credential for scanning her smile, unwavering. Shall I reserve your table now? Or would you prefer to check in first and rest before dining? She asked, her tone warm and considerate. Are you checking in for lodging, or merely dining in, dining only? No overnight stay. And wherever tubuan's gaze fell, nearly every staff member bore the word pray above them. Not a single ordinary person in sight. And here is your private chamber key, sir. A server will shortly join you to take your order. The attendant smiled as she returned his identification. And the credit points were automatically deducted from the account embedded in the ID. Tubuan had preloaded a substantial sum. Though indifferent to credits, Tubuan could not help but grimace at the exorbitant price, nearly 100 credits, just for a private chamber. Yet even as he waited, Tubuan did not idle. And while the attendant processed his registration at the front desk, golden rings flared briefly in his eyes, mere seconds long. Once he glimpsed what he sought, the golden rings vanished from his irises. And sir, here is your chamber key. The attendant handed him the key. And as Tubuan's fingers brushed hers while retrieving his ID, he suddenly leaned forward, just slightly, closing the distance between them. Her smile remained perfect, unbroken, but Tubuan, sharp-eyed and perceptive, noted the faint, almost imperceptible tightening of her fingertips where they gripped the credential's edge. Then came his next words, and her smile froze. N, do you have a chamber named Eternal Lamp? N, yes, sir. I'll arrange an immediate transfer. She retrieved his original key and exchanged it for another. And her gaze swept over Tubuan, slow, deliberate searching, before settling into a practiced, polished smile. Your server will arrive shortly. Please wait patiently in your chamber. We guarantee you a truly special experience. And thank you. Tubuan jingled the key as he followed an attendant toward the dining area. And the main hall below was already half filled, guests seated awaiting the banquet's commencement. He and the attendant ascended a side staircase to the second floor where rows of individual private chambers lined the corridor. The attendant led him all the way to a secluded chamber at the far end. And I'll summon your server immediately. Please wait just a moment. With that, she departed and closed the door behind her. Tubuan surveyed the chamber, elegant furnishings, tasteful decor, and noticed beside the seating area a pane of what appeared to be one-way glass offering a clear view of the hall below. To avoid triggering surveillance or hidden sensors, Tubuan made no hasty searches. Instead, he settled naturally into his seat and watched silently the scene unfolding beneath him. He hadn't waited long before a server of unremarkable appearance entered, tapping lightly on the door and holding out a menu. And praying, good evening. Here is our menu. Please present your ID card, the server said, offering the menu with a courteous smile. Tubuan reached inside his coat, withdrew ID card No. 5, and handed it over. The server took the card, glanced at it, and his practiced smile instantly crystallized, then dissolved like melting frost replaced by cold, razor-edged vigilance. This isn't your ID card. Nee's thumb moved toward a concealed button he held in his palm. The alarm trigger. Identify yourself, now. None press would unleash a piercing siren, sealing every exit and flooding the premises with armed response teams lying in wait throughout the hotel. It is me. And slowly Tubuan peeled back the outer layer of his face, revealing the visage of Agent No. 5, an illusion woven by the Taoyia's artifice. At the sight, the server's tension eased, his fingers stilled. Tubuan explained calmly, I altered both voice and appearance. And the server frowned. Where are the others? Why are you alone? An intruder breached the restricted sector. We neutralized him. My teammates are now conducting a sweep for additional breaches. I've returned to report. Then why didn't know? Come. He's the fastest. And his leg is severely injured. He can't move and his reserves are depleted. He cannot activate sequence Shadow Fate. Was the enemy formidable and a near-form spiritier sequence user? Origin unknown. At this, the server's expression shifted, understanding dawning. So you're here to report and retrieve medicine for him. Correct. Tubuan nodded. The server relaxed further, and Tubuan accepted the assumption without hesitation. But your timing is poor. The entrance is currently obstructed. We can't escort you through yet. You'll need to wait until midway through the banquet when the obstruction is cleared. The server frowned. No. Hold on. We've stabilized him with emergency serum. No immediate danger. But don't delay. It won't be long. The banquet has already begun. And he gestured toward the glass panel below where guests sat in orderly rows, all attention fixed on the stage. Tion family representatives had already taken the podium, with Chun Riteo standing beside them delivering remarks. And worried the agent might harbor resentment, the server added gently, today is the minister's wedding day. You'll need to bear the inconvenience. Understood. And go ahead and order something light to eat while you wait. No charge. Expenses are covered by the organization. Tubuan casually selected 2 dishes and returned the menu. And the server scanned the choices, then said, please remain seated. Once the path clears, I'll Tubuan offered no reply, only a quiet nod. And the server left without another word. And after the door clicked shut, Tubuan exhaled, softly, deliberately. He reattached the facial mask. And deception had succeeded, for now. And the rest would be straightforward: follow the server into the experimental zone, locate the egg, and extract it. With that thought, his gaze drifted downward, to the banquet hall below. In the chamber's soundproofing was excellent, no voices carried upward. Yet considerately a window had been left accessible. He slid it open, and leaned against its frame observing. He intended to study the Chun family's banquet, its structure, its atmosphere, and above all observe Chun Rutao himself. Time well spent, while waiting. Tubuan crouched by the window listening for a while. All he heard were some tedious banquet conversations, thanking various people, with no useful information. It was mostly the Tian family speaking, while Chun Rutao smiled beside them. The tone was extremely dull, delivered in a voice that seemed rehearsed countless times, both warm and authoritative. The content was merely about expressing gratitude to the guests, reminiscing about past friendships, and looking forward to a vision of future cooperation. The speech was meticulously crafted, smooth enough to avoid any criticism, yet as hollow as a bubble. Occasionally others chimed in or toasted, but their words were merely polite compliments. During the wait, the waiter wheeled in a cart, with dishes, not the ordinary-looking one from before. Tubuan tasted it. The flavor was indeed quite good, the ingredients were excellent, but the chef's skills perhaps did not match those of old Song. He could discern the difference. While eating, Tubuan continued to listen to the commotion below. At that moment, they were introducing Zhu Xiaoying, who was related to the Chun family by marriage. They began to recount how the two met, and how they fell in love, emphasizing the fateful nature of their union. I do not agree with this marriage. A cold voice abruptly rang out. Right, there was even someone joyfully opposing this marriage. No, it wasn't right. Tubuan immediately held his bowl, and returned to the window, eager to see who had the audacity to speak such words in this setting. As he reached the window, Tubuan saw the crowd below looking shocked in one direction, where a woman in a hat was standing. On stage, Zhu Xiaoying's expression darkened, as if she had realized something. Chun Rutao, standing beside her, looked down with a hint of confusion. The woman removed her hat, revealing a cascade of fiery red hair and a remarkably delicate face. Isn't this Zhu Ning? What is she doing here? Tubuan took another bite, and the situation grew more complex. Zhu Ning, what kind of tricks are you pulling? Zhu Xiaoying questioned coldly. Zhu Ning shook her head slightly, firmly stating, you cannot marry him. Tian felt a glimmer of surprise as she glanced at her eldest son, not expecting her silence to bring down another Zhu family relative. In contrast, Chun Rutao's smile had already stiffened and his brows furrowed. He had never met this Zhu family woman before. Many guests present shared Tian's sentiment, thinking she had come to snatch Chun Rutao away. But the situation seemed to be different. You cannot do this. They do not deserve our consideration. Zhu Ning gazed at Zhu Xiaoying, speaking slowly. Zhu Xiaoying coldly retorted, this is not the time for your nonsense. Hurry up and get out. I won't. Zhu Ning gazed deeply at Zhu Xiaoying, saying, don't think you can leave me behind. The other onlookers and Tubuan were taken aback. Why was this situation developing in such an odd manner? Zhu Xiaoying's face momentarily showed surprise, but quickly turned cold again as she said to Chun Rutao, why haven't you gotten someone to throw her out yet? Chun Rutao looked at her speechlessly and discreetly issued orders to the staff nearby. Immediately personnel appeared and began to surround Zhu Ning. Tubuan turned back and added some dishes to his rice. It was quite nice. He was eager to see such a good show. He felt the food tasted even better. Miss, please cooperate with us and leave. Don't cause any disturbance, a guard advised Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning did not respond, looking steadfastly at Zhu Xiaoying in the distance. Since this is the case, then I'll force you to come with me. She grasped the air, and the sound of birds chirping filled the air as a crimson sword appeared in her hand, flames swirling around her clothing. Seeing her release her abilities, a customer immediately screamed, and a large number of figures moved aside, leaving a wide space in the middle. With such a disturbance, Chun Rutao's expression darkened, and he no longer held back, commanding, take action directly. You can use any means against her except for taking her life. Immediately, all the guards showcased various abilities, including members of the squad that Tubuan had seen earlier. There was a team below. They initially thought that with so many people Zhu Ning would be quickly subdued, but unexpectedly, she fought remarkably well. The high-temperature flames danced around the sword in her hand as she performed an unknown sword technique, not falling behind in the exchange. Tubuan stroked his chin. However, her disruption was somewhat delaying his time. He felt a golden ring light up in his eyes, switching his ability to the Tao sequence. He was preparing to find an opportunity to cast an illusion on Zhu Ning, causing her to make a mistake and be defeated. But at that moment, someone opened the door to his room. The golden ring in Tubuan's eyes vanished as he turned to see the ordinary-looking waiter. The waiter, now serious, said to Tubuan, this Zhu family relative is causing a disturbance, and the minister finds it peculiar. Worried that this might be a distraction to draw attention, fearing someone might act against the egg, we need to withdraw some of our alert forces back to base. Temporarily ordered, you should hurry and come with us. Upon hearing this, Tubuan's lips curled slightly. He retracted his previous thoughts. This Zhu Ning was indeed helpful. Tu Buan promptly put down his bowl. No problem, let's go. The waiter immediately led Tu Buan out of the room, quickly walking through the corridor to the dining hall. As he came down, Tu Buan glanced at Zhu Ning's direction, noticing that the more she fought, the more her momentum and flames surged, surprisingly suppressing the numerous sequence users opposite. Although the main reason was that those sequence users could not use lethal force and were somewhat restrained. But the strength of this sequence seemed off. Could such power belong to a side branch of the Zhu family? But shouldn't it have inherited the Zhu sequence? If it were the Zhu sequence, they wouldn't remain a side branch, they would be adopted into the main. Then which sequence is this? However, her ability to fight was a good thing, as it made his actions much easier. The waiter led Tu Buan around to the back of the hall, where there were 3 elevators. He did not press any of the elevator buttons, but walked to the corner and pressed against. The smooth wall suddenly caved in, and a 4th elevator space slowly opened, filled with various supplies and equipment. It seemed the earlier mention of it being occupied was actually for transporting items. Flames surged fiercely, striking directly at Tu Buan and the attendant in front of the 4th elevator. A flicker of thought crossed Tu Buan's mind, and he stood still, not attempting to dodge. Just as the flames were about to hit them, a translucent blue shield suddenly sprang up from the elevator, blocking the flames. Seeing this scene, Tu Buan understood why Chen Riteo, in the future vision, dared to blow up the hotel directly. If there was a protective shield, even for the elevator, then the important areas of the experimental zone below must have them as well. The shield emitted a faint blue light, its principle of creation unknown to him. Tu Buan was eager to test the strength of this shield to see what level of attack. After all, if it could withstand an explosion of that scale, its strength was likely considerable. Let's go, the attendant said, glancing back at the approaching flames, trying to push Tu Buan into the elevator. The attendant's strength was insufficient to move Tu Buan's body, so he cooperatively took 2 steps forward into the elevator. Once inside, he noticed there were only 3 buttons. All of them pointed downwards. There was no button for going up. The attendant took out his ID and scanned it on the display next to the elevator, causing the buttons to light up. So this was what was meant by needing identification. The attendant pressed the button for the ground floor, and just before the elevator doors closed, Tu Buan saw a group of people confronting each other not far away. Next to Zhu Ning stood 2 others, the dejected Zhu Liang and Zhu Quan, who stood beside her, each exhibiting different manifestations. Yet they all shared a common trait: flames burning on their bodies to varying degrees. As heirs of the Zhu bloodline, no matter how diluted, they would inherently possess abilities related to fire. They faced Zhu Xiaoying, who wielded a flame spear, and Chen Riteo, whose expression grew grim. Do you all intend to join this fool in his antics? This was the angry shout from Zhu Xiaoying that Tu Buan heard just before the elevator closed. Antics? Zhu Ning's voice was remarkably calm, with the flames on her body gently flickering. Xiaoying, I am not acting foolishly. Is placing hope in begging for mercy truly being awake? I believe that together we can endure this. Indescribably absurd, you must have lost your mind. And you all. Zhu Quan spat, his red flames surging with his emotions. I've had enough. Crawling along like a rat in the gutter. To hell with the big picture. I am not that weak. Zhu Liang remained silent, merely stepping half a step forward, the red flames suddenly surging, demonstrating his stance through action. Stubborn and unyielding. Chen Riteo's voice was laden with undeniable anger. Xiaoying, since it has come to this, do not blame me for being unmerciful to them. If you all do not need the Chun family's friendship, then let all of you perish. The elevator doors closed, completely shutting out all the chaos outside. Did you see that? 2 more formidable enemies have arrived, the attendant said seriously to Tu Buan while waiting for the elevator. During times like these, we must be even more cautious. Ding! The sound indicating the arrival of the floor rang, and the elevator doors opened as Tu Buan stepped into the underground area of Chongping Hotel. A mixture of disinfectant and an indescribable strange odor rushed toward him, the air here cold and dry, as if he were in a vast cold storage. Gone were the extravagant crystal chandeliers above. Instead, there were strip lights embedded in the metal ceiling, emitting a pale and even light that illuminated everything clearly. There was not a shadow to hide, and yet it stripped away all warmth of color. It was a stark contrast to the luxurious fragrance of the upper-level hotel. Figures clad in fully enclosed white protective suits and gas masks drifted through the area, each busy with their tasks. The attendant led Tu Buan to the side of the elevator, saying, "Let's go and change your clothes first." There was a room there filled with protective suits similar to what those people were wearing. He picked one out and tossed it to Tu Buan, saying, "Put this on. We will be entering the cultivation room shortly, and you must not get contaminated by anything inside." Not to be contaminated by what is inside the cultivation room. What does that mean? Tu Buan's heart stirred with alarm. The way it was said seemed casual, but it carried an ominous undertone. Were the things in their cultivation room not the eggs? Or was there something else apart from the eggs that was research material, potentially hazardous or parasitic? He silently accepted the protective suit, noting its cold, flexible texture. After putting on the protective suit, tubuan discovered a button on the chest area. When pressed lightly, the suit shrank to fit his body. After retrieving a gas mask from the nearby disinfected metal cabinet, tubuan resembled the laboratory personnel he had seen outside. And don't forget this, the attendant, also clad in a protective suit, walked over to another small cabinet in the corner. Then he tossed over an object. Tubuan caught it, discovering it was a spherical object roughly the size of his palm, with a circular glass center, through which a bright green liquid swirled. If you get entangled, don't forget to use this. Several have already been caught before they could crush it, ending up helplessly tangled to death. Be careful, we are short on manpower and cannot afford to lose anyone. The attendant warned Tubuan. Tubuan nodded, I understand. Hold on tight. Let's go. Then the attendant led Tubuan away, heading toward the end. The overall space beneath resembled a circular tunnel, and Tubuan occasionally caught glimpses of glass barriers passing in front of him. Inside he could see all sorts of things. Humans, monsters, animals. The further he went, the more grotesque and bizarre the beings became, even including hybrids between humans, monsters, and animals. Under the gas mask, Tubuan's pupils constricted slightly. He realized that this was not merely a passage, it resembled a biological space. It felt like a cold display case, slowly showcasing everything that Shun Bei was researching. The indifference with which vibrant lives were treated as experimental resources far exceeded the imagination of an average person. Tubuan grimaced as he observed the frenzied scenes behind the glass panels. When at the tunnel's far end, a massive, windowless metal door emerged. It filled the corridor's terminus like a bank vault. 6 guards stood beside it, clad head to toe in black armor. All of them were prey, or rather, ever since Tubuan had descended into this subterranean zone, everyone he'd seen had been prey enemies without exception. Their faces were entirely concealed by helmets. Only 2 cold, emotionless optical lenses reflected glints of sterile light, fixed unblinkingly upon the approaching pair. Without warning, the 4 rear guards raised their weapons and leveled them at the 2 intruders. Their firearms were bizarre, rectangular, box-like, and Tubuan had never seen such weaponry before. But under the gaze of those 4 obsidian barrels, he felt an unmistakable creeping sense. It's me, Jair, said the attendant, handing his ID card to the lead guard, while nodding curtly toward Tubuan. This is Wu Hao of Squad Bing. Per the director's orders, we've arrived to reinforce perimeter security. The rest will follow shortly. We're here to assess the situation. As Jair produced his ID card, Tubuan likewise presented Wu Hao's identification. Wearing protective gear, he no longer needed illusionary disguise for facial features. Those subtle adjustments had been made to his silhouette. After all, Tubuan was tall and powerfully built. Even Wu Hao's lithe frame couldn't fully conceal the disparity, so illusionary refinement had been applied to his physique. The lead guard scrutinized Tubuan from head to toe, then accepted the ID card. He slotted both Jair's and Wu Hao's cards into the recessed reader on beep. A green light flared on the device. The lead guard raised one hand in signal, and instantly the 4 rear guards lowered their weapons in perfect unison. Returning the cards, the lead guard said, 2/3 of the armed personnel from Sector D have been reassigned by the Overseer. Report there immediately. There's been an upper-level breach, an attack disrupting the banquet. Any anomalies detected down here? Jair asked. Yes, replied the guard. Following the director's full alert order, structural damage was found in Sector B, specifically a breach in the wall where the energy shield failed to deploy. Any sign of intruders? He shook his head slightly. Not yet. But the fracture appeared unnaturally, so additional patrols were deployed and repair efforts are underway. What about other sectors? We're still inspecting. No more time. Proceed to Sector D at once. With a gesture, he signaled 2 guards forward to operate the massive circular door behind him. With a grating, teeth-rattling screech, the colossal round door slowly parted, revealing only a narrow fissure. Then, a piercing, dissonant shriek detonated inside Tubuan's skull like thunder, accompanied by searing, blinding pain. His jaw clenched violently. He fought the instinct to clutch his head, enduring the sudden agony with rigid control. What was that sound? He swept his gaze across the others. None reacted. No flicker of disturbance crossed their faces. Was he the only one who heard it? The agony receded as swiftly as it struck, leaving only dull throb and the ringing echo of static. Yet as he replayed the sound in memory, he sensed something ineffable within it, desperation, and deeper still a surge of rage rising not from thought, but from blood and bone. Understood, Jair replied to the guard, then tilted his head toward Tubuan, a silent cue to follow. Tubuan suppressed his questions and fell into step. Once Jair and Tubuan slipped through the narrow gap, the guard sealed the immense iron door behind them, like lowering the lid of a coffin. Tubuan hadn't expected another barrier beyond that colossal door, yet there it stood, not iron, but a pristine white electronic gate. Jair swiped his ID card. The white gate slid open, only to reveal another identical one behind it. Tubuan stared speechless. Was this not identical to the nested containment he'd encountered earlier? Did they delight in recursive locking? How many doors would Shinbei have to seal? Indeed, after Jia Air opened 11 consecutive white gates, 12 barriers in total, including the outermost iron door, they finally entered a space unlike any before. Though 12 layers of isolation seemed extreme, the security objective was unequivocal. Such concentric fortification rendered ingress nearly impossible, and egress utterly unthinkable. The passage ahead arced like a bridge connecting directly to the central pillar. Jia Air strode straight toward it, while tubuan edged closer to the rim and peered downward. The passage ahead arced like a bridge connecting directly to the central pillar. Jia Air strode straight toward it, while tubuan edged closer to the rim and peered downward, only to see endless void. An abyss yawned beneath, bottomless infinite. At the pillar's base stood a display panel. Jia Air manipulated it for several moments. Tubuan watched closely. The screen displayed a two-dimensional schematic of the entire space. The layout revealed 5 sectors labeled A through E. They stood squarely within Sector A. From Sector C onward, complexity escalated sharply. Tubuan surmised that Sector E housed the egg. After completing his input, Jia Air swiped his ID card again. Far down the adjacent corridor, a door silently unlocked. That was the entrance to Sector D. Tubuan glanced toward another corridor, labeled E on the interface. Should he eliminate Jia Air now and proceed directly? He paused, weighing the risk. If the egg resided elsewhere, acting prematurely would be reckless. The energy within each dragon's mouth is distinct. Fire, water, earth, metal, and chi. These 5 energies oscillate and compress within the mouths of the 5 wooden dragons. His chief concern was the energy shield. Its resilience remained unknown. If it could withstand his assault, forced extraction would prove exceedingly difficult. Tubuan followed Jia Air into D, and when he saw the scene behind the door, he paused slightly. Behind it was also a passage, but this time it was not an endless abyss. Instead, it was a vast expanse of a faint purple unknown liquid. It refracted a dreamlike glow under the cold light. As the two passed by, a large number of bubbles suddenly surged up from the liquid, as if something below was about to emerge. A glint of golden light flashed in Tubuan's eyes, and he immediately withdrew his gaze. He had just tested it, and if he reached in, he would be pulled in by a terrifying force. With his body, he could only hold on for a few seconds, before being pulled in. He noticed that what he grasped seemed to be several tentacle-like things. Was it a monstrous specter? The air here was permeated with the mist emitted by the faint purple liquid. In his future sight, he saw the protective clothing being torn by tentacles. The air here was permeated with the mist emitted by the faint purple liquid. In his future sight, he saw the protective clothing being torn by tentacles, and his exposed skin was quickly stained with a layer of purple. The air here was permeated with the mist emitted by the faint purple liquid. In his future sight, he saw the protective clothing being torn by tentacles, and his exposed skin was quick. Tubuan followed Jia Air through the passage, and the space behind the door suddenly opened up. It was a semicircular inverted space with a floor made of transparent material, allowing a view of the faint purple liquid flowing slowly in the large pool below. A small number of shadows moved within this area, and there were 4 corners here, each with a massive device. The insides of these devices seemed to be filled with some kind of energy material, continuously emitting a rumbling sound, with a faint blue light spilling out from the gaps in the devices. The insides of these devices seemed to be filled with some kind of energy material, continuously emitting a rumbling sound, with a faint blue light spilling out from the insides of these devices seemed to be filled with some kind of energy material, continuously emitting a rumbling sound, with a faint blue light spilling out from. He also spotted several surveillance cameras on the ceiling, fully covering this entire area, without any blind spots. In the center, surrounded by 4 rumbling energy devices, there was a slightly elevated platform. The platform was equipped with numerous high-tech control panels, and many personnel were checking and operating them, but Jia Air's target was not these consoles. Rather, it was a figure standing in the center, watching everyone's operations and actions. Everyone here was in protective gear, but he was not wearing any. Instead, he was completely enveloped in a large black. "We are here to replace those who have left." Jia Air approached to communicate with the figure in the black robe. The figure in the black robe turned his head upon hearing the voice. He had a somewhat grayish-white male face, extraordinarily handsome, but the spiderweb-like marks on his forehead marred this beauty. The person glanced at them and asked, "Just the 2 of you?" Jia Air replied, "The personnel behind will arrive shortly." He nodded and pointed in a direction. "Then you go over there, check the devices, and see if there are any damages to the walls." He was referring to the energy device in the upper right corner. "All right," Jia Air responded succinctly, preparing to leave the platform and head that way. However, just as Tubuan was about to follow to check the energy device, the figure in the black robe suddenly spoke. "Wait a moment." Jia Air turned in confusion and asked, "Mr. Dingren, is there something wrong?" Dingren. Tubuan, beside Jia Air, looked at the figure in the black robe. Was he the military puppeteer? As Tubuan met Dingren's vacant gaze, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Dingren's gaze, which had been scattered, suddenly became clear, and filled with suspicion after lingering on tubuan for 2 seconds. Who is he? Ding Ren asked Jia Er while looking at tubuan. She is no. 5 of Team C here to retrieve necessary potions, but due to a shortage of personnel, she has been temporarily assigned to stand by. However, Ding Ren's brows furrowed even tighter. In the shadow beneath his hood, his eyes were fixated on tubuan, as if trying to see through her disguise. He murmured in a low voice, as if recalling something, Team CS no. 5. But the line I left on her should have been severed already. Ding Ren's eyes turned cold with murderous intent. Team CS no. 5 is already dead. The moment his words fell, all sounds seemed to vanish. The technician operating the console nearby had his finger suspended in midair, forgetting to put it down. Another person recording data with a tablet froze completely. Almost all gazes instantly focused on tubuan. Jia Er's pupils began to constrict. Ding Ren's body beneath the black robe started to swell. A golden ring flashed in tubuan's eyes in an instant. Her disguise had been thoroughly torn apart. There was nothing left to say. Ding Ren's surprise turned into anger. He roared loudly, his voice drowning out the rumbling of the energy echoing throughout the entire semicircular space. You are the enemy. A colossal wooden dragon roared out from the void, tearing into Ding Ren's swollen body and crashing him heavily against the distant wall. You! Jia Er exclaimed in horror, but in the next second tubuan had grasped his head. What a pity, my friend, you have helped me a lot. I didn't plan to kill you so soon. Tubuan sighed to Jia Er while gently snapping her fingers. Instantly, all the control panels around began to twist and deform, or sharp blades emerged, piercing through the technicians attempting to sound the alarm. Meanwhile, all metal-related objects on the guard personnel, who drew their weapons, also underwent various degrees of deformation, directly causing harm to their body. Crack, crack, crack. And the multiple cameras on the ceiling fell from above, shattering on the ground. You despicable! Jia Er, grasped by tubuan, attempted to struggle, energy surging within him, his features beginning to glow. Let me go! Boom. Tubuan's palm erupted in flames, instantly engulfing Jia Er, and the intense flames ignited the energy within Jia Er, triggering a secondary explosion that turned him into a fireball. The fireball suddenly expanded with a powerful shockwave sweeping outwards, carrying with it a hot gust of air. The bodies of several nearby technicians were directly flung away, crashing into distant equipment. Tubuan slowly turned, the brilliant golden ring in her eyes, slowly rotating, her cold gaze sweeping across the surroundings. There was not a single person, thus she turned her attention to the distance. Not far away, the wooden dragon was violently torn apart from within by an overwhelming force, with shattered wood raining down like droplets. Immediately, a dark shadow fell from above. Bang! The heavy impact made the ground tremble. The shadow did not completely crash down, but was instead steadily supported by 6 massive mechanical tentacles hovering in the air above the ground. As the dust settled, the terrifying figure of Ding Ren was revealed. The black robe he had originally worn had already been torn into fragments, exposing a grotesque body underneath. His body was clearly subject to extensive mechanical enhancements. The skin was fused with cold metal, emanating a dull sheen. From his spine extended 6 large metallic interfaces from which the tentacles, thick as barrels, sprouted. Firewood and metal control. Ding Ren's head retained a mostly human appearance, but the side crushed by the wooden dragon revealed its mechanical. One of his eyes had transformed into a mechanical eye glowing with a cold red light. He was staring at tubuan, his voice calm. The ability to manipulate multiple elements simultaneously does not correspond to anyone registered in the current safety zone. Where did you come from? He was staring at tubuan, his voice calm. The ability to manipulate multiple elements simultaneously does not correspond to anyone registered in. Tubuan raised his hand to use metal control to tear the mechanical tentacle off Ding Ren's body. However, he was suddenly taken aback. The metal control had, in that brief moment of raising his hand, the tentacle with the chainsaw was already approaching. Tubuan instantly switched to the Tiao Wu sequence, a layer of black and red armor covering his hands, forcibly intercepting the tentacle. The chainsaw rotated rapidly in his hand, flames igniting in his palm, but before it could turn twice, tubuan exerted force and crushed it into fragments. He said, "There are many things you don't know yet." Ding Ren's expression remained unchanged, or rather in his current inhuman form no emotion could be discerned. He quickly withdrew the tentacles. Shattered fragments fell from tubuan's palm, and in that brief contact he realized why his metal control had no effect on Ding Ren's tentacles. There was an energy surging within the tentacles, which was precisely what affected his sequence ability, preventing it from having any impact. And this energy? Spirit sculpting level. Tubuan looked at Ding Ren and said slowly, "Yes, you reacted quickly." As Ding Ren answered, another tentacle opened at its tip, revealing a pitch-black orifice within which dazzling energy began to gather. "I am indeed at the spirit sculpting level." As the words fell, a blinding laser shot forth, striking Tubuan. When did spirit sculpting level individuals become as common as stray dogs? Tubuan allowed the laser to polish his armor, addressing Ding Ren. Only a spirit sculpting level individual can maintain order here, otherwise if someone like you sneaks in to cause destruction and important things are damaged, how will I explain to Lord Shin? Ding Ren raised the other 3 tentacles, unleashing lasers that shot forth, this time infused with spiritual energy. For lasers instantly expanded, changing from white to a more terrifying blue. Boom. With a roar, a pitch-black vortex erupted from tubuan's arm, dispersing Ding Ren's 4 lasers and sending his body suspended high in the air, flying. Then you can die here, and you won't have to explain anything to him. Tubuan smirked, stepping forward and transforming into a shadow, rushing towards Ding Ren. His right fist clenched, violent spiritual energy surged forth, and golden patterns instantly unfolded on his right arm's armor. Then he struck down like a heavy hammer. Bang! Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar echoed through the air. Even though Ding Ren reacted quickly, the 6 tentacles transformed into a shield in front of him. They could not withstand this punch. With an explosive sound, Ding Ren and the tentacles were shattered by tubuan's punch, obliterating his entire upper body. Blue liquid mixed with flesh and various mechanical debris splattered everywhere. The lower half of Ding Ren's body twitched once, and then lay completely still. Tubuan withdrew his hand, gazing curiously at Ding Ren's corpse. A strong sense of incongruity lingered in his heart, dispelling the slight relaxation that came with a quick victory. This battle ended too quickly. It felt wrong, almost too easy. In actual combat, although the offensive was fierce, there was always a sense of superficial strength. The reaction speed and threat level of the attacks did not match his. One must know that even a counterfeit spirit sculpting level like Kuei Mu Lang was more troublesome than this guy. Is it because of the difference in sequence strength? Tubuan glanced around. No one was standing and no one was struggling on the ground. He felt something was even more off. His previous metal control attack had been restrained to leave a few alive for questioning. But now those people were all lying on the ground. Tubuan looked up, his sharp gaze scanning the entire semicircular space. This glance made Tubuan's brows furrow tightly. It was too quiet. The technicians and guards that had been blown away by the shockwave were now all lying on the ground motionless. There were no groans, no sounds of struggle, not even a twitch. The technicians were one thing, but the guards shouldn't be so easily dealt with. After all, they were capable enough to be left behind by Shinbei. At this moment, Tubuan also realized the reason. He thought of Ding Ren's sequence. You were playing tricks on most of these people. Are your puppets? Tubuan swung his fist, the punches wind shattering a few technicians nearby. Their broken bodies revealed structures identical to Ding Ren's corpse on the ground, albeit less complicated. Biological tissue and structure made up the majority. This reminded Tubuan of the family of Shirtu, and his expression darkened. You know me? Various different voices echoed from different directions, layered upon one another, very eerie. Indeed, all that you see now are my puppets, including the one beneath your feet, merely a combat model I am not very skilled with. Cowardly things, Tubuan scoffed. It won't help to provoke me. These mixed voices of men and women revealed the same laugh. After all, my sequence is not suited for direct combat with a monster like you. As these voices spoke, the motionless individuals on the ground began to stand up slowly. These people were like puppets on strings, lifted by unseen threads, forced to stand up with grotesque movements that no human could achieve. Tubuan glanced at the puppets around him. You don't think these things can pose a threat to me, do you? Of course not. Ding Ren's voice echoed. The moment his words fell, all the puppets moved. They surged towards Tubuan with a twisted posture, bursting forth with a speed that belied their rigid appearances, like a tide rushing from all directions. Humph! With a cold snort from Tubuan, the air around him erupted into a malevolent wind, sweeping all the attacking puppets away, with the few at the forefront shattering into pieces on the spot. But that moment of distraction is enough. Drip, 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 drip. For faint sounds echoed from different directions, and upon sensing them, Tubuan's pupils immediately turned. At some point, 4 puppets had crouched in the corners, activating the devices on the glass floor. With your ability to withstand laser attacks and control multiple elements, I'm afraid none of my puppets in this base can deal with you. A puppet with only half a body propped itself up and looked at Tubuan. What a pity, such excellent material like you. If I were to use you to create something, I could probably make the most perfect puppet to date. It spoke with a tone of sadness, full of regret. Tu didn't ignore it. He noticed the glass on the ground rapidly opening, revealing a pale purple pool beneath. A large amount of pale purple mist surged up from within, filling the entire space. My sequencing ability allows me to control puppets through lines, but even if they are not my puppets, I can still leave lines inside living beings. As the glass unfolded, those puppets, or the unconscious personnel, fell into the pool like dumplings. Through lines, I can forcibly control living beings for a short time, and also know their life status. I placed lines inside all squad members to prevent them from betraying Lord Shun. But this also led to the mistake of discovering Tubuan's disguise as No. And this also includes the sinister. Do you know what this implies? The half-broken puppet revealed a strange smile. This underground area has a difficult-to-handle special sinister present. Since the establishment of the safe zone, you could say everything you see now is for the sake of researching this fellow. As these puppets fell into the pool, bubbles began to emerge from the pale purple liquid below, as if something was rapidly swimming up. It hasn't moved its limbs for a long time, so you should play with it, if you can. Leaving those last words, a massive tentacle covered in suckers surged out of the pool, smashing the puppet controlled by Ding Ren into fragments. Tubuan slowly floated into the air, watching the continuous emergence of gigantic tentacles from the pool, each carrying an astonishing pressure and thick mouth. He frowned slightly. Given the now exposed situation, he did not want to delay too much time here. Just as Tubuan was about to leave this area directly, he discovered that the door was completely locked with a layer of blue light flowing over the walls and the main door of the entire space. I forgot to mention those 4 energy devices are used to maintain the protective shield of this half of the base. A genderless mechanical voice echoed from the ceiling. Don't think about destroying these energy devices. The energy in these crystals is very unstable, requiring shell control. If a strong attack lands on the crystals inside, it will trigger an explosion. Let me remind you, the energy of the simultaneous explosion of crystals in these 4 devices is equivalent to the power of a nuclear bomb explosion from the old era. You better be careful. Tubuan cut through the Tangula sequence, drawing spatial deprivation at the energy shield. The distorted wave hit the shield and was immediately bounced away, landing on a tentacle in the pool. That tentacle was immediately obliterated, creating a large hole splattering emerald green blood. This caused all the tentacles to go into a frenzy, wildly thrashing about, destroying everything around them. At the same time, a sound resembling a cry from deep within the earth resonated from the pool, causing the surface of the liquid in the pool to ripple. Alright, set off the alarm. In the control room of this underground experimental area, Ding Ren released his grip on the microphone while looking at the pitch-black screens. Captain Ding, aren't you afraid? He might get angry and directly destroy the energy crystal of the empty stone to trigger an explosion. If that happens, even with sturdy walls and thick underground rock layers in between, the power of the energy explosion is immense, and it is estimated that the surrounding space will still be affected. The technician beside Ding Ren asked worriedly. You should know the no? 3 experimental subject is right inside zone E. It's fine. Ding Ren replied slowly, showing no signs of worry. His purpose is not to destroy, but to find something. Once he has what he needs, he won't take such a big risk. He turned to shout at the others. Everyone pay attention. After the alarm sounds, all must re-verify their identities. Only a tenth of the Kraken inside can surface. It probably can't deal with him. Since we've trapped him, we should wait for the minister to resolve the situation above before dealing. Yes. Tubuan looked at the energy shield in front of him. This shield seemed to have the same defensive mechanism as that unknown box before, capable of conducting energy attacks. But is it equally weak against physical attacks? With this thought in mind, Tubuan threw a punch at the sturdy white alloy door. His fist struck down with a loud bang, but despite the force capable of penetrating heavy armor, the smooth mirror-like white alloy door only had a slight dent about half an inch deep. Moreover, the edges of the dent were smooth with not a single crack appearing. Detected physical impact on the D-zone door. The integrity of the door has decreased by 2. With 98, the technician in the control room reported to Ding Ren. He indeed discovered that he could use physical attacks to damage the walls. Ding Ren showed no signs of surprise, but he doesn't know the metal materials and craftsmanship used in the underground buildings to contain the Kraken are top-notch. Even the Kraken has been suppressed for years without being able to completely destroy them. What hope does a mere human have? Tubuan did not continue to damage the metal door, but instead turned his gaze towards the chaotic shadows not far away. He observed the writhing tentacles near. Although they appeared large and densely packed, they seemed to lack any clear perception, randomly attacking the surrounding corpses and various equipment. Yet even with only a vague sense of perception, these tentacles were able to precisely avoid the 4 energy devices every time. They recognized that these objects were untouchable, sensing the vast energy within them. They might sense this energy device, but it seemed they could not perceive Tubuan attacking randomly, without a single strike directed towards him, missing him by a wide margin several times. It was as if Tubuan did not exist in their perception. Tubuan noticed this and relaxed slightly. If these tentacles were to target him frantically, it would pose a significant problem, delaying his escape. Since the tentacles were not a threat for the time being, Tubuan shifted his focus back to the metal door. Time was still pressing. No one knew how long this ominous blindness would last, or if there would be any other changes. The longer it dragged on, the more troublesome it would become if Ding Ren and his team moved the egg away. He now had 2 options. One was to traverse the space with his physical body, directly passing through the protective shield to the outside, and the other was to forcefully break open the iron door. Tubuan considered this, tightening his fist instead of switching to the Tiawu sequence. However, just as he was gathering his strength, the situation suddenly worsened. The chilling cry from beneath the pool rang out again, sharper and more urgent than before, as if some entity had fallen into a frenzy after being unable to capture its target for too long. At this moment, as the tentacles frantically attacked the fog in the air began to deepen in color. Simultaneously, a hissing sound emerged from the protective suit on tubuan. The protective suit was being rapidly eroded. Without hesitation, he donned the Chonshi armor, fully covering himself, and raised his hand towards the metal door, swinging his fist down fiercely. Beep. Heh. Seeing the display screen showing the door had dropped by another 2, Dingren sneered and stood up. He had underestimated this guy. I thought he had more capabilities. He muttered, disappointment and disdain evident in his tone. It seems I overestimated this intruder. Since he can't even handle that door, it's certain he'll be trapped in the Kraken's venom chamber. He simply stood up from the control console, stretching the joints of the puppet body. The outcome was already inevitable. All he had to do was wait patiently. Since he could not leave that place when the Kraken's poisonous gas filled the entire space, even if he survived, he would lose a significant part of his life. Under the poisonous gas, his only chance to escape would be to detonate the energy device. However, if he did that, his chances of survival would diminish even more. There was no need to worry about this guy causing any trouble anymore. He just had to wait for the corpse collection. Hopefully this guy would have the sense to leave him a complete body, giving him the opportunity to create an unprecedentedly powerful puppet. Beep, beep, beep. It's so noisy. Dingren suddenly turned his head back and questioned the technician beside him. What is that sound that has been ringing since? Although he was controlling a puppet now, that piercing sound made his real Bodis blood pressure rise from far away. What's going on? He sternly questioned the several busy technicians nearby, his voice slightly distorted by anger. Why does it keep ringing nonstop? Is the system malfunctioning? Ding. Captain Ding. One technician stammered, nervously monitoring the display screen in front of him. Why are you stammering? What happened? Seeing the technician's demeanor, Dingren felt a surge of unease and quickly returned to the control console. How many times have I said it? Work steadily and elegantly. With you acting like this, how? Woe betide. Dingren's expression management collapsed. 74, 60, 45, 32, 17. The integrity of the metal door displayed on the monitor dropped at a terrifying speed, and the rate was accelerating. The sound from earlier was indeed its alarm. Quickly enlarge the surveillance camera from outside Area D. Dingren shouted at the stunned technicians beside him. The technician snapped back to reality and quickly adjusted the footage to enlarge it on the big screen. Bang, bang, bang. As the image stabilized and focused, a series of dull thuds echoed through the screen. Dingren's puppet's pupils widened. He stared in disbelief at the screen showing the alloy door riddled with fist holes already shattered beyond recognition. This is impossible. One technician beside Dingren muttered unconsciously, his voice dry. This is a door that even the Kraken can't destroy. Is this still Emergency lights within the passage illuminated through the holes, revealing a scene of devastation behind, still slightly swirling with purple poisonous mist and a menacing humanoid shadow. This is impossible. One technician beside Dingren muttered unconsciously, his voice dry. This is a door that even the Kraken can't destroy. Is this still human? Bang. With the final heavy punch, the integrity of the entire door dropped to zero, and the 2 twisted doors flew out, landing on the ground like the figure inside was fully revealed. Sinister armor of black and red intertwined, a cloak flowing like wings, and beneath the helmet scarlet pupils filled with a chilling sharp. A massive tentacle smashed down from behind this figure, only to be struck away by a punch, without him even turning his head. The enormous Kraken tentacle was smashed into pulp, while the Kraken's furious roar echoed once again. Tubuan slowly raised his head, his crimson pupils seemingly able to see through the camera at the figure inside. Everyone clearly saw the disdain in his eyes, and the next moment the screen turned into a black and white static. The camera was destroyed. The control room fell into silence. After an indeterminate time, perhaps just a few seconds later, Dingren suddenly spoke. Sound the highest level alarm. With that, the puppet collapsed limply as it returned its consciousness to its true body. This is a serious problem. It needed to quickly report to Lord Shun. This experimental area might not be able to be preserved. When Tubuan could solve the door with brute force, Dingren knew that even if he sent Shinruda and his men down now, they probably wouldn't be able to stop this ferocious monster. Beside the passage before, Tubuan tendrils writhed like a throng of demons. He planted his legs, and with a howl of wind dove like a cannonball, his whole body striking forward as a heavy fist smashed into the second door. The door immediately buckled inward into a dent. Tubuan redoubled his effort, hammering with relentless fists. Within seconds, the door was torn apart as if by a storm of blows. The instant he emerged, the ceiling beyond was bathed in bleeding red light, while a keening alarm pierced the air in frantic bursts. There he is. In the area at the crossroads, a squad of armed troops spilled from another corridor. At the sight of Tubuan, they all raised the strange firearms in They pulled the triggers, a low resonant report thundered from the muzzles as blue energy rounds poured forth. Several men fired together, and the cerulean projectiles became a dense curtain of fire around tubuan. The weapon's velocity was terrifying. Tubuan saw a blue flare at each muzzle and felt faint impacts ripple through the armor across his chest. The concentrated barrage forced him a single step back. Then a murderous light flared in his eyes. He raised his hand and unleashed a pitch-black vortex that shredded the incoming fire. The squad was blasted to pieces as several caught unawares were hurled into an adjacent bottomless abyss. Seeing firearms prove ineffective, some of the attackers immediately resorted to their sequence abilities. Tubuan's Xiongqi armor vanished as he swung his arm. From the void beside him, a wooden dragon of unprecedented scale howled into being, gaping with a murderous maw as it tore and devoured every sequence wielder in its path. Tubuan clenched his fist toward the wooden dragon with brutal intent. The wooden dragon's flanks fissured with countless cracks. Flame welled from within, and the construct detonated in a violent blast. A searing wave of heat shook the area and triggered every surrounding shield. Charred wood splinters drifted down through the air, and several scorched corpses fell onto the corridor bridge below. Tubuan strode over, seized one of the blackened bodies, and activated a spatial transfer. In the next instant, the charred corpse materialized beside the passage and then toppled outward. Tubuan stood speechless. He had meant to place it roughly 3 meters ahead of himself. He had not expected the discrepancy to be so great. There had been no protective shield to prevent an external spatial transfer. They had worried such a thing might happen. Yet he had not anticipated how difficult precise control. He continued experimenting, teleporting all the charred corpses one by one from the ground. A few times the bodies landed near where he wanted, but precision eluded him. Several arrived half embedded in walls or lodged beneath the. Yet as he persisted, his control sharpened. He began to apprehend that subtle alien sense of space. A handful more tests with living subjects, and he believed he. Tubuan waited briefly but saw no reinforcements arriving. He would not squander time. He withdrew an active reagent and injected it into his body. In a single day, he had used 2 doses. He then approached the central console in Area A to attempt opening the door to Area D in the same manner Jiatu had used before. The console, however, was locked and bore a single warning symbol. It seemed they had moved quickly and sealed off every sector. No further teams were sent. Perhaps cameras had shown their armed forces being annihilated and command had ceased offensive action. They were likely regrouping to marshal forces specifically to deal with him. Tubuan's suspicion was correct. Outside the 12th tier partition gate of the area experimental zone, every available armed unit had massed and erected a defensive line, even deploying several heavy mechanical gun carriages. "Captain Chen, shall we storm in?" a technician beside a sports car asked the man in command. "No," the captain replied. "The enemy's individual prowess is terrifying. In these narrow confines, our present strength will not overcome him." Captain Chun, the gate guard, explained, "Only in this open ground can we bring all our firepower to bear. If we enter, we must split into teams and become targets for him to pick. But test subject no. 3 is still inside Area E." The technician blurted, panic rising. That subject meant everything to these researchers. "We can recreate test subjects. If we throw away lives now, the losses will be far greater," Captain Chin said coldly. "Don't tell me you can produce subject no. 3 yet cannot make no. 4 or no. 5. But this subject no. 3 is truly extraordinary." The technician protested in distress. "Extraordinary or not, we must wait for the minister." Chin offered no compromise. The technician only sighed, his brow knotted with worry and pain. With a grinding tear, Tubuan ripped open the area gate and exposed another passage within, a corridor unlike D. Where D's corridors flanked sinister pools, this passage was a sealed circular tunnel, claustrophobic and oppressive. The space inside was ample, littered with strange apparatuses and devices he could not identify. At its far end stood another door, not automatic, but a rotary vault-like door akin to the vault gate he had seen earlier, though somewhat smaller. Tubuan glanced around to ensure no one lurked in the shadows, then took a step toward the distant metal door. A sharp voice rang from deep within his mind, stabbing at him with sudden pain. It came again. Tubuan clutched his head and pressed on toward the metal door. As he drew nearer, the voice struck once more. The world in his eyes twisted. Strange flickering images began to flash before him. They were vague scenes, as if submerged in a translucent golden liquid, accompanied by the tiny bubbles of underwater breathing. What is this? Some memory from before. It did not feel quite right. In the memories of his dreams, he had been immersed in red fluid and could still see these flashbacks offered only blurred impressions and an odd vantage, as if he were viewing from half his stature, forcibly lowered. The closer he approached the metal door, the more frequent the fragments became. Then, with a sudden contraction of his pupils, he saw through the murky liquid something familiar, the very metal door that now stood not far from him. Tubuan immediately understood. These flashback fragments were perspectives emanating from Area E. Within them, there were creatures that seemed to have some connection with him, capable of conveying certain information. Next, the light in his eyes fluctuated and countless fragmented, flickering images rushed by like broken film. This time, he even felt the sensations being transmitted along with them. The cold metal restraints deeply embedded into his body, bringing forth a suffocating oppressive pain. Under the piercing cold light, surgical instruments glinting with a chilling sheen approached, accompanied by a sound that was hard to discern whether it was pain or anger, akin to the howling of a young beast. Tubuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. This kind of human experimentation stirred an uncontrollable rage within him. Especially the sound of that painful wailing, so very tender, as if it belonged to a child. It was this innocent cry, like a searing iron rod, continuously prodding at Tubuan's sanity. Damn it! At this moment his eyes resembled being splashed with boiling blood, instantly transforming into a furious, almost overflowing crimson hue. An indescribable fury erupted like volcanic lava from the deepest part of his heart. Tubuan halted, confronted by the massive metal door blocking his path. It was heavy and cold. There were no decorations or markings, just the purest metal barrier. Yet on its surface a faint blue light pulsed, indicating it remained shrouded under a protective shield. The voice echoed once more in Tubuan's mind. Only this time, there was no excruciating pain or chaotic flashbacks. Tubuan understood the message that had been conveyed to him all along. Help me. This was a plea filled with fear and suffering. It was the cry of a helpless soul desperately reaching out in the endless darkness and torment, grasping onto the only lifeline that had appeared before him. The Qiongqi armor instantly enveloped Tubuan's entire body. As if sensing its master's overwhelming wrath, the dark red armor's edges glimmered with golden patterns resembling flickering flames. The spiritual energy erupted without reserve, a terrifying aura radiating from him, causing the lights in the entire room to flicker violently. Tubuan took a step forward, shattering the ground beneath him, and threw a punch. A ferocious horned tiger head roared as it coalesced from his fist, blue waves swirling across the massive, sturdy metal door as the azure barrier attempted to block the strike. However, this time, under Tubuan's furious and full-powered assault, the invincible protective shield reached saturation after a few seconds and was then forcibly shattered into countless specks of light. The metal door was no match, instantly reduced to fragments flying away. This monster got in. Where are the guards? Where did the guards go? Help! Minister, save me. The researchers in Area E immediately fell into chaos upon seeing Tubuan clad in Qiongqi armor emanating an almost tangible killing intent. The internal researchers of Area E were thrown into disarray. Sinister winds transformed into sharp blades, precisely piercing through the invaluable researchers that Shun Bei had cultivated with countless resources. The threat of death loomed over each and every one of them. Screams, the sound of shattered instruments, and hurried footsteps suddenly filled the air, plunging the once orderly experimental area into chaos. Some tried to call for help, others frantically searched for weapons, while many simply fled in a panic, desperate to distance themselves from the sudden arrival of this harbinger. At this moment, the once lofty experimenters had transformed into panicked lambs awaiting slaughter. The entire clearing process lasted less than 10 seconds. When the last researcher's scream abruptly ceased, the experimental area once again fell into silence, leaving only the low hum of operating instruments and the thick, inescapable scent of blood. Only one person remained alive, with both hands and feet severed, writhing on the ground like a maggot. Tubuan did not even glance at the corpses strewn about, the crimson hue in his eyes slightly retracted, yet still held an icy rage. He stepped towards the center of the area. There stood a massive cultivation chamber. Inside it was filled with a rich, almost viscous golden liquid. These liquids were not still, but slowly undulated, radiating a soft and warm glow, illuminating the surrounding area as if it were bathed in gold. Inside, a vague, slender figure quietly floated. As Tubuan approached this vast cultivation chamber, the previously unclear imagery became much clearer. Inside, she curled up like an infant in a womb, her arms hugging her knees as she floated. Her head hung low and strands of ink-black hair flowed silently in the golden liquid, obscuring most of her face. Her body was pitifully small, wrapped in a white, tight-fitting suit, her skin exhibiting an almost translucent pallor with clearly visible veins beneath. Thin tubes extended from the top and bottom of the cultivation chamber, cruelly connecting to her spine, nape, temples, limbs, and body. These tubes gently swayed with the flow of the golden liquid. The nearby display screen showed a series of data and information with no name, only the label experimental subject no. Free. Tubuan stood before the cultivation chamber, gazing up at the slender figure suspended in the golden liquid. The crimson hue in his eyes flickered, and the earlier destructive fury morphed into a gentle and complex emotion upon seeing this figure. From the moment he laid eyes on her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth surged from deep within Tubuan's heart. It was an indescribable tremor emanating from his very soul. It felt like meeting an old friend after a long separation. In that instant he understood. The being inside was the egg, and it was what tubuan had been relentlessly searching for since his awakening. Since his awakening, his memories were like shattered mirrors. He could only rely on instinct to continue searching. He did not know what exactly he was searching for, only that this thing was of utmost importance to him, the meaning of his existence, the fragment that would piece together his complete self. And now every pursuit, every mystery, seemed to have found an anchor at this moment. He slowly raised his hand, covered in dark red fingers, gently touching the cold outer wall of the cultivation chamber. "I have arrived," tubuan quietly said, his voice echoing through the armor in this blood-soaked and silent space. At that moment, as tubuan's words fell, the figure inside stirred slightly, her long eyelashes quivering, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her hollow, lifeless pupils widened in shock upon seeing tubuan. Then her gemstone-like golden-red eyes flickered to life with a faint glow. Her lips seemed to want to say something. But at that moment, the display screen next to the cultivation pod lit up with a red alarm, followed by the passage of a faint blue liquid through the tiny pipes. Then her body trembled slightly before she weakly closed her eyes again. Witnessing this scene, tubuan's gaze instantly turned cold, raising his hand to grasp. A gust of foul wind appeared around him, instantly seizing the researcher and lifting him off the ground like a rag doll, dragging him across the blood-soaked floor. He crashed down at tubuan's feet, the wound at the severed limb oozing more blood from the friction. The researcher awakened from his unconsciousness, letting out a blood curdle. Tubuan held his head and lifted him up while completely absorbing the malevolent energy within him. The researcher, who was previously screaming, suddenly found himself unable to make a sound, as if his throat had been grasped. "How do we release her?" tubuan asked coldly. "Only by destroying the device can she be released," the researcher replied, dazed. "But it is not advisable to release her," tubuan frowned. "What do you mean?" "She is the only experimental subject that has perfectly absorbed the substance of the egg and produced a strange energy reaction. She is an extremely rare experimental subject, and her value is incalculable." As he spoke, the researcher, who was already on the brink of death, and even in a dazed state, revealed a fervent expression. "According to that energy reaction, her current state is very special, with an 80% likelihood of being in the awakening sequence. This change occurred through the egg which was left by Nuwa. Even if we inject all the remaining energy from the egg we have into her body, it would only be a minuscule part of the total. But she is the only one with such a reaction recorded among all experiments. Do you know what this means?" The researcher displayed a look of the most devout of followers. "She will awaken a sequence related to Nuwa. She will be the closest existence to Nuwa. As long as we continue to research through her, we can uncover endless secrets. No, she will become the new Nuwa." His voice was excited, yet filled with conviction. "As long as we continue our research through her body, we can unearth the secrets of the original sequence. Create, breed. We might even touch the powers of the divine." Tubuan's crimson pupils slightly constricted, and the expression beneath his mask was unknown, but the air around him seemed to grow even colder. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the researcher's hand. These words indicated that the egg had been completely absorbed by the girl before him. The reason she attracted tubuan was probably not so simple. Tubuan looked at the guy in his hand and slowly asked, "So, it's fine to destroy the cultivation. The suggestion is not to destroy it after all this is." Crack. His head exploded into a mass of flesh. Tubuan didn't even blink, as if he had merely squashed a buzzing fly. He casually tossed the lifeless body, now headless, onto the ground like garbage. He shook off the filth on his hands, his crimson gaze sweeping over the operation table, still sounding alarms where complex data flickered. He suddenly raised his hand and punched the cultivation pod, and with a heavy impact, spiderweb-like cracks immediately appeared on the screen's surface. Tubuan controlled his strength to avoid injuring the third experimental subject inside. With another punch, a large hole was opened in the cultivation pod, and golden liquid surged out like a tide, staining Tubuan's armor. He paid no mind to it, stepping in against the water pressure and steadily catching the falling third experimental subject. She was very small in size, and from her body she seemed quite young. Tubuan held her, feeling as if he was cradling a fragile porcelain shell, as if she would shatter at any moment. After checking her physical condition, he found that although her breath was weak, her heartbeat was steady, as if she was merely asleep. Tubuan sighed slightly in relief while examining the tubes connected to her body. Just as the researcher had mentioned, they valued her immensely, which is why they tried to avoid damaging her body, even with the tubes. The tips of the tubes on her body were all small syringes secured to her skin by circular grooves on her tight-fitting outfit. With a slight tug, he could easily remove these tubes from her body. Tubuan took all the tubes off, and when he removed one, the blue liquid spilled out. He caught a bit of it, opened his mask, and sniffed. An anesthetic. Moreover, it was a very powerful one, as she had fallen into a deep sleep. Tubuan's expression softened, and he tore off a few white lab coats from the body on the ground, wrapping the third experimental subject securely on his back. At the same time, his Chonchi armor opened a slot for him to place her inside. and then close it, avoiding her exposure to danger or being taken away. But he then immediately shed the Cheongchi armor. Tubuan began picking up the bodies on the ground, attempting spatial transfer to quickly acclimate himself and enable the use of transfer. After all, if he wanted to leave later, spatial transfer would be the fastest way. There were enough bodies in this area for him to completely master the spatial sense of the position. At this moment outside in the hotel lobby, it was a scene of devastation and in the midst of the ruins. Zhu Xiaoying stood in the center of the chaos, covered in dust and a few dried bloodstains, her gaze as cold as ice. She held a long spear wreathed in flames, the shaft glowing with fire, aimed directly at Zhu Ning, who was half kneeling not far ahead. In comparison to her condition, Zhu Ning's situation was evidently worse. Her left arm hung unnaturally, a deep crimson stain on her shoulder with blood at the corners of her mouth, her breathing rapid and chaotic. Zhu Ning, even like this, you still should take them and leave, Zhu Xiaoying said coldly. Zhu Ning struggled to lift her head, her disheveled hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks. She looked at her sister, who was connected by blood, yet felt like a stranger at this moment, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Not far from her, a load-bearing wall had collapsed significantly, and Zhu Quan was half buried in the ruins, his life unknown. Only Zhu Liang remained standing, his upper body bare, flames burning on him, almost forming a battle armor that outlined his solid muscle lines, the patterns of fire emitting death. Although he stood, he was panting heavily, clearly exhausted. However, this powerful form evidently comes at a great cost. Although Zhu Liang stands firm, his chest heaves violently, and his heavy breaths can be clearly heard even from a distance. Sweat drenched his forehead, evaporating into white steam under the high temperature. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. He fixed his gaze on Zhu Xiaoying, his eyes complex, yet resolute, unwilling to back down. Flames surged once more from his fists, crackling with explosive sounds, indicating that he still had the strength to fight, even if it might be his last. Zhu Xiaoying's gaze swept past the lifeless Zhu Quan, finally resting on Zhu Liang, who remained standing despite being at the end of his strength. A momentary flicker of coldness passed through her eyes, but it quickly returned to its original chill. Zhu Liang, her voice remained emotionless. Do you want to continue? The outcome will not change. Zhu Liang spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, forced a bitter smile, and said, It seems tonight can only end here for me. Just then a cold voice interrupted him. How could we allow you to end it here? I've said it before, you won't be allowed to leave here. Chen Rutao, whose suit was torn, was of the same rank as Chun Hao, but he was no useless person like Chen Hao. He was already close to the 5th stage of manifestation, significantly stronger than Chen Hao. Among the Chen family, apart from Chun Shan, Chen Rutao was the strongest. His manifestation enhanced his physical body, so although he appeared somewhat frail initially, he now possessed explosively strong muscles. Moreover, his skin bore a layer of grayish-black keratin, extremely tough, capable of withstanding even the intense heat of flames. It was because of his presence that Zhu Ning and her companions gained no advantage in their prolonged battle, and each sustained serious injuries. Additionally, there were other subordinates of his surrounding them, continuously launching ranged firepower attacks against the three of them. Let me end this farce. Chen Rutao clenched his fists and moved closer to Zhu Ning and Zhu Liang as the shadow of a massive ape-like monster roared behind him. Wait! Zhu Xiaoying suddenly blocked him with her gun. Chen Rutao halted, frowning in displeasure, and turned to her. What is it? Why are you stopping me? Zhu Xiaoying looked at him and shook her head. You can't kill the three of them. Why can't we kill them? Chen Rutao questioned, clearly baffled. If they die, Zhu Qin will definitely come seeking an explanation, and that would make matters even more troublesome. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing Chen Rutao's boiling murderous intent. Chen Rutao's expression flickered. He glanced at the severely weakened Zhu Liang and the buried Zhu Quan, then looked at the expressionless, yet resolute, Zhu Xiaoying. The giant ape shadow around him trembled reluctantly, emitting a low whimper, and ultimately began to dissipate. Certainly, if these three were killed, it would surely infuriate Zhu Qin. Allowing them to leave heavily injured instead was the most suitable choice. Even if they were heavily injured, they were the ones who initiated trouble, and Zhu Qin had no reason to retaliate against them. Zhu Qin was at the spirit refinement level. If she went mad, no one would be able to stop her in Shun Bai's absence. Chen Rutao still felt reluctant, growing more agitated with each thought. At that moment, a faint sound from his tiny communicator suddenly broke the silence, as someone on the other end rapidly reported something to him. Chen Rutao's anger and dissatisfaction instantly froze, replaced by sheer shock. He roared in disbelief. What did you say? The tiny communicator he wore continued to relay urgent and clear reports. Although Zhu Xiaoying couldn't hear the specific content, Chen Rutao's suddenly changing expression revealed everything. She asked in confusion, What's wrong? What happened? Chen Rutao abruptly raised his hand, and the giant ape shadow behind him completely vanished. All attention was focused on the information in his ear. Seconds later, he suddenly turned to Zhu Xiaoying, his eyes filled with agitation. We've been played. Chen Rutao's voice was laced with suppressed anger and an unrecognized sense of panic. The experimental area below has been invaded, while we were held up by the three of them. His fierce gaze swept over the ruins where Zhu Quan lay, and Zhu Liang, as well as Zhu Ning who stood before him. Upon hearing Chen Rutao's words, Zhu Xiaoying tightened her grip on her gun, shock appearing on her cold face. She was aware of the significance of the lower area. Chen Rutao had informed her about the situation below. It could be said that it was precisely because of Shun Bei and the research down there that she agreed to the marriage with Chen Rutao. But now the lower area has been invaded. She immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. The importance of the underground base was far beyond that of the hotel above. It housed research materials, experimental subjects, and even key items related to Shun Bai's plans. Do you know who it is? The identity of the invader. What is the current situation? Zhu Xiaoying fired questions in rapid succession, her pace noticeably quickening. It's said to be just one person, but the other party is incredibly strong. There's not a single person down there who can handle him. Damn it. The only good news is that the other party is currently trapped in the internal area and cannot leave for now. Shocked, the two of them spoke without holding back, so Zhu Ning and her companions overheard their conversation. However, without knowing the background, they had no idea what the two were discussing. Chen Rutao's expression darkened. He cast one last glance at Zhu Ning and her companions before turning away and heading toward the elevator leading underground. He shouted at the surrounding subordinates, "You three handle these guys. Everyone else come with me, hurry." He rushed to the experimental area below. What else is there to handle? Get the hell out of here. Zhu Xiaoying said to Zhu Ning and her companions following closely behind. I'll go with you. Before leaving, she cast a deep glance at Zhu Ning, but said nothing more. Zhu Xiaoying. Zhu Ning watched the two leave, wanting to say something, but due to her injuries and exhaustion, she couldn't catch her breath and fainted directly. Zhu Liang remained tense until Chen Rutao and Zhu Xiaoying left with their men, then he finally relaxed slightly. What a calamity. He was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing. What a good girl, how did she end up like this? If that incident hadn't happened, it wouldn't have turned into today's mess. Zhu Liang lifted Zhu Ning onto his back, then dragging his heavy steps, he stumbled toward the collapsed ruins to retrieve the unconscious Zhu Quan. He quickly left with the two of them. A soft hum echoed and the surface of the sturdy metal barrier door began to twist and ripple. A shadow stepped out from the distorted wave without warning, as if passing through an invisible curtain of water emerging from the air before the door. It was Tu Buan carrying a girl on his back. The moment his feet touched the ground, the distorted spatial wave behind him quickly settled, and the metal door returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. After experimenting with numerous corpses, Tu Buan had barely mastered precise spatial transfer over short distances. He had originally intended to teleport directly to the ground like he did previously with the Kuei Mu wolf. However, after several attempts with the corpses, each time they were torn apart by something in the void midway through the teleportation, making it impossible to complete the transfer intact. Seeing that he had successfully emerged, Tu Buan did not hesitate, and the golden ring in his eyes shone brightly. His figure flickered continuously within the deep passage, each spatial leap precise and swift like a ghost, without a physical form, rapidly penetrating through layers of alloy barriers that theoretically should not be breached. However, as he prepared to cross the seventh door, he abruptly halted. In his foresight, the scene beyond the door was not the gray-white corridor, but an absolute, all-consuming darkness. There was no sound, no light, no energy reaction. Even the very fabric of space seemed to cease to exist. This was an extreme signal of unknown danger. Tu Buan quickly stabilized his stance, lingering between the sixth and seventh doors, the golden ring in his eyes, continuously flashing, refreshing his observations of. Moreover, each time before passing through, he would use his foresight to check for dangers, being extremely cautious. If he saw nothing but darkness, he would remain still until the situation appeared normal before teleporting. Yet until the very end, at the largest iron door, Tu Buan stopped once more. Upon seeing the scene on the other side, his brow furrowed slightly. Through his foresight, Tu Buan spotted a densely packed mass of figures and armed forces in the corridor. They were dressed in standardized combat uniforms, holding box-shaped energy weapons that were fully charged, their gun muzzles faintly glowing with a weak blue light. These individuals had formed a layered and overlapping crossfire network without any blind spots. Further back, there seemed to be heavy artillery set up. If all this firepower were unleashed, it would completely block Tu Buan's path. In his foresight, as soon as he teleported out, a deluge of artillery fire would rain down upon him. Although he could twist these attacks with spatial fluctuations, Tu Buan did not intend to just rush out. With such a grand welcome awaiting him outside, shouldn't he prepare some reciprocation for them? What's the situation? Chen Rutao, along with his team, and Zhu Xiaoying arrived at the grand passage. Upon seeing the tense demeanor of those on guard, he found Captain Shun at the artillery position and inquired. The target recently entered Zone A. We've received a distress signal from the personnel in Zone E. It seems things are looking grim over there. Chen Rutao's expression instantly darkened, his fists clenching tightly. Inside Zone E there were the rare third experimental body and those researchers who had been painstakingly assembled over a long period. Several extremely terrible scenarios flashed through his mind. He thought of the indispensable researchers potentially being killed, or the third experimental body possibly being seized or destroyed, or even the precious experimental data being erased without a trace. Thinking of these possibilities, Chun-Ru Tao felt as though his heart was bleeding. Damn it. He spat out these two words through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with extreme anger. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes now bloodshot, fixed intensely on the massive metal door, as if trying to see through the thick special alloy to tubuan inside. But after gasping for breath several times, Chun-Ru Tao suppressed his fury, not losing complete control of his senses. He questioned, where's Ding Ren? Where did he go? Wasn't he supposed to keep an eye on this place for me? Where the hell did his mind wander off to? What? Chun-Ru Tao found this difficult to accept. Even Ding Ren at the plastic spirit level couldn't handle it. How is that possible? He knew that the puppets Ding Ren left in this experimental area were exceptionally powerful, each possessing significant strength and capable of using abilities from before the sequences. One of them could be considered a military force composed of sequences, while Ding Ren himself was a plastic spirit level entity. He could even guide the enormous kraken lurking deep. That was why Shin Bei left most of his puppets here to protect this experimental area. Unless faced with something more terrifying than him, or if the kraken went berserk, there was no one he could not handle. So now he was being told that he couldn't handle a single invader. How could Chun-Ru Tao accept this? Was the invader inside even more terrifying than the kraken? At this moment, a technician beside him handed over the display screen he had been holding. It showed footage of two tubuans smashing open the zone door and dispatching a small team of armed forces. Seeing two tubuan effortlessly break through the zone door, which even the kraken's tentacles couldn't smash, and control multiple elements to deal with the armed forces, left Chun-Ru Tao in a state of strange silence. He began to ponder what they had leaked that would attract such a terrifying figure to this place. On the surface, he and Lord Shun had not leaked any information, so where did such a terrifying entity come from? Such immense physical strength and sequence abilities could not possibly belong to a nameless nobody. Yet as he racked his brain, he could think of no one who could match the invader inside. Even Zhu Xiaoying, who had come from the four holy fortresses, was taken aback after witnessing the invader's performance. Sir, and there's more. The technician swiped on the screen, and a scene appeared where Tu Buan used his abilities in conjunction with his body to violently smash open the metal door of Zone E, which had an energy shield. In the camera's view, he appeared like a phantom, continuously flickering in and out between the barriers. Watching this made Chun-Ru Tao's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Finally, when Tu Buan stood at the far end of the metal door, the camera suddenly, Chun-Ru Tao was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of monster had emerged from nowhere? Massive energy fluctuation detected. At that moment, a technician shouted from the monitoring device mounted on a small rover. What? Captain Shun, standing on the running track, immediately demanded. Where is the energy fluctuation coming from? The technician's fingers flew across the control panel, locking onto the signal source before shouting, behind the gate. The energy resonance remains in high-frequency oscillation, intensity escalating rapidly. And it emanated from behind that massive, heavily guarded metal gate, the very one they had fortified with overwhelming force. Woo! A deep, resonant hum, like the groan of the abyssal ocean depths, penetrated the thick alloy doorplate, causing the hearts of the nearest guards to palpitate involuntarily. Frost-laced mist began seeping slowly from the edges of the doorframe, while the surface of the colossal metal gate rippled with a translucent warping distortion. Spatial fluctuation detected. Something is breaching through. The technician cried. All personnel, prepare for combat. Captain Shin raised his arm and roared, commanding everyone to stand ready, weapons primed for immediate engagement. A dense, synchronized whirring of machinery erupted. Every energy cannon's barrel flared with blinding light. The collective charging hum coalesced into a chilling, scalp-prickling wave, all focused unrelentingly upon the violently undulating metal gate. The guards held their breath, fingers locked tautly on triggers, muscles coiled like drawn steel. Chun-Ru Tao snapped back to alertness, eyes fixed warily on the distant metal gate, as gray-black scales shimmered across his skin. Beside him, Zhu Xiaoying manifested her. As all stood vigilant, something emerged from the spatial distortion within, but it was no human figure. Instead, an apocalyptic torrent surged forth, glowing with an ominous sapphire radiance vast enough to flood the entire corridor. This was its surging current carried bone-deep cold and immense energy fluctuations. Wherever it swept, the corridor walls instantly encased themselves in thick crystalline ice. At its vanguard, the flood roared forward, clawing, lashing, hurling itself with monstrous fury toward the tightly formed defensive line. The glacial deluge crashed over the front-line armed personnel like a mountain collapsing, its sheer force hurling soldiers and gear alike against the rear wall. Energy weapons short-circuited in the torrent, erupting in sharp, crackling sparks. Hydrokinetic assault. Brace for impact. Chun Riteo's pupils contracted sharply as a colossal ape spirit roared into being around him. He drove both fists forward, attempting to shatter the onrushing wave with brute force. Zhu Xiaoying thrust her spear forward, flame blazing at its tip, seeking to vaporize the advancing flood. Yet water's essence lies in its omnipresence and relentless persistence. Even Chun Riteo, struck heated by that titanic surge, was hurled backward under its terrifying mass. His ape spirit let out a final anguished wail before dissolving into mist. He slammed into the corridor wall with a thunderous hollow boom. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoying's roaring flames flickered feebly, like candlelight doused by rain, and she was flung airborne, only halting her flight by jamming her spear into the wall midair. Those two who had effortlessly subdued the Zhu family trio moments earlier now looked utterly battered and disheveled. The corridor lay in utter ruin, soldiers and artillery emplacements alike scattered in chaotic wreckage. Numerous figures bobbed helplessly in the churning flood, fate uncertain. Only the overhead lights cast trembling reflections upon the water's surface, illuminating a scene straight from Apocalypse. The frigid flood continued its unrestrained rampage through the corridor, as if mocking their meticulously arranged defenses, exposing them as laughably fragile. Worse still, each time the flood collided with the energy barrier lining the walls, its anti-recoil mechanism triggered, sending shockwaves rebounding with even greater ferocity. The vast semicircular passage churned like the drum of a washing machine. Machinery and humans alike tossed and tumbled like laundry caught in violence. Amidst the chaos, Chun Riteo gritted his teeth, seizing a ceiling support to hang above the flood, buying himself a fleeting moment of respite. Glancing upward, he saw others clinging there too, Captain Chun and Zhu Xiaoying among them. Quick-thinking sequence users mirrored his action instinctively, but not all were so fortunate. Ordinary guards and technicians remained trapped below, relentlessly battered by the current, suffering terribly. Activate all exhaust fans and drainage conduits. Drain this accursed water, now. Chun Riteo bellowed toward Captain Chun, suspended far above on the ceiling. Captain Chun, face pale with cold, seized his functioning comm unit and ordered the central control room, initiate emergency drainage. Open all exhaust fans and primary drainage valves in this sector. Repeat, execute emergency drainage immediately. A low grinding mechanical whine and screeching metal friction rose from all sides of the corridor, drowning out part of the flood's roar. Several massive fan blades, normally reserved for air circulation, slowly unfolded from the ceiling and began rotating, initially stirring the water, then accelerating steps. Crucially, they did not draw air upward. They reversed direction, blasting powerful downward gusts. The immense downward pressure forced the surging flood downward, while along both corridor walls, near floor level, hydraulic mechanisms ejected enormous drainage pipes from concealed hatches. These orifices gaped like the throats of leviathans, voraciously devouring the corridor's floodwaters. The water level receded visibly, revealing shattered equipment, discarded weapons, and guards and technicians swallowed beneath the current. Within minutes, aside from those directly struck at the front, few had perished. They surfaced, gasping lungs starved for air, greedily inhaling the stale but precious oxygen. Just as Chun Riteo began to exhale in relief, KRRK, a grating metallic shriek pierced the flood, followed instantly by an eruption of terrifying cold. Then, a visible wave of pallid frost exploded outward like a shock front. Where it passed, churning water froze solid, airborne moisture crystallized midair, everything locked in absolute silent stasis. No! Zhu Xiaoying's cry was instantly swallowed by the deafening, shattering crescendo of ice formation. In less than a heartbeat, over half the corridor became a frozen wasteland. Guards and technicians caught mid-evacuation were sealed within flawless, jagged ice, frozen mid-struggle, limbs contorted in desperate motion. The uneven ice surface refracted the sickly gray-white light, radiating a chill that made bones ache. Chun Riteo's face turned colder than the ice beneath him. Then from afar, a voice laced with mockery echoed down the corridor. "Good evening, Chun Riteo. This is our first meeting. Do you enjoy my welcome gift?" The voice was muffled, emanating from the filter of the gas mask, indistinguishable as male or female. Yet the tone dripped with sarcasm. It was the silhouette of a person clad in the standard protective suit of the experimental area, carrying a petite object on their back. When Chun Riteo caught sight of the third experimental subject behind him, his pupils constricted, and he roared, "It's you." He was the intruder. The figure in the protective suit stood on the icy surface, indifferent to Chun Riteo's fury, their gaze merely sweeping over Chun Riteo's twisted face, contorted with rage through the dark goggles. Unfazed by his anger, Chun Riteo's killing intent surged, and he was about to leap from the ceiling to confront tubuan. The recent flood assault had not caused significant losses to his main forces. He still had the strength to battle this guy. Or even if they couldn't win, they had to act at all costs to keep the other party here. Unlike Captain Chun Riteo understood the value of this third experimental subject more than anyone else. This was something that absolutely could not be let go. It was even part of the plan, and with it Lord Shin's plan would have an additional layer of assurance. Chen Rutao roared, "At all costs, keep this guy here for me." As he spoke, his body swelled like a bowstring drawn to its limit about to plunge forward. The others on the ceiling, upon hearing his command, also prepared various attacks in their hands. Just as Chen Rutao was about to dive forward like an arrow released from a bow in the split second before countless attacks rained down from the ceiling. Tubuan and the third experimental subject on his back vanished like chalk marks, erased, their figures distorted for an instant before seemingly disappearing from the It was not high-speed movement nor invisibility. It was disappearance. A complete spatial transfer. Chen Rutao's determined strike collided violently with empty space, the furious force shattering the icy surface beneath. The various attacks cascading from the ceiling also all missed energy beams and sequential abilities plowing through the area, once more only stirring up more shattered ice, without even grazing the edge of the target's clothing. Just as Chen Rutao had not yet adjusted for the missed attack. Snap! A crisp sound of fingers snapping. In an instant, Chen Rutao felt a chilling threat rise from the ground beneath him, instinctively raising his hands to protect his head. Several sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground, aimed directly at his eyes from tricky angles. With incredible speed, the ice pillars attacked him directly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, raising his hands to shield his head. The sharp ice pillars scraped against his sturdy skin with a piercing sound, leaving several cracks, but failing to penetrate the surface protection. The shadow behind him roared, shattering the ice pillars with force, but upon looking at the bloodstains scraped onto his skin, shock filled his eyes. Could such a thing break through his defenses? He had fought for so long with the three from the Zhu family's collateral and had not been able to breach his defenses. Oh! At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the ceiling, causing Chen Rutao's expression to change drastically. He looked up sharply and saw his subordinates pierced by rock columns extending from the ceiling. Some were impaled through the chest, hanging in midair, blood gushing down the stone columns. Others were pierced through the abdomen or other vital areas, letting out even more agonizing wails as they struggled in vain. A few unfortunate souls caught off guard were simultaneously pierced in multiple places, instantly losing all signs of life, hanging there like broken dolls. In a brief moment, several of the many subordinates he had just possessed were suddenly gone. The others who reacted quickly to evade also suffered wounds from glancing hits. Suddenly, rock columns attacked from the ceiling. Without warning, I couldn't even react. Zhu Shaoing fell from the heights, gritting her teeth, while clutching her right arm. When the rock columns emerged, she had just jumped down, so she wasn't directly hit, but her right shoulder was still pierced, blood flowing endlessly. "I didn't expect you to skimp on the protective shield in the ceiling." The mocking voice rang out again, but this time from another location. Right behind them. Chen Rutao and Zhu Shaoing were startled, turning sharply to find the intruder had already taken position at the entrance. Hearing his words, Chen Rutao's expression darkened. This area was the only part of the underground that had no protective shield set in the ceiling. Because the venue was too large and situated deep underground, there was no concern about someone digging in or out from here. Moreover, the important items were in that area. This place was merely a transition point, so they had not expended vast amounts of materials and manpower to set a protective shield in the entire ceiling. Unexpectedly, it was now being used against them. Chen Rutao looked at the intruder, not far away, his mind racing. The earlier display of abilities indicated that the opponent's sequential abilities and strength were terrifying, even mastering spatial capabilities, making them extremely If it weren't for the protective shield, he would have likely left this place long ago. Now that the guy was standing at the entrance, as soon as he left the shielded area, he would vanish like a droplet returning to the ocean. At that time, he wouldn't know where to find him. Should he attack him before he could perform the spatial transfer, denying him the chance to escape? No, just now he had clearly seen that the guy had no preliminary movements. He stood there and executed the spatial transfer. Not to mention spatial transfer, didn't this guy fear getting lost in the void? What a madman. Damn it. Chen Rutao looked at his subordinates, and Zhu Shaoing, his head throbbing. There were a few speed-type sequencers, but their strength was not strong enough to attack him when he was unresponsive. Damn. This spatial-type sequencer is extremely annoying. Not to mention that this guy can control other elements to continue attacking, and their power is quite formidable. He could summon floods and instantly freeze entire torrents of water. He had never encountered such a troublesome enemy. What kind of sequencer is this guy? Why does he have so many abilities? Just as Chen Rutao racked his brains for a solution, his gaze suddenly shifted, noticing something, and he paused slightly, then immediately spoke to Tu Bu, and, "Sir, we can talk." "What is there to talk about?" "Discuss your inability to defend against a single worthless security measure, or the cruelty of experimenting on a child." Tu Buin said coldly, slowly making his exit. Chen Rutao said, "Aren't you curious why we are creating such an experimental subject?" Tu Buin paused for a moment and looked at this guy. It was clear he was stalling for time. But the distance was now sufficient for him to instantly project a protective barrier, so it was fine to hear what this guy wanted to say. Seeing that Tu Buin did not continue walking, Chen Rutao understood that he had taken the bait, and continued, The experimental subject behind you is very special. One could say that under the command of Master Shun in the future, it could awaken an entire sequence for ordinary people in the safety zone. This way we would no longer fear ordinary ominous creatures. In fact, it could allow Master Shun to advance further, enabling him to challenge the godlike beings, and at that time humanity's power would become even stronger. This is something that benefits all of humanity, do you understand? Tubuan squinted slightly. Most of it was falsehood. This guy had hardly spoken any truth. He had completely lost interest and did not want to hear this guy's ramblings anymore. Buzz, Tubuan's figure began to distort and wave, and he directly executed a spatial transfer, disappearing from his original spot. Dingren. At this moment, seeing Tubuan disappear again, Chun Ru Tao shouted, while he himself shot out like a cannonball towards the entrance. Others attack with me. Aim at the spot where that guy was standing just now. Don't rush. A voice suddenly rang out from the surrounding void, and then Tubuan, who had just vanished into the void, eerily returned to his original position. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. At the moment Tubuan vanished into the void, a powerful pulling force suddenly acted upon him. It was as if an invisible hook had latched onto the space he occupied, forcibly dragging him back from the state of completing his transfer, re-solidifying him in place. This was a spatial fluctuation that did not belong to him, coming from elsewhere, pulling Tubuan back to his original position. Was it another spatial type sequence ability? Tubuan's figure was pulled back, and Chun Ru Tao rushed in front of him, swinging his hammer down at Tubuan. You despicable thief, die. At the same time, a flaming spear shot through the air, forming an attack resembling a fiery bird. This was the spear thrown by Zhu Shaoying. However, Tubuan merely glanced at Chun Ru Tao before the ground beneath him, frozen in ice, suddenly exploded. Roar! A massive ice dragon entirely formed from extreme cold broke free from the ice. Its fierce head roared, and its ghostly blue body carried the coldness that could freeze souls. It opened its gigantic mouth as if ready to devour light, unflinchingly confronting Chun Ru Tao's hammer strike, crashing into him and biting. He was entirely pushed back by the ice dragon, as if a runaway ice mountain train had collided head-on with him, unable to resist, flying backward, and a thick layer of white frost instantly covered his gray-black skin. Meanwhile, the ice dragon's powerful tail swung like a massive ice whip, accompanied by a howling cold wind accurately sweeping across. Clang! The flaming spear collided violently with the icy dragon's tail, erupting with dazzling red and blue light and a large amount of steam. The fiery giant bird let out a mournful cry and instantly dissipated, the spear being directly swept away by this immense force, embedding deeply into a distant wall, its flames extinguished, leaving only wisps of blue smoke. But this spear actually managed to smash off the ice dragon's tail. It was a powerful strike. However, Tubuan's gaze was focused on an empty space. There, Tubuan sensed ripples emanating from that place, affecting his spatial transferability. Tubuan clenched his palm, tearing at the discovered space, and a deep hollow void was ripped open, revealing what lay within. Inside was a very strange figure. 3 heads piled atop a short body, its limbs wrapped around itself, looking like a large top, with 3 watermelons on top. The eyes on the 3 heads were spinning wildly, then simultaneously fixed on Tubuan. Looking at this creature, Tubuan's eyes were filled with disgust. To transform humanity into such a ghastly form, you are truly repugnant, Dingren. This is a puppet I painstakingly created, taking years to piece together from 3 spatial type sequencers. How can such an excellent work be described as repugnant? Dingren's voice came from the 3-headed puppet. Indeed, this was Dingren's puppet. None of the puppets in this underground experimental area could confront Tu, so he decided to bring over his strongest puppets to deal with him. This 3-headed creature was one of his strongest puppets, and the only one that could return in a short time. He had indeed returned long ago, but had been hiding in the void, observing Tubuan, waiting for the right moment to signal Chun Ru Tao and coordinate an attack. Although it had little effect. But with this puppet, this guy would not be able to escape. Dingren believed he had thoroughly grasped Tubuan's approximate strength. He was a capable spirit-shaping level fighter, but the opponent had been continuously using abilities on a large scale, which must have consumed a lot of energy. He was a capable spirit-shaping level fighter, but the opponent had been continuously using abilities on a large scale. He was a capable spirit-shaping level fighter, but the opponent had been continuously using abilities on a large scale, which must have consumed a lot of energy. So annoying. Tubuan sighed slightly. This was not out of helplessness, but rather a kind of impatience, as if he had finally decided to swat a fly after being bothered repeatedly. As his words fell, an indescribable fluctuation unlike any previous energy rippled out from behind him. The space seemed to turn into a water surface, and 2 massive, symmetrically shaped semicircular rings slowly emerged from the void behind him. The rings were made of a dark silver material that was neither metal nor jade, its surface flowing with a wave-like sheen. They were not complete circles, but were as if cut in half, forming 2 symmetrical arcs suspended on either side of Tubuan. Most remarkably, each semicircular ring had a hollow center. And on the outer edge of each semicircular ring, 4 diamond-shaped crystals were embedded, with the left side displaying the 4 distinctly different colors of crimson, ghostly blue, emerald green, and pink. The crystals on the right side were brownish yellow, silver gray, golden, and black. The light within these crystals flowed, as if sealing some primordial. Tubuan clenched his fist, and 6 brilliant lights ignited within the crystals of the rings behind him. The ground behind him split apart, and 5 massive wooden dragons rose upright, opening their fearsome mouths, each gathering a sphere of energy that radiated terrifying pressure. The energy within each dragon's mouth is distinct: fire, water, earth, metal, and chi. These 5 energies oscillate and compress within the mouths of the 5 wooden dragons, emanating a pressure that sends shivers down one's spine. The pupil of Ding Ren from the other ghost puppet trembled violently as he intensified the flow of spiritual energy to the puppet. The blue light in the eyes of the 3 heads blazed, and a violent spatial fluctuation erupted from the empty space between the two, pushing towards Tubuan. They aimed to obliterate Tubuan into the void, seeking to thwart this terrifying assault. But Tubuan stood at the center with a ring behind him steadily suspended. With a slight movement of his mind, he raised his hand to grasp the spatial attack directed at him by Ding Ren. The fluctuation vanished as if it had crashed into a swamp. Shock flashed in Ding Ren's eyes. Had he just erased his own space? Clap. Simultaneously, Tubuan snapped his fingers with the other hand. Roar. The energy orbs from the mouths of the 5 wooden dragons suddenly erupted, producing a sound that resonated through the soul. Wherever the light passed, the space warped and the ice melted. Naturally, the first to be hit was Ding Ren's puppet, which immediately sought to escape into the void to avoid the energy. Wherever the light passed, the space warped and the ice melted. Naturally, the first to be hit was Ding Ren's puppet, which immediately sought to escape into the void to avoid the energy fluctuations. However, at the moment it attempted to escape, another spatial fluctuation from the surroundings bound its abilities, preventing it from directly entering the void. Just as it had previously pulled Tubuan out from the void, now it was Tubuan's turn to suppress it, leaving it unable to leave its spot. This puppet's spatial abilities were exceptionally prominent, but its body was as fragile as cardboard, making it vulnerable to such attacks. Otherwise, it would certainly be destroyed on the spot. Normally, it would be accompanied by other puppets, but now it was alone, unable to exert its full capabilities. He had a total of 3 core puppets, each meticulously crafted from gathered materials, with each specializing in a different direction. The 3 puppets could collaborate to create a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. Now, with only one puppet, he felt somewhat powerless. With no other choice, Ding Ren immediately controlled his abilities to distort the space in front of him, forcibly redirecting the incoming energy waves to the side. But the people behind him suffered. Ding Ren could only block 2 waves, while the remaining 3 different energy waves howled towards the others. As Ding Ren's 3-headed ghost focused on defense, Tubuan's figure twisted and vanished from its original spot. Even with Ding Ren blocking 2 waves, the remaining 3 were massive, coming in parallel at high speed, leaving Chunru Tao and his group no time to prepare. Everyone could only brace themselves for the impact. Aside from Chunru Tao, Zhu Xiaoying, and Captain Chun, who could withstand the energy waves, the others were thrown about in disarray. When the wooden dragon finished releasing its energy and shattered into splinters, Chunru Tao, who had been slammed against the wall, pulled himself free and fell to the ground. He knelt on the ground, his gray-black skin covered in fine cracks resembling a parched surface, with blood seeping through the fissures as he gasped heavily. Not far away, Zhu Xiaoying fared slightly better. She endured the energy wave condensed from the fire element, resulting in minimal damage. Captain Chun, on the other hand, fared poorly. He had lost a leg and an arm, while the other subordinates were either dead or severely injured. When Chunru Tao lifted his head, he found that Tubuan had vanished again. His pupils trembled. Only the 5 piles of collapsed dead would lay there silently, like mocking tombs. The figure clad in protective gear carrying the 3rd experimental subject had completely disappeared, as if he had never existed. Be careful, he might ambush us. Ding Ren, where did he go now? Chunru Tao shouted anxiously at Ding Ren. But the 3-headed ghost's blue lights scanned around, not providing an immediate answer. Ding Ren, Ding Ren. Chunru Tao's heart sank, a chilling premonition washing over him. After a disturbingly brief silence, a voice filled with evident frustration and disbelief emerged from within the puppet. He has left. He is no longer in this underground area. Chunru Tao exclaimed in disbelief. What? He escaped. Didn't you control his teleportation ability? But just as I forcefully resisted the energy wave, I redirected my abilities to defense, and he seized the opportunity to leave directly. What a... In the corridor, only Chunru Tao's furious voice remained alongside Zhu Xiaoying's suppressed gasps of pain and the weak moans of injured teammates echoing in the distance. In the ruins of the hotel lobby, Tubuan's figure appeared in the center of the debris. He had never anticipated a death struggle with them, especially since he didn't even know his... After several consecutive spatial transfers, he had directly exited the underground area. Frowning slightly, he looked towards several points in the sky. He could sense powerful beings approaching rapidly from various directions. This was why Ding Ren had sent the three-headed ghost back alone to buy time. He had called back all of Shun Bai's contingencies in the city to eliminate Tu Buan here. But unexpectedly Tu Buan had seized the chance to escape directly. Sensing the powerful auras gathering from afar, Tu Buan frowned slightly, then the space distorted, and he vanished from his spot. His figure flickered several times before appearing in a dark alley beside a building, the ring behind his body dissipating like dust in the air. This is the manifestation of the Tao Wu with the 8 crystals representing Tu Buan's 7 elemental abilities and illusionary powers in Tao Wu form, excluding the precognition ability. Once manifested, these 8 abilities receive enhancements greatly increasing their power, but the consumption also rises exponentially. Compared to the Qiongqi manifestation that has minimal consumption and greatly enhances physical and defensive capabilities, this Tao manifestation is less practical. However, with the activation of the demonic avatar, Tu Buan did not hesitate to unleash this normally and used manifestation to pressure Ding Ren, preventing him from using spatial manipulation. He glanced at the sky again, not switching to the Qiongqi sequence to fly up. The skies were somewhat unstable, now making it easy to collide with those approaching beings. Sizzle! A faint sound of air compression echoed. Tu Buan removed his protective gear and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Ding Ren has summoned quite a few. Given the current situation, exposing himself in an open area for too long is unwise. He needs to find a nearby place to take cover. The flickering indicator light cast dancing shadows on the wall as Bai Yu hunched her back, carefully holding a bowl of freshly brewed instant noodles that emitted a fragrant aroma. Bai Yu was enchanted by the scent. This was braised beef noodles, although there was not a trace of braised beef to be seen inside. Yet under the influence of seasonings and additives, the aroma was irresistible. The swirling steam temporarily dispelled the chill of the night. Just as she picked up a forkful of noodles, an unnatural shifting in the shadows deep within the laboratory caused her to freeze in place. Bai Yu warily glanced in that direction, her eyes shimmering with silver light. After Kuei Mu Lang learned about Shun Bai's situation, he left directly, leaving her alone in the experimental area. But when Tu Buan emerged from the shadows holding a girl, Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief at the sight of him. It seemed that no other ghostly thing had mixed in. Holding her bowl of instant noodles, Bai Yu looked at Tu Buan with curiosity and asked, "Why are you back again?" "Plans have changed. Oh, I need to stay here for a while," Tu Buan said as he gently placed the girl on the platform in the center of Bai Yu's experimental area. "Also, can you check her condition for me and see if anything seems off? This girl, did you bring her from Shun Bai's experimental area? You went after her. What about the egg?" "She is the egg. According to those people, she has completely absorbed the remaining energy from that egg." "What? Completely absorbed the energy from the egg?" Bai Yu exclaimed, putting down the bowl of noodles. She dashed over to the little girl, her excitement evident. "If what you say is true, then this child is extraordinary. Is there anything else? Moreover, she is in the process of awakening." Bai Yu's eyes widened slowly. Her entire attention was captured by the girl on the platform. She set down the bowl of noodles that had previously held her interest, the plastic bowl clinking crisply against the metal workbench. Incredible, truly incredible. Perfectly absorbing Nuwa's egg and awakening. This is a major discovery. How could that guy Shin Bei hide such a world-shattering finding? Such a waste. Bai Yu hurriedly brought over instruments and tools, putting on gloves and a mask while scolding Shin Bei. She nearly threw herself against the side of the platform, hands pressed on the cold edge, her body leaning forward as her gaze burned intensely on the girl. Tu Buan watched her actions and suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the corner. Their metal table had a large dent in it, as if it had been smashed in. Tu Buan looked at the table and asked Bai Yu, "Did Kuei Mu Lang smash this?" "Yes, after I clarified things with him, he was so furious with Shun Bei that he smashed my table." Bai Yu, without raising her head while operating, said, "He has probably already rushed out of the safe zone by now." Tu Buan looked at Bai Yu with confusion. Rushed out of the safe zone? What is that reckless guy up to? But Tu Buan immediately reacted, asking, "Is he going to trouble Shin Bei? But does he know where Shin Bei went?" Bai Yu quickly replied, "He doesn't know." Tu Buan was taken aback. Then what is he rushing out for? He doesn't know where Shin Bei went, but he knows which path they took to return. He took all the explosives from here, saying he wants to plant explosives all the way and blow that guy Shin Bei to the sky. Tu Buan. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yu, feeling impatient, said, "All right, stop bothering me. Hurry up and go out, and make sure to close the door. I will let you know how she is doing." Bai Yu was already fully immersed in her work, so Tu Buan said nothing more and stepped out of her room, closing the door behind him. Standing outside, he could see the scene inside through the glass barrier. Bai Yu's expression was intensely focused, a stark contrast to her earlier excitement. She took blood samples while checking the girl's physical condition. Bai Yu glanced at the screen during the examination, and her expression suddenly changed as she quickly turned to the freezer to take out several vials of reagents. After adjusting a few things, she injected them into the girl. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that Baiyuwu finally emerged from inside. When tubuan saw her come out, he asked how did it go. Baiyuwu looked down at the report. She had written a large amount of sedative was injected into her body. I diluted the sedative's effects with other reagents to minimize harm to her body, but it will still take some time for her to wake up. All other indicators are normal except for the extremely pure energy belonging to the egg inside her. As Baiyuwu continued speaking, her tone became increasingly difficult to suppress her excitement. I have never seen such perfect energy, filled with vibrant life force. It's simply the very essence of life itself. Stable, vast, and it seems to be slowly adapting and growing within her body. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her gaze burning the fatigue on her face, completely swept away, entirely occupied by this unprecedented discovery. This is not merely absorption. It can be described as a fusion, a perfect evolution. This is unbelievable. When will she wake up? Baiyuwu thought for a moment about by tomorrow. That's good. Confirming that there were no issues, tubuan let out a slight sigh of relief. By the way, I've taken out my machines and equipment. Do you want to check them too? Baiyuwu suddenly brightened and asked, rubbing her fists eagerly at tubuan. Tubuan initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking it over, he became curious about his current physical state after reaching the spirit refinement stage. The last time at Lao Song's place, the researchers didn't find anything. He only knew that he was several times stronger than the average beast transformation sequence, and Baiyuwu's equipment was much better than that at Lao Song's, so perhaps they could detect something different. You don't need to do anything too complicated. Just give me a vial of your blood and run some simple tests with those devices. Fearing tubuan would disagree, Baiyuwu quick. Okay. Tubuan thought for a moment and nodded. Baiyuwu visibly brightened. Great, come with me. However, when it came time to take blood, a problem arose. The needle couldn't go in. Tubuan had to cut his own wrist to draw blood. Baiyuwu happily took the blood but after a moment Baiyuwu returned with a somewhat strange expression. Tubuan noticed the strange expression on her face. What kind of expression is that? He frowned slightly. Baiyuwu's expression was peculiar. Do you often feel fatigued or listless, as if you can't wake up even after a long sleep? No. Do you feel soreness in your lower back and knees? Or a sense of emptiness and weakness, often feeling the need to pat or press on those areas? What exactly are you trying to ask? Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Have you ever seen anyone with kidney deficiency who could kill you with a punch? That's strange. Baiyuwu showed tubuan the report she held. Look at this, it shows that your internal energy reserves are severely lacking. Tubuan took it, seeing a human body diagram with many areas marked in red. He questioned, my internal energy is lacking. Yet he felt no weakness at all. He had continuously used active reagents today and experienced no backlash despite the significant consumption. To be precise, your body has been in a state of extreme weakness. Baiyuwu pointed to the complex indices on the report. It's only because of your strong physique that you haven't felt it until now. According to my machine's detection, your original energy scale could not possibly be this low. Baiyuwu's eyes were filled with shock. Based on calculations, your peak state should be dozens of times stronger than what you are now. Do you know what that means? Your previous strength was likely at the level of summoning gods. She looked at tubuan as if she were gazing at a terrifying primal beast. What have you experienced that caused such a severe drop in strength? My body is incredibly weak now. Baiyuwu's eyes narrowed. A strength dozens of times greater than now. Summoning gods. Baiyuwu used this data to tell him that he had once reached a realm where he could contend with gods. And now his power was merely a slightly larger fragment that had rolled down from a towering mountain. Tubuan's ears seemed to echo the words of the white-robed researcher from his dream. A weapon of divine slaying nearly complete that integrates multiple supreme sequences. And the last scene of that dream, the monstrous beast that obscured the sky and blotted out the sun. Tubuan said, I lost a segment of my memory. Baiyuwu's confusion instantly turned into shock, her mouth slightly agape. What? She instinctively repeated it, then pressed on with urgency. So you don't know why you've become like this? And you don't know why your strength has declined or why your body is in such a weak state? Tubuan nodded slightly. Baiyuwu's gaze swiftly scanned the data on the report again. After a moment of careful thought, she suddenly looked up at Tubuan. I understand now, she said, enlightened. That explains everything. She murmured to herself, flicking the report with her fingers. If there are large gaps in your memory, then your understanding of your own physical condition is inherently incomplete. You may not feel weak because you've grown accustomed to this low-power operational mode. Or perhaps your body is instinctively protecting you, preventing weakness from affecting your normal activities. This decline in strength is likely directly related to your memory loss. She stepped forward, pressing her face against the observation window, trying to capture any reaction from Tubuan more clearly. Is there really nothing left of that memory? Any clues related to it, such as specific people, places, events, or even certain feelings? This could be the key to unraveling your current strange physical state. Her tone was filled with a desire to explore the unknown. Before her stood a once god-summoning powerhouse who had fallen in rank for unknown reasons, yet still possessed such strength. She was extremely curious about what kind of powerful figure tubuan would be if he fully recovered. If I had to say who I feel connected to, it would probably be her inside there. Tubuan looked at the third experimental subject on the other side of the glass barrier. Did you find anything in the examination that shows any similarity between me and her? What similarities do you share with the child inside? Bai Yuowu instinctively followed Tubuan's gaze, crossing the observation window to land on the still sleeping little girl on the platform. Frowning slightly, she looked down again, re-examining the report in her hands, her fingertips brushing over the analysis page of Tubuan's energy, quickly flipping to the part recording the physical indices of the third experimental subject. She was extremely focused, her lips silently moving as she compared various parameters. Wait a moment. Bai Yuowu returned to the internal experimental area. She was extremely focused, her lips silently moving as she compared various parameters. Wait a moment. Bai Yuowu returned to the internal. Her fingertip froze on the button as she looked at the report section on energy fluctuation frequency comparison on the screen. Her eyes widened slowly, filled with astonishment. Wait. This frequency. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze darting between Tubuan and the third experimental subject's frequencies. This doesn't make sense. To confirm something, she hurried to a nearby analysis instrument, her fingers swiftly working the touchscreen to bring up the data interface. On the screen, the blue waveform representing Tubuan's energy characteristics was juxtaposed with the golden waveform representing the energy absorbed by the third experimental subject from the egg. The two exhibited a state of high integration in her calculation module. How could this be? The egg is a life source left by Nuwa, while your power is filled with violence and strength. How could they possibly share the same origin? Bai Yuowu was filled with confusion. Unless. A hypothesis immediately arose in her mind. She rushed out and asked Tubuan, have you ever absorbed energy from the egg? Yes, can't you tell from the examination? Tubuan realized that Bai Yuo's question indicated that the blood test could not reveal whether he had absorbed energy from the. Your fluctuations are too violent and haven't stabilized like hers, so I didn't connect the two earlier. But when you mentioned it just now, I changed my approach and re-ran the model. Bai Yuowu waved her hands in disbelief. The result shows that two entirely different, nearly impossible energy fluctuations actually resonated, indicating that they share the same origin. Tubuan nodded slightly. Bai Yuowu asked, so this means the girl is related to your memory loss and decline in strength, but what can you do now to recover? Tubuan pondered, how significant is my energy deficit? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuowu lifted the form in her hand. She took a deep breath, pointing to a short peak on the chart that represented Tubuan's current energy level. Beside it was a magnificent mountain silhouette outlined in dashed lines, which had already breached the upper limit of the chart. Deficit. She chuckled lightly, her fingertip firmly pressing on the vast blank area between the two. If we compare your current energy reserve to a pond. She looked at Tubuan, articulating each word carefully. What you once possessed was an expand. This isn't just a simple difference of several times, it's a difference in magnitude. I can tell you that based on the reverse data from the model, the total amount of energy you've lost, if it were to erupt instantaneously, would be enough to flatten the entire safe zone and even affect a wider area. Tubuan sighed inwardly and asked, what is this energy? Is it vitality? Vitality. Bai Yuowu slightly shook her head. I'm not sure what kind of energy it is within your body. After all, this is your body, and my knowledge from the data is still limited. If this energy within me increases, will you be able to see it? Yes, just a moment, Bai Yuowu replied as she continued to bring out a machine and attached it to Tubuan's wrist. After operating the device's display screen for a moment, a line of data appeared. Energy 7. Alright, I've input the model's algorithm. Now as long as your internal energy increases, this data will be displayed immediately. Looking at the device on his wrist, Tubuan took out the last bottle of ordinary vitality reagent given to him by Old Song and injected it directly into his. The cold liquid flowed through his veins, bringing a familiar sensation of power. The vitality circulated within him, and the display on the device began to change. Energy 7. 10. The total energy increased by 3. Wait. Bai Yuowu stared at Tubuan's actions in disbelief and asked, is that vitality reagent in your hand? Tubuan looked at her in confusion. Yes. Bai Yuowu snatched the reagent from his hand, noticing a bit of residual liquid inside. She examined it carefully and asked, do you inject this directly into your body? Bai Yuowu's voice rose by 8 degrees, her hand holding the reagent trembling slightly. She had originally thought that Tubuan would absorb this vitality through some ability, but it turned out he was injecting it so violently. Tubuan also noticed Bai Yuowu's discomfort. Is there a problem? There is a huge problem. If I'm not mistaken, this vitality was extracted from a fearsome creature. The purity of this sample is extraordinarily high. Even a sequencer injecting it would experience severe backlash. You must understand that in the fortress such substances are used as fuel for vehicles and large machinery. Bai Yuowu stared wide-eyed at Tubuan, and you injected it directly into your. She glanced again at Tubuan's wrist and it only increased by 3. Bayuawu felt that her data model might have been overly conservative if the monster in front of her did not seem human at all. Based on the data she had previously established, she estimated that tubuan once possessed god-level energy, but that was ultimately just a figure on paper. She had deduced this based on a god-level individual from 100 years ago who was recorded in the database. Wait, when you asked me for the vitality of the demon, you weren't planning to inject that into your body, were you? When she looked up, she saw tubuan taking out the vitality of the demon. Wait, hold on. Bayuawu hurriedly stopped tubuan's actions. What's wrong? Tubuan's thought process was simple. Since his body's total energy was so high, injecting the vitality of the demon should be fine. He only now realized how low his internal energy was. No wonder he experienced such great side effects when using sequences. Having raised the vitality energy within him, he thought that under normal circumstances the side effects would only leave him with some habitual impacts. Instead of imagining that excessive consumption would affect his thinking and state, Bayuawu warned, have you forgotten what I said? You have now become accustomed to a low-power state in your body. If you suddenly inject a strong stimulant, your body will definitely react adversely. Tubuan paused in his injection. Then what if I divided into 3 injections? Bayuawu took the vitality reagent from Tubuan's hand and examined it. Dividing it into 3 should be fine. If divided into 3, I can adjust it slightly. Each time should help you recover about 10. However, this recovery amount may not be very accurate, or rather the total energy in your body may not be correct. Because I'm using data from a god-level individual recorded in the database previously for my calculations. Tubuan said, alright then, please help me process it. Bayuawu took the reagent and went in just a moment. However, this time Tubuan did not wait outside as he did the previous times. Instead, he followed her in and walked to the control panel. Tubuan asked, do you have any data on pseudo-gods here? Bayuawu, who was cleaning the test tubes, paused. Why do you suddenly ask this? The pseudo-god might be related to my memory. By the way, do you know of any experiments related to god-slaying weapons? Tubuan originally wanted to ask if the monster in his memory was a pseudo-god, but considering Bayua's identity, he added another question. God-slaying weapon. Bayuawu was slightly taken aback. You know about it. Tubuan's eyes lit up at her unusual reaction. Bayuawu asked, are you referring to that experiment which attempted to fuse multiple sequences to create a creature of equal specifications to a pseudo-god, that thoroughly mad experiment? I believe that should be the case. Tubuan looked at her. What do you know about it? Very little. Bayuawu shook her head. This plan has been filled with ominous signs from the very beginning. All the core researchers involved either disappeared or died, and those few who survived have gone insane. Moreover, all experimental areas related to this plan were attacked by fearsome creatures, turning into ruins, leaving behind very little data. Bayuawu looked at Tubuan with confusion. This is information from an experiment 500 years ago. How did you know about it? I learned it by coincidence. So you know nothing about it at all? Bayuawu shook her head. I don't know. I don't have permission to view the detailed content, only some superficial information. It's a pity that I couldn't learn about this experiment's details. Tubuan asked about something else. What about the information on the pseudo-gods? Well, there is some information. Go to that computer over there. In the folder named Tower, you will find intelligence regarding several pseudo-gods. As she spoke, she operated a few commands on the control panel, lifting the access restrictions for that computer terminal. I've temporarily opened the permissions for you. However, some of the materials inside are quite scattered, consisting of speculations and unverified rumors. After all, pseudo-gods are entities that ordinary people cannot observe or define. Hearing this, Tubuan immediately stepped toward the terminal. He sat in front of it, the cold glow of the screen reflecting on his face as his fingers tapped, quickly finding the folder named Tower and entering it without hesitation. Pseudo-god Chongming Dai. Description records indicate its form resembles that of a butterfly-like monster with huge pink wings adorned with eyes. Ability description: a strong field of mental pollution envelopes a radius of several kilometers around its body, causing all living beings in its path to fall into a strange state of slumber. After a period of time, all creatures within the field will self-terminate. The last reliable observation of it was 5 years ago when it descended upon the No. 87 safe zone in the north. Current status unknown. Pseudo-god Foam. Description: appears as a moth-like monster with a body of black and red, and its massive wings emit a roar like that of a raging wildfire. There is a special part at the mouth where a continuously burning twisted core crystal forms at the center of its compound eyes when its mouth gathers. Ability description: when the crystal appears, meteors will rain down from the sky. Meanwhile, its body acts like a moving hell. It will absorb moisture from the air, ignite all combustible materials, and release high-temperature heat waves reaching thousands of degrees, along with lethal radiation for living beings. The burning winds generated by its flapping wings can melt steel, evaporate rivers, and even produce fire columns from beneath the Earth's crust, devastating the terrestrial. The last recorded observation was 500 years ago, being the only pseudo-god that has yet to reappear. Pseudo-god Bumming Huan. Description: its form resembles a gigantic locust made of obsidian with long limbs and a massive body. Ability description: every movement it makes triggers a resonance in surrounding materials. Its elytra is covered in complex and bizarre patterns. It invokes disasters through its shrieks and wing tremors. When its frequency aligns with the inherent frequency of the earth, buildings, or mountains, it can cause catastrophic calamity. Mountains will collapse as it passes by, city structures will shatter like sandcastles, and the earth will crack. Moreover, its regeneration ability is exceedingly terrible. Under the suppression of multiple god-summoning level exterminators, it was once killed 100 years ago, destroying most of its body. Yet within mere seconds, its broken form regenerated back to its original state. It is the most frequently appearing pseudo-god of all. It has appeared 7 times in 50 years, all within safe zones around the world, annihilating 4 of them. During this time, the previous White Tiger and Zhu Ke managed to thwart its actions on various occasions, with the White Tiger killing it once only for it to quickly regenerate. However, the previous White Tiger discovered the reason for its infinite regeneration. Inside the bumming Huang lies a core, and it is presumed that only by completely destroying that core can it be permanently killed. The last appearance was 30 years ago at the No. 27 safe zone, where it was halted by the White Tiger's team. The files of these different pseudo-gods appeared before tubuan. 3 files, 3 distinctly terrifying entities. They were no longer just powerful monsters, they represented certain rules, concepts, and distorted embodiment. There are more than just these 3 pseudo-gods. However, the files here at Baiyu only contain these 3. Yet from just these 3, one can discern the irrational terror these monsters embody and the despair ordinary people face against such natural disasters. After reading through all the files, Tubuan's gaze lingered on the record of the Finchen phone. Inside there were several blurry images showing a massive shadow with wings that blotted out the sky, as well as a meteor shower reminiscent of the apocalypse. Tubuan's gaze remained fixed on the image of the wings that overshadowed the world and the apocalyptic meteor shower. This was no longer like the other 2 entities that leaned towards mental pollution or regeneration abilities. What was displayed was a more direct and brutal form of destruction. But most importantly, the figure of the Finchen phone before him perfectly matched the monster from Tubuan's dream memories. His conjecture was not wrong. That monster was indeed a pseudo-god, and this pseudo-god had not appeared for 500 years. It aligned perfectly with the era he belonged to. So why had this pseudo-god not appeared for 500 years? Combining what Baiyu had said earlier, its peak state during that time was at the god-summoning level. Could it be that the vision in his dream where he faced off against this Finchen phone was the root cause of his drastic decline in state? After all, that group of researchers fused the 4 calamities into his body to deal with the pseudo-gods, calling him a god-slaying weapon. Naturally, it was meant for him to combat the pseudo-gods. Tubuan flipped through other documents in the folder, hoping to see what else could be learned. However, the other documents were just intelligence from the tower organization. This was still valuable information. While Tubuan was reviewing the materials, the alarm above the laboratory suddenly went off. Both of their movements paused. Tubuan looked at Baiyu. Who is it? Kue Mu Wolf. It can't possibly be Kue Mu Wolf. Baiyu quickly denied it with certainty in her tone. She put down the reagent and hurried to the control panel, her fingers swiftly gliding across the touchscreen. He won't give up until he blows it up. It's impossible for him to return so quickly, Baiyu said as she brought up the surveillance at the main entrance from the control panel. The image of 4 fully armed individuals standing at the entrance appeared on the black and white screen. They wore identical heavy combat suits with helmets covering their faces, leaving only the dark lenses reflecting the red light from the surveillance. Each held a square pulse rifle steadily at their chest. Tubuan's eyes narrowed slightly. They were from Shinbei.